The world changed after the abyss appeared. Monsters, previously only seen in novels, poured out of dimensional gates. People awakened to extraordinary powers, using them to defeat monsters and explore the abyss's potential. As a result, the criteria for evaluating people were no longer based on character or effort, but on their awakened grade and power. Those with high awakened grades could live good lives. Ordinary people, unable to even access character stats, were forced to accept scorned and miserable lives. This young man was Kim Tae-yeon. Even at 35 he had not awakened. Eventually he was relegated to working as a lowly porter. One day an expedition team encountered an SSS-grade monster named Asmodeus, and Tae-yeon was the only one to survive the annihilated team. When Tae-yeon himself reached the brink of death, a figure calling himself a king appeared. He stopped time and space and decided to bestow power upon Tae-yeon. With a snap of his fingers, Tae-yeon was sent back 16 years. On that day, while being thoroughly beaten by Bae Wook-soo and his gang, Tae-yeon, far from being angry, was laughing like a madman. A system window appeared. Name: Kim Tae-yeon, age 19, grade F. He had finally awakened. Wook-soo watched him, his anger unceasing. "You bastard, do you enjoy getting beaten up so much?" He thought Tae-yeon would be easily subdued as always. However, Tae-yeon took down all of them with just a few simple moves. During his 35 years of living an unawakened life, he had done everything he could, from training his body daily to researching all information about the abyss monsters and various skills. Having even mastered practical combat techniques, Kim Tae-yeon had no reason to lose to clumsy thugs who didn't even know the basics. After knocking down 2 of Bae Wook-soo's companions, Tae-yeon pleasantly thought, "I'll have to train again." But then he noticed Bae Wook-soo had somehow gotten back up. He wiped the nosebleed from his face, panting, "What, awakened? Kim Tae-yeon, you damn bastard, you're a dead man now." Finishing his words, Wook-soo began to use his power. Rough stones immediately gathered on his body, covering his skin and forming incredibly sturdy armor. This ability was called C-grade, Stone Skin, a power that formed stones on the skin to solidify and strengthen the body. Wook-soo swung a powerful punch at Tae-yeon's face, but Tae-yeon quickly dodged the dangerous attack. He swung his fist again, but Tae-yeon fortunately avoided it. However, before Tae-yeon could even catch his breath, Wook-soo, giving him no quarter, slammed his clasped fist down on Tae-yeon like lightning, as if to smash him to pieces. This caused a large shockwave, splitting the ground and sending dust flying everywhere. Wook-soo maintained his stance, his fist buried in the ground amidst the dust. Surprisingly, Tae-yeon had already approached Wook-soo from behind. Noticing Tae-yeon's presence, Wook-soo turned his head and threw a punch at him, but it missed. But what surprised Tae-yeon was that even though he had punched Wook-soo's face, it was his own hand that bled. It turned out Tae-yeon's punch had struck the reinforced stone skin covering Wook-soo's face, and Wook-soo had taken no damage. Instead, only Tae-yeon's hand was injured. Wook-soo took advantage of Tae-yeon's momentary distraction and delivered a punch of immense power to him. The punch sent Tae-yeon flying back 3 steps, and he collapsed into a pile of rubble. Tae-yeon, his face covered in blood, faintly lifted his head to look at Wook-soo's bulky frame slowly approaching him. Wook-soo laughed triumphantly and said, "Even when you play around, you should know your place, you awakened. You miserable unawakened wretch from the bottom of society, what are you going to do now? Keep running away like you just did? Or are you just going to flail your limbs with those awakened skills?" Every awakened person possesses 1 skill and 1 grade, starting from F grade, where they are no different from ordinary people, up to the highest S grade, which consists of those who fight in the realm of beings called monsters. An awakened person's abilities and physical skills are several times greater than those of ordinary people. However, the skill Tae-yeon possessed was one that no one had ever known or heard of before. Moreover, it was the lowest grade skill, Devour. F-grade Tae-yeon in fact had no chance of defeating C-grade Bae Wook-soo. But to Wook-soo's astonishment, the blood-soaked Tae-yeon slowly rose from the pile of ruins. Supporting himself with his hands on his knees, he confidently uttered a single sentence, "But I don't think I'm going to lose to you." As soon as he finished speaking, a hot red aura immediately enveloped Tae-yeon. Wook-soo, unable to believe the sight before him, cried out in confusion, "What the hell is that damn thing? It's impossible. You really awakened? Just Kim Tae-yeon from the bottom of society." But Tae-yeon paid no mind to Wook-soo's nonsense. He seemed to be lost in his own world with the power he had just awakened. "Is this Devour? I can feel the magic entering my will." Wook-soo's words cut short his thoughts. "I don't know what's going on, but if I just kill the caster, everything will be over." As fast as lightning, Wook-soo shed his light outer garment. Strengthening the skin across his entire upper body, he rapidly charged at Tae-yeon, who had just awakened his skill. Tae-yeon extended his palm towards Wook-soo and unleashed a light palm strike that could block Wook-soo's attack. Wook-soo couldn't understand what was happening. All he knew was that his punches weren't landing on Tae-yeon at all. Tae-yeon maintained his palm strike stance, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with the light of willpower. Accordingly, his power also exploded. The stone fragments covering Wook-soo's face fell off one by one, eventually leaving only his skin along with his terrible scream. On the other side of the building, other students were completely unaware of the bloody fight unfolding on the rooftop of the opposite building. The dust was so thick that from the outside it was impossible to discern who was who. Within that dust, Tae-yeon still stood, maintaining his palm strike stance. But Wook-soo lay on the cold ground beneath Tae-yeon's feet as if drained of blood and unconscious. A mechanical voice echoed in Tae-yeon's mind, Devour complete. By hunting prey, your grade has changed to E, and you have acquired a new skill. Instantly, Tae-yeon's arms were covered in stone skin, a hard layer of rock. In the school infirmary, the setting sun's glow streamed through the window, and the on-duty nurse turned around with a puzzled expression. Tae-yeon walked heavily, dressed in dirt-covered clothes with 2 male students slung over his shoulders. One with green hair was sprawled on the floor. He lifted his head, catching his breath, and said, "Hello, teacher." His face was scratched in several places, and blood streamed from around both eyes. She gasped in surprise and cried out. The red-haired student had bruises all over his face, and his school uniform was tattered. After the fight, Tae-yeon brought the boys, including Bae-wook-soo, to the infirmary. Thanks to his recovery abilities, the teacher was treating him. As Tae-yeon extended his hand, a blue healing light enveloped him. The teacher asked, "Why are you so hurt?" Of course he lied. He immediately replied, "We fell down the stairs." The nurse still looked slightly suspicious. Well, for some reason, she didn't ask any more questions, and he felt relieved. Tae-yeon strode purposefully up the steep hill road of the residential area. After his treatment, he was deep in thought. This is truly amazing. I awakened and got my revenge on Bae-wook-soo. The problem is Devour. Countless red sharp tentacles spiraled around me and my form appeared bloodthirsty. My grade, something that takes a lifetime of training to change, rose in just one go. After a single battle, something in the shape of a silver E appeared in the sky. Even though I was just F grade, I had power surpassing C grade. To think I can steal the skills of those I defeat. A massive stone fist attacked Bae-wook-soo, sending fragments flying everywhere as he was consumed by extreme fear. Red smoke coiled around his body and purple flames blazed around him. Why did that man, the king, give me such power? Why did he send me back in time? Numerous questions arose. He pondered as he climbed the stairs. Sunlight streamed onto the path and a man's shadow gazed at a spot behind him. But in the end there was only one thing he had to do. Tae-yeon's gaze became resolute, and he stood before the blue door of his 2-story house to find out more about Devour. Tae-yeon looked at the house with a familiar expression. It's been so long since I've been home. The images of 3 family members came to his mind. It was a young boy with a freckled face and a couple smiling kindly. After my parents passed away, I lived with my uncle. He smiled, opened the door, and stepped inside. Uncle will be home late. Should I look for information about similar skills? He mused. Suddenly, he discovered 3 delinquents in his house. The blonde-haired man sat arrogantly in a chair. The other 2 had their faces covered with masks, and one young man, dropping a box filled with bills and coins awkwardly, made eye contact with him. He shouted, "Kim Tae-yeon?" Surprised by his appearance, the boy was none other than the clever, freckled, brown-haired kid. Paused. "Wong Jae-young, why aren't you at school?" He noticed the box and the money scattered on the floor. He cursed Wong Jae-young internally. This damn kid. Even before returning, I remember he always tried to hang out with other bullies. He stole all the money from the house and caused big trouble. I never thought it would be today. The masked man asked him, "Who's this guy?" Jae-young stammered a few words. He whispered to the blonde-haired man. He placed a hand on his head, frowning as he listened to the explanation. He said, feigning surprise, "Oh, I wonder who it was." Turned out to be Jae-young's relative. Tae-yeon flinched and the man approached him. "If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd best step aside and pretend you don't know anything. We'll just take the money and leave right away." He moved closer to Tae-yeon, placing a hand on his head as if to assert dominance. "You haven't awakened yet, have you, fella?" Tae-yeon stared at him silently, then smiled. "Perfect, I wanted to test it out." As the delinquent barely managed to utter "What?" a faint animation effect appeared. Tae-yeon struck his chest with a punch as fast as lightning, sending bills and coins scattering everywhere. He screamed in pain, gagging. The 2 behind him and Jae-young were startled by what had just happened. Immediately, Tae-yeon bent his arm and extended it towards his face. The blonde-haired man turned his head away in fear. "Wait," he cried out loudly. "Devour?" Tae-yeon smiled contentedly. But then a notification sound rang out. Devour skill failed to activate. He faltered, his face stiff with shock. The delinquent, still terrified, didn't understand what had just happened. Tae-yeon broke out in a cold sweat. "What? Devour? It didn't activate." He stared intently at his hand, and the delinquent immediately landed a powerful sky-shattering punch on him. "Damn it, this crazy bastard!" Tae-yeon was knocked backward without a chance to defend himself. He shouted loudly, "Die!" and rushed forward with his companions. One created red chains and unleashed bind, while another emitted purple hallucinatory vapor and used toxin. The one in the middle summoned green barbed lightning, inflicting bleed. 3 skills simultaneously converged on the staggering Tae-yeon, who widened his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. As light spread everywhere, the power of the skills became evident throughout the house. Thick, faint purple smoke filled the room. Crack, a small explosion. The blonde-haired man extended his hand. How dare someone who hasn't even awakened pretend to be awakened? Doesn't he know his place? He suddenly flinched. His pupils contracted. Skill usage detected. A notification sound rang out. The smoke gradually turned red, and in its center was a faint black shadow. Bind, toxin, bleed confirmed. Successfully resisted with unknown power. Kim Tae-yeon's teeth were bared on his face, which was entirely covered in eerie eyes and red marks. He was holding his face. His body was burning. Fragments of illusory ground appeared in his hands. He smiled in satisfaction. It suddenly didn't work to nullify skills at my will. I don't know what's going on. The blonde-haired man backed away and Tae-yun rushed him in the blink of an eye, delivering an earth-shattering punch to his face. Flashes of red lightning followed his hand, piercing his body, and the stone surface shattered. He smiled triumphantly, his eyes gleaming. But I'm sure this is strong. He opened his mouth wide, his face contorted, and his eyes were empty. Kim Tae-yun watched calmly. Now, delinquents were sprawled on the floor unconscious. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled contentedly. Light streaming from the window illuminated him. Perhaps I learned 2 things. The status window was only visible to awakened individuals. A red notification appeared. Name: Kim Tae-yun. Age: 19. Grade E. Strength 3. Stamina 6. Speed 5. Mana 10. Weakness 71. Magic 10. Skills: Devour E. Hunt selected. Awakened. Mana 5. Stone Skin E. Body Enhancement. Mana 1. Detailed information about awakened individuals was recorded here. It was detailed, but it didn't contain everything. First, despite having enough mana to activate the Devour skill until just now, it hadn't triggered. He focused on the skill section. In other words, while the description stated that mana was required to activate Devour, other factors beyond mana must also be at play. Furthermore, the unique ability of the Devour skill was not mentioned in the description. It was the ability to resist and nullify skills related to abnormal conditions such as toxin or bleed. He recalled the fierce flames and thorny tentacles that had enveloped his body. Tae-yun rubbed his mouth with focused eyes. Right, whether it's right or wrong, I'll find out slowly. He frowned. More importantly, what are you doing now? Tae-yun looked worriedly at the brown-haired boy who had suddenly knelt on the floor. The boy quickly looked up and said loudly, "Brother, I am so impressed by what you did. I want to tell you that my cousin Wang Jae-young will reflect on his actions. Please forgive him just this once." Tae-yun didn't react. Wang Jae-young continued, "Even if you tell me to lick your shoes or bark like a dog, I'll do anything." He muttered to the pathetic fellow, "Unbelievable. I knew he was cunning since way back, but not to this extent." Tae-yun bit his lip. "Right, there's no need to argue pointlessly." Wang Jae-young growled, imitating a dog's bark. "Anyway, one urgent matter will occur today." A strange face with 4 red eyes appeared in the sky above the city. Wang Jae-young's current appearance was that of a dog with spots around its eyes. Tae-yun paused for a moment, then forgave him. Wang Jae-young looked up in disbelief. "Really, is that true?" Tae-yun crossed his arms, gazing into the distance, and replied, "To resolve this, you'll have to come with me." In an abandoned construction site where the red glow of sunset streamed through the window, black and white tape was affixed to the iron gate, and a red and yellow sign stood in front. Restricted area. No unauthorized entry. 2 girls stared blankly upwards. "Is that a rift gate?" A boy quietly watched the shield surrounding the rift. Countless monsters with fearsome teeth tried to tear it apart. Rift gate is a monstrous phenomenon that appears when a rift suddenly opens, forming a passage to the abyss. If left untreated, it can lead to a dungeon catastrophe, he exclaimed. "It's the first time I've seen a dungeon rift in 10 years. Monsters are pouring out as the gate suddenly appeared, harming people." The blonde girl evaluated the monsters, saying, "If we leave it alone, a dungeon catastrophe will surely happen soon." The red-haired girl said in a panic, "Shouldn't we evacuate the surrounding areas?" He turned back confidently and said, "No need, I have my B-grade shield skill. Besides, the level of this rift gate is only C-grade." A monster gnashed its teeth and pushed its way out. In other words, the strongest monster passing through that gate is a C-grade monster. It strained its neck and pushed with all its might once more. In other words, even if a sudden crisis were to strike, his shield was breached before he could finish his sentence. The monsters, licking their tongues hungrily, charged fiercely. The 2 girls screamed, signaling to their leader. He turned and severed the monster's neck with a powerful kick. Purple blood splattered everywhere. He continued casually, "B-grades like us are more than enough to handle it." Wang Jae-young followed Tae-yun across a dark alley, constantly calling out to him to get his attention. "So isn't it okay there now, brother? You said the control agents were already there. So it's fine, right, brother?" Tae-yun said with a hint of exasperation. "Shut up, stop calling me brother." He slowly explained, "Yes, you're right. Roughly measuring the mana, it's a C-grade rift gate, and the control agents are B-grade, so fighting C-grade opponents won't be a problem." Wang Jae-young confirmed, "Yes, that's what I meant, but if it really was a C-grade dungeon." He was completely shocked by Tae-yun's answer. The current rift area was strewn with corpses, a scene of utter devastation. The man in the suit pondered, "Strange, how can these low-grade monsters tear through my B-grade shield and pass through?" He gradually realized, could it be that the amount of mana emanating from here is higher than my grade? "Captain, there's something inside the gate." The shield gained 2 more layers, and green monsters slowly began to appear. A massive jaw collided with the shield, creating numerous cracks around it. They retreated and watched the process. The monster's teeth were sharp, and its widely open mouth amplified the sound. He was startled. "What?" The last shield shattered. They poured out, and the largest one was a colossal A-grade monster with a red body, 4 eyes, and a crude smile. He broke into a cold sweat. It wasn't C-grade, it was A-grade. Before he could finish his words, fierce flames rushed directly towards him, causing a tremendous explosion. Wang Jae-young looked a bit tired. Even if his assumption was correct, this was too preposterous. How could he have known all this? They were running on a bridge, he thought to himself, because I've already experienced it. Wang Jae-young continued, "No monster in sight and no evacuation orders either." He replied, "Instinct." Wang Jae-young couldn't believe his ears. "What, you're just answering randomly, aren't you? My instinct told me so." He had lied. "Brother, you're not trying to trick me, are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a huge group of armed monsters chased people right in front of them. People screamed for help. "Run, it's a rift gate, help!" Wang Jae-young's face turned purple, his head filled with question marks. Tae-yun calmly said, "Remember what I told you to do? Do it if you remember." Wang Jae-young asked worriedly, "What about you, brother?" My hands were slowly covered in earth and stone and my face became increasingly serious. "I'll deal with those bad guys and follow you right away." In a high-rise building, Tae-guk stood looking at the city through a window. "The situation is escalating as fast as you said." The rift gate, previously believed to be C grade, was revealed to be A grade. Everyone else was busy conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss, so there were no reinforcements, he despaired. "Now the only way to resolve this crisis is an A- grade awakened. You are our only hope. Help us." Sword of Frenzy. An Hee-soo clenched his lips, crying and shouting, "Everyone wait, I, An Hee-soo, the hero, am coming." It was a characteristic manifestation of adolescent syndrome. A blow landed on the monster's head. Tae-yun struck the center of the monster's chest with an enhanced hand, knocking it backward. He raised his hand and began to use his skill. The magic he created was a vortex that drew the monsters inwards. "As I thought, hunting failed. Weakness is the problem. It doesn't activate if weakness exceeds 70. Most skills activate based on how mana is used. However, that doesn't mean you only need to worry about mana, because weakness increases with skill use and physical activity. And the higher the weakness, the more the skill's power decreases and the body becomes heavier. Unfortunately, there's a lot to worry about." He found out that he could recover mana by absorbing the life force of dead monsters. It was also easier to use skills then. The target's life no longer exists, therefore mana cannot be absorbed and recovered. You have succeeded in hunting and recovered mana. And the good news is your grade has changed to D. Both Devour and Stone Skin had risen from E grade to D grade. The skill names had also changed. The more I use Devour, will continue to rise in grade. At this rate I might even reach S grade or even sulfur monosulfide grade. No, perhaps I could become the first SSS grade. After dealing with the monster horde, he looked around. "It's over. Should I go back to Wang Jae-young now?" Before he could finish his sentence, a huge figure appeared behind him. Hee-soo was fighting a massive monster. He swung his sword and shouted, "You dirty monster, I'll make you pay for the lives you took. I, An Hee-soo, warrior of justice, will judge you." So surprised, we stood open-mouthed, frozen on the spot. The monster and Hee-soo attacked each other simultaneously. Hee-soo rushed the monster with a shining sword. The monster wailed miserably, and red-purple blood splattered. A huge explosion erupted around the building. Tae-yun watched everything from the beginning, thinking, he can easily defeat an A- grade monster. He's definitely An Hee-soo, the A grade awakened, the Sword of Frenzy, who dealt with the Rift Gate alone before the regression. He's as strong as the rumors say. Smoke billowed. He saw Hee-soo standing on the monster, boasting, "You foolish monster. He just died by my sword of justice," Tae-yun thought, "and he's as much of an idiot as the rumors say. But why is An Hee-soo here? Before the regression, I remember he was fighting a bloody battle with a giant ogre on the other side of the city. After defeating the monster, Hee-soo clasped his hands, praying for everyone to rest peacefully. Tae-yun was still watching Hee-soo, sensing his skills. Suddenly we were startled. The surroundings seemed to plunge into darkness. Hee-soo was ambushed. An ugly, huge guy stabbed him from behind. He spat blood, but before he could even comprehend the situation, the man who ambushed him smiled cruelly. "Gotcha, An Hee-soo." The city was engulfed in smoke. In a fashion shop, Wang Jae-young stood beside the sleeping nurse. He frowned. "Is this really okay?" He recalled the urgent conversation he had with Tae-yun earlier. "Many people will die tonight. One of them is Choi Na-ya, our school nurse. She'll die trying to save people instead of evacuating. You have a sleep skill, don't you? Then put Choi Na-ya to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. I'll take care of the rest." He was deep in thought. How did Brother Tae-yun know all this? Suddenly a thought struck him. "This makes sense, right? There's no other explanation." "Yes, Brother Tae-yun, Captain Tae-yun has awakened a skill to see the future." A voice seeped into his thoughts. "No," Wang Jae-young shouted loudly. "Seeing the future, amazing, crazy, truly crazy." In his mind there was another voice. "I told you no, Sai, it'll be fine." The scene shifted back to us. He was a little worried seeing Hee-soo stabbed. "Damn it, something's wrong." Hee-soo clutched his wound, speaking with difficulty. "Who are you? Speak up." The man still maintained his cunning smile. "It's surprising you're alive after being stabbed in that weak spot. A grades are really different. Then the hunt will be even more interesting." This man was the B grade villain Han Sang-do. He possessed the same grade stealth skill. Tae-yun thought, they call awakened individuals who commit crimes villains. Among them, B grade villain Han Sang-do is a maniacal killer. While the gate broke and monsters poured out, he was excitedly killing people everywhere. But I never met him before the regression. Has the future changed because of me? Hee-soo frowned, and his body exploded with light. "You damn bastard, you're a villain. I will punish you with my own hands." He took his sword and charged at the villain. We expected the two to fight to the death, but both were bewildered. Previous monster suddenly got back up, sending Hee-soo and the villain flying. It bared its teeth and roared loudly. And we, who were nearby, couldn't avoid the sudden attack and were pushed back. "What? It's a giant ogre," Sang-do instead laughed loudly in excitement. Amazing recovery. As expected, an A- grade monster. The monster swung its fist at Hee-soo and Sang-do. The two agilely dodged the attack. Sang-do, cunning as befits a villain, dodged to the side, chuckling, "Useless. I'll leave that damn monster to An Hee-soo." Furthermore, he turned his back, his eyes gleamed, and his fearsome teeth were directed at us. "Didn't expect an audience here." Speaking, he swung his knife and charged. Good, the more prey the better. Tae Yun was somewhat surprised as he hadn't anticipated this situation. Sang-do, revealing his killing intent, quickly approached him and shouted, "Die." As Sang-do's knife touched Tae Yun's neck, it was swiftly blocked. He had activated his stone skill on his neck just in time, and he glared at Sang-do with contempt. Then he counterattacked with an elegant kick, making the villain bleed and pushing him back. But the villain still maintained his wicked smile. "This guy, turns out you're an awakened too." Tae Yun softly called out the name of the B-grade villain Han Sang-do, making him flinch. He continued, rolling up his sleeves and moving forward. "You're the maniacal stealth user who goes around killing people everywhere, aren't you? Luckily I met you." He cast his stone skill on his body, and the two entered a full-fledged life-or-death battle. Each time Sang-do's knife swung, he quickly blocked it. The two continued to attack and block, fighting. He attacked once, blocked once. In this situation, victory or defeat couldn't be decided. Sang-do swept the ground with his foot, retreating. "You're quite strong, no wonder you're so confident. Who knew this knife would be useless against you? I don't know how much you know about me, but since my attacks are useless against you, you must think you can beat me, right? But kid, you need to know the world doesn't work the way you think it does." After speaking, he smiled maliciously and disappeared before Tae Yun's eyes. He quickly realized stealth did he hide. But he should have known that it wouldn't change anything. His eyes sharpened. "Your attacks will still be useless against me." He raised his hand and punched the air. At this moment, Sang-do appeared behind him. "Are you sure?" He swung his knife, slicing him directly. It was a surprising situation, but thankfully he was able to block the knife quickly. Otherwise the result would have been hard to imagine. However, his knife pierced his stone armor. He was surprised to see blood. Sang-do became even more excited. "Do you know how many awakened I've hunted? All of them were fools who mistook their skills for invincibility. So your weakness is exposed. Now you just want to get angry and run away, don't you? It's better to know this before you die. Every skill has a weakness." Finishing his words, he slashed at Tae Yun's weakness and smiled triumphantly. Blood splattered everywhere. Tae Yun gasped. "I didn't know stone skin had such a weakness. This skill doesn't completely block attacks. Strong attacks break the stone and the broken parts are replaced by less resistant stone." He had been aiming for the weakness of this skill from the start. "As I thought, even against a B-grade opponent, I could hold my own in a one-on-one fight. Because my physical skill is D-grade or higher." He smiled and said, "Let's end the test here." At these words, Sang-do was startled. "What?" He quickly composed himself and charged in excitement. "He's cornered and gone mad this time." Tae Yun didn't look as though he was struggling, but rather at ease. He said, "B-grade villain Han Sang-do, do you know why I wanted to meet you?" Sang-do still charged arrogantly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" A red light flashed before his eyes, startling him. "You were arrogant even while casting magic. I wanted to steal your skill." Sang-do retreated in surprise. "What is this mana with such an evil aura? Has this damn guy been hiding his strength all this time?" But it was only a momentary unease, and he immediately returned to his original expression, purple aura enveloping him. "Fool. I don't know what kind of skill this is, but how can you beat me when you can't even see me?" Tae Yun maintained a calm demeanor. "Didn't you just say that every skill has a weakness?" "I only realized this after hunting monsters a few times. Among those monsters there were countless ones that were out of my sight, but in the end the Devour skill consumed all of them alive. Simply put, no matter where you hide, no matter where you run, Devour will inevitably catch you," Sang-do screamed. Tae Yun made the villain disappear forever. Finally, after the bloody time, the city returned to peace. Hisu lay collapsed in a pile of rubble. "Damn it, if that damned villain hadn't ambushed me." On Hisu, the hero of justice, the invincible warrior. Even I couldn't disregard death. The A-grade monster crawled up again, roaring loudly and swinging its fist at Hisu, sending dust flying everywhere. When the monster lifted its hand, Hisu expected to be a bloody corpse, but in fact there was nothing. Tae Yun had saved Hisu just in time. "What is this? Why are you lying on the floor?" "Well, that monster was too strong, so it's natural." He used the same magic he had used on Sang-do. It was more convenient to do it this way anyway. The sun slowly rose, illuminating the city's dark sky. An elderly couple opened the door with surprised expressions and shouted. Wang Jae-young smiled happily. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Tae Yun asked from behind. "Uncle, Auntie, are you both okay?" The two shed tears of joy seeing them return safely. "Oh my, we were so worried, we thought you'd been taken by monsters," Jae-young reassured them. "Nothing happened, right, brother?" Hearing his words, the couple said, "We haven't been home in a while, but the house looks like someone ransacked it." Jae-young was flustered. "No, it's nothing, right, brother?" Tae Yun replied nonchalantly. "Well, I don't know either." The two entered the house, and the sunlight grew stronger. A hand held a phone. Looking at the day's news, the reporter announced breaking news. "A massive rift gate has appeared for the first time in 10 years. An image of a monster appeared, red with anger. Following government directives, the alert for the rift gate has been completely lifted, and due to the possibility of recurrence, the government has ordered surrounding schools to close for a week, and news on the number of survivors is slowly being released." The public breathed a sigh of relief. 2 guards stood at the school gate. 3 young patients watched the situation. One young man realized it wasn't C grade but A grade. The nurse who had treated Tae Yun was being questioned by 2 police officers. She said, flustered, "When I came to my senses, I was already here." Countless cameras, photographers, and microphones swarmed the victim. He covered his face with his hand, tearfully saying, "Everyone, I didn't defeat the giant ogre. There's another true hero," the news reports continued. However, as the body of the giant ogre has not yet been found, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked citizens are still unknown. Citizens are concerned whether preventative measures to ensure safety will be effective. A red-haired youth in a mask held a knife, and beside him was a man in a black hoodie with a scythe. They gazed at the debris of the destroyed building. Next piece of information. Tae-yun smiled contentedly. Good. He turned off his phone. Fortunately, no one mentioned me. He was in the forest, standing on train tracks. All right, shall we proceed to the next step? He focused. Before him was a dark tunnel leading to an unknown destination. The bright sunlight pouring through the leaves made the scene even more mysterious. A status window appeared. Name: Kim Tae-yun. Age: 19. Grade: D. Strength: 15. Stamina: 20. Speed: 15. Mana: 40. Weakness: 5. Magic: 40/40. Skills: Devour D. Hunt selected. Awakened. Mana: 10. Stone Skin D. Body Enhancement. Mana: 3. Stealth D. Conceal Body. Mana: 8. He looked closely at specific parts and calculated. Now I have 3 skills. The stealth skill is a great gain, but it's very difficult to use all 3 skills at my current grade. Carelessly using skills can immediately deplete mana and rapidly increase weakness. That could be a dangerous move. He recalled the scene from back then. Tae-yun fell helplessly before a massive horde of monsters. Green ogres surrounded him in a circle, smiling cruelly. He calculated. The best preventative measure for this is medicine. Various types of glass bottles contained colorful liquids. It was medicine that restored mana and vitality. Tae-yun entered a tunnel with a large purple hole in the wall. Ahead were the ruins of a collapsed building. But medicine is quite expensive. To earn money, I'll have to hunt. He struggled to squeeze through a narrow gap. To hunt, I need a legal license. In fact, using skills without permission is already illegal. Jae-young's gloomy face brightened into a smile. I knew it. He gently touched a brick. So I'm left with only one option: exploring undiscovered dungeons. Tae-yun arrived at a lair where countless terrifying spiders were weaving silver webs. 3 were the largest. Half-human, half-spider bodies rose from the spider heads with pointed ears and peculiar features. They glared at him, an intruder in their lair. They were the B-grade spider fairy sisters. The red-haired spider fairy asked in bewilderment. How dare a mere human come here? The green-haired spider fairy had another question. How did you find us? The braided-haired fairy laughed gleefully. Let's paralyze him and have a party, Tae-yun said nonchalantly. You speak well. Are you intelligent creatures? He continued coldly. B grade isn't enough to change my grade. Do I have to absorb 100 of these things? The spider fairy sisters were enraged by his words and immediately rushed at him, ready to attack. How dare you, you arrogant, insignificant human? Do you know what situation you're in? The red-haired fairy inhaled, puffing out her cheeks. All 3 spiders shouted loudly, We'll eat you alive. At the same time, they spat purple orbs to attack him. They smiled slyly, pleased. How is it? Don't you feel your body becoming paralyzed and unable to move? One of Tae-yun's eyes turned red and thorny tentacles broke their skills, successfully resisting the abnormal status effects. He smiled. Just as I thought, you have quite useful skills. The spider fairy sister's eyes widened at his easy counterattack. They pleaded, wait. In the dark tunnel, bizarre sounds and fearful screams echoed throughout the forest. Hunting successful. Successfully absorbed new skill. Paralysis. Korean players of the Awakened Association, a towering skyscraper in the city. 2 guards solemnly guarded the entrance, designed with traditional Korean patterns. A short-haired girl sat across from a blindfolded, middle-aged man holding coffee. They observed in silence. Go Tae-gook, deputy head of human resources at the Korean Awakened Association, felt a somewhat awkward situation in the center. The 2 highest grade awakened in the Korean Awakened Association. Players, awakened individuals legally permitted to use their skills for purposes such as abyss exploration and dungeon clearing. Images of young people confronting countless bizarre and terrifying monsters head-on. Currently, there are 5 strongest players in Korea, and they mostly control the balance of awakened power. 3 men, including Go Tae-gook, gathered, and 1 man held a shining snowflake-shaped weapon. The 4 major guilds are included in Korea's largest player guilds. Warrior members. A tall, burly man brought his sword down hard. Craftsmen, alchemists. Many people were creating useful items using mysterious magic. Mages, a mermaid girl surrendered to the water and felt it. Informants and investigators. Yabunin, a mysterious man, left a letter and departed, and the authoritative organization that manages these players, including the 4 major guilds, is none other than the Korean Player Awakened Association. Park Jong-in summoned his weapon. Behind them were bodyguards and a shining Tae-gook-ji. Tae-gook squinted uneasily. And right in front of him sat a woman, smiling lightly in a relaxed and dignified posture. It's been a long time, President. You are the commander of the Yacha and an S-grade player. He elegantly rubbed his hands, showing the demeanor of a leader. Thank you for coming. I know you're busy. It was Jin Yi-ri, president of the Korean Player Awakened Association and an S-grade player. Have you found anything? He asked. Are you referring to the Demon Guild? A hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. The Demon Guild consisted of 3 interlocking skulls with no lower jaw. It was a criminal organization formed by the most wicked criminals among villains. All members wore gold rings engraved with 3 skulls. A bald man had his tongue sticking out with 2 scars on his head. Behind him was a group with sinister, evil eyes. Ah Young presented reports and statistics. These are the recent movements of the Demon Guild and the list of players they are targeting, he said in surprise. Oh, but you didn't call me all the way here just for the data, did you? What's going on, Jin? He chuckled. Tisk, you're quick-witted. I wanted to ask your opinion on this matter. She wondered. My opinion, he continued. Ah Young, since when have you been evaluating players? She wondered about the intention of the question but answered, of course, since I turned 19. Ah Young was startled. President, surely not, he smiled as if she had caught his intention. Do you think a high school student can confront monsters in a dark dungeon in a misty place? Tae-yeon sat on a pile of monster corpses holding a bag full of shining diamonds. He made a call. Hello, is this one of the 4 major alchemist guilds? I'd like to buy some medicine. His body was scorched black and in his hand was a brilliant purple magic stone. The 7 days of school closure ended. Blue skies and sunlight pouring through the leaves, students streamed into school and a new day began. What did I do during those 7 days? Training. Tae-yeon exercised with Jae-young-d. He lifted weights, panting behind him. Stamina increased by 1. But there was no change in Tae-yeon's face. He gave his cousin a gloomy look. Strength increased by 1. He cleared several dungeons. He still calmly and nonchalantly punched a monster's head, sending it flying. The monster screamed in pain and the river water surged. The alchemist building, one of the 4 major guilds, was simply yet very elaborately built. Too many monostones. Amazing. We will treat you as a super VIP customer, so please trade with us. The manager there couldn't close his mouth seeing the dazzling colorful jewels before his eyes. The 2 female employees behind him were also surprised. Potions, monostones, and monster cores are used to create potions or equipment. Jae-young-d chuckled and explained. Also a notification window appeared. Name Kim Tae-yeon, age 19, grade C, strength 30, stamina 32, speed 31, mana 65, weakness 16, magic 65, skills Devour C, hunt selected, awakened, mana 15, stone skin C, body enhancement, mana 9, stealth C, conceal body, mana 8, paralysis C, restrain target's body, mana 7. Tae-yeon had risen to C grade. He propped his chin deep in thought. A long way to go, now I have to go to school. He sat in a corner at a table near the window. 3 students whispered in surprise, looking at him. Kim Tae-yeon, I heard he defeated Bae Wook-soo's gang. Did he awaken? One continued with a dark expression. Anyway, Kim Tae-yeon is in big trouble. The girl next to him wondered why. He answered, don't you know, the matter has gotten too big for Lee Do-young to just let it go. Tae-yeon glanced at the hurried footsteps and the desks and chairs strewn about. 2 students approached with menacing expressions, and one put his foot on a desk making a loud noise. A red-haired student, impeccably dressed in an expensive suit, sat with his legs crossed, smiling and looking at him. Long time no see, old friend. The murderous intent he exuded was filled with hatred. S-grade awakened, Lee Do-young. Tae-yeon recalled information about him. Lee Do-young is the 3rd generation of the Daisen group and the leader of the Daisen high school bullies. Moreover, his past self gradually resurfaced. He was beaten bloody. Falling backward, he leaned against a brick wall, wiping his mouth with his hand, looking up with hateful eyes. 2 menacing students approached and he laughed triumphantly from behind. The main culprit. You instructed Bae Wook-soo to torment me before you awakened. He looked at Tae-yeon with eyes full of pity. How dare you? Tae-yeon scoffed. Am I your friend? He growled. Cut the bullshit. His face hardened with hatred, and a companion behind him angrily pointed a finger. You bastard, who are you talking to? He landed a hook on his face and blood splattered everywhere. Do-young frowned slightly, appearing displeased. Can't you see I'm talking? He laughed heartily. Kim Tae-yeon, you must be thrilled about defeating Bae Wook-soo. Tae-yeon silently put his hands in his pockets, but an orange-red smoke slowly enveloped his body. He was overwhelmed by the sheer power, his eyes wide with shock. Do-young sneered. Above, an orange orb swirled like a sun towards the center. You should know who you're standing in front of, huh? Tae-yeon felt a slight intrigue internally. Is this the power of an S-grade awakened? Truly impressive, he threatened. You'd better listen while I'm being gentle. He secretly felt excited internally. But I wonder what will happen when you meet a hunter. A thick red smoke gradually enveloped his hands. Lee Do-young, stop. A green-haired girl with her hair tied to one side, noticing the situation, approached. Bone-chilling cold white smoke spread everywhere. She grabbed a companion's hand, freezing him, and he screamed in pain. I am Ah-young, he wavered. She looked at him seriously and said, Kim Tae-yeon, you stop too. He chuckled lightly at her authority. I am Ah-young, class president and Chaebol heiress, Yua's sister, S-grade awakened, top student, noble family, future sulfur monosulfide grade player. She holds countless titles and is expected to gain many more. Her figure neatly standing before a giant glass of, adorned with diamonds and engraved with an S with ice shards and pure blue snowflakes around her, revealed her nobility. The problem is that she is very stubborn and does not easily yield to anyone. She lowered her hand and glared at him. Do-young sneered and tried to placate her. What are you talking about? People will misunderstand. We were just talking. Ah-young replied coolly. Friends? Then what was that? Hitting his face, his eyes turned red and he shouted directly at her. I am Ah-young, watch your mouth, got it? She said firmly without any change in expression. If you don't leave, I'll use force. Shut up and disappear. Tae-yeon worried. You two need to stop. The classroom is going to get messed up at this rate. Ah-young and Do-young's power flared like flames, facing each other. He looked at her with contempt and she glared back at him without hesitation. He raised his hand and turned, sighing irritably. All right, let's stop here. I have no intention of fighting in this classroom, but did you think I'd say that? He shouted arrogantly, and his hand suddenly ignited, creating an orb that perfectly fit in his fist. He was about to throw it at her. Ah-young was ready to fight. Ding dong, ding dong. They paused at the sound of the loudspeaker. Tae-yeon immediately listened. This is an announcement from the media club. A special class hosted by the Player Association will be held in the main hall. All students are requested to gather immediately in the main hall. Once again, this is a special class. Du Young was slightly surprised. The Player Association, he thought. He looked at Ah Young and Kim Tae-yeon with a frown. If she hadn't intervened, he would have hit him. He smiled. Wow, you guys are really strong. He exited the classroom, followed by his two companions who glared at her and him with hateful eyes. He slammed the door shut. Ah Young turned and asked him worriedly, Kim Tae-yeon, are you okay? I'm fine, you don't need to thank me. The chair was now empty. He was already standing by the door, urging her to hurry. What are you doing? Didn't you hear the announcement? Everyone's supposed to gather in the main hall. I'm going first. She looked at him. Has Kim Tae-yeon always been like this? In the school gym, all students were assembled. Mumbles were heard everywhere. A special class hosted by the Player Association. What are they going to teach? Is it because of the recent Rift incident? The loudspeaker boomed. Hello, everyone. I am Go Tae-gook on behalf of the Player Association manager. He stood on the podium and gave a speech. Behind him were two bodyguards. I am here for two reasons. First, to apologize for the association's delayed response to the Rift and to ensure your safety. And second, a fantastic purple aura spread around him, to announce a change to the players among you who will hold the future of the association in your hands. Tae-gook grabbed the microphone excitedly. Du Young clicked his tongue and frowned. Kim Tae-yeon, you bastard. Ah Young covered her mouth with her hand, lost in thought. Kim Tae-yeon, I'll have to talk to him after this is over. Meanwhile, he yawned widely, indifferent. He was too bored. The next morning inside the auditorium, students began to murmur. A player selection test? What does that have to do with us? Don't you have to be 19 to qualify? And we can't participate this year. Tae-gook quelled the noise below. You probably thought that, but of course, the reason I'm here is that it will concern you from now on. With the recent increase in gate manifestations and the number of monsters in dungeons, the Awakened Association has realized that we are experiencing a serious shortage of personnel. Therefore, we will recruit candidates, including high school students, through this test. Hearing this, the students below were once again shocked. High school students, us. Tae-gook added. High school candidates will be selected based on factors such as skills, evaluation scores, academic performance, and attitude. Tae-yeon's lips curled into a slight cunning smile. This selection is also open to students, but the selection process is already underway. Through Go Tae-gook's skill at this moment, Tae-gook's eyes suddenly glowed purple. He used his clairvoyant skill to check the students' stats below. Some students had stats of 534, others 312. Some were as low as 122. Clairvoyance can observe the target's overall abilities. With more focus, it can also observe the target's status window. Tae-gook's lips curled into a slight smile. He looked down at the stats appearing above the students' heads, thinking to himself, I can select far more personnel here than elsewhere. They could become excellent players. Tae-gook's lips curled in surprise, but the two most surprising among them are these two. The two he referred to were Lee Du-young with stats of 1924, and I am Ah Young with an astonishing 2,335. Tae-gook smiled to himself. The Yamato division did send me a list of promising candidates. He recalled Ah Young handing him the list. I'm giving this to you because Chairman Ju requested it. Tae-gook continued to think. But to think there are so many potential, untrained Awakened. He smiled a secretive smile. I'll have to write a recommendation to the association right away. At the same time, a student's voice rang out. That student was none other than Du Young. He raised his arm high and said, Awaken Nim. Tae-gook was startled. Du Young spoke from below in an arrogant tone. You said you would inform us about the player selection test, but aren't there still people here who are not suitable for the test? Hearing this, Tae-gook was confused and said, You are not suitable? He explained, I mean this test is only suitable for awakened individuals with potential, isn't that right? In other words, Du Young glanced at Tae-yeon and said, I don't think unawakened people need to hear these difficult words. Strength is not the only factor that makes a strong player. Awakened grade, situation handling ability, and extensive knowledge of the abyss are also required. To become a player, one must acquire a certain level of complex skills. Du Young added, but in the end, such stats can only be achieved by awakened individuals. Right? Still with an arrogant attitude, he sneered at Tae-yeon, saying, Wouldn't it be like rubbing salt in the wound for those who haven't awakened yet? They have no basis for evaluation. The awakened students standing with Du Young also followed him in ridiculing the unawakened students. Tae-yeon frowned, thinking to himself, Lee Du Young, did you go that far just to see if I awakened or not? As if he understood his thoughts exactly, Du Young sneered and replied, Why, if you awakened, prove it. Suddenly, Ah Young angrily shouted from below, Lee Du. But before she could finish his name, she stopped. Ah Young imagined Tae-yeon's reaction. What are you doing? I didn't ask for your help. So she gritted her teeth and looked up again amidst the bewildered looks of the surrounding students. All right, it doesn't matter anymore. Du Young added, So please kick those damned unawakened bastards out of here as soon as possible. This is not their place, Tae-gook replied. I understand your opinion, but whether to participate or not is up to each individual. Du Young didn't stop there and continued to sneer. Kim Tae-yeon, aren't you still ashamed? How can a guy like you be a candidate here, or are you not even interested in the awakened test? Hearing his provocative words, Tae-yeon, far from being angry, curled his lips into a smile and thought to himself, Is that what you think? Indeed, if I can't prove I've awakened, I won't even dream of entering this association's selection test, but to get a recommendation, I don't necessarily have to show off my skills. Taegu closely observed what was happening between the three of them. He quietly placed a hand over his mouth and said, Lee Do-young, even though he's an S-grade player, he bullies others. He's truly despicable. Then Taegu looked at Tae-yun standing below. But what? Kim Tae-yun, not even an unknown awakened. Why is that guy paying attention to this person? There must be jealousy or something else. Let's see, that guy's potential information cannot be confirmed. Taegu's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, What? Suddenly he spoke. You're right, I was too carefree. But how can an unawakened guy like me participate in this selection test? I'll only be a hindrance to you if I stay here. His words confused Do-young. What? Tae-yun added lightly. So without hesitation he raised his middle finger and said, I'll leave here on my own. You guys are stuck here participating in your excellent discipline session. His attitude and words angered Do-young, making a vein pop out on his forehead. You bastard. Taegu still couldn't believe it. My clairvoyance doesn't work on this guy, it even works on the chairman and young. This has never happened before. Why is it useless on this guy? Tae-yun took a step and left. Taegu watched his retreating figure disappear from sight. No matter how I look at it, the result is the same. Information cannot be confirmed. Information cannot be confirmed. Information cannot be confirmed. Suddenly, Tae-yun turned slightly, and a faint smile spread across his lips. The very next moment, Taegu's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had seen something horrifying. What met his gaze was the silhouette of a woman with long hair and white skin, and above her head an enormous stat number, 51,096, appeared. Outside, the sun was slowly shining on the school. The scene shifted to the inside of the school library. The light of dusk illuminated the bookshelves. Tae-yun inside sighed as he turned the pages. I thought I could peacefully find the information I needed here. He raised his head and smiled slightly. Anyway, 3 men appeared before Tae-yun from somewhere, seemingly intent on picking a fight with him. I won't find anything here anyway. The man in the middle spoke arrogantly. Do-young is looking for you. Follow us. Tae-yun remained calm, still turning pages, and threw a challenging remark. Or else, the man in the middle said with a sly smile, something might happen to your aunt. He widened his eyes in surprise as soon as his aunt was mentioned. Tae-yun, with a look of shock, asked them again. What did you say? He replied. Do-young's message to you. You're a pathetic mongrel, and do you want your aunt to suffer more? Hasn't she suffered enough already? The man added, using his mana. Don't worry, we'll drag you to Do-young anyway. In the blink of an eye, a large explosion occurred inside, destroying the library door. Now the surroundings were completely in ruins, and the smoke of the explosion continuously billowed. One man groaned in pain, being choked by someone's hand. It turned out to be Tae-yun. He held the man's neck tightly with one hand and lifted him. Don't make me ask twice. Tae-yun's eyes blazed with anger, and he growled, Where's that bastard? The scene returned to the morning meeting room. By now everyone had left and it was empty. On the other hand, the twilight glow streamed through the window, illuminating the basketball storage below. Tae-yun had already arrived at the spot where Do-young was waiting with another man. The bald man stood next to Do-young, extending his mana-emitting hand forward and saying, This is surprising. Do-young laughed and asked, What do you think? The bald man replied, After that guy arrived I cast several debuff skills, but this man is Han Sang-do, Do-young's bodyguard. He's an A-grade player. Han Sang-do continued, observing Tae-yun's chilling killing intent and the red-black mana he emitted. They're not working. With this level of status effect resistance, he must be A-grade. Hearing this, Do-young laughed and said, But as you predicted, you've awakened too. In that case, shall we talk for a moment? Tae-yun said nothing. Do-young extended his hand forward and said, My words may sound harsh, but I have no intention of harming you. In fact, I want to recruit you under me. I plan to establish a guild after graduation under the name of the Daisen Group Heir. But no matter how talented I am, I can't do everything alone. You understand what I mean? He raised one finger and added, Not idiots like Bae Wook-soo, but truly talented people. Then Do-young pointed at Tae-yun with his finger and shouted loudly, Like you are now, Kim Tae-yun. He continued to shout like a madman, his mouth wide open. So Kim Tae-yun, forget the grudges and work for me. You can have both money and fame. I'll make your family wealthy. Tae-yun spoke, shattering Do-young's recent arrogance. Stop spouting nonsense. Recruit, money and fame. At this moment, Tae-yun was truly enraged, and his hands and body gradually turned to stone. Lee Do-young, you've crossed the line. Seeing Tae-yun's appearance, Do-young paused, surprised for a moment. Do-young smiled and sighed. Yes, that's right. Then mana exploded from his hand. Just as I thought, wild dogs need to be tamed. Han Sang-do quickly placed his hand on the floor and created a magic circle. The very next moment he shouted loudly, Barrier. A barrier is a skill that encloses a space with magic. People outside cannot feel the magic inside. Immediately a barrier surrounded the walls and floor. Han Sang-do stood up, dusted off his hands and said, With this, no one will be able to interfere with young master's fight. Now, shall we enjoy watching their battle? Tae-yun swung his fist rapidly from behind to the front with one hand. Do-young was no pushover either. He quickly swung his fire-engulfed fist from behind to the front. The two fists collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Do-young's fire fist seemed to gradually overwhelm Tae-yun's stone fist. His stone-covered hand gradually cracked. Before Tae-yun could do anything else, Do-young immediately delivered a kick right in front of his eyes. Unable to dodge, Tae-yun was sent flying into the wall. The blow was so strong that it made him cough up blood. Du Young laughed loudly, delighted. Do you understand the difference between us now? In front of Han Sang-do, the continuous explosions from the battle were now visible. He stood there with his hands in his pockets thinking to himself, Kim Tae-yeon, that guy is unfortunate. He has advanced body enhancement skills as an A- grade awakened and possesses combat skills and willpower far superior to other students. There are probably few students in this school who can contend with him, Han Sang-do continued to think with a slight smile. But his opponent today is. Du Young seemed to have a significant advantage over Tae-yeon. He extended his hand forward and immediately a dazzling light emanated. Genius Dazen, Han Sang-do continued to think to himself, Kim Tae-yeon, you can't win this fight. It's better to give up and surrender. Suddenly he gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide after that blow. Tae-yeon was sent flying backward, but he used the momentum to quickly rush forward, swinging his hand to deliver a powerful blow to Du Young, sending him reeling backward. The two fists continued to fly at each other. Du Young took a direct hit to the face, spitting blood, and immediately flew backward, collapsing. Han Sang-do cried out in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. What? Unbelievable! The young master is losing in a one-on-one fight. He still couldn't comprehend it, looking at Du Young lying on the floor. But how can this be? Suddenly Du Young shouted, that bastard Kim Tae-yeon. What did you do? My body won't move. Hearing Du Young's words, Han Sang-do froze. He can't move. Then he looked at Tae-yeon and asked himself, was body enhancement not the only skill he possessed? What kind of monster is he? Tae-yeon, with a satisfied smile on his blood-soaked face, spoke. It's finally working, he thought to himself. What did I do? Tae-yeon acquired a total of 3 skills through hunting: Devour, Stone Skin, Stealth, and Paralysis. Tae-yeon did not use all of his skills from the beginning. C-grade Paralysis wouldn't easily break through S-grade resistance, and Stealth is useless against ranged attacks. Devour is a last resort and shouldn't be used so overtly. So Tae-yeon's goal was to wait for an opportunity to use Paralysis in close combat. Status effect skills are more effective when in direct contact with the target than from a distance. Therefore, the continuous paralysis effect and damage applied to each punch would not be immune even to S-grade resistance. Paralyzed, completely resisted, paralyzed, completely resisted, paralyzed, completely resisted, paralysis resistance, resisted. Paralysis failed. He delivered a finishing blow to Du Young's face, making him cough up blood. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Tae-yeon. On the floor lay an unconscious Du Young. Han Sang-do, who had witnessed the entire battle, was speechless with astonishment. He still couldn't contain his surprise, his eyes wide. He's a genius to have defeated the young master in a one-on-one fight, but that battle was. Suddenly Du Young burst into laughter. I admit your strength, Kim Tae-yeon. Then he held up a purple stone and said, it seems I underestimated you. Otherwise there's no way I would lose to a failure like you. So from this moment he immediately crushed the purple stone. Instantly, Tae-yeon's eyes widened in shock and a gigantic skeletal creature appeared before him. Accordingly, Du Young also rose and mana erupted from his body. Now I'll have to fight seriously. Tae-yeon ran with all his might as if his life depended on it. Behind him, a colossal force was fiercely giving chase. The monster extended its arm attempting to strike him. At that very moment Tae-yeon leapt high, narrowly dodging the attack. Then his arm immediately transformed into a giant stone arm. With a cold gaze he spun in midair and delivered a full-force punch at the monster. The monster roared and spat out a fireball, preparing to counterattack. His fist flew, and at the same time the monster spat out a fireball, blocking Tae-yeon's attack. The impact shattered several fragments of stone from Tae-yeon's arm, and all the layers of stone covering his arm cracked and exploded, revealing his actual arm underneath. The collision created a huge explosion. The pressure of the blast sent him flying backward. Tae-yeon fell hard to the ground amidst flying debris. He screamed in pain. The bodyguard approached and witnessed the giant monster before him, the true form of Du Young's Flameheart skill. He grabbed the railing, his face filled with fear and cold sweat, and said, young master cannot usually use his full power. He has S-grade power and advanced skills, but he needs assistance. Just moments ago, a sparkling purple crystal lay on his 2 fingertips. The young master used a mana amplification magic stone. That crystal was made from a monster core. When absorbed by humans, it strengthens their power. So refining magic stones, which are monster mana cores, temporarily amplifies the mana within the user's body. Thanks to the auxiliary stone, the young master can now fully utilize S-grade power. Lin Pong laughed triumphantly, waved his hand in command, and the monster roared loudly. The bodyguard's face was filled with worry at this sight. The problem is, he shouted at Lin Pong, young master, you must stop. Are you planning to kill him? His power continued to increase. The bodyguard continued to shout and explain. Besides, there's too much magic in young master's body. Uncontrollable magic will rupture the blood vessels inside his body. Before he could finish his words, a flame suddenly flew. The spot where the bodyguard stood immediately exploded, and he lost his balance and fell. Lin Pong's eyes had changed, and that flame was fired by him. How dare a mere bodyguard give me orders? This failure insulted me, and you expect me to let it go? At the same time, he was struggling to get back up. Tae-yeon, his face covered in blood, raised his head and glared at Lin Pong in astonishment. Lin Pong roared in anger. Die? The monster immediately unleashed its power, shattering the ground and creating cracks. Lin Pong laughed even more maniacally. Die, die, you damned bastard, Kim Tae-yeon. The bodyguard struggled to rush towards him. No, just as I thought, he's in a mentally chaotic state and losing control. How can he escape that berserk state? He landed on the ground near the fiery pit Lin Pong created. Kim Tae-yeon, are you alive? Give up and run away. He extended his hand to help Tae-yeon up. I'll stop the young master, so hurry. Suddenly the bodyguard was hit by a punch that seemed to fall from the sky, his face contorted and blood immediately gushing from his nose. The punch was so strong that it sent him flying backward. From within the thick smoke, Tae-yeon emerged, approaching with heavy steps. Run away, what nonsense are you spouting? You started this fight and you say such things? It's no surprise. I admit S-grade is truly powerful. So now various recovery potions lay scattered on the floor and the remaining liquid splattered everywhere. Fatigue recovery, stamina recovery, mana recovery. Power erupted from his body, and one of his eyes turned blood red. He smiled wickedly and said, I'll get serious too. Elsewhere, in the chairman's office of a high-rise building, Tae-gook was reporting the player's stats to the chairman. The chairman's face hardened. 1900, 2300, that can't be, Tae-gook calmly confirmed. Yes. Another voice read the report. Lee Do-young 1900, I am all young 2300 without a doubt. Both are S-grade awakened. The two secretaries beside him were surprised. Reading the reports in their hands, one secretary exclaimed, even if he's S-grade, an untrained person at 1900, the other secretary also said loudly, that's definitely a grade player level. Does that mean he's on par with Japan's Saintus? The two laughed heartily. Finally, Korea also has a player on par with the Saintus. Tae-gook listened to the two of them, lost in deep thought. The Saintus, the image of a woman floating in the air under an ancient cherry tree, glowing. Saintus, you lead the Japanese players. A monster with stats exceeding 2,500 first appearing at age 19, she astonished awakened individuals worldwide. Yes, the half-face of a woman with white light emanating from two expressionless eyes gave an impression that she should not be easily messed with. Even that monster, she barely exceeded 2,500. How can his stats, just awakened, compare? Tae-gook imagined Tae-yeon's overwhelming power. Was the number 51,096 that appeared above his head an illusion? Or did the two of them measure the stats incorrectly? In any case, the door to the room opened simultaneously. Tae-gook walked down the hallway, 4 bodyguards trailing behind him. His face was filled with killing intent. I have to check for myself. Returning to the battle, the bodyguard's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. No, that can't be. He knelt on the floor, raising his eyes and stammering, how can this be? Before the bodyguard, Tae-yeon was suppressing Lin Pong's monster with his own power, and the monster screamed in pain. A stream of red power was penetrating directly into the monster's mouth. The monster was gradually disappearing. Lin Pong, standing below, also couldn't accept the reality unfolding before him. How can this be? He extended his 2 burned arms forward and shouted loudly. How can I lose to a failure like you? Kim Tae-yeon, I am the heir to the Daisen group. I'm S-grade, you damned bastard, you must die. Lin Pong unleashed the mana within his body with all his might and flames erupted from his 2 eyes. His face was charred black, revealing the bone structure. It was Lin Pong's scream. The power exploded, trying to break free from Tae-yeon's control. Tae-yeon still stood calmly, extending his hand, and the stream of red power continued to fire. Whether you're an heir or whatever grade, it doesn't matter to me. Tae-yeon focused all his strength into his palm, and he smiled, red light emanating from his 2 eyes. Because this is... Lin Pong stared blankly at the power in astonishment. A colossal energy exploded, and the figure of a giant king appeared. Lin Pong looked up with fearful eyes. The king's power, red flames poured directly towards Lin Pong. It was so fast that only extreme terror flashed across his face, and his entire body froze stiff. At that moment Lin Pong was almost swallowed, and then he vanished without a sound or trace. As the sunlight illuminated the peaceful city, a large explosion echoed in the heart of the city. The glass windows of an office building shattered and scattered everywhere, and flames erupted around the ruined area. The man, bleeding from numerous wounds on his face, was trembling and sweating. His face was covered in large and small bloodstains. Truly astonishing, the man was sprawled behind him in tatters, and he was no different. He staggered and knelt before him. The man had been thrown backward by some ability, and he was injured. A grade player, Han Sang-do, had not expected Lee Do-young to get caught in such a situation while he was using his Devour skill. Seeing him clutching his wound, the man thought, HMPH, at least the young master is safe, that's fortunate. What are you going to do? He asked him. The young master is the heir to the Daisen group. How are you going to resolve this? Hey, who picked a fight first? Speak reasonably, he continued. Besides, do I look like someone who would be intimidated by such threats? Broken and crumpled iron structures, don't worry. I have no intention of killing him, then, he said. Instead, you will also have to pay a price for this forgiveness. A price? He widened his eyes in surprise. Let's see, he's the heir to the Daisen group after all. He rubbed his chin, thinking. Wads of money were scattered around. Shouldn't I receive 1 billion won in compensation? People gathered around the destroyed and burning office building. They were astonished by the sight before them. Everyone stepped back. What's happening? Did a monster attack? She thought. No, she worried that this terrifying mana and flames were clearly Lee Do-young's power. But who is he with? The man was now threatening him with mana. Kim Tae-yeon, you bastard, you were so arrogant earlier. Why are you silent now? Help me, I was wrong. Her imagination, perhaps a woman, reassured everyone. Anyway kids, stand still here, it's dangerous over there. As soon as she finished speaking she ran in. I am Young, the burning door. I was wrong. I shouldn't have left those two alone in the gym. She ran with all her might. It's all my fault. Kim Tae-yeon, she prayed as she ran. Please, you must survive. The man was lying painfully on the floor and he had a satisfied smile. When she arrived she was a little surprised by the sight. I happened to need a witness, or rather someone to transport him. Take him to the infirmary, no, the hospital, he said to her, scratching his head. Kim Tae-yeon, how did things come to this? What do I know? He was already lying there when I came in. I think he fell down the stairs. She helped him up and said, anyway, I don't know what happened. Don't tell anyone you saw me here. I'll be going now. She stood up and stopped him. Kim Tae-yeon explained this. As soon as she finished speaking he disappeared, leaving only her and the man. He was Kim Tae-yeon. He stood at a high vantage point, looking down. Excellent, I am Young is there. She'll handle Lee Do-young. Now all I have to do is wait and see how the Dazen group reacts. If nothing happens, this matter will be resolved. He turned and said, so what's this new information window? Famous individuals appeared in his mind. A charming aura like a celebrity. Why does Lee Do-young have something like this? It's truly puzzling, he thought. Moreover, instead of absorbing the Flame Heart skill, I got the Monarch's Heart skill. Monarch's Heart is a skill that increases stats and the power of allies. Does Lee Do-young also have this skill? He laughed and thought, but this is even better. 4 people appeared in his mind. A skill that affects all allies is a rare skill. It can be used in combination with various skills regardless of grade, so the Monarch's Heart skill is far better. He walked and said, it's truly much more astonishing than I expected. 3 cars stopped in front of him, and he was surprised, found him. Student Kim Tae-yeon, he approached him and said, I have many questions for you. He worried, starting with this question. How is this man here? He just now. He asked, what are you doing in the gym? A magnificent castle. A man held a wine glass. In conclusion, 3 vicious dogs. The family's only son injured 1 billion won in compensation. If you think this is the price, I want this matter to be handled quietly. The man hidden in the shadows knelt and pleaded, it's my fault. I will do whatever you say. The mysterious man said, give him what he wants. He was surprised. Yes, I understand. A cunning fellow, very interesting. The man paused. But shouldn't he pay for his actions? He was surprised. Chairman, but the opponent is still young. This matter is too cruel, the man said. Shut up, dog barking doesn't reach my ears. The man's eyes turned red. Long Shu, chairman of Dazen Group. An S-grade player, a man asked him, what did you do in the Dazen High School gym just now? How could you do that? Why did he appear here? He thought about what the man was asking him. Was he talking about the explosion when he fought that damned young master? Or was he talking about when everyone gathered in the auditorium to select awakened individuals? What exactly was the incident he was referring to? He looked at him. Go Tae-gook is a person of quite high standing in the Korean Awakened Association. It's very rare for him to come in person to meet someone. This matter is quite serious. He seems to already know what he did. That's why he came here in person, he continued. I need to carefully observe his reaction and think about how to respond. Are you referring to the gym explosion? That incident has nothing to do with me, he asked. Explosion? He glanced and said, are you talking about the school being on fire right now? Not that. The fire department and related agencies will handle that. He continued, I'm talking about something else. You still haven't answered properly. He wasn't talking about that explosion. He asked him, what did you do in the school gym? He heard that and smiled, saying, then you mean answer me. I thought you already knew, he asked, slightly surprised. What? The reason you came to me was for me to participate in the awakened selection process, he replied. Interesting, the awakened selection process. On what basis do you assume that? Mana erupted from beneath his feet. Now look at this, as powerful mana erupted around him. Then you know if I'm qualified enough, right? He looked up with a surprised expression. He couldn't believe that power. A powerful force enveloped his body. This power was much stronger than it was in the gym earlier. The stat numbers were also much larger. Indeed, I've seen the right person. There's no deception at all. Kim Tae-yeon, his eyes turned red. Who are you to possess such power? He asked. But why are your clothes like that? Oh, at your brother's house. Participate in the awakened selection process, the boy asked him, surprised. Really, you're going to participate in that selection process? Yes, there's about a month until then. The boy looked at him with wide, surprised eyes. The boy's imagination. Indeed, I've seen my brother for who he truly is. My brother is the lord of this foolish younger brother. I truly consider myself lucky to follow my brother. What nonsense are you talking about? He sighed and said, the Dazen group still hasn't reacted to that damned young master, and Go Tae-gook seems to have significantly reduced his doubts about my identity and power. Good, there's about a month until the awakened selection, so I need to focus on training to improve my skills. If I handle this well, everything will be resolved. While they were talking, the phone on the table rang. A group of people was watching his house from above. Upstairs, a man with white bandages was choking another man. This damn guy's house. Why is the Awakened Association sending people to protect it? The man being choked gasped for air. Now the situation seems to have become more complicated. He might be the person designated to participate in the upcoming Awakened selection. That's why he needs protection. The man in the black mask said, the Awakened Association pays a lot of attention to the country's rising stars. The man in the white mask said, A promising awakened? That guy doesn't have much practical experience anyway. Even if he's promising, he's just prey for us two brothers. The man in the black mask replied, that's exactly right. Even with skill, without practical experience, you're just useless trash. The man in the black mask shouted, we two brothers will show that guy what a true awakened is. As soon as he finished speaking, he choked the man in the white mask. You damn bastard, who do you think you're doing this to? He immediately replied, are you asking me? The man in the black mask widened his eyes. I am the one you say has no practical experience. The entire school was engulfed in flames. Compensate 1 billion won? The bald man said, this matter is too serious to be handled casually. I'm just a bodyguard. I can't decide this matter. Of course I know that, he replied. I'm not so wicked as to make you, my subordinate, take all the responsibility. So go back to the Dazen group and negotiate with the chairman, he continued to reply. Just in case you betray me or stab me in the back, we will link our souls with this chain. The conditions I propose are quite simple. First, the Dazen group must compensate me 1 billion won as promised. This gym incident must be resolved peacefully and amicably for both sides. The news reporter announced that the Dazen High School gym fire was caused by a gas explosion, but fortunately there were no casualties. The bald man made a call to someone. Second, I am CO Hoodoo. I am reporting as promised about the assassins I will send to you, he said. You two damn black and white assassins, wasn't your skill stealth? He stepped on his head. But that skill is nothing special to me. Do you have anything else you can do besides stealth? She said in the car. I heard that Side has prepared well for this awakened selection. I hope we can select good awakened individuals for the association this time. She held the phone and said, who do you expect to be the top awakened in this selection? Isn't it S-grade awakened Yoon Ho from Busan? The man on the other end of the phone replied, not necessarily. He's excellent, but I'm expecting someone else even more. It's your younger sister. He replied, what, my younger sister? Aren't your expectations too high? She's not that skilled. You're still the same. You don't believe it all. Then who believes that I am Ah Young will do something different this time? Is it someone like Shin Yun Bak you mentioned? It used to be, but I've heard some quite interesting new information recently. Oh, what is it? Besides S-grade awakened Yoon Ho, Deputy Head Go also told me there's someone I should pay special attention to. Originally, in the middle of the night, he planned to eliminate them using his Devour skill, but due to lack of stamina, he decided to call people to clean up. They soon arrived. In front of them were the black and white brothers leaning against the wall and a large hole. The cleanup crew discussed as they cleaned. The black and white brothers dared to lay a hand on an association awakened, even on a high school student. They're getting bolder and bolder. After cleaning up the damaged debris, Go Tae-gook turned to him and said, Kim Tae-yun, thank you for calling. Do you have any idea why these things happened? He thought for a moment, then turned his face. No, I don't know. Go Tae-gook heard his words, opened his phone and analyzed. Could the list have been leaked? I need to strengthen external security, he thought. The Dazen group being here must be for some reason, not to mention handling it properly. It's definitely going to be troublesome. The urgent task right now isn't the Dazen group, it's this. He cast mana on his palm, but the message, insufficient stamina, system overload, Devour unavailable, still appeared. On his way home he walked, lost in deep thought. Unable to use skills due to insufficient stamina. Is it all like this? Do I have to increase my stamina after all? He thought about ways to increase stamina. There were methods to increase mana by absorbing monster skills, and methods to increase mana by absorbing awakened skills. However, both of these methods required Devour, so all the methods he came up with failed. He thought for a long time, then gritted his teeth. Damn it, is that the only way? The next morning, Tae-yun arrived at Gym Breakhead Gym and he was greeted by a beautiful woman with firm muscles and distinct curves. She handed him an information pamphlet and introduced herself. Welcome. This is Korea's best training center. I am Yura, the manager of Blackhead. How can I help you? Tae-yun stood before her and next to him, Jae-young-di was chattering. Blackhead, this is a place where you need money, stamina, and everything to register. Bro, are you really going to work out here? In contrast to Jae-young-di's noisiness, he casually replied, then why else would I be here? Yura saw this and thought to herself, are they kids? She opened her mouth. Kids, this is a training center. Without letting her finish, Tae-yun coldly handed her a black card for the two of them. This surprised her. Huh? The card in his hand was a swipe card. He handed her the card and asked, is this enough? Yura held the card in her hand, still not entirely recovered from her surprise. And SIP card from the Kim SSI Awakened Association, one of the 4 major guilds? How does a kid have a card from a high-ranking awakened, or is he that person? She glanced at him and hesitated. If I register him, there will definitely be some problems. Should I do? Laughter echoed through the tense situation, breaking the mood. Yura seemed to be in a predicament. All three turned their heads towards the sound of laughter. There stood a burly man with a distinctive chicken head color. Under everyone's gaze, he continued to laugh heartily and said, little brother, this isn't a place you can enter just by paying money. This is Kong Chun, the most powerful member of Blackhead, a member and a killer. His skill is muscle amplification, and his characteristic is changing his name himself. Next to Kim Tae-yun's bewildered expression, Yua seemed impressed by this man, Kong Chun. His name is so cool, what should I do? Kim Tae-yun didn't even speak. How did he come up with such a name? Is he crazy? The fitness trainers here quickly recognized Kong Chun and started whispering. The mighty killer Kong Chun has appeared. Has he come to pick on new recruits again? Poor things. Kong Chun flexed his muscles and showed off. Did you all see how everyone trembles when they hear my name? If you leave now, I'll let it slide. Kim Tae-yeon immediately cut him off and said, "What, you wimp?" Kong Chun's cheerful expression turned displeased. "What did you say?" Yer was also surprised. Yua quickly called out to her brother. Kong Chun said angrily, "Ah, do you think you're stronger than me?" Kim Tae-yeon scoffed. "If you don't believe me, shall we make a bet? The loser pays a year's membership fee." At his challenge, Kong Chun scoffed and laughed heartily. "Peefed, you fresh-faced kid. Alright then." A moment later, the two entered a mysterious space. Before them lay a huge number of monsters and challenging terrains. It seemed to be a virtual reality game technology. The two sat in chairs and entered the simulation world through brainwaves. The observers were all excited, and Yua was slightly surprised. "Ha, Dad," Yura continued. "That's the virtual porter training system." Yua asked again, puzzled. "Virtual porter?" She explained. "Virtual porter is a virtual reality training where you have to defeat B-grade monsters and reach the target point in the shortest time while carrying the maximum weight. This method is used in many centers, but it's too disadvantageous to face Kong Chun." The game began. Kong Chun laughed loudly within the space. "You foolish kid, how dare you bet against me?" He looked down on Kim Tae-yeon as he defeated monsters. "My skill is for offense. Mobility is mobility. A perfect skill for virtual porter. The weight I can carry is also different. A year's membership fee, fine." Just then a strange light brushed past him. It was Kim Tae-yeon. He overtook Kong Chun at the speed of light, defeating every monster in his path. He quickly encountered the second group of monsters, and they instantly fell before him. Even when facing a large number of monsters, he took them all down with a single blow. The screen showed a 999 combo. This was the number representing Kim Tae-yeon at this moment. Kong Chun stood frozen, his mouth agape. Kim Tae-yeon breathed a sigh of satisfaction and said, "I was only planning to come for 30 days anyway. You also trained in this, right, Hung?" All the spectators were astonished and silenced. Some were angry. In the noisy crowd, Yua was already holding a placard that read, "I believe in my brother." Kim Tae-yeon in the simulation world continued, "Ah, Mr. Kong Chun, right, what should we do? The bet seems difficult. Now pay up and leave." He looked down at Kong Chun with an enchanting smile. The scene shifted to a stadium filled with people. An announcement echoed, "Hello everyone. Today marks 30 days since the change in conscription methods was announced. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The Awakened test. The Awakened Association has modified this test to allow minors to participate. Many people from all over the country have gathered at the association's testing grounds. In particular, there are those who are highly anticipated by many. Hong Yang-guk A-grade, a steel fist who has no match in close combat. Lee's son A-grade, a monk with excellent combat abilities. Shim Yun-bok S-grade, the invincible thunderclap, is also hard to beat. She is said to have achieved the highest score among the Awakened participating in this recruitment. I am Ah Young S-grade, a Saintus-level prospect, and many other talented individuals have applied for the test. At this time the stadium was bustling with people. Seeing such a crowded scene, a reporter shouted, "Too far, too far. If I miss this news today, I'll be fired." This was reporter Kim, a rookie reporter from Kuromi. She had E-grade typing skills. Her purpose in coming here was to interview and photograph the Awakened participating in the test. She knelt in front of the bustling crowd and lamented, "If I can't take pictures, I should at least interview a participant. As expected of E-grade, I can't do anything. My life ends here." While she was dejected, a shadow approached and swore, "Damn it, why are there so many people? How are the test takers supposed to get through with so many people?" Her eyes suddenly widened. The participant was Kim Tae-yeon. He walked past her, continuing to lament, "Anyway, I feel like I'm going to die." The weakened reporter Kim said, Sir, over there, please give me an interview." The stadium was now so packed that no one could pass. Fortunately, Kim Tae-yeon arrived on time and an usher called him. "Participant Kim Tae-yeon, this way. The test starts in 1 minute." As he walked, he complained to reporter Kim, "I was late because of the sudden interview." Reporter Kim had spent a lot of time interviewing him. Perhaps it was because she had finally met a participant in the crowded area. He smiled. "Anyway, I have to maintain my image." He went inside. Many participants were waiting for the test to begin here. The scale of this test could be guessed from the fact that the number tags on their chests reached 1,000. Ah Young was startled to see a familiar shadow and exclaimed, "Ha?" Kim Tae-yeon looked back at Ah Young. She was flustered to see someone she knew who shouldn't be here. "Kim Tae-yeon," he looked at her and asked, "What's wrong, class president?" She was still in shock. "What's wrong with your body?" he replied casually. "Oh me, I just trained a bit." Ah Young looked at his body and thought, "Is this just a bit? I heard he awakened, but could he change this much in a month?" Kim Tae-yeon was still looking at her, and she was flustered. "You mentioned Lee Do-young. I still haven't properly asked you about it." But then the announcement echoed. "People with the responsibility to carry the future of Korea. Welcome to today's conscription recruitment. This is the first test to select awakened individuals who will be officially chosen as participants. Now I will explain the test rules. Look at the number on your chest. That is your test number tag. The requirement for this round is to collect 5 number tags, including your own. Losing your number tag means disqualification. This is a number tag acquisition test. The time for this round is 1 hour. After this announcement, the ground began to shake and the participants were flustered. Haha, the ground, what's happening? The ground, no, space is changing. The announcement continued its last words. All skills can be used, but killing is prohibited. Now the first round officially begins. All participants had not yet realized what was happening. After an adaptation period, they finally shouted loudly and caused a commotion. If you don't want to be attacked, find your target. Delicious prey before them was S-grade awakened I am Ah Young. Seeing herself surrounded from all sides, Ah Young's expression remained unchanged. She coldly scanned her surroundings, then cast magic towards them. The entire surrounding space froze, preventing them from approaching her. All her actions were observed and praised by the association staff. As expected of someone called Saintess level, her skill is excellent. The other participants are also amazing. The skill level of this batch is far superior to previous ones. They quickly shifted their attention from Ah Young to others. Among them, the most anticipated person is Shin Yun Bak, the S-grade from Busan. 20 minutes have passed since the start of round 1. Others can't even approach him, let alone attack. It's truly astonishing. I am Ah Young and Shin Yun Bak are both outstanding. Only Go Tae-gook stood silently by, not observing the match. He looked at the association staff. Of course, everyone is interested in grades, but I saw another unknown factor. Kim Tae-yun, someone like you will pass this test easily, right? Show everyone Kim Tae-yun. His strength, everything. Go Tae-gook carefully observed every move of Kim Tae-yun, but the screen showed Kim Tae-yun being injured by his opponent. Go Tae-gook was startled. How did this happen? Kim Tae-yun's current opponent was a great awakened Hong Yang-gook, and the skill he was using was Iron Armor. Kim Tae-yun was currently a C-grade awakened, and the skill he was using was Stone Skin. Go Tae-gook was flustered by this sight. Did I misjudge Kim Tae-yun's abilities? Caught by an A-grade awakened, he couldn't even dodge a single blow. Go Tae-gook paused as if he realized something. Wait, he didn't dodge a single blow, could it be? While Go Tae-gook was still speculating, Kim Tae-yun continued to rush at Hong Yang-gook with his fists here. Hong Yang-gook's fist aimed for Kim Tae-yun's face, and he was so confident that he didn't dodge. He was hit by Hong Yang-gook and sent flying far away, spitting a mouthful of blood. Hong Yang-gook said angrily, "Hey kid, are you ignoring me? Stone Skin is a less compatible skill than Iron Armor. You're not confronting me head-on, you're intentionally trying to distract me." Kim Tae-yun cut him off. Really? You talk too much, Hong. That's why it's meaningful. Your stamina and charm both increased by 1. Even after a month of training, traces of gluttony still remained. His abilities still had many shortcomings. He built up his strength through training, stimulating his body to its limits, near extreme combat, and finally training. So the training isn't over yet. After a brief battle, Kim Tae-yun's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Hong Yang-gook shouted, his face covered in wounds, "You monster!" Before he could finish his words, Hong Yang-gook lost consciousness and collapsed. He collected Hong Yang-gook's number tag and smiled. He currently had 2 number tags. Go Tae-gook, who watched that battle, laughed heartily. As expected, he's no ordinary person. Laughter continued to be heard, and the association staff turned their attention to him. Deputy Head Go, you seem very pleased. These participants seem to have a lot of potential. Go Tae-gook was internally excited. Such a training method in such a large-scale survival battle. Kim Tae-yun, this bold and courageous attitude. But now a problem has arisen. His strength points were greatly depleted in the recent battle. Now it's best to conserve stamina and collect number tags from weaker individuals. Suddenly, Go Tae-gook paused. All the association staff were also surprised. How C-grade awakened? Does he not know who his opponent is, or does he want to fail the test? Kim Tae-yun was now facing Yun Bak, the Thunder God, the invincible one from Busan. Yun Bak, seeing Kim Tae-yun, said arrogantly, "What do you want?" Kim Tae-yun casually counted. "Hey, how many number tags do you have?" 1, 2, 8, good. Kim Tae-yun smiled brightly. "Well, as long as it's over 5, it's fine." Yun Bak approached Kim Tae-yun with immense power. Each bolt of lightning fell with incredible destructive force. Kim Tae-yun swiftly dodged all of Yun Bak's attacks. Yun Bak continued to attack with a scornful expression. Kim Tae-yun counterattacked while running using his Stone Skin skill. He rushed in and kicked Yun Bak hard, but the lightning enveloping Yun Bak destroyed the Stone Skin. Yun Bak praised Kim Tae-yun upon seeing his action. "Oh, your skills are not bad either. That technique was quite fast just now." A loud explosion echoed. Kim Tae-yun jumped high, maintaining his distance from Yun Bak. With a bloodied face, he looked at Yun Bak and thought to himself, "As expected, Sky is Yun Bak, the S-grade awakened from Busan, the Thunder God. This situation will be quite difficult for me. This is a true opponent. With lightning enveloping his body like this, most of my attacks will be nullified. Moreover, his attacks are quite fast, and the lightning effect can lightly stun opponents. How can I break through this defense in this situation? Moreover, I already had an intense battle before this, and Devour is not yet reusable." Seeing Kim Tae-yun's troubled expression, Yun Bak sneered. "How is it less aggressive than before? I need to warm up a bit." Despite Kim Tae-yun's startled expression, Yun Bak rushed directly in front of him. He gathered immense power and swung it directly at Kim Tae-yun. Kim Tae-yun quickly tilted his head to the side, dodging Yun Bak's attack. He kicked Kim Tae-yun, and electricity appeared. He continued to shoot electricity at Kim Tae-yun with his hands. Kim Tae-yun had no choice but to retreat in the awkward situation. Seeing this falling scene, Yun Bak laughed loudly. "Where are you running, kid? Are you thinking of running away without fighting?" Kim Tae-yun screamed in pain as he was hit by the electricity. Yun-bok enjoyed the sound even more. How does it feel? Doesn't my thunderclap make you tingle? If you can't fight, hand over all your ID cards. That way you'll suffer less. Kim Tae-yun gritted his teeth and endured. He concentrated the power of his stone skin skill and lunged at Yun-bok. Yun-bok swiftly dodged and shattered Kim Tae-yun's attack with a flick of his finger. He blinked excessively. The beam of light emanating from the immense power blinded Tae-yun. Yun-bok continued to use his power, rushing towards Tae-yun. He kept retreating, unable to resist, and a powerful blow shattered everything. Tae-yun screamed as he painfully took the attack. Yun-bok continued to unleash his power. He's holding on even with this much. He does have some skill, he thought. This guy is really tenacious. He won't give up even after taking such a beating. Other guys would have already run away and discarded their number tags after taking this much. In this competition I thought only Ice Empress Ah Young and Thunder God Risan had the skill to contend with me. To think such a skilled individual suddenly appeared unexpectedly. But well, it's fine. If he keeps holding on like that, he's just an interesting toy to me. Suddenly, a strange object flew and directly struck Yun-bok's face. He was startled. What's going on? Gasped. No way, did that guy throw something? How could that technique penetrate my Thunder God shield? Tae-yun continued to throw things at Yun-bok, making him bleed profusely. He found it hard to understand how this guy's stone skin technique could penetrate the Thunder God's shield. Any stone that touched the Thunder God's shield would shatter, making this an unexpected point Yun-bok hadn't considered. However, in these awakened battles anything can happen, and unpredictable variables exist. The key was the construction material used to build this arena. It was made of compounds resistant to awakened powers. It looked like stone, but it was fundamentally different. Therefore, using this as a weapon to attack Yun-bok could penetrate Yun-bok's Thunder God's shield. With this flawless elaborate plan, Tae-yun wore a triumphant expression. Seems quite surprised. Yun-bok spat blood, furious. Damn it, you cunning bastard. Tae-yun exerted all his strength, lifted a large stone and threw it at Yun-bok. He was immediately unable to resist. He arrogantly spoke to the severely injured Yun-bok. You may have skill, but you're still no match for me. Yun-bok lay sprawled on the floor from Tae-yun's magnificent attack, unable to put up any resistance. The number tags he had collected from weaker participants scattered everywhere. Tae-yun laughed triumphantly, and the association staff could only see piles of broken stone. They were astonished. Damn it, what the hell just happened? An S-grade awakened lost to a C-grade awakened? Kim Tae-yun, how could he have won? Tae-guk was lost in thought. I truly didn't expect it. He used the arena's stones to defeat the Thunder God. Suddenly, Tae-guk frowned. Tae-yun stood next to the unconscious Yun-bok. He satisfyingly collected 3 number tags. Good, with this many number tags I can comfortably pass this preliminary round. Suddenly, a huge chunk of ice flew. Tae-yun quickly sensed it and dodged. However, the unconscious Yun-bok was unlucky enough to take the attack head-on. Pity, the man who had just been thoroughly beaten now received an additional attack from a massive ice chunk. Tae-yun soon realized it was ice. Huge snowflakes were falling from above. Mana erupted, enveloping Tae-yun like a sphere. Subsequently, the sphere was covered in thick layers of ice and snow. Ah Young walked slowly, emitting killing intent. Tae-yun was bewildered, unable to understand why she was doing this. Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind in front of her cold face. Ice Empress, I am Ah Young. Has she come to fight me? I've already expended too much energy from the fight with the Thunder God. How long has she been watching me? Ah Young opened her mouth. In my opinion, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He was taken aback by her words. Ah Young continued. Power without responsibility is merely violence. I observed that match just now. Kim Tae-yun, you're truly strong. You knew how to use this arena to defeat Yun-bok. Tae-yun was flustered. Why are you suddenly saying that? However, Ah Young was filled with rage. She threw ice at Tae-yun. You took down Lee Do-young in a similar way, didn't you? Tae-yun froze, his eyes wide with shock, but he was quickly able to dodge Ah Young's attack. Ah Young continued to attack Tae-yun without any change in expression. He tried to escape using his stealth skill, but everything was too difficult. He worried as he ran. No, she's made me her enemy in this match. I can't avoid her in an arena like this. Before he knew it, Ah Young had approached and kicked Tae-yun's face, sending him flying far away. Ah Young shouted angrily, "Where are you running? Confront me with all your skills. You said you were different from arrogant guys like Lee Do-young, didn't you? You said you'd achieve your goals without acting against your conscience, didn't you? But when I observed that match just now, it seemed like Lee Do-young and Bae Wook-soo were both victims of your illegal actions." She shot sharp ice arrows at Tae-yun. The attack contained all her rage. This attack sent Tae-yun flying far away. Chunks of ice began to shatter after that attack. He fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ah Young continued to reprimand him. Your unauthorized use of skills is a selfish act for your own benefit. It's unacceptable. Now both of them are severely injured and recovering in the hospital. I'm guessing you had some unavoidable reason for doing such a thing. That's why I haven't reported it to the organizers yet. But you should know your place and withdraw from this awakened selection test. Given your actions, you don't deserve to be an awakened, do you understand? He retorted. Who are you to judge right and wrong for me? At his words, she paused in surprise. Tae-yun barely managed to stand up. You're great. You saw that bastard Lee Do-young act violently towards other awakened. Yet why didn't you stop him? And now you're talking to me about responsibility and right and wrong. In the end, you just want to defeat me in this competition, don't you? So just tell me honestly, that way I can comfortably face you truly in this fight. Don't use such logic to demean me. Faced with Tae-yeon's faint smile, she was extremely startled. She struggled to regain her composure. So this is how you retort to my words. You seem to have no regrets whatsoever. Fine, this fight is unavoidable for both of us. Finishing her words, she summoned an ice staff weapon. Her eyes sharply stared at Tae-yeon. I'll show you what S-grade awakened skill is like. I'll be completely different from those two fools. Tae-yeon was lost in deep thought. The two battles were too intense. I have almost no mana left. My stone skin skill was also broken many times and hasn't regenerated yet. Therefore, my defense has significantly decreased. It will be quite difficult to use the stealth skill to approach her in this confined arena. With her area of effect ice skills, she'll spot me right away. Monarch's heart has greatly increased my strength and abilities, but it will still be very difficult in this current battle. I haven't found a way to turn the situation around yet. The Devour skill is still sealed and cannot be activated, and I have so little mana left that I can't use the paralysis skill to get close to her like I did in the fight with Lee Do-young. Ultimately, in this battle I can only... He came up with a way to turn the situation around and rushed straight at Ah-young. She also took up her weapon and charged at him. A large explosion occurred, shattering the sphere surrounding them. Tae-yeon was still thinking about his method. This is the only way I can think of, the association continued to observe and discuss. I can't see how the match is progressing. The icy chill has blurred everything. Tae-guk was startled. Kim Tae-yeon, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Everyone in the observation room was also bewildered. Of those two people, as the bone smoke slowly cleared, Tae-yeon and Ah-young gradually became visible. In the chaos, Tae-yeon was lying on top of Ah-young, their lips touching. Ah-young's eyes were wide with shock, and she kept calling Tae-yeon's name, not understanding what had happened. Tae-yeon had rushed at Ah-young, and the hammer in her hand, gathering power, had slammed into the ground, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere, creating a thick smoke. Tae-yeon, like the wind, had dashed through the smoke, positioned himself to land directly on Ah-young. In that desperate moment, what Tae-yeon aimed for was a kiss. His body landed perfectly on top of Ah-young, and their lips touched. No, to be precise, Tae-yeon was aiming for paralysis. The success rate of using a skill at close range is much higher than from a distance. This is why Kim Tae-yeon had mixed paralysis into his blood for Ah-young to ingest. And of course, considering the S-grade awakens resistance, this was like a gamble. Tae-yeon wiped his mouth and stepped back while Ah-young lay motionless in her spot. The result was paralysis. Resistance failed. Kim Tae-yeon, Ah-young barely opened her mouth. A fatal blow to the opponent's mind immediately increased charm by 3. Finally it worked. Tae-yeon laughed triumphantly. Did it succeed? He truly thought the first stage of the test was over. A mechanical voice echoed. Medical staff will safely escort the participants. Participants, please remain in your current positions. Once again after the test, all injured participants will receive immediate medical attention from the medical staff. Despite being paralyzed, Ah-young passed the first preliminary round without losing her number tag or her combat abilities. In Kim Tae-yeon's case, he only took 7 number tags, but defeating Yeonbok and Ah-young caught the attention of other participants. He defeated Yeonbok and Ah-young. Is he really S-grade? What skill did he use? The surrounding crowd continuously talked about Tae-yeon's match results. His recovery ability is also quite good. Just a while ago I was too exhausted to move, Tae-yeon admired internally. I'll have to get one later. Suddenly, Yeonbok appeared from somewhere and rushed at him. Kim Tae-yeon, you cowardly bastard. He couldn't hide his rage, screaming, his hands clenched into fists. Yeonbok of all people. Tae-yeon couldn't help but be surprised by his strong attack. Now that we're outside, petty tricks like before won't work, Yeonbok shouted. He was dissatisfied with the match's outcome. He swung his fist with all his might relentlessly, and Tae-yeon was forced to retreat a few steps. The surrounding students gathered out of curiosity. Oh what, they're fighting! Yeonbok, blast that guy away! The crowd cheered in excitement. Yeonbok roared unconcerned, useless fools, shut up! As Yeonbok pointed his finger, electricity immediately poured out and the students screamed in pain. He challenged, now Kim Tae-yeon, let's fight head-on. Yeonbok growled, you crazy bastard, Tae-yeon said helplessly. I'll show you that I'm above you. His hand naturally formed a fist, but he couldn't move. Under some pressure, everyone in the room fell, and only Tae-yeon barely managed to remain standing. These little brats, a shadow slowly walked over, can't even rest in peace. This is the person. Tae-yeon immediately recognized S-grade awakened Son Jin. He is one of the top awakened in the Korean Awakened Association and a future sulfur monosulfide grade awakened. HMPH, Son Jin stopped in front of Tae-yeon looking very intrigued. Someone is still standing? Seeing this, he focused his power even more, making Tae-yeon bend his body further. He bent further and further. I heard there's a huge difference between an S-grade awakened and an unawakened person, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Tae-yeon thought internally, look at that guy, he's still holding on. Jin was amused. Even veteran awakened wouldn't be able to endure this. So, just as he was about to focus his power once more, the medical staff intervened in time. Awakened Park Wong-jin, what are you doing? These people just finished treatment. Are you planning to disqualify them before the second test? Please, Wong-jin. He was startled. Disqualify? I'm just teaching them what discipline is. Don't lie, the medical staff shouted. Don't use your skills anymore. We can't survive the test with you. One more time and I'll report it to the chairman. Now only Tae-yun was conscious. Wong-jin approached him and asked, what's your name? Kim Tae-yun. He barely opened his mouth. Wong-jin sneered, curling his lips. Your goal is clearly to become an S-grade awakened, isn't it? I'll be waiting. He patted Tae-yun's shoulder and quickly ran off. Why is he suddenly like that? Come back. The medical staff also frantically chased after him. Wong-jin seemed unlikely to escape punishment today. The scene shifted to the next morning. Wong-jin, dressed in a shining black suit, stood on the podium with a microphone and began to speak. Our participants must have rested enough, right? Then I will now begin the second test. This is the testing ground. If you pass through this door, you will arrive at the D-grade classification area. He looked around at the students who were murmuring, is this really where monsters appear? Wong-jin continued to explain the rules. 5 people formed a team to join the dimensional expedition, accompanied by a pre-assigned supervisor. All your actions during the expedition will be evaluated. Items such as weapons will be sufficiently provided by the association, and now each person will enter in order. The second test is a classification test. Tae-yun pondered deeply. That's right, even for inexperienced amateur awakened, entering a D-grade dungeon won't be difficult. Unless this classification test is for the Apocalypse. The Apocalypse classification for S-grade. The world of the Apocalypse, first discovered inside a D-grade dungeon, the second testing ground for awakened. Many people died, and even the awakened who discovered it couldn't initiate a dungeon destruction. It would have been good if they could have prevented it beforehand, but no one believed his unfounded words. Even when the truth was revealed, he was still the only one suspected. Tae-yun was disheartened. It's a shame, but I have to focus on my own tasks. As long as it's not the first expedition team, there will be many ways to survive. But ultimately, man's plans did not overcome heaven's plans, and Tae-yun strangely ended up in the first expedition team. All 5 of us are here, the supervisor said. Shall we depart now? The supervisor for the second test was Ma Du-ha, an A-grade awakened. He was the one who first discovered the Apocalypse inside the dungeon. I'm screwed, Tae-yun's inner voice screamed. Tae-yun's first expedition team set off. Everyone handled their first challenge quite smoothly and did their part. Manhwa said, well done, everyone. This is just the first battle, but you all fought bravely. Excellent awakened individuals. Oh no, it's all thanks to you, supervisor. Haha, we didn't do anything. The team members hurriedly flattered him. Damn it, why do I have to explore the dungeon first out of so many teams? Indeed, the item Ma Du-ha is wearing is the Sage's Ring, which was worn by the first person to discover the dungeon. It's the only ring that increases strength, stamina, speed, and mana by 10 times. The Apocalypse dungeon is definitely S-grade. If I get caught up in it, I won't survive. Tae-yun thought he had to prevent the Apocalypse from being discovered at all costs. After a while, the group arrived at a fork in the road. One team member asked, Supervisor Ma Du-ha, what should we do? Haha, discovering dungeons is common, now we'll vote. Before he could finish his sentence, Tae-yun darted off like a bird flying out of a cage. Tae-yun participant, Ma Du-ha exclaimed in surprise. Acting alone is very dangerous. Come back, it's all right, go this way. Tae-yun continued to run without stopping. Who knows if you'll really give us a choice? Absolutely not, I'll go this way. Tae-yun happily ran off with Ma Du-ha's calls echoing behind him. Anyway, if I regress, I'll choose a different path. I'll go this way, desperately hoping not to find the Apocalypse. Tae-yun moved forward and a dungeon appeared before his eyes. All the team members were puzzled. Why is this door here? This is crazy. We're just going in circles and coming back here. If you touch it, a team member tried to place a hand on the door. Everyone stop, Tae-yun shouted. Why, what's wrong? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Don't you know? Tae-yun growled. Where else is there a door besides the dungeon entrance? You can see it right away. The most important thing is to report it externally. Isn't that right, awakened Ma Du-ha? Tae-yun turned to Ma Du-ha. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life, he said. In principle, it's correct to report it to the association, but Ma Du-ha's lips curled into a smile. How about we go in and check it out ourselves this time? What? Tae-yun couldn't believe his ears. I know what you're trying to say, Mr. Tae-yun, but the mana inside this door doesn't feel that dangerous. It's only a D-grade dungeon anyway. I'm an A-grade awakened. The association prepared this door for a special occasion. That means if Ma Du-ha continues to explore, our scores could be much better. Awaken Ma Du-ha, are you in your right mind right now? Tae-yun shouted. The principle of dungeon exploration is principle, Ma Du-ha interrupted him. Participant Kim Tae-yun dares to speak without knowing anything about dungeon rules. What's wrong? You've been acting on your own since earlier. Don't be so arrogant, all the team members said. How dare he contradict his opinion? Amazing. Tae-yun was speechless. These bastards. This matter has already been decided, Ma Du-ha commanded. He placed the ring on the door and a dazzling light erupted. The team members were instantly transported to what looked like a palace. What is this? Awakened Manhwa. Is this really a D-grade dungeon? Everyone spoke worriedly. Everyone be quiet and look ahead, Taeyun said. What, you damn bastard, what are you talking about since earlier? Arrived, he said. A-grade monsters, death knights, how can this be? Everyone prepare for battle, Manhwa commanded. Disgusting monsters, Manhwa used his ability to suppress the charging death knights. Now attack, combine with fire, obscure their vision. Those with shields defend at the front and the rest don't stray too far, quickly eliminate them. As everyone worked together, thick dust flew everywhere. We survived. I can't believe we managed to defeat an A-grade monster, haha what, it was nothing. Let's attack again. While everyone was still celebrating, the monsters still stood tall before them. Manhwa's expedition team was bewildered by the sight before their eyes. 4 masked monsters appeared before them wielding weapons. They approached Manhwa's group step by step. The mushroom-haired young man's jaw dropped at the sight of the 4 monsters. The others were the same. Taeyun knelt before a monster's corpse and examined it. His brows furrowed. What? Something's wrong. Manhwa stood frozen before the 4 monster corpses. His face was pale as if he had seen something terrifying. Manhwa glared at the enormous number of monsters before his eyes. Damn it. Every time I kill one monster, several layers of monsters pour out. He turned back and saw his comrades suffering behind him. Manhwa's comrades were now powerless. Some were still bleeding from their wounds. Everyone's exhausted. If this continues, everyone will die. Taeyun approached him. There are too many strange things about this double dungeon. Manhwa was startled to hear that. Manhwa saw Taeyun approaching him. He broke out in a cold sweat looking at Taeyun. He seems fine. He doesn't look tired at all despite fighting so much. Even though this double dungeon is extremely dangerous, a crown rested on a chained heart, and Taeyun smiled, extending his hand. Before him were 4 exhausted and injured comrades. If Taeyun's abilities hadn't been enhanced by the monarch's heart skill, he wouldn't have been able to hold out until this point. Manhwa furrowed his brow. Is he really a C-grade awakened? He asked. What do you mean, strange? Taeyun turned to the monsters. It's just my guess, but those aren't ordinary death knights. His words startled everyone. Manhwa's team retorted. What are you talking about? Then what were those monsters we just fought? He didn't answer and turned away, saying, I'll go check it out now to find out what kind of monster we're really up against. As he finished speaking, he drew a sword embedded nearby. Everyone was surprised. What? As soon as Taeyun's hand touched the sword hilt, it turned to stone. He gripped the sword hilt tightly. Taeyun used his ability to wield the sword and fight against the charging death knights. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands and confronted 2 charging death knights. Their weapons swung at Taeyun as the death knights attacked simultaneously. The ground beneath his feet cracked and dust flew everywhere. One death knight, realizing something was wrong, made a suspicious sound. As the dust settled, a shallow pit appeared. But Taeyun was nowhere to be seen. They looked on in confusion, but one death knight noticed he was suspended in the air above them. The death knights looked up and cried out. His body was slowly descending. Taeyun gritted his teeth and swung his sword. He threw his sword at the elite death knight standing next to him, gripping the hilt with both hands as the tip of the sword swiftly flew towards its head. The powerful sword tip shattered the outer part of the death knight's head, piercing its black neck and blowing off its head, which shattered into pieces. Taeyun furrowed his brow. He felt the death knights pursuing him directly from behind with their weapons, but Taeyun currently had no weapon in his hand. A white light flashed behind him, and the death knights with their weapons tried to finish off Taeyun. Their figures gradually disappeared in the white light, and the red color of the space gradually receded. Manhwa's group was surprised by the sight before them. What is that, an illusion? When his voice was heard, Manhwa and everyone were startled. That's an illusion trap, Taeyun explained as he approached. It's a trap that shows virtual spaces and enemies to exhaust intruders' power. The mushroom-haired young man immediately denied it. Nonsense. An illusion made us struggle so much, the girl next to him believed his judgment. So something even scarier than this is going to appear now. Manhwa still couldn't believe it. Taeyun, how did you know this was an illusion trap? You've never fought death knights before. What exactly happened? Taeyun glanced at him and said, I don't know either. He tilted his head slightly and said, upon hearing Taeyun's words, Manhwa's face turned pale, and his eyes widened. He took the lead and motioned for everyone to follow. Let's go, everyone, before we all die. After a moment's hesitation, everyone followed him. Manhwa walked ahead, carrying a lantern that lit their path. Manhwa walked ahead without a word. The illusion was gone, but the situation hadn't improved. The dungeon was endlessly deep with several sharp stalactites. After the double dungeon appeared, the dungeon's space had completely changed. Taeyun supported the severely injured girl while the others supported each other as they walked. The wounds from the battle with the illusion monsters grew more severe. We cannot simply wait for rescue. One of Manhwa's hands still shone with light, and their last remaining hope was to find the dungeon exit. After walking a little further, he and everyone looked up and exclaimed, Found it. A huge door stood before the 6 small figures. There's a door there. One person squinted and looked at the area in front of the door. One person had half their face covered with white cloth. There's nothing dangerous inside, is there? It might be a little dangerous, but he furrowed his brow. If we don't open that door, we'll all die here. They pushed the door, and as it slightly opened, light appeared. Manhwa opened the door and looked inside. It was impossible to know what he saw, but from Manhwa's face at that moment one could guess it was something very terrifying and frightening. The masked young man was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. The person next to him laughed loudly. What, only one? As he stood up, countless Death Knights gradually appeared from the shadows behind him. Everyone froze at this sight. Skulls were embedded in both side walls of the room and in the corridor, and flames began to burn alternately from their mouths. Bright flames illuminated the room and 2 giant Death Knights appeared. The entire spacious room was filled with Death Knights, and weapons hung from the ceiling. Before them was an army of Death Knights lined up. Many Death Knights also stood in the corridor. This place was like an arena. The masked young man's eyes widened. What on earth is this? The comrade next to him couldn't believe his eyes. Are all the Death Knights here? Their bodies trembled with fear. One person sat arrogantly in the highest chair in the room. He laughed loudly. Insignificant humans daring to crawl all the way here, quite impressive. His eyes were He was the Death Knight Lord, the master of the S-grade Apocalypse dungeon. The Death Knights thrust their swords hard into the floor, causing the floor to crack. A knight walked forward and drew his sword, and the blade rubbing against the scabbard made a sharp sound, and he raised his sword and pointed it at Ma Duha's group. The mushroom-haired young man was terrified. What are they doing? Tae-yun speculated. No, I'm out of mana. How can I fight them again? He tried to reassure everyone. Everyone calm down. Our goal is to escape from here, so there's no need to fight them one-on-one. But they were too scared, and 3 mushroom-haired young men turned around and ran away, startling Tae-yun and Ma Duha. He closed his eyes and ran. It's better if we go back to the starting point and wait for the rescue team to arrive, another person said. I don't want to die here. A Death Knight gripped the sword hilt with both hands, taking a battle stance, and he swung the sword fiercely, striking down on Ma Duha's group. He and Tae-yun swiftly dodged, but the 3 who had turned their backs and fled were unlucky. All 3 were severely injured by the Death Knight's sword. Duha saw the bloody scene before his eyes, and the 3 screamed in pain. Blood splattered on Tae-yun's face and his eyes widened. Tae-yun shouted, Supervisor Ma Duha, I'll buy you some time. The next sword is already upon me, so please find a... After that he used his skill, and a triangular shape with smaller triangles inside appeared. Immediately, an earthen wall was erected right in front of Tae-yun. He got up in astonishment. Supervisor Ma Duha, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Duha shouted loudly. Shut up, how can an inexperienced amateur like you who has just awakened solve this? Leave this to me. Tae-yun was surprised to see the earthen wall in front of him. The 2 stood separated by a wall. He bowed his head and said, I always wanted to become an S-grade awakened. Duha confided his true feelings. But no matter how much I wished and practiced, I couldn't reach that goal. That goal became farther and farther away from me, and it seemed unattainable. He listened in surprise as Duha revealed his resolve. This is my chance. If I can just defeat the boss of this double dungeon, I will be officially recognized as an S-grade awakened. He chuckled lightly. Whatever the outcome, it was something that had to be decided here today. The Death Knight took its sword and attacked Duha. He quickly used his skill, and the Death Knight's sword and Duha's skill clashed. Dust flew. He comforted Tae-yun as he fought. Kim, Tae-yun, don't be disappointed. Although I've only met you for a short time, I know you're a person with immense potential. 2 more Death Knights rushed in. You can still grow further. Run away quickly. I can hold these monsters off for a while. Duha took a defensive stance in front of the 2 Death Knights. Don't worry, I won't die easily here. A magic circle appeared in front of his body. This is the role of a supervisor like me. Tae-yun stood motionless, listening to Duha's words. When Ma Duha bowed his head and looked back, he saw the team member girl who had fainted from her injuries. She lay on the floor, covered in wounds, but looking at everyone's injuries, it seemed something would happen soon. Tae-yun's face was drenched in cold sweat. His pupils contracted. The earthen wall behind him shattered and dust flew everywhere. He hurriedly turned around and shielded his body with his hand. The Death Knight stood there. One plunged its sword into Duha's body. He fell to the floor in silence. Duha's glasses lay shattered beside him. Their footsteps carelessly passed over his body. Tae-yun stared motionless at the approaching Death Knights. Behind him was the team member girl who had fainted from her injuries, and in front of him was Duha, whose life or death was unknown. Tae-yun's eyes widened as much as possible. The blood-stained tip of Duha's sword was aimed at his face. The Death Knight stood before Tae-yun. The sword that had injured Duha was aimed straight at his face. I challenge you. The injured team member girl was ignored, and he lay face down on the floor, his life or death unknown. In front of Tae-yun were countless Death Knights. He wanted to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. A sword stood next to Tae-yun, the challenging knight. He was waiting for Tae-yun to accept the challenge. He stared blankly at the blood dripping from the sword's tip. The sword was only a few centimeters from his eyes. It was a long time before Tae-yun snapped out of his daze. He stared blankly at a drop of blood falling from the sword's tip, and on the floor was a silver ring embedded with a ruby. Tae-yun remembered Duha wearing this ring. This ring was the supervisor's magic ring. As he showed no movement, the Death Knight swung its sword, attempting to slash Tae-yun. The image of the sword swinging was reflected in his eyes. The sword was brought down hard on the floor, but Tae-yun quickly dodged and simultaneously grabbed the ring that had fallen to the floor. Looking at the ring in his hand, he thought he should put it on to gain more power. Only then would he be able to reactivate his Devour skill. There was no other way now. This was no time to think. Tae-yun quickly put on the ring. Please activate Sage's ring. The ring on his finger glowed. Currently, 4 Death Knights surrounded Tae-yun, and just as they were about to swing their weapons to kill him, Tae-yun's body glowed, surprising even the Death Knight Lord. The red light emanating from the ring spread to his body and out into the surroundings, blowing away all the Death Knights nearby. He was somewhat unsettled. What kind of power is this? A voice echoed in Ta Yun's mind. The sage's ring has been activated. All stats have increased by 10. The ring on his hand was still glowing. All attributes have been reactivated. The Devour skill has been reactivated. Ta Yun's 2 eyes turned red and the ring's peculiar power enveloped his body. The red light in the surroundings disappeared. The 3 who had fled earlier were still lying on the floor. A dull sound came from inside the door. Ta Yun used his skill to attack the Death Knights, scattering them in all directions right in front of the Death Knight Lord. 3 knights leaped from above his head. With a serious expression, Ta Yun swung his hand, emitting a red flash, and with a single swing he sent the 3 knights flying. The red flash pierced their bodies. The time it took to fully activate the Devour skill was about 10 seconds. His arm clenched tightly around the sword turned as hard as stone. I can trust the skills I've accumulated so far. Ta Yun swung his sword in retaliation. I'll be able to defeat them completely. With one slash he split a Death Knight in half. With the experience I gained from previous battles, with the next attack he sliced another Death Knight at the waist. 5 Death Knights rushed in, surrounding Ta Yun in battle. I'll survive. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of him, and Ta Yun's eyes widened. He was sent flying far away by the sudden sword attack, and dust billowed. Dust flew everywhere, and as the dust settled in front of Ta Yun's eyes was a colossal purple spear impaling the unfortunate Death Knight next to him. At the same time the spear created a large hole and his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. This is a chilling sensation ran down Ta Yun's spine. The Death Knight Lord rose from his throne and a terrifying magical power emanated from his body, making him tremble. As the Death Knight Lord raised his hand, purple light emanated from his entire body. He opened his eyes wide in fear. That's the bosses. The weapons on the ceiling were also enveloped in the Death Knight Lord's magic. Sensing something strange, Ta Yun looked up and watched the weapons on the ceiling fall. One fell exactly where he was standing, and Ta Yun barely dodged it, otherwise he would have been impaled. The knights standing in the corridor also rushed in, and he quickly fled. Ta Yun's footsteps did not stop. All the weapons hanging from the ceiling fell one after another and the sound of metal hitting the floor was deafening. Ta Yun screamed and ran. He ran towards him without stopping, using his skill as he ran. The Death Knight Lord fearlessly raised his hand to counter the power of Ta Yun's skill. A small purple orb appeared in his palm and a red thorny flash tried to pierce his palm. The small purple flash transformed and with a single gesture the Death Knight Lord's small purple orb destroyed Ta Yun's skill and simultaneously sent him flying backward in front of Ta Yun's astonished face. He slowly opened his mouth. You're quite strong, but his cruel gaze was fixed directly on his eyes. This is as far as you go. His skill was so powerful that it sent Ta Yun flying to the door, causing a small collision and kicking up dust. As the smoke cleared, weapons embedded in the floor were revealed. The Death Knight Lord appeared from behind the smoke, his hand gripping a huge sword hilt ready to strike down. His foot was crushing his head. He looked at him with pity mixed with contempt. Before I finish you off, I have one last question. He stomped on Ta Yun's head. Where did you get your power? Ta Yun screamed in pain. His sword pierced his body forcefully, simultaneously exerting a threatening pressure. The voice in Ta Yun's mind echoed again. You have partially resisted the Death Knight Lord's pressure with unknown power. The crushing force on you has slightly decreased. His foot continued to press down and the pain in his head continued to torment him. The voice echoed again. You have partially resisted the Death Knight Lord's pressure with unknown power. The crushing force on you has slightly decreased. He lost a little patience. Once again, you are indeed different from ordinary awakened. But do you really think you can withstand the pressure I'm exerting on you? The Death Knight Lord looked down at Ta Yun as if he were an ant. I'll ask again, where did you get your power? At the same time, unable to bear the pain of being pierced by the sword and overwhelmed by his power, he screamed. It was so painful that Ta Yun fainted. His consciousness shifted elsewhere. In front of Ta Yun was a colossal monster with 4 horns on its head and 6 arms. The monster stood very close to him, and Ta Yun's body looked truly small in front of the giant monster. The monster was looking down at him, and Ta Yun was also looking up at the monster. Then he seemed to notice the appearance of other beings. He turned his head and saw Ta Yun's comrades and supervisor Ma Du-ha lying unconscious right next to him. Their bodies lay side by side. Everyone was submerged in water. Du-ha lay on the water with his eyes closed and the water level was almost halfway up his body. Ta Yun's 2 eyes widened in fear and helplessness. Behind him was the Death Knight Lord. Everything I have is still not enough to defeat him. What should I do? Ta Yun was expressionless, covered in blood. Who is the true owner of the power that gave me the Devour skill? Who is that king? Why can I understand the language of monsters now that I have power? Was the power I gained a coincidence, or is there some plan I'm not yet aware of? He was preparing to finish off Ta Yun, but he didn't care. Everything was still in darkness. Ta Yun was still standing. Why did the king give me this king's power? Just as the Death Knight Lord's sword was about to touch his neck, the familiar voice in his mind echoed again. I told you before. Ta Yun's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was no longer a giant monster but the king. He was approaching Tae Yun step by step. The king's face was indistinct. I was deeply impressed by your will and perseverance. Those are the elements that make you strong. You don't need to think or change anything. Tae Yun stared at him in surprise. After a moment his consciousness returned to reality, but the king's voice still echoed in his ears. Return to reality and just grasp the king's power I gave you. Upon returning to reality, Tae Yun's eyes widened and his pupils turned red. The Death Knight Lord no longer heard his painful screams. It seems you've succumbed to my power after all. He raised his hand. I didn't get the answer I wanted, so I'll have to end your life here. Just as the Death Knight Lord was about to finish off Tae Yun, something unexpected happened, forcing him to stop. An immense power erupted from his body, drawing the Death Knight Lord's gaze, and sharp red thorns pierced the bodies of the surrounding knights. Then he frantically blew away the nearby Death Knights. The Death Knight Lord narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Damn it, he stared frantically as Tae Yun used his skill. This power, this damned bastard, how can he escape my control with that crazy skill? The power boiling in his body spread throughout him, making him scream in pain. The voice reappeared in his mind. Magic has increased by 1, strength has increased by 1, agility has increased by 1. The Death Knight Lord laughed with delight. Ah, this is what I've been waiting for. Show me your power. He took his sword and rushed in. I will end this battle with the glory of our Death Knights. His sword was brought down and a purple pillar of light appeared exactly where the Death Knight Lord had struck. He looked at the pillar of light before him, and his red eyes firmly locked onto the enemy in front of him. As the light faded, Tae Yun appeared, his hand blocking the attack. You were always curious about the power I gain, weren't you? He looked at the small human in front of him in surprise. How can this be? Tae Yun was calm. Good. Countless red thorny tendrils appeared in his hand. Tae Yun shouted. You'll get the answer you always wanted. The voice in his mind echoed again. Monarch's heart beat. The red thorny tendrils in Tae Yun's palm rapidly lengthened, directly attacking the Death Knight Lord's body. He screamed in pain and the Death Knight Lord was sent flying high. A sword lay nearby and he had to grab it. Tae Yun's strong hand gripped the sword hilt so tightly it almost broke in two, and his sharp eyes locked onto his prey. Tae Yun leapt into the air and the two continued to swing their swords at each other. The clash of blades produced a deafening sound. The Death Knight Lord couldn't believe his eyes. How can this be? This damned bastard. He used his magic to control 3 weapons. At the Death Knight Lord's command, all the surrounding weapons were aimed straight at him. How can a human like you defeat me? Just then, the blade of the sword in Tae Yun's hand shattered into 3 pieces. He calmly used his skill. His hand clenched and he was surrounded by thorny tendrils. All the surrounding thorny tendrils rushed in simultaneously. They spun, forming a monstrous wide-mouthed creature attempting to swallow the Death Knight Lord, and tried to swallow him. He was so terrified by the sight before his eyes that he couldn't utter a single word. Tae Yun calmly watched him. This was not a power a human could possess. Fear flickered across his face. Tae Yun looked at the Death Knight Lord. This was the king's power. The monster, made of thorny vines, opened its mouth wide and charged towards him. The Death Knight Lord was swallowed inside. Afterward, the Death Knight Lord exploded in midair along with the thorny vines. Tae Yun fell to the ground. Another voice echoed in his mind. New skill, Knight's Battle well acquired. The surrounding people were thrown into chaos as a shining dungeon gate appeared. The energy around it swirled violently, spewing lightning. Son Jin shouted loudly. Just what grade of magic is this? The girl next to him confirmed. It's S grade, she said loudly. We've issued evacuation orders, but the evacuation is delayed due to changes in the dungeon, the boy next to him added. I don't know if reinforcements can arrive in time before the dungeon opens, he muttered to himself. Damn it. S-grade magic suddenly erupting from a D-grade dungeon. If this continues, everyone will die. Son Jin thought, I'll probably have to go in myself. Suddenly, an immense power erupted from the dungeon. People exclaimed. The dungeon opened? Seriously, this is crazy. Everyone get ready. More and more power is pouring out. They peered closely at the dungeon gate. Son Jin was instantly shocked. Tae Yun walked out of the dungeon gate, his face covered in blood, having barely made it back. Thanks to Tae Yun's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved, and all the trainees safely escaped the danger. The results of the second selection test were determined based on scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the victims were recovered and handed over to their families, and the government decided not to disclose the identity of the person who resolved the double dungeon. The chairman said, he might face criticism from the media, but if we reveal the truth, Tae Yun will become a target for the media and other hunters. Tae Gook replied, well, there's no choice. Son Jin laughed heartily. Chairman, do you think we wouldn't understand such basic things? Protect him from the media. He smiled slightly. Thank you, and asked, what do you two think? The chairman was intrigued by Tae Yun. No, what was the true skill level of the person who cleared an S-grade dungeon? He replied, well, since he cleared an S-grade dungeon alone, he must have at least the skill of an S-grade player. Tae Gook also added, but in fact his grade is much lower, making it very difficult to assess his power. He lifted his head. Then the two looked at each other. It's highly likely he'll achieve national-level skill. Suddenly the sky darkened with an eclipse and gasping sounds came from space. The roars of monsters echoed, and countless monsters appeared before his eyes. Tae Yun thought to himself, what monsters? Shock flashed across his face. Why am I in the abyss? He witnessed a man appearing in the sky. The man was walking down from above him. Tae Yun's eyes widened. It's the king. The monsters howled in pain at the sight of the king. He reached out his hand towards the monsters. A brilliant beam of light shot out from the king's hand. In front of that white light, countless monsters vanished. Tae Yun, shocked by the sight before him, looked up, his face drenched in sweat. The king's voice echoed, "I'll be waiting," and he slowly ascended. Tae-yun was startled when the king continued. In the deepest part of the abyss, his voice gradually faded. Within the abyss, he picked himself up, his body drenched in sweat. Tae-yun, dizzy and gasping for breath, stared at his hands. Tae-yun felt disoriented. What, was it a dream, he thought to himself. No, it was far more vivid than a dream. He imagined it again. "I'll be waiting." What did that mean? Tae-yun reviewed everything. A hunter even S-grade monsters were wary of. Even understanding what monsters were saying, so many questions filled his head. He checked with his hand. In the end, do I just have to get stronger and enter the abyss? His info window appeared and he looked closely. As expected, he had felt signs of it since fighting the Death Knight, but he truly didn't expect to reach B-grade. Tae-yun looked at the info window. With these stats, I'll soon be comparable to an S-grade player. He imagined the monarch's presence. That was definitely the powerful skill that overwhelmed him at the time. Tae-yun smiled wryly. At this rate of growth, I'll soon have national-level skill. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside interrupted his thoughts. A loud voice cried, "No, if you act so recklessly." Immediately, a loud scream erupted. The door slowly opened. "No, they're even blocking me from visiting," Tae-yun thought. Even the association president wouldn't be this concerned. Ah-young, leaving the commotion she caused behind, opened the door and entered. She greeted him with a slight smile. Immediately after, they drove down the road in a car. The driver was puzzled. President, I'm the driver," she casually said. "Just sit there." Ah-young excitedly said, "This is my guest. I'll drive him myself." She was startled by Tae-yun's question. "In the end, it's the Yacha Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. What do you want with me?" Ah-young immediately replied. "Oh, didn't I tell you? I came all the way here to meet the child who survived the S-grade double dungeon and take him home from the hospital." He was surprised by that answer. The president of one of the 4 major guilds came all the way here for such a trivial reason? Give me a more rational explanation. Ah-young was intrigued. You're quite stubborn." "All right then." She asked him if he knew how the 3rd awaken test would proceed. She said the 3rd test, like the first, was a survival test, but unlike the first, spectators could watch from the stands outside. Ah-young squinted. "Then your skill will be revealed to everyone. All guilds will covet a low-grade awakened who can defeat even an S-grade." Tae-yun merely watched in silence. She extended her hand. "So I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Money or fame?" She extended her hand to Tae-yun. "Tae-yun, I'll give you everything you want. Join Yacha." Ah-young's eyes were sharp, while Tae-yun was calm. Only the driver was afraid. Tae-yun replied casually. "No," she shouted loudly in disbelief. "What did you just say?" The day was slowly getting dark. Tae-yun said, "Thank you for the ride. I'll walk from here." Ah-young couldn't accept it. "Why not?" She pointed at him and said, "What I said is true. If you join our guild, your salary will double, and there will be many other benefits," she said loudly. "Or have you already promised to join another guild? Think again. Tell me if there's anything you want." Tae-yun was dumbfounded. "Seriously, it's hard to refuse," when he replied. She was surprised. "I already told you, didn't I? I haven't joined another guild. I just don't want to join any guild right now." Tae-yun said her guild's conditions were too good. "Thank you very much. I'll contact you again when needed." He turned around. "I just want to be free right now, so I haven't agreed yet," she said with a blank expression. "All right, I understand then." Tae-yun turned his back and walked away, smiling slightly. Immediately, a pair of hands reached out to him. Ah-young covered his mouth. Tae-yun stared blankly at Ah-young, and she, with wide eyes, said fiercely, "Who the hell are you?" she said irritably. "A rookie awakened who participated in the association test, refusing my offer. I don't think any awakened would refuse that offer. I can't believe it." She let go of his hand. "But I'll forgive you for now." Ah-young brought her face close to his when he agreed to join her guild. The driver shouted loudly to the president. "He's still young and immature in his thinking. How can you do this to him?" The driver's voice echoed. "And Mr. Tae-yun, please reconsider. This is a very rare offer from the president. Please agree. You'll have to join some guild eventually." Tae-yun curled his lips. "President, I've already told you. Are you not listening?" Tae-yun's eyes were filled with confidence. "Seriously, as expected. It's not surprising. President, I am Ah-young." She hesitated. "How do you know?" He replied slightly. "I know everything, even your name." Ah-young's eyes widened and she frowned in shock. After a moment, everything fell silent. Suddenly, an intense light erupted. A surge of power emanated from around Ah-young. The driver was sweating. "No, this has caused too much of a commotion." He recalled that President Ah-young's real name was I am Ah-young. I am Jang Young was the head of the family representing the first Yu-wook group and wanted to raise her as his successor, but after having a daughter everything changed. At that time the name I am Ah-young was taken away. From then on she was treated no differently from others. Soon after Ah-young became an awakened. That's when she changed her name. Ah-young gripped his neck tightly. Almost no one knew about this. Ah-young was furious. "How dare you speak that name in front of me? Do you want to die?" She gritted her teeth. "I don't think I can forgive you anymore." "I will." His hand gripped her wrist tightly, making her hand tremble. Suddenly a voice echoed. "Successfully resisted the intimidation of the Amazon Warrior S's soul skill with unknown power. Abnormal status resistance successful." Ah-young was pushed back forcefully, countered that intimidation by emanating the aura of the Knight's battle will be counterattack successful. Ah-young's hand was still trembling. How can a newly awakened person have such a powerful aura, she thought to herself, looking at Tae-yeon. Even an S-grade awakened with as much combat experience as me couldn't withstand it and was pushed back. Tae-yeon looked up arrogantly. She subconsciously flinched. He slowly walked and pushed her against the wall. Tae-yeon said to her, I already told you, didn't I? Now you know, don't treat me too lightly just because I'm gentle, President. Ah-young's cheeks flushed red at that moment. The driver was also extremely flustered. Unbelievable. After a while, a voice echoed throughout an arena. The third test for awakened individuals will be held here. This is a very massive arena. The host said that this test would be conducted publicly for everyone to see in this arena. So you can come here and watch the awakened demonstrate their talents in person or watch on TV. Seonjin and Tae-gook appeared in the stands looking eager. Today there are also high-grade awakened from many guilds across the country here. They have come to find potential awakened for their guilds. The families of the participants in the test have also come to cheer them on. Ah-young looked displeased at Tae-yeon and thought, let's see what you do. From below the stands a man shouted, oh my, there are too many people here. Thanks to Tae-yeon we get to come to a place like this to watch the match. The woman next to him replied, but will that child be okay? There are too many talented people here. The awakened test will be very difficult. I wonder, Yua interrupted. Oh, you don't have to worry. Our brother Tae-yeon will pass. Everyone believe in him, Yua excitedly said. Brother already has the skill to defeat S-grade high-grade awakened. He just needs to try, the man said lightly. Then that's a relief, I can believe it, Yua said boldly. Yes, he can finish off an opponent in one blow. Reporter Kim, sitting not far away, was startled. Oh, she thought to herself, good. This time I'm prepared. I need to observe his match carefully and write a good report. Reporter Kim recalled not being able to interview him last time. The editor-in-chief said he was just an unknown awakened. The more she thought about it, the more tears flowed. No, I'm too worried. This time many high-grade awakened will participate in the test. If he fails, I'm done for too. If I can't even get this interview today, my career is over. As she was wiping her tears, a voice was heard. The atmosphere in the arena seems quite tense. She muttered to herself. The atmosphere in the arena is strange. Reporter Kim suddenly spotted him. She thought to herself, there are all the high-grade awakened currently participating in the test and potential awakened from other guilds. For example, grade Liddy-song. Reporter Kim was surprised to see everyone staring at only one person in the arena. Is he the one everyone is targeting in this test? Is he the most potential S-grade awakened? She was startled. Ha! The host's voice began to echo. The third test is about to begin. Suddenly, someone laughed scornfully. The host continued, let's all watch this captivating match together. Now awakened individuals. Tae-yeon listened with a scoff. Everyone please show your talents. They rushed forward and attacked in order, and others also charged without hesitation. Streams of power were unleashed in succession. They attacked in unison, and a loud voice cried out, everyone attack that guy first. He defeated an S-grade awakened in the previous test. If we don't attack him first, Tae-yeon will suddenly hunt us down. Tae-yeon, with murderous eyes like a beast, swiftly charged towards them. Seeing Tae-yeon, they turned pale with fear. He focused the power in his fist and directly struck one of their faces. Another was instantly subdued by Tae-yeon, and a moment later, with just one blow, he sent them all flying into the air and they all fell to the ground unconscious. Tae-yeon smirked slightly. Suddenly, something erupted from the floor where Tae-yeon stood, and tree branches appearing from unknown origins instantly wrapped around Tae-yeon's entire body. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, what is this skill? The man who cast the magic laughed loudly and said, even if you defeated an S-grade awakened, you should still be careful. I am the ultimate winner of this test. Won't even have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Tae-yeon easily broke free from the tree branches and slammed the man's face directly into the ground. The man was instantly subdued by him. Tae-yeon smirked and said, who's next? The others, who had witnessed the entire scene, continuously shouted, he's a monster, everyone attack with all your might. If we continue to cooperate and attack, he'll soon get tired and give up. Tae-yeon pointed at them and slowly said, knight's battle will. Then the others rushed at him in unison. A red flash burst forth. It engulfed them, and they opened their eyes wide in surprise. A colossal skeletal warrior appeared before their eyes. Red mana surged from its entire body. As the skeletal warrior roared a few times, immense pressure was exerted, and everyone present stared with wide-open mouths, unable to believe what they saw. Tae-yeon wore a satisfied smile. Even Ah-young had to put out her hand to block the power emanating from the skeletal warrior. She exclaimed in surprise, he's truly insane, how can he do something like that? On the arena floor only Tae-yeon stood alone, all the others having fallen. He sighed and walked slowly. Everyone has fallen. Oh, there's still one girl left. Amidst the swirling dust, a familiar figure vaguely appeared. The girl Tae-yeon referred to was Ah-young. She clutched her injured arm panting, and he said, I am Ah-young, do you want to fight me? If so, come quickly. Ah-young looked weary and said nothing. Tae-yeon smirked and threw out a provocative remark. Ah, or do you want me to kiss you again like in the last test? Hearing this, Ah-young frowned in anger, her face flushing with embarrassment. Immediately, ice waves surged from both sides, instantly creating an ice sphere in the middle of the arena. Tae-yeon still spoke calmly. Another ice prison. At the same time, Ah-young's voice rang out loudly, calling Kim Tae-yeon. She angrily raised her spear, aimed it at him, and shouted, shut up, that won't happen again this time. Tae-yeon, with a very confident and secretive smile, retorted, are you really sure? A moment later, small shards of ice were scattered on the floor. On this side, Ah Young's spear was broken in half and embedded in the ground. Her hair fluttered in the cold mist. Ah Young had fallen before Tae Yun. Lying on the ground, Ah Young was defeated by him. Tae Yun gently offered her his hand. The result was still the same. He smiled in acknowledgement. But you were a truly formidable opponent. I am Ah Young. The referee immediately said, the third test has concluded. The winner of the third test is participant number 920, Kim Tae-yeon. With a podium placed on the table, a voice echoed, "This is your prize, winner of this test." The person who just spoke was Jin Hee. He continued, "Congratulations on becoming an S-grade awakened. Honestly, I didn't expect the third test to end so simply. As expected, conquering the double dungeon apocalypse before wasn't a coincidence," Tae-yeon humbly replied, gripping the short sword in his hand slightly. "It was merely luck, awakened Nim." Jin Hee smiled slightly and then said, "Kim Tae-yeon, after this test, do you plan to join the Korean Awakened Association?" Hearing Jin Hee's proposal, he froze as if under a charming spell. Jin Hee continued, "What do you think about joining our Awakened organization?" His expression seemed very serious, awaiting his answer. He looked at the cup and thought to himself, too much has changed, although I achieved many feats in this Awakened Association test. To be honest, I'm not skilled enough to become a high-level player yet. But they offered me to join the association as an official member. Frankly, joining an organization would provide many opportunities for advancement and a lot of help from the association. However, joining the association would put many restrictions on my activities. Tae-yeon picked up the tea, so he ultimately replied decisively, "I'm sorry, but I must decline the offer." Hearing Tae-yeon's answer, Jin Hee stood up in surprise and exclaimed loudly, "Why are you declining?" The reason he did this, he said, "Actually, the reason is quite simple. There's nothing special. Instead of joining any association or organization, even with the help of the organization behind it, there would be many restrictions on my actions. Therefore, I think it's better for me to act as a solitary player. Thank you for the offer, but I cannot participate." Jin Hee smiled slightly, and he laughed loudly. Tae-yeon also smiled. He sat in a chair and said, "Honestly, I didn't expect you to say that you want to operate alone instead of joining an organization." "Quite confident, very good, then I'll make you this offer. Instead of joining the association, what you can do is..." Tae-yeon looked up at him, curious. "What do you mean?" Jin Hee smiled. He continued, "Can you be a member participating in the Asia's Best Awakened tournament?" The scene shifted to a dungeon. Fierce monsters charged forward, but Tae-yeon, with just a wave of his hand, instantly struck them all down. Monster corpses lay everywhere. Tae-yeon looked at the shining door in front of him and said, "It seems the battle is over. Even for just the Asia tournament, the conditions are quite difficult." The Asia Awakened tournament features 5 representatives from each country, recommended by each country's Awakened Association. In this tournament, awakened individuals compete by defeating monsters to earn points. However, before participating in the tournament, awakened individuals must first be selected as representatives by their respective national associations. To be selected as a representative, awakened individuals must defeat a certain amount of monsters for the peace of their country, which is known as awakened contribution. Jin Hee's words suddenly came to his mind. "I believe participant Tae-yeon is an awakened with S-grade potential. The National Awakened Management Association will choose him as one of the people worth investing in and training." He thought to himself. His words seem simple, but in reality, I've just become an awakened and have only just ascended to S-grade. It won't be that simple to make a lot of contributions to the country or increase my awakened contribution. Other awakened individuals have accumulated many achievements over many years. Now, to make a lot of contributions, I need to participate in defeating stronger and higher grade monsters. But as far as I know, there haven't been many newly discovered dungeons in Korea in the last month. No matter how hard I try to sweep those dungeons, my awakened contribution won't be enough, and it's also uncertain if those dungeons will have enough high-grade monsters to earn as many contribution points as I want. So although it's dangerous, I have to go there. Tae-yeon took a step towards the shining door. There was no other way. The scene shifted to a mansion. Suddenly, a glass fell and shattered on the floor, and a man gripped Hongdu's neck with mana, lifting him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chairman, please calm down." Hearing this, the man asked in a low voice, "Calm down." He spoke with anger, emphasizing each word. "Tell me." The heir of Daisen Group was beaten to the point of being hospitalized, and that villainous S-grade bastard is still at large and unpunished. The man used his strength to throw Hongdu to the floor and shouted, "And you tell me to calm down." After that blow, Hongdu lay unconscious on the floor, and a girl bowed respectfully to report, "Chairman, guests from the Notorious Awakened Association have arrived." The man twisted his wrist and glanced at her, asking, "Notorious?" Then he clenched his jaw and said, "Those bastards received a huge sum as my deposit, yet they couldn't even deal with one newly promoted S-grade awakened, and now they show up, they're asking to die. Fine, I'll go meet them myself." Before he could finish, the man's eyes widened in surprise. A black aura seemingly from nowhere gathered behind the girl. A figure slowly walked out of that black aura and he said slightly, "It's very regrettable what happened to the chairman's son. But please let that matter go, Chairman. That young punk is just a newly awakened S-grade talent after all. He's no problem at all," the man exclaimed in surprise. "Who are you?" The man introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you, Chairman. I am Yacha, the vice guild leader of the notorious guild. The scene shifted to another location. It was connected to the shining door Tae-yun had just entered. As he slowly emerged, a voice suddenly echoed, "Welcome, awakened Kim Tae-yun." A man stood before the door holding a white paper. The man shouted loudly, "I am the guide who will escort Mr. Kim Tae-yun to the auction house. I am Park Jian-won, an A-grade awakened from the Kim family guild. It's an honor to meet you." Park Jian-won was an A-grade awakened employed by the Kim family guild to guide those participating in the spatial teleportation gate skill auction. He continued, "After seeing your splendid match in the awakened certification test, I've become your fan. Could I please get your autograph?" Kim Tae-yun, as an important member of the Kim family guild, was an S-grade awakened. This was Asia's largest high-end auction house, Dawn. Asia's largest scale, most rare and precious high-end items, safe and convenient transactions for customers. This Dawn auction house also had many amenities and other advantages. Of course, the most concerning aspect for the people who came to trade here was Jian-won's joyful expression, customer information security. Tae-yun looked at his name written on his forehead and said in disbelief, "He even wrote it on his forehead?" Jian-won continued, "Customers participating in the Dawn auction house will have someone assigned to guide them." He walked and explained, "The location of the spatial gate leading to the auction house always changes, so you cannot go there without a guide. That's why for decades the auction house has always been a trusted place for VIP customers." Tae-yun rested his chin on his hand and silently agreed with Jian-won's words. "The transaction fees here are expensive, but customer safety and information security are well guaranteed." But Tae-yun looked up at the auction house building vaguely visible behind him, and the large fierce monster baring its teeth. "Today this auction house will be attacked by a rather strong S-grade demon." The auctioneer's voice boomed loudly, "It's finally here. The most important and central item of today's auction is the elixir of the Phoenix. Anyone who drinks this elixir will gain 20 magic power." Tae-yun looked down from above and thought to himself, "I deliberately came here to wait for that demon. Although it's dangerous, defeating an S-grade demon will greatly increase my awakened contribution. But the information I have is too vague. After reading the newspaper in my previous life, all I know is that the Dawn auction house was attacked by a demon and suffered great damage. The culprit was the S-grade demon Narendra Nehru. But who stopped and defeated him in this attack here?" Tae-yun beckoned to Jian-won. Mr. Park Jian-won, I have a quick question." He rushed over and replied, "Yes." Tae-yun asked, "Who is in charge of security here today?" Hearing his question, Jian-won asked in surprise, "Why do you ask?" Tae-yun replied, "I'm just curious about the security here." He stammered, "Well, this matter." Just then a loud laugh was heard, and Tae-yun and Jian-won both turned their heads to look. Who is it? Korea's 12th awakened. The youngest awakened to achieve a high rank in the association. The surrounding people were astonished as the top-tier awakened appeared. A white-haired man led the group and approached Tae-yun. He smiled and asked, "Are you awakened Kim Tae-yun?" This white-haired man was Director Lee Isaka, nicknamed the Sword of the Devil. He was an S-grade awakened from Japan. He was responsible for the security of the Dawn auction house. Tae-yun looked at him and said, "Ah, so it's him." Jian-won replied from the side, "Yes, he's the awakened in charge of security at the auction house today." He glanced at Tae-yun and said in a low voice, "However, you must be careful. He is a devil who would do anything for his own gain. He can even kill his comrades. Other awakened call him the Sword of the Devil." Lee extended his hand forward and smiled. "I didn't expect to meet one of Korea's best young awakened here today. Kim Tae-yun, it's truly an honor." He briefly looked at his hand. Tae-yun frowned. "Is it his left hand?" Then he extended his hand and the two men shook hands. As soon as they shook hands, mana flowed from his hand into Tae-yun's body. It felt like an electric current and he frowned, gritting his teeth. Suddenly Lee let out a strange laugh. His two eyes glowed red and he laughed loudly. "I didn't think you could withstand this pressure, as expected of Korea's young and promising awakened." Tae-yun frowned. "What does this bastard want?" Just then a scream was heard behind him. He turned around and what met Tae-yun's eyes were people clutching their necks in pain. "It's hard to breathe." Tae-yun worried. "No, if this continues they'll be harmed too," Lee said. "Excuse me, I seem to have been a bit too harsh on Kim Tae-yun. He's only just been promoted to S-grade after all." Then he shook off his hand, but the next moment Lee put an arm around Tae-yun's shoulder and smiled with the corners of his lips curled up. He said in an arrogant voice, "Kim Tae-yun, I should tell you too, not all S-grades have the same skill. Kid, I don't know why you're here today, but be careful, otherwise I'll kick you out of the auction house. This much of an introduction is enough." Then Lee turned and left. He waved his hand and said loudly, "Goodbye, kid. I hope the auction concludes well, just as you wish." Following that, a loud laugh was heard. Jian-won asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Tae-yun watched his retreating figure and thought to himself, "Lee Isaka, the situation here is much more complex and full of variables than I had thought." The scene shifted to a high-rise building. Awakened individuals were guarding the door. At this moment, an old man suddenly walked in, followed by a masked group. One awakened said, "Where did those damn guys come from?" Another awakened said, "How dare they roam around here so carelessly?" A man with two swords stepped forward and said, "There's no need to know the details. It seems they're trying to go to the spatial teleportation gate management office from here. But this is not a place anyone can enter. If you set foot here without permission, you'll have to face my punishment." He drew a sword from behind his back with his right hand and turned to warn the other awakened. The other awakened step back and prepare for an A-grade awakened to confront them. Hearing this, they all replied simultaneously, yes. In the darkness a moment later, the awakened guarding the door were subdued by the old man. A monster summoned by the old man was devouring one of the awakened from earlier. His eyes glowed red and he slowly opened his mouth with a strange smile. Sins the gods will forgive. This old man's name was Narendra Nehru, and he was an S-grade awakened of unknown identity. A purple-haired man reported the situation. Awakened Nim, the current situation is somewhat complex. An unexpected individual has appeared at the auction house. Korea's rising S-grade player, Kim Tae-yeon, is at the auction house. This fact was not predicted by us. What is the next course of action? He briefly put his hand on his forehead in silence. Lee opened his mouth. It's fine, he's just famous in name only. Don't worry, I'm here so he'll be nothing, he said in a low voice. No one will escape divine punishment. As soon as Lee finished speaking, the building suddenly experienced a large explosion. The hall where the auction was taking place also exploded immediately. Guests passing through the nearby corridor were also affected by the aftermath of the explosion. People on the upper floors poured down. Initially, the explosion occurred in only one area, but after a moment, explosions occurred consecutively in other areas of the building. Jeon Wong shouted in a panic. No, Kim Tae-yeon hung. The situation has become quite complicated. We need to get out of the auction house now and move to a safe place. Tae-yeon frowned in surprise. I didn't expect the attack to happen so quickly. All the explosions occurred throughout the auction house, but this seems to be just a terrorist attack. The real culprit and my target, the S-grade demon, hasn't appeared yet, but the most important thing right now is... A man who appeared out of nowhere suddenly started firing a gun wildly into the sky. The auction guests were startled by this sight and fled. Help me, the man with the gun shouted. Everyone stop, put all your valuables on the ground, those who resist will die. As soon as he finished speaking, his head instantly detached from his neck. Tae-yeon with a knife in hand dealt with them with lightning speed. Jeon Wong, who had just witnessed his actions, exclaimed loudly, Oh, Kim Tae-yeon hung. Tae-yeon landed lightly and said, Jeon Wong, the situation here is quite dangerous. Quickly report to the Awakened Association and ask for help. I will, he continued with a confident expression, deal with this myself here. The knife Tae-yeon held was the rare-grade Bloodslayer sword. It was a reward Kim Tae-yeon received from the Korean Awakened tournament. The scene shifted downstairs. The Awakened were struggling to stop the unfamiliar group from earlier. One of them shouted, Who are you all? These are items for auction. If you act like this, you'll be punished by associations all over the world. Purple-haired man stared with wide eyes and commanded, Finish them off. Immediately, his subordinates rushed in and easily subdued them one by one. They fell to the ground in succession, and in the blink of an eye all were dealt with. The purple-haired man reached for the box. He held it in his hand and said, Finally, I've found what I was looking for. What the purple-haired man was holding was the blood phoenix. It was the only item that increased mana and strength by 20 each. The purple-haired man looked at the blood phoenix and frowned. This is what Mr. Narendra Nehru wanted from this auction house. Looking at its effects, it's truly remarkable. It's almost impossible for high-level Awakened to raise their skills. Just using this will give me a new level of power. Now all I have to do is go back and hand over this item. Just then, an explosion occurred, and the purple-haired man raised his hand to block the dust and stones. The dust scattered over the unconscious Awakened lying on the floor. The purple-haired man exclaimed in surprise. Ha! One of his subordinates shouted loudly. Lord Daiki, someone attacked us, the man continued. We haven't identified the attacker yet. Suddenly, something attacked, and the man turned his head sideways. The rest of the people immediately took battle stances. But in the blink of an eye, they were also subdued, spitting blood from their mouths. Daiki panicked and thought to himself, Did he use a stealth skill? A moment later, a slashing attack came from top to bottom, crossing his body. One of his eyes was slashed and blood splattered everywhere, and he screamed in pain, This damned bastard! Daiki waved his hand and fired chains. The chains were fired in all directions. They intertwined. After a moment, Daiki caught Tae-yeon with those chains. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, Did you think you could attack me from stealth like that? Daiki put his hand on his freshly cut eye and said with a sinister smile, Now you will die. Tae-yeon was not flustered at all, rather he said, Do you think you can subdue me just by tying me up with chain binding? Then he raised his head and smiled slightly. Then you'll have to think again. The bodies of awakened individuals lay scattered on the floor. Others were also tied up. Some screamed in terror while others seemed to be in despair. Giant monsters stood right in front of them, right in front of the spatial teleportation gate management office of the auction house. They surrounded the entire hall, their numbers countless. Lee said from above with satisfaction, Everything seems to be going more smoothly than I expected, he continued with a strange smile. It seems the summoning of that person will proceed smoothly. I thought I just needed to get my hands on the blood phoenix. Before he could finish speaking, a subordinate suddenly rushed in out of breath and called out, Awaken Nim. The man knelt and presented a radio reporting. The blood phoenix has been found by our subordinates. Lord Daiki's side immediately contacted us, but there seems to be a problem on their end. Lee asked curiously. A problem has occurred? Static crackled from the subordinate's radio, and a moment later a voice was heard from the other side. You're Narendra Nehru, right? Hearing this, his eyes changed dramatically. Lee asked in a low voice. Bastard, who are you to dare interfere in my affairs? Tae-yeon replied with a smile. You ask who I am on this side. Daiki has been defeated by me. Tae held the blood phoenix in his hand and provocatively said, I'm the one who snatched the blood phoenix from your hands. If you want it back, come find me now. I'll be waiting here. You damned S-grade bastard. At these words, he trembled with rage. You bastard, if you touch my property, you'll die. Bodies lay scattered in the auction house. Tae gulped down the blood phoenix potion. Looking at the blood phoenix in his hand, Tae felt power surging through him. Good. Stamina increased by 1, mana increased by 1. Seeing the glow of vitality emanating from the results, as expected of the blood phoenix. Its effects are truly unparalleled. Even when I wore the Sage's ring in the dungeon before, it didn't increase this many stats. Tae smiled with satisfaction. Now that I've finished all this blood phoenix, there's nothing for that damned bastard to snatch if he comes here. Footsteps were heard. Lee arrived with an expressionless face and his subordinates. Seeing the scattered bodies, one person stepped forward and checked. No one survived, another man said, sweating. A call was made to the security team from here earlier, but now that we've arrived, everyone is like this. The culprit who caused this seems to have already escaped. A sly laugh was heard. What are you talking about right now? Snap out of it. All the subordinates shouted. Yes, a sly and wicked smile appeared on his face. He said softly, the culprit who caused all this is right in front of us. His voice echoed in the dark basement. I know you're here. Come out. Just then a purple light erupted from Tae-yeon's feet. Tae-yeon appeared, emitting a purple light from his body. I definitely used stealth, but how did he find me? The two men stood facing each other. Lee said in an arrogant voice, Stop beating around the bush. What are you doing here in stealth? You have just been promoted to S-grade. What happened here is your doing, isn't it? Tae-yeon said. What are you talking about? You're the security chief of the Dawn auction house, so why are you asking me? Terrorists infiltrated and attacked and killed auction participants, so where were you then? Lee laughed slyly. Of course I have my reasons, you don't need to understand. Tae-yeon looked at him. Indeed, that's why there were so many high-level security personnel here. Before the terrorists attacked, many bombs were already exploding throughout the auction house. My guess is to plant all these bombs there must have been an insider here. Indeed, as soon as the terrorists attacked, the bombs exploded. A shining knife hilt slowly appeared from Tae-yeon's pocket. It's too ideal a coincidence. You work well too. As expected of a seasoned S-grade, a spy among them being the security chief, no one would have thought of that. Lee lowered his head and smiled sinisterly. He opened his mouth, and a yellow light erupted from his entire body. You seemed smart, but you have your foolish moments. I warned you before. Be wise, don't bother me, don't you remember? As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving only a yellow streak of light. Tae-yeon held his knife and took a defensive stance. He suddenly appeared with his knife, but Tae-yeon had anticipated it and blocked his attack. Give me back what you took. His face turned wicked. Tae-yeon scoffed and blocked the attack. Interesting. If you can defeat me and take it back, then try. The two fought fiercely amidst the dazzling yellow streaks of light. After a moment, only two white shadows and a fiercer red flame were visible. Small stones fell and the box split in half. The subordinates shouted, No, let's retreat quickly. We can't interfere when two S-grades are fighting. Besides, Awakened Lee is infamous, as everyone knows. And if we stay here, we might lose our lives. Even his comrades have been killed by him. Tae-yeon used his skill to attack. Tae-yeon was slightly suspicious internally. This guy's fighting style is a bit different from what I know. His attack and counterattack methods are quite unique. I attack based on my senses and the situation. He moves and responds based on estimation and sound. This guy is also a formidable opponent. He can detect my movements and predict appropriate attacks. A yellow streak of light brushed past. Tae-yeon was careless and failed to defend in time. Lee suddenly launched an attack, sending Tae-yeon flying. He sustained an arm injury and coughed up blood. He thought, they're both S-grade and have almost similar movement skills, but in terms of practical experience there's a big difference in their abilities. But anyway, I will. Tae-yeon suddenly leapt upwards. The subordinates screamed in surprise. What? Look up there. Tae-yeon's hand reached out like a demon from hell, and he didn't even need to use his Devour skill yet. The subordinates were sucked in, screaming, and the hand, looking like a demon's, manipulated them, killing them with an unexpected force and making them scream miserably. Tae-yeon asked, Devil's Sword, Ryo-hei, where is he? A sinister laugh was heard again. You little brat, your combat skills are quite good, your stealth is excellent, but in a wide space with so many obstacles I can sense you just by sound. Ryo-hei was on the ceiling. Now you've appeared before me. In return for what you did earlier, take this devil's sword coming straight down at your head from above. Ryo-hei had red eyes and a sword in his hand. Tae-yeon barely managed to defend himself. The two masked subordinates guarding the lower floor fled as soon as they saw Ryo-hei piercing through Tae-yeon. Stones scattered everywhere as the beam of light shot through several underground floors. Ryo-hei stepped on Tae-yeon's chest and aimed his sword at Tae-yeon's chest. Suddenly he was startled. What, how can you lock my devil's sword? Tae-yeon scoffed, and a chain of light appeared in his hand binding Ryo-hei's sword. He sneered. Even for an S-grade there's a difference in skill, you fool. Ryo-hei's face was filled with disbelief. That damned guy who was downstairs earlier appeared after attacking the external riffraff, but his intention wasn't to escape, it was to lure me into attacking him. He had already prepared this chain of light skill at that time. When I attacked, he bound all my movements, making it impossible for me to escape. Tae-yeon swung his fist, which was adorned with the chain of light. Now where are you going to run? The chain of light directly attacked Ryo-hei. "Damn it, how can you do this to me?" he screamed in disbelief. The chain of light flew forward, directly hitting Ryohei's face, contorting it. Blood spurted from his mouth and the pierced building floors were dark and frightening. In the ruined auction house, Ryohei and his subordinates, bound by chains of light, knelt miserably before Tae-yeon with bowed heads. As the chains of light tightened, their bodies constricted, and the subordinates' faces turned helpless. They angrily, disbelievingly struggled to break free from the chains of light, but ultimately they were powerless. Ryohei, kneeling and bound by the chains of light, did not yield, and his face was filled with a cruel and resentful expression. Ryohei snorted coldly and gnashed his teeth in rage, and before him, Tae-yeon smiled triumphantly. Ryohei, still kneeling on the ground, roared in fury, "Damn you, Kim Tae-yeon!" Tae-yeon looked directly at him and smiled contemptuously. "I didn't think you were the one famous as an S-grade player in Japan. Yet you colluded with those thieves." Ryohei couldn't endure such an insult and his face turned cruel. He rose to his feet and roared, "Damn it, you've ruined my plan." A foot stomped directly on Ryohei's face and he cried out in pain from the powerful kick. After the powerful kick, Ryohei flew far away, suffering severely. Tae-yeon's voice echoed, "You talk too much. If you failed, you should accept it." Tae-yeon was surprised to see his loyal subordinates worrying about Ryohei. His subordinates looked in the direction he flew. Confused and terrified, they shouted worriedly towards Ryohei, "Lord Ryohei, are you all right?" Tae-yeon's eyes widened and he stared directly at them, asking, "If you're smart, tell me where that damned boss Narendra is." Ryohei, suffering severe pain, lay unconscious on the shattered floor with his eyes closed. Tae-yeon's voice echoed in his ears, "If you tell me, I'll reduce your sentence, but it's fine if you don't. Warnings have already been issued to the guilds, so they'll arrive at this auction house soon. Of course, once the giant awakened guilds arrive here, you'll die along with that damned boss Narendra." From the shattered debris, Ryohei sneered and opened his mouth. "You think they'll come to support us? You're too naive, just like a rookie." Urgent footsteps were heard down the corridor and the base gate opened. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked with surprised faces at the door that had just opened. A plump man with round glasses, a long grayish beard and hair rushed into the workshop with flickering electronic screens. His face was beaded with sweat, and he shouted in a breathless, panicked voice, "Reinforcement team, why hasn't the reinforcement team arrived at the Dawn auction house yet?" This man was Sang-X, the S-grade alchemy guildmaster, ranked 4th in the guilds. Sang-X looked at the two men before him, one young and one old, and analyzed the current situation. "Everyone, do you know that the auction house contains numerous valuable items for auction, and many VIP customers from not only Korea but also other countries are participating? If the awakened guilds don't arrive quickly for support, the auction house won't be able to stop these thieves." The old man, with an eye patch over one eye, a beard, and neatly combed hair, calmly reassured them, "Calm down, sir. We are aware of that fact. As soon as the terrorist attack occurred, the information spread to all guilds. Each guild has already prepared reinforcements. The person leading the reinforcements is S-grade player Son Jin, accompanied by powerful S-grade awakened individuals." In his mind, the image of powerful reinforcements and Son Jin leading them came to mind. Sang-X was startled, sweat beading on his forehead. "Then why haven't they departed for the auction house yet for support? If a problem arises, we will provide maximum support. That's not the problem. I don't know about other problems, but the most important problem has not been solved yet. There's no way to get to the auction house." His hand slammed hard on the desk, his eyes filled with anger. Sang-X was even more surprised and more sweat beaded on his forehead. "What did you say?" The man with long tied back hair replied, "Sir, those damn bastards prepared for this situation. When they attacked the auction house, they immediately headed for the spatial teleportation gate management office. Now they have occupied all the gates and locked them." This time, Sang-X said in disbelief, "The gates are locked? Yes, but you don't have to worry too much," he replied calmly. "Fortunately, there are two S-grade players at the auction house, Ryohei and Tae-yeon." In his mind, the image of Ryohei with a wicked face and a dazzling sword came to mind. Though Tae-yeon is a newly promoted S-grade player, he already possesses high skill. The image of Tae-yeon with amber eyes, a mocking smile, and enveloped in red light came to mind. He spoke with extreme confidence. "All that's left is to wait until a new gate connecting to the auction house can be created from this side. But until then, I think those two S-grade players can hold out and buy time. All we need to do now is wait for the gate problem-solving technique." But that damned foe, Narendra, whom those two players are facing, is no ordinary opponent. With those words, black high heels slowly entered the room. Everyone looked in surprise at the person who had just spoken and appeared at the door. "Ms. Eon, how are you here?" A woman with short charismatic hair, a cold face, and a black suit appeared before everyone. The scene shifted back to the Dawn auction house where Ryohei and his subordinates were kneeling, bound by chains of light. Ryohei lifted his face and sneered, "There's one thing you haven't considered. Narendra is by no means a simple opponent. You will die quickly with his demon contract skill." Tae-yeon asked back, puzzled. "Demon contract skill?" Ryohei replied, still with a self-satisfied sneer. "As the name suggests, he can communicate with the demon realm and summon demons from it. Depending on the quantity of offerings, he can summon demons of different grades, so with such advanced support skills, do you really think you can defeat him?" In Ryohei's mind, terrifying and powerful demons came to mind. Tae-yeon asked back, slightly surprised and disbelieving, "You mean he'll offer items to the demon realm?" Ryohei laughed sinisterly, his face dark. "That's right, what the demon realm desires most, of course, are souls. The offering you're curious about is humans. The scene shifted to the guild workshop, and the person who said those words was Yue Young. Everyone stopped moving upon hearing what Yue Young had just said, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even the bearded man said, "What are you talking about?" The other two also quickly asked back. "Then the number of hostages and low-grade players in the auction house is too high. Does that mean they could become souls to be offered to the demon realm to summon high-level demons? Moreover, he's an S-grade player. His subordinates are filled with powerful mercenary awakened." Sang X could no longer remain calm and shouted in panic, "No, this time he's going to capture all the hostages there and offer them as sacrifices. We must act quickly. This is something we never anticipated." Yue Young's emerald eyes darkened further, and she said, "That's right, it seems a catastrophe is about to strike the Dawn auction house." The scene shifted to the auction house, and Tae Yun lifted Ryo Hei from the ground, raising his fist towards him. Tae Yun's face was filled with anger and indignation. "You damn bastard, how could you do such a thing, sacrificing humans?" Ryo Hei laughed even harder, his laughter becoming more sinister. "Even if you defeated me, Tae Yun, you won't be able to stop Narendra's plan. The outcome is already decided, so you have no choice but to surrender. Now if you release me and beg for forgiveness, I might even take you in as a subordinate." Tae Yun's face hardened further. Ryo Hei laughed even harder. "If you choose to fight Narendra, you will only end up with your soul destroyed and offered to the demon realm." His laughter echoed. Tae Yun pushed him against the wall and raised his fist high. A crimson sun enveloped the Dawn auction house. Waves crashed against each other, breaking into white foam. Thousands of hostages knelt trapped below. Above, terrifying demons were looking at the hostages. From a high vantage point, a shadow looked down at the hostages. A subordinate reported to the man with dark red eyes and a long beard. "Lord Narendra, Ryo Hei seems to have failed," the masked subordinate continued to report. "We sent people to search, but we haven't found his whereabouts yet. Moreover, the Blood Phoenix has also disappeared with him." "What should we do now?" Narendra laughed calmly. "Leave them be. There seems to be a player with S-grade skill here, but that little rat can't do anything to us. They'll still have to wait for the rescue teams from each guild, but the gates are closed." His hand reached out and a stream of black light appeared. The hostages kneeling below were lifted into the air by the stream of black light. The remaining people watched in despair and screamed. The girl, controlled and choked, seemed to be strangled by an unseen hand. Narendra manipulated the stream of black light, torturing the hostages. The hostages had no choice but to scream in pain. "If that little rat doesn't appear, we'll proceed as planned," Narendra said, controlling the hostages. The stream of black light grew more intense. "Now the demon realm will gain high-grade souls." Narendra currently looked like a true demon. His black eyes were tinged with red, his smile was as dark as a demon's, and he emitted a dark stream of black light. From above he looked down at himself, emitting an increasingly fierce black killing intent. "How the electricity's out." In the darkness, the hostages became even more terrified and uneasy. The demon-masked guards were on alert. "What is this? Why is the electricity out now? I thought we controlled it without blowing up the power plant. It's so dark we can't see anything, and there's no electricity to operate the machines." Narendra's face, with dark bizarre black eyes, appeared. "Where did the offerings go? Something is amiss." Narendra was disheartened to see only black light remaining and the hostages gone. Suddenly, Tae Yun appeared behind him, holding a chain of light in his hand, and attacked Narendra, startling him. The fist adorned with the chain of light flew directly towards Narendra. Narendra looked at the approaching chain of light with bizarre eyes. Tae Yun's hand manipulated the chain of light, powerfully attacking Narendra. Narendra was no pushover. He managed to dodge Tae Yun's attack. The fist, adorned with the chain of light, powerfully flew towards Narendra, who was right in front of him. Narendra's deep black eyes met the slowly approaching chain of light without a hint of worry. Tae Yun moved even closer to Narendra, powerfully attacking him with his fist and the chain of light, trying to bind Narendra. He retreated to dodge Tae Yun's attack. Narendra growled in anger, and his face became even more savage as he was attacked. Tae Yun looked at Narendra's expression and smiled with satisfaction. More light erupted from Tae Yun's entire body. "Gotcha!" Suddenly a sound came from behind Narendra. Something was erupting from behind his back. 3 yellow eyes, sharp teeth, and fire-breathing tentacles appeared, and the orange flames looked fierce. Tae Yun, seeing that sight, his eyes wide and pupils contracted. He was surprised, unable to understand what was happening, and disbelieving. Not one, but several tentacles were erupting from Narendra's back. With sharp eyes, they bared their teeth and opened their mouths wide, to create a gigantic fireball that destroyed the light chains surrounding Tae Yun. A loud explosion echoed, black smoke and fire erupted, and debris scattered everywhere. Tae Yun dodged the blast and, kneeling, looked at the spot where the explosion occurred. From within the fierce flames, a dark shadow, moving its tentacles, gazed at him. Another monster? How can it be so strong? It stood still in the raging inferno, seemingly unaffected. It looked as if it and the fire had become one. "Are you the S-grade awakened, Kim Tae Yun? Have you come to rescue us?" A voice came from behind. Only then did Tae Yun turn and look at them. They were the ones who had been captured by Narendra. They looked at Tae Yun like a savior, rushing towards him desperately, hoping for salvation, as if they had been waiting for this moment. "Please release us quickly. The robbers will come back. We'll give you any amount of money if you save us." Before they could finish speaking, Tae Yun waved his hand. He created a ring of white light, lifting them into the air with chains of light. Too much chatter makes it hard to concentrate. Suddenly floating in the air, they screamed in terror. Tae-yeon sensed something approaching him. He looked up, and grotesque monsters with sharp claws and red eyes were swiftly rushing down at him from above. As the terrifying monsters hit the ground, they surrounded the spot where Tae-yeon stood, and fierce light surged, scattering dirt and stones everywhere. Monsters, not yet understanding what had happened, still looked with red eyes at the flying dirt and stones, searching for Tae-yeon hidden within. While they were still searching and unable to see properly, layered beams of light flashed past in the blink of an eye. The layered beams of light were the glint of a sharp sword in Tae-yeon's hand, attacking the monsters. Tae-yeon, with a sharp sword and powerful chains of light in hand, leapt into the air. The monsters below were torn into several pieces by Tae-yeon's sharp sword and scattered. That gnarled hand reappeared in the air. Tae-yeon looked like a demon with a ghastly skull face. He gazed at the shattered bodies of the monsters. The other monsters on the upper floor frantically bared their sharp teeth, and their red eyes became even more sinister. They growled with furious sounds. A furry monster with 2 pairs of glowing eyes let out a hellish shriek. The sound grew louder and darker, appearing like their eyes. Surprisingly, the monsters shattered by Tae-yeon came back to life and rushed even more fiercely at Tae-yeon. Tae-yeon had not expected the situation to change like this, and he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What?" With a bang, an explosion occurred, and Tae-yeon was no longer visible. Only black smoke billowed at the spot where Tae-yeon had stood. Narendra, standing on the upper floor, and the monsters that had attacked Tae-yeon from below all stared at the black smoke before them. Only then did Narendra from his high vantage point speak. "What do you think? Don't tell me you mistook yourself for having already defeated me? You must know about my demon contract skill, don't you? This skill summons based on offerings. Of course I can't summon weak demon monsters." Narendra was arrogant about his demon contract skill. He believed this skill was the strongest, unstoppable by anyone. This was evident in his face and satisfied smile. "All those monsters are equivalent to S grade and are supported by my skill." The monsters, empowered by Narendra's strength, rushed even more fiercely at Tae-yeon, and Tae-yeon struggled to fend them off. "I have shared my magic with them, and they've evolved to a much higher level of power." The monsters attacked Tae-yeon even more frantically. He was quite exhausted from fending them off, the evolved monsters. Narendra continuously gave power to the monsters, making them attack Tae-yeon quickly. Stronger, faster. Tae-yeon could no longer endure and took a powerful blow that severely cracked the floor tiles. "It's commendable that you defeated that damned Ryo-hei," Narendra said, watching Tae-yeon take the blow and slowly collapse. Blood spewed from his mouth, "But meeting me will only lead to failure." Narendra wore a satisfied expression at having defeated the S-grade awakened Tae-yeon. Another loud explosion echoed, and black smoke and debris cascaded everywhere. The hostages looked towards the loud explosion and saw monsters rushing into the billowing black smoke. "No, he's been hit," the bound hostages all cried out in terror. They thought Tae-yeon had been defeated. One of them shouted in anger, "We told you to rescue us earlier. Why didn't you listen? Now you're getting what you deserve. If you had saved us, we could have at least helped fight the monsters." "You're mistaken." A middle-aged man's voice was heard from among the bound, and everyone looked up at him in surprise. He spoke to everyone who was bound. "Look, thanks to him, the monsters aren't doing anything to us anymore. He's drawn all their attention." Only then did everyone realize all the monsters and masked men were no longer interested in them. Focusing solely on attacking Tae-yeon, he's in a disadvantageous position, but he's not running away. Perhaps he's buying time, waiting for other guilds to come rescue us. Tae-yeon, with a knife in his hand, fought persistently against the monsters surrounding him, using all his remaining strength. The bound hostages, after hearing the man's analysis, looked at Tae-yeon with incredulous expressions at his actions. The middle-aged man continued in a resolute voice. He released all the hostages who were captured by that old man and were about to be sacrificed. The image of the hostages bound in chains and hanging about to be sacrificed came to his mind. At that moment he could no longer hold back, trembling all over and shedding hot tears from his eyes. He sobbed and said, "Then from the beginning he willingly attacked to draw the monster's attention, and the hostages who were about to be sacrificed reappeared to keep us safe." Tae-yeon was already covered in wounds, his body drenched in blood. But he still struggled to wield his knife and fight. The bound hostages felt ashamed of their selfish and materialistic selves, and they shouted and cried out, "We didn't understand that. You can do it, Kim Tae-yeon. We believe you can win." They could only shout and cheer to give Tae-yeon strength. Chains of light reappeared powerfully, seen tightly gripping the monsters' necks. The monsters struggled to escape the chains of light attacking them. Tae-yeon counterattacked, flying into the air and using the chains of light gripping the monsters to finish them off with a powerful blow. Tae-yeon opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "All right, stop shouting. The monsters will turn that way." The hostages realized something was wrong and cried out in surprise as if they had just done something foolish. "Huh?" Narendra stood leisurely, watching the terrifying tentacles spew fire. He too watched the battle, puzzled. A gigantic horde of monsters was preparing to rush at Tae-yeon. He stood on the corpses of the monsters he had just fought with many wounds on his body, but he still fought persistently. Tae-yeon did not back down and shouted at them, "You damn monsters, no matter how strong you are, I'll defeat you all. Bring it on." The bound hostages watched the scene and shouted nervously, "Kim Tae-yeon, be careful." Narendra laughed loudly with satisfaction, his evil laughter echoing. He sneered, "Truly quite heroic it seems." Tae-yeon's face was covered in blood, but his eyes were resolute, and he shouted loudly, "Hang in there, Park Wong-jin. This battle will be over soon, you can do it. Narendra's dark eyes suddenly stopped as soon as he heard what Tae-yeon had just said. Narendra looked towards the door and saw a shadow that had just appeared there. Who is it? He froze at the sight of the person standing there. How long has that damn guy been there? Without waiting for Tae-yeon, Park Wongjin showed off his skill, and dazzling light erupted from Park Wongjin's palm. Park Wongjin concentrated on his ultimate skill and shouted at Tae-yeon, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll start right away." The scene shifted to Ryo-hei, who was bound by chains of light lying on a pile of debris covered in wounds and his mouth wide open. Park Wongjin was surprised to see Ryo-hei in such a pathetic state. Park Wongjin, pointing incredulously at the fallen Ryo-hei, asked Tae-yeon in puzzlement, "Kim Tae-yeon, is all this the doing of that damned Narendra's subordinates? They infiltrated the security team." "I just took them down," Tae-yeon calmly answered Park Wongjin's question. They hurried along, discussing the current situation. "I didn't realize the situation would turn out like this while I was briefly away. Alright, now's not the time for such talk. We've already occupied the gate control room. That damn guy only summoned monsters by using hostages." Tae-yeon explained the situation in detail to Park Wongjin. "Now we have to deal with both the monsters and the robbers. The robbers are easier." Tae-yeon glanced at Park Wongjin and said, "But if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger." The hostages were bound, kneeling, and guarded by red eyes. "In the worst case, everyone will die." Park Wongjin was flustered after hearing Tae-yeon's analysis, and not knowing what to do, hurriedly asked, "Then what should we do now?" Tae-yeon calmly replied, "Now your skill is needed." Park Wongjin was even more surprised when he heard about his skill. He stammered, "Gate manipulation skill? Me? I know how to manipulate gates, but I need to know the exact gate location to do so." "You mean connect the gates to call other guilds?" Park Wongjin asked Tae-yeon suspiciously about his intention to use his gate manipulation skill. Tae-yeon said with a serious expression, "Not exactly. What I want is..." Park Wongjin waited for Tae-yeon's answer. "To eliminate the monsters." With a loud bang, many gates were manipulated and opened, emitting dazzling light. The gates became even brighter. The monsters were strongly sucked into the gates, unable to resist, and could only growl. The power of the gates grew stronger, and even more monsters were sucked in. Narendra, from his high vantage point, looked at the immense power of the gates and said in disbelief, "What? How can this happen?" He shouted in anger, "What's going on?" The gate grew larger and larger, creating a huge dark massive hole, and the immense power of the gate sucked in a great many monsters. Suddenly an intense green light pierced through the entire space. The light grew stronger and rushed towards the monsters, and the monsters growled as they were engulfed by the power. The light shattered the monsters' bodies into pieces. Narendra, emitting power from his body in front of it, said, "What the hell is this?" His face growled and continued in anger, "What's happening right now?" The center of it all was a huge vortex-like circular hole that sucked everything around it. Park Wongjin walked out of the circular door and looked up, filled with astonishment. Earlier, when he said he would open a gate to suck in the monsters, I had some doubts about whether it would succeed. After that, Park Wongjin, sweating and wide-eyed, thought, "But now I can completely believe it." Park Wongjin stood behind Tae-yeon, who was standing in front of the gate he had opened. Park Wongjin still had many thoughts in his head. Now the monsters have been sucked in and only that damned Nehru remains. He will surely win and save everyone. Just then, Tae-yeon turned slightly and said loudly, "Hey Park Wongjin." Hearing those words, Park Wongjin was surprised, thinking Tae-yeon had used him. "Now your mission to open the gate here is over. This place is quite dangerous for you now, so hurry and escape with everyone." He hurriedly replied, "Yes?" His face was no longer calm, and he said loudly, "What are you talking about? I can fight too." But Tae-yeon smiled very calmly, turned around and said, "Your mission here is already over. That damn guy is also S-grade, so he'll be too much for you. So go quickly." After that, Tae-yeon stomped hard on the floor, breaking it. As suddenly an opponent with 2 wire ropes appeared, the burning atmosphere grew hotter, and he turned his gaze towards them before saying to Park Wongjin, "If I have to focus on fighting to defeat him, I won't have time to protect you and everyone else." Narendra stood before Tae-yeon and shouted at him. Tae-yeon put his 2 hands together, looked at him and smiled. "All right, I heard you. Come at me." Park Wongjin could only worry from behind. He quickly evacuated everyone. "Everyone follow my instructions and escape this way." Tae-yeon turned back and said, looking a little worried, "All right, it seems everyone has started evacuating." After that, he looked up at the old man and said, "Now it's just me and that damn guy left." He charged with all his might. He brushed past the old man and stopped in front of Narendra. The old man charged with a combative stance and said, "You're quite good. Don't tell me you think everyone of the same grade as me has the same power?" After that, Narendra extended his hand and flames surged around him, and he said loudly, "How can I stop you?" The flames followed where Narendra's hand pointed. He immediately pointed his hand straight at Tae-yeon, manipulating the flames to send them directly towards him, and said, "A kid like you is surely going to die here today." After that, the flames reached Tae-yeon, making him cover his head with his hands. Then the flames exploded with a bang on the floor. The old man waved his 2 hands and sent 2 evil monsters with sharp teeth towards Tae-yeon and said, "You might have saved the hostages and sucked all my monsters into the gate." At this moment, Tae-yeon had already fallen, and the old man's power had wounded his body, and a lot of blood was spewing from his mouth. He continued, "But all these actions won't help you defeat me." He raised his hands and, summoning terrifying beasts, said in front of where Tae-yeon lay, "This battle will ultimately end in my victory." Tae-yun sat quietly amidst the ruins he had caused, listening to his curses. "How dare you test my patience and sacred Oya, therefore your end will be," Narendra, his eyes turning red, said with emphasis, "my sacrifice." The monsters behind him stared at Tae-yun with glowing red eyes. Suddenly Tae-yun slowly rose and said with a laugh, "Damn it, the old man talks too much." Narendra, seeing Tae-yun's blood-stained face, smiled and said, "Do you think he'll die this easily? Think again." Hearing this, Narendra also widened his eyes, and Tae-yun reached out his hand, causing a red aura to envelop the surroundings. This mysterious red aura flew directly towards Narendra, and all objects around him shattered into pieces. They were slowly drawn into Tae-yun's fierce power. Narendra looked up, growling, unable to understand what was happening. "What is this?" he thought as he watched Tae-yun extend a single palm and exert power. "Has that kid's power finally been fully revealed? So was he hiding his true strength?" Suddenly, Narendra laughed, and Tae-yun looked up, wondering what he was doing. Narendra spread his arms and laughed loudly, and no power dared to approach him. Narendra, unwilling to concede defeat here, clasped his hands, summoned power, and said, "Tae-yun, no matter how much power you hide, you will ultimately only be my sacrifice. I will make good use of your body, understand?" he continued. "You don't think you're the only one hiding your power in this battle, do you?" At these words, Tae-yun was suddenly surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly he sweated and looked sharply to the side with an expression as if he had seen something very frightening. Damn it, his hands were still generating power, but he turned his head to the right and saw some of the hostages he had rescued appear. They were surprised to see him here and exclaimed, "Oh, why?" Then they screamed. The body of one of them horrifyingly turned to ashes and screams began to be heard. Tae-yun, still unable to understand what was happening, stared in surprise and said, "What's going on?" At this moment there was blood in the shape of a red wine glass on Narendra's back, and he was chanting a spell. "Now all sacrifices will be offered to the gods." The blood glass grew larger and larger with his spell. Oh God, the atmosphere here was now filled only with Narendra's terrifying prayers. "Help your servant. Punish those who disregard your faith." Tae-yun looked up, appearing flustered and frightened. Narendra's hands were still clasped and he bowed his head, chanting, and a green aura covering Tae-yun's red power grew stronger and stronger. A beast created by his power opened its cunning mouth and threatened. "And this is the S-grade bone dragon. This incident occurred in the tallest building here. As a result, a massive amount of smoke billowed into the sky from the building. The magnificent and sturdily built building had glass walls, but after this battle, one side of the windows shattered. Jian Wang was leading the rescued hostages, and in front of them were robbers. Jian Wang and everyone else sweated in fear, but he reassured everyone, "Damn it, the robbers aren't all dead yet. Were they waiting here?" The robbers had weapons slung over their shoulders and wore masks that only revealed their eyes. The robber leading the group said, "Why did these guys leave the main office? Maybe something bad happened over there." They continued, "All right, they're just ordinary citizens anyway. We can handle them easily." As soon as he finished speaking, the robbers suddenly clutched their faces in pain, even spitting blood and screaming. Jian Wang stood there with the others, watching the robbers turn to ashes, unable to understand what was happening, and was surprised. They uttered a few words just before they died. "What is this? Why are our bodies like this?" Then they screamed loudly. Jian Wang frowned, looking up with fear and incomprehension. Suddenly, stones fell from the ceiling with a crash, striking where they stood, and they were in chaos, wondering what to do. "What is this?" He saw many stones falling outside the window and exclaimed loudly, "What on earth is happening here?" From that intense impact, Jian Wang seemed to scream in despair. "Why?" Returning to the two fighting, Tae-yun was in a weakened state, slammed by the S-grade bone dragon, and floating in the air, he fell deeper and deeper, and the monster came closer and closer. Tae-yun fell downwards with countless stones, and Narendra from above fired green flames that covered an entire wall, then laughed loudly. Then he shouted, "It's true after all. Speaking of divine power, dragons have always been something special, haven't they?" Tae-yun, still falling, gritted his teeth and barely held on, thinking, "No." Suddenly a chain wrapped around his arm, and the chain forcefully struck the building's glass window, shattering it into pieces. The chain was pulled taut at this moment. A large hole was created where the chain struck, piercing directly into the deep sky, and he seemed to be sucked out through that hole. Tae-yun's feet desperately tried to cling to the ground. His entire body descended almost to the same level as the floor. His hands touched the ground and he gasped for breath, barely able to speak. What on earth is this monster's power? Suddenly his eyes widened and he frowned as if he had realized something. Right in front of him was a monster with a terrifying green power. It charged directly at his face, but at that moment his mind suddenly paused for a beat. Narendra stood on top of the monster, successfully charging at Tae-yun and sending him flying far away. The building wall was forcefully impacted, creating a hole about a handspan deep. After that, Tae-yun screamed loudly and flew out with shattered pieces of the cracked wall. Although Tae-yun flew away, the monster and Narendra had no intention of forgiving him and said, "Now die, you foolish brat." As Tae-yun's power returned, he rushed forward frantically and shouted loudly, "You!" Tae-yun extended his hand towards Narendra and the monster, emitting a power that seemed to knock down the monster, then said, "Do you think you can defeat me just because you have that dragon?" The monster also refused to give up and quickly opened its mouth to unleash a tremendous counterforce at Tae-yun. That immense power flew back at him. At this moment, he seemed frozen by the horror. Immediately, that power shattered and exploded, shaking the entire world and the vast ocean. Everything flew into tiny pieces in this chaotic place. Narendra and the monster still flew forward, with green energy covering everything. He stood on top of it and said, "I didn't expect that." Narendra looked down at Taeyun, whose limbs were bound to the wall, and said, "That you could survive such an attack." The chains from earlier were now wrapped around his limbs and embedded in that wall. Despite the fierce battle, he was not dead but was panting with a very exhausted face, and he raised his head. Taeyun bowed his head at this moment, his limbs bound to the wall. He complained with an angry face, growling, "This damn guy." At this moment, he looked like a small object clinging to a massive building in front of him. The S-grade bone dragon and Narendra stood watching him. His mind was still filled with rage towards him. He's too strong, plus the demons he summoned and the bone dragon. I heard my S-grade power is equivalent to his power. Taeyun opened one eye, raised his head slightly, and looked up, thinking, but the difference between the two is too great. Thoughts kept flooding his mind. But if he can sacrifice offerings to summon the bone dragon, then surely there must be some limit to his power. His back had a black hole and his hands were frighteningly veined. Taeyun looked more closely at Narendra's bulging veins and thought to himself, otherwise he would already be invincible at S-grade. Taeyun raised his head and looked directly at Narendra. He thought, now I need to find the weakness of this power of his and quickly find a way to counterattack. Suddenly he laughed. Narendra looked down from above and said, "How dare a wretch like you disregard a god? I have already seen through your intentions, understand?" At these words, Taeyun found it very difficult to understand after that. Narendra smiled and continued, "Now you must feel very helpless, feeling that you cannot defeat me, so you are looking for my weakness and waiting for a chance to counterattack, aren't you?" Hearing this, Taeyun frowned anxiously and sweated. Narendra continued, "I understand that much. You are quite clever." But suddenly Narendra screamed chillingly loud and his power shook the entire surrounding sky. "Do you really think your intentions can be realized when I have already seen through them?" That terrifying power once again occupied the entire space here. Narendra and the S-grade bone dragon used that power to destroy the building where Taeyun was hanging. Taeyun was very flustered and frightened at this moment, and he shouted loudly. "Why?" Everyone and Jian Wang heard those words inside the building and looked with worried faces. Upon closer inspection, everyone frowned, extremely frightened. It turned out that the S-grade bone dragon had found where the hostages were hiding and charged directly at them. Narendra, along with the monster, fired the same power at the building as before, causing bricks and stones to fly everywhere again. At this moment, the headquarters was illuminated from 4 directions, and the controllers were in chaos, shouting loudly to everyone, "Everyone hurry, the emergency connection gate to the Dawn auction house has been completed." All the council members lined up orderly in front of the shining round door, and there was a signal from the controller. "Quickly concentrate, we need to go there. The top priority mission is to rescue the hostages." The female controller rushed, worried and sweating. Holding a headset microphone in one hand and pressing the screen with the other, she said in a flustered voice, "But currently, only Korea can connect the gate first. The person in charge of this rescue mission is team leader Park Seon-jin, an experienced S-grade player. However, even if he arrives there will be many unpredictable dangers." Park Seon-jin led his team. He put his hands in his pockets and said softly, "It's all right." After that, he continued, "We have already obtained some information about those robbers. I must move quickly to rescue everyone there." At these words, the female controller looked at him silently, appearing slightly surprised and worried. Park Seon-jin shouted loudly, commanding the entire team, "Everyone advance rapidly into the dawn." He turned halfway and said fiercely and loudly, "These demon bastards, today the people behind them were already ready to obey his orders. They will have to pay for what they have done." All the hostages there were lying amidst the shattered bricks around them. At this moment, Jian Wang suddenly regained consciousness despite having blood all over his head and other injuries, and his body ached. He struggled to open his eyes and saw what was happening in front of him. In front of Jian Wang was a massive explosion erupting with dazzling light. Taeyun, having appeared here at some unknown point, was holding out both hands, blocking the power coming towards everyone. Jian Wang exclaimed in surprise, "Taeyun!" Taeyun, concerned for Taeyun's life, rushed forward and shouted, "Mr. Taeyun!" Taeyun at this moment was alone, fighting against that power and shouting loudly. Thanks to his power, he was able to push that force away from Narendra and the monster. But Narendra did not give up and continued to laugh loudly, saying, "This is only your choice." The S-grade bone dragon then opened its mouth and spewed power. After that, Narendra opened his mouth and looked down proudly, saying, "If you want to save everyone, sacrifice your body under the bone dragon's hellfire." Jian Wang, sitting behind him at this moment, saw him fighting against the immense power again and called out his name. At this moment, Jian Wang no longer had the strength to stand up and could only shout loudly, advising Taeyun, "Run away quickly. What you've done so far is already too much. There's no need to try any further here anyway. If you fall, we won't be able to escape either. So at least escape yourself." Before he could finish speaking, Taeyun was enveloped by a wave of power and screamed loudly in pain. But in his mind he still had the thought that he had to try. Even though a fierce monster still stood in front, emitting power, he was not discouraged and thought, "It's impossible to fight against that damned Narendra who controls the bone dragon. As I already said, I have to wait until his weakness is revealed to turn this situation around." Narendra still laughed loudly and arrogantly from above. Taeyun stood there, struggling against the power to protect everyone, thinking, "Now I'm at a disadvantage, but my power is growing stronger and stronger." A very intense thought came to his mind. I can't give up, there are still people here to protect me. His face was filled with determination and strength as he fought against this immense power. His eyes turned red as he thought, although I can hold on a bit longer. It's not the best approach. I need to find a way quickly. The most intense thought in his mind was how to save everyone. Suddenly a trembling voice came from beside him as if needing some help from everyone. Hearing these words, his body seemed to freeze. After that, Tae-yeon quickly turned his head, curious, and looked. He saw Jeon Wang struggling to approach him. Jeon Wang raised his head and looked at him in confusion. Tae-yeon turned around and thought, what is this voice? Suddenly a notification appeared. Devour ability is being readjusted. His two hands suddenly glowed with power, making him very difficult to understand. His two hands were filled with more power at this moment, and there was a notification. Devour ability has risen to A grade. The notification continued to appear. Since you cannot yet control this new power, your body is overloaded. As new power suddenly mingled around him, he gritted his teeth and complained to his body. What is this? The grade appeared. Devour S continues to upgrade. Devour SS. His eyes could no longer open wide. HMPH. Narendra stood on top of the monster, frowning as he looked down. Narendra also looked down with a puzzled expression and said, what on earth is happening? His red power spread throughout the entire surrounding space, overwhelming even the bone dragon's power, and its grade once again increased to Devour SSS. At this moment, Tae-yeon was surrounded by blazing red power, and notification messages continued to appear. Devour ability is at its peak. Your body is overloaded. Then his body hardened as if about to burst, and he screamed loudly in pain. He kept thinking to himself, finally, the Devour ability has reached its highest grade. As the image of a perfect body came to mind, he thought, finally, the Devour ability has reached its highest grade. So did the king temporarily bestow this power upon me earlier? His body suddenly smiled. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, but currently his body could not bear this immense power. His arms seemed to slowly break apart like a giant rock falling into pieces. He thought, am I going to die like this? As he felt himself shattering, his legs likewise began to crack. Still, countless thoughts raced through his mind. This time I did my best. Countless thoughts still raced through Tae-yeon's mind, but eventually, everything reached its limit. But I can't fall like this. His body likewise seemed to slowly break apart, falling into pieces, and he screamed loudly in pain. At this moment his body was completely shattered, with only his torso remaining. Due to the immense pain, he slowly collapsed. Tae-yeon fell face down on the ground. Narendra, standing above, wondered if he had surrendered. Tae-yeon's power was so immense that Narendra covered his eyes with his hand and thought, what on earth was that terrifying power? Just before he collapsed, Tae-yeon had fallen to the ground, and Narendra thought with certainty, no matter what, this is ultimately my victory. A lot of blood flowed from Tae-yeon's body, and Narendra continued to ponder his condition. He probably tried to push his body's potential to its limit but couldn't handle the power, and his body exploded before he collapsed. Narendra kept thinking, he probably won't be able to get up again, Narendra said with a very displeased expression. Ultimately, those who blaspheme against a god, Narendra, still standing above, declared loudly, the result of confronting me, no matter how hard you try, is ultimately only death. Then Narendra and the monster approached where Tae-yeon lay. Suddenly the monster's sharp claws appeared, and suddenly all of the monster's limbs broke off and fell, and its claws flew away earlier. Narendra was utterly bewildered by this entire situation, not knowing what was happening. It seemed as if the stones around Narendra were falling, and he looked down to see Tae-yeon standing firmly. Narendra's eyes suddenly filled with worry. Another monster appeared, several times larger than his bone dragon, and glowing with red power. That red monster, not to be outdone, opened its mouth wide and roared, charging fiercely towards Narendra with immense power. Narendra, standing atop his bone dragon, looked up with an expression filled with worry and bewilderment. What is this? Tae-yeon's voice, slightly changed, suddenly rang out. A divine god? Narendra stood before him, unable to comprehend. Tae-yeon lowered his head and said, what meaning does a divine god have to me? Narendra, filled with fear, stared at the spot, slightly flustered. Narendra, now sweating and staring, said, this damn brat, you are not Kim Tae-yeon. He shouted loudly, who are you? Staring at Tae-yeon, who possessed that terrifying power, he shouted, how can you possess that ultimate power? This is impossible. Then Tae-yeon reached out a hand full of power and said, go down to hell and ask the god you worship. Before he could finish his words, he unleashed a terrifying immense power and said, you will die right now. Narendra's face grew tense and sweaty as he said, what? Narendra was instantly torn apart by Tae-yeon's power, and his body parts fell away. Tae-yeon reached out his hand towards where Narendra lay, fallen on top of the monster. An immense power instantly enveloped the entire space, sweeping away everything, including Narendra and his monster. A notification message appeared again. New skill, demon contract acquired. In a dark, silent space where shadows covered everything, a light suddenly shone on Tae-yeon like a halo. Tae-yeon stood silently amidst the gloomy and terrifying scenery, muttered, unable to comprehend. This is where I fought Narendra. Suddenly, red-hot chains flew from somewhere as if heated to an incredibly high temperature. The chains flew and tightly bound him, giving Tae-yeon no chance to resist. Tae-yeon was truly bewildered by such a situation. Tae-yeon had no idea what was happening, Before he could even understand what was going on, a giant stone flew from somewhere and struck him with terrifying force. He fell backward, spitting blood from his mouth and writhing in extreme pain. Then in his subconscious he thought, flustered, "Stone skin skill nullified, what's happening to me?" Somewhere, two hands were doing something. In front of Tae-yeon appeared a colossal, mysterious and majestic stone statue. Skulls were placed like a crown on the statue's head, surrounded by red blazing beams of light emitting a threatening energy. Tae-yeon writhed at the foot of the statue, clearly feeling a terrifying power invading his body, and screamed desperately. Tae-yeon muttered in confusion, "How could my skill?" In the midst of the confusion, a cold, cunning voice echoed, "Your stone skin skill, you mean?" Tae-yeon was dumbfounded upon hearing the voice of that mysterious figure. He continued, "How can you say those skills are yours?" He replied, unable to understand. If I absorb you, awakening your potential right afterward will be incredibly delicious." A giant dragon-like mouth appeared from a red blazing circle. The monster roared and charged at Tae-yeon with terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth and frowned, extremely tense. His heart was filled with fear. Suddenly, a flash of light burst forth. Tae-yeon woke up with a start. His bedding was scattered everywhere. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his breathing was ragged, but seeing the surroundings, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Was it a dream? There isn't a single wound. The hand that was injured in the battle earlier is also fine. What on earth happened?" Suddenly, Seon-jin came in from outside holding a bag of bread and approached Tae-yeon, greeting him. "Ah, you're awake." Tae-yeon was startled. He recognized the person before him as awakened Seon-jin. Seon-jin asked, "Want something to eat?" Seon-jin and Tae-yeon talked while eating. "This is an apartment prepared by the association and the auction house for you. It's compensation for your help in the recent terrorist incident. Thanks to that incident, we were able to rescue all the hostages. S-grade awakened Ryo-hei was also punished. It was quite a major terrorist incident. Fortunately, thanks to you, many people were able to survive. You collapsed after that battle. Many friends and family visited you, but they've already gone back. Your family and your younger sibling cried profusely." The association chairman was very worried. Seon-jin recounted their expressions from that day. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Seeing their expressions made me laugh. And after that battle we examined your health. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. Your body has no side effects whatsoever. Previously I was worried you might be affected by demon energy when you fought Narendra, but everything was fine." Tae-yeon, flustered and sweating, said, "But for some reason, I don't remember anything that happened at the auction house. Not my actions at the time, nor the bloody battle with Narendra. What happened then? How was my fight there?" Seon-jin replied, "Honestly, this is beyond my expectation." Tae-yeon also replied, "Yes." Seon-jin asked again, "Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. What happened to you then?" Tae-yeon recalled the scene from that day. Jeon-won was lying on the ground with fearful eyes. In front of him was a tall, muscular, red-haired man. Tae-yeon continued, "Something happened when I was losing to Narendra." Seon-jin immediately asked, bewildered, "Then who defeated him?" He replied that he couldn't explain. "When I lost consciousness, only awakened Jeon-won was present at the scene at that moment." Mr. Jeon-won said, "Mr. Tae-yeon, what's wrong? Please speak to me." Then Mr. Jeon-won's eyes widened at something, and it turned out to be me. But for some reason I attacked Mr. Jeon-won at that time. With a single blow I sent Mr. Jeon-won flying, spitting blood, and instantly subdued him. At that time I was surprised and said, "Oh, you fell with just one blow, but that's enough." I smiled slyly. "Now I should return this body to him." As soon as I finished speaking I collapsed, and my hair also returned to its original brown color as I lay fallen. Seon-jin rushed over to find me, supported me, and woke me up. Mr. Tae-yeon, snap out of it. Outside a man said, "Everyone hurry and search for the hostages. The hostages are only slightly flustered. They didn't seem seriously injured. But the monsters summoned by Narendra were nowhere to be seen. And that damned guy also strangely disappeared." Seon-jin sighed at this situation and said, "Really, Tae-yeon, what on earth happened to you? Come back to reality." Seon-jin said, "Once the hostages there had calmed down, we asked them about the situation. They didn't know everything precisely, but they said you collapsed after defeating Narendra." Tae-yeon replied dejectedly, "Of course they aren't awakened, so they couldn't have known much." Seon-jin continued, "Mr. Jeon-won also didn't remember anything, just like you. As if some force had taken both of your memories. I'm speculating this is an after effect of confronting Narendra's demon energy, but anyway, everything has been resolved, so congratulations and thank you very much. We are still investigating and researching the battle scene, so I'll tell you if we discover anything else later." After Seon-jin left, Tae-yeon thought to himself, "So I lost my memory due to the influence of demon energy. It sounds a bit far-fetched, but I remember my arm shattering when I tried to use the Devour ability then, right? Perhaps I overused the Devour ability while fighting Narendra at that time." As he was lost in thought, something suddenly came to mind. Demon Contract B. Allows connection to the demon realm and summoning of demons. Mana 2001 use. Tae-yeon exclaimed in surprise. "What is this? This is Narendra's skill? Did I absorb it after defeating him with the Devour ability? Here I can activate it with just 200 mana. It's a little different. Back then he needed offerings, but currently I only have 180 mana. So as he was lost in thought, Seon-jin called him. "By the way, Tae-yeon, someone came to see you." Tae-yeon turned to Seon-jin, who, young, entered through the door carrying a fruit basket. Son Jin saw it and said, "Someone's here, so I'll head back first." Ye Yun looked at her, complex emotions swirling in his heart. Ah Young spoke first. "I came to see you." Ah Young was an S-grade awakened and A-grade player. A familiar but stifling city landscape unfolded, bathed in intense sunlight. The snacks and drinks on the table were still boring and unoriginal. Ye Yun didn't feel like eating them. Suddenly the fruit basket was set down with great force, crushing the snacks with an unpleasant sound. Ye Yun was startled by the sight, and his face stiffened. Ah Young on the opposite side seemed oblivious to his change in expression and said with a cold face, "I heard you were injured fighting the robbers before, but you seem fine now?" Ye Yun was slightly displeased by the messy and unsightly scene on the table, but he still sat opposite her and replied, "I was only slightly injured. My health is generally normal, no problems." Ah Young reached out and picked up a luscious red apple, and as if venting her frustration she continued, "I heard you saved many hostages in this terrorist incident and defeated a fairly strong boss, right?" Ye Yun hesitated slightly. Those words were partly true. Her anger transformed into the strength to crush the apple. Ah Young said, both angry and slightly tense, "I heard you faced 2 awakened there. There are 2, right?" As the sunlight shone on her face, her displeasure became even clearer in her eyes, and the unfortunate apple was squeezed even harder. Ye Yun, still not understanding her intention, asked back, "Huh?" The apple was completely crushed, revealing how angry Ah Young was. She raised her voice and said, "I know you're good, but don't think you're the best because of it. I'll train hard and catch up to your skill soon." The force in her hand was so strong that pieces of apple splattered onto Ye Yun's face on the opposite side. He finally understood the source of her displeasure but still didn't comprehend. "Why is she angry? Is this jealousy or concern?" So he asked, "But why on earth did you come here?" Ah Young avoided his gaze, turned her head and gave a reason he couldn't possibly believe. "I came to see you." Of course, Ye Yun didn't believe it. He thought it was tiresome to argue with this young girl. "Seriously, this is annoying. Should I call security?" At the same time, Ah Young on the opposite side saw his indifferent attitude and became even angrier, gritting her teeth and saying, "Ye Yun," who knew how much she had worried about this guy, was truly worried if he had any serious injuries. "I heard the terrorist incident was quite large-scale and many awakened participated, so I came to visit him, but looking back he seemed perfectly fine." She felt he had grown much stronger, and the intimidating aura emanating from him was far more potent than before. "I couldn't understand what changes had happened to him during the last terrorist incident." Seeing the growing indignation on Ah Young's face, Ye Yun was still confused. Across from him, Ah Young kept recalling the events from the previous test. She covertly recalled the time they had unintentionally kissed, blushing but still concerned. By her reckoning, he had improved much more since their confrontation in the last test. Realizing the gap between herself and him was widening, she couldn't hold back and asked him, "Hey Ye Yun, how could you be like that?" Suddenly, the conversation was cut short by approaching footsteps, and both she and he stopped without warning, looking towards the sound of footsteps with a slight mix of surprise and concern. They both turned towards the door. Who on earth had come to this man's house? The footsteps grew closer. Their hearts sank, slightly worried about who had come calling. Ye Yun reacted first, unable to understand who the person was. Ah Young recognized the visitor and was startled. How the intruder was none other than her older sister. Yue Young, she was also surprised to meet her sister here. She suddenly wondered why her sister was here with this man. Before Ah Young's sister could react, Ah Young moved forward and continued to ask, "Sister, why are you here? How did you get into Kim Ye Yun's house?" As if hitting a key point. She continued to press, "How did you know the password to his house door?" Yue Young regained her composure and said seriously, "Ah Young, could you please not call me sister?" Yue Young continued to explain, "This is a house the association provided him, and they simply gave me the password." Yue Young suddenly paused, looking at the two, still caught off guard by surprise, and said, "You fools never let your guard down like that." She smiled dangerously, then sharply approached and suddenly got behind Ye Yun, holding him in a dangerous posture. Ah Young couldn't react, it happened too fast, barely managing to say, "How what?" Ye Yun was completely subdued. Seeing such a sight, she panicked and rushed forward, trying to save the situation. "Sister, what on earth are you doing?" Yue Young, from a position of superiority, sneered and replied, "What am I doing?" The smile on Yue Young's lips deepened, and she looked at her worried sister with interest and curiosity. "For some reason when I came here I saw 2 S-grades happily talking in the same house. I can't understand what kind of relationship you two have." Finishing her words, she provocatively touched Ye Yun's lips softly. Ye Yun gradually reacted. "Why are you like this?" Ah Young, too embarrassed, shouted in anger. "Sister, what are you saying? That's not right, it's a crime." But her flushed face betrayed her, and barely regaining her composure, she retorted, "He's still a minor, isn't he?" Taking advantage of Yue Young's moment of distraction, Ye Yun grabbed her arm and broke free from her control, saying again, "All right, Yue Young, that's enough now." Ye Yun was surprised by the strong force. Ye Yun continued, "The joke's over, that's enough now." Player Yue Young. He looked displeased at the girl who had just entered and tried to attack him, asking in dissatisfaction, "What brings you here? If you wanted me to join your guild I would have already refused." Yue Young sharply retorted. His attitude still made people uncomfortable. Rubbing her sore wrist, she said, "Still as rude as when we first met. I just came to visit you, no other intentions." Then she suddenly softened her voice and said, "I brought a gift too." Ye Yun was unconsciously surprised. "A gift?" Yue Young continued, That's right, I heard from the association chairman that you're working hard to increase your power to participate in the Asia Awakened tournament, right? Before Tae-yeon could answer, she spoke in a more confident tone. You did a great job saving and defeating the 2 Awakened at the Dawn auction house, but in terms of ranking, you're still only 30th. Finishing her words, she approached Tae-yeon even closer. If you want to be among the top 5 to become a representative in this tournament, you'll naturally have to work much harder to earn more points. Therefore, finishing her words, Yoo-young placed her hand on Tae-yeon's shoulder. It's clear. She lowered her voice at his curiosity and surprise, slowly moving her hand over his wound. I brought you a gift. It's a completed dungeon raid entry ticket, she explained with an excited tone. The Incarnation Realm, you know. The dark and gloomy auction house scene reappeared in the shadows. A single canoe was approaching a distant island. Although shrouded in mist from a distance, one could see how desolate the ruined landscape of the island was. Yasha's voice was heard. So that's the Dawn auction house? Yes, the reply came. Approaching closer, the ruined landscape became even clearer. Ruins and destruction, dust and smoke rose chokingly. Yasha assessed without emotion. Looking at it now, it's completely different after the Awakens attack. With a few more bomb attacks, it seems almost entirely collapsed now. He continued to observe and asked the person next to him, what happened to that Naruto guy after that attack? Do you know if he's alive or dead? The person replied. Additional information about him is not yet confirmed. The subordinates hesitated and asked each other. This matter is important, of course. But should we report it to the boss? Yacha replied in a rather decisive tone. No need, we can control the situation. He confidently stated that the purpose of attacking the auction house had already been achieved. It didn't matter if Naruto died or disappeared, as they had only hired him anyway. He continued, however, just then a loudspeaker blared from the patrol boat, cutting through the darkness of the night. An overwhelming presence was felt. The captain spoke into the loudspeaker. Stop right there, you are all surrounded. The canoe looked small in front of the giant ship. The ship's captain continued to speak into the loudspeaker to the illegal intruders. This area is strictly forbidden for entry to all. Only the awakened patrol team can be here. If you are smart, drop your weapons and surrender. But soon there was a loud noise, and in an instant the huge ship immediately sank deep into the sea, covering the entire ship. The awakened patrol team couldn't react at all. Sinking deep into the sea with the ship, meeting a sudden death before they could react, this would become a mysterious disappearance that would cause much controversy. Yacha, the mastermind of this incident, protected his and his subordinates' canoe. His voice echoed in a dangerous and curious tone. They're definitely dead. After this incident, I've become quite interested in that awakened Tae-yeon guy, he said, using an awakened skill to not give the awakened patrol team a chance to live. Returning to the Yacha Guild headquarters, the space was filled with excitement. Tae-yeon continued to rise into the top 5. Aeon, standing next to him, raised her voice and declared, Player Tae-yeon will participate with us in this dungeon raid. The more she spoke, the louder and more prideful her voice became. As you all know, in the Dawn Auction House terrorist incident, he played the biggest role in rescuing the hostages. He can be said to be the most promising young awakened in Korea right now. The cheers grew even more enthusiastic, and they all chanted his name, Tae-yeon, in unison. Yoo-yeon began to speak to calm the excitement below, but Yoo-yeon always focused on the core. When he participates in this dungeon raid with us, I considered dividing the items we acquire between our guild and him so that both parties can most happily agree. Tae-yeon, standing next to her, breathed a sigh of relief. That's what I want, he said. Of course, who wouldn't want to lose their share of the spoils? Tae-yeon thought to himself that the Incarnation Realm raid was a good opportunity for him. The scene of the Incarnation Realm appeared, and as its name suggested, it was a dungeon whose entrance looked like burning flames. Tae-yeon inwardly marveled that this was the second double dungeon he had entered after the last test. The train of thought continued. It was true that the Yacha Guild successfully raided the Incarnation Realm before the previous regression, but they suffered immense losses in return, with almost all the awakened who participated losing their lives there. Danger certainly came with reward. If I successfully clear the Incarnation Realm, my contribution to the association will naturally increase significantly, he calculated inwardly. But there was still a slight worry. Last time, I don't know if it was real or fake, but my arm almost shattered. Even after being hospitalized, his strength and stamina had not yet fully recovered. Therefore, raiding this dungeon would be even more difficult. Lost in thought, he looked at the person next to him. But if I raid this dungeon with player Yoo-young, and looking down at these Yacha Guild members, he suddenly felt confident. The Incarnation Realm raid would definitely succeed amidst Tae-yeon's thoughts and cheers. The day for raiding the Incarnation Realm arrived, along with the Yacha Guild fans' excessive enthusiasm and extravagant banners that were completely unsuitable for the upcoming battle. It was also an opportunity filled with the Yacha Guild's pride and unwavering belief. Only Tae-yeon and Yoo-young participated in this raid. Tae-yeon was slightly bewildered and surprised. Yoo-young was extremely excited. The people outside cheered loudly. We'll be waiting for you two. We wish you success. Be careful, team leader. Your safety depends entirely on you. Tae-yeon, unable to understand, asked, Hey Yoo-young, are you doing something reckless again? Tae-yeon said helplessly. What is this? Are only the two of us participating in the dungeon raid? Yoo-young said naturally. You can think of this as a date just for the two of us. She had a charming smile with a playful tone. Tae-yeon cursed, but there was no time, so without arguing for too long, Tae-yeon and Yue-young immediately entered the incarnation realm. A breathtaking sight appeared in the stuffy space of the dungeon, with blue flames burning, seemingly devouring everything. Yue-young looked at the internal scenery and smiled, making a curious sound. Oh, in front of them the dungeon was endlessly vast, submerged in blue flames, with a few withered trees scattered about, shriveled from lack of water. She exclaimed, "It's truly terrible." Looking at the dry bushes and bizarre blue flames, she continued, "This dungeon is definitely different from other dungeons. I thought it wouldn't be like this before." Standing at the dungeon entrance, Tae-yeon looked inside and assessed. "It's completely different from the Apocalypse dungeon I encountered last time." Yue-young also agreed. The Apocalypse dungeon appeared during the Awaken test. Yue-young sat in front of the deeply extending dungeon entrance and suddenly felt her mind go blank. It seemed she couldn't think of any way to enter this dangerous dungeon entrance. She asked Tae-yeon, "How can we get down there? It's highly likely there are many monsters down there." In her mind, still searching for a way to descend into the dungeon entrance, a long tentacle wrapped around her neck like lightning, and she barely managed to say, "Ah." Very quickly, the tentacle wrapped around her entire body and dragged her down, and before even Tae-yeon, who was above, could react, he could only watch her being subdued blankly, barely exclaiming, "Hey Yue-young." Only then did Tae-yeon panic and say, "No, how can this happen?" Drew his knife, plunged it into the rock, and immediately, without time to think, jumped into the pit to save Yue-young. As soon as he jumped down, he found that Yue-young had already turned the situation around and defeated the gigantic octopus-like monster, the owner of the disobedient tentacle. She cast an awakened skill, emitting a sparkling green light around her body, which contrasted sharply with the blue flame space of this incarnation realm. Having defeated the annoying monster that dragged her down, Yue-young shouted and signaled to Tae-yeon, "You can just jump down." Her tone was confident and leisurely. Tae-yeon couldn't believe his ears. Just jump down? He looked down at Yue-young falling, and below her, all sorts of terrible monsters were waiting to tear her apart and devour her deliciously. Yue-young, completely unfazed, continued to spin her body, using the force of her fall to attack these foolish monsters blocking her way. A powerful force erupted, overwhelming them. The disgusting monsters were quickly subdued. Everywhere she fell, monsters bled and collapsed. Tae-yeon followed her, excited in his heart. He was both happy and terrified. She took down an A-grade forbidden monster with one blow. He cautiously followed behind Yue-young, continuously thinking, "Last time I met her, she was definitely hiding her true skill." He held Yue-young in high regard. Indeed, a guild leader is different. Although not the strongest S-grade, her skill is no joke. Then he suddenly realized, perhaps that's why she only needed 2 people to clear this dungeon. Thinking this, Tae-yeon chased after her, casting his awakened skill. "Of course, if that's the case, I'll have to work harder too. I can't fall behind." Tae-yeon quickly caught up with Yue-young, and the battle to warm up began. They took down monsters one by one, descending to the deepest part of the dungeon, which emitted a captivating yet dangerous blue light. Yue-young spoke first, laughing cheerfully. "We've finally reached the bottom." As she spoke, she rotated her shoulder joints, as if the bloody slaughter she had just engaged in wasn't enough of a warm-up for her. Tae-yeon immediately followed behind her, walking over the corpses of the monsters. Yue-young sighed. "I didn't realize this abyss would be so deep." Tae-yeon shook the blood from his hands, looking slightly more strained than Yue-young. He replied languidly, He thought to himself, "The monsters here seem strong, but it doesn't quite match her demeanor, yet there's something puzzling. Even with her formidable skills in my past life, why did her guild almost get wiped out in this dungeon?" As Tae-yeon was lost in thought, Yue-young approached him, handing him an item. "Take this, Mr. Kim." Tae-yeon. A black ring was offered to him. Its design was very simple, faintly black. If one overlooked its rough appearance, its only distinctive feature was a shield-shaped ornament. He recognized it. "Is this the Knight's Ring?" The unique grade Knight's Ring significantly increases the wearer's strength and defense, he thought to himself. She must have prepared this for me. Knowing about my unrecovered hand injury, this ring should help me regain some strength. Meanwhile, Yue-young was still chattering. "I told you I had a gift for you last time, didn't I? This is the ring. The dungeon raid was just your test." Tae-yeon was flustered. He knew she was the guild leader, but giving him a unique grade item, Yue-young, oblivious to his fluster, asked excitedly, "How about it? Will you consider joining our guild with this?" Tae-yeon had a different impression of her. He reminded himself inwardly, "I need to re-evaluate her true nature." Outwardly he still complained, "If it's such a good item, why didn't you give it to me earlier and only now?" Yue-young hadn't expected his reaction and hesitated for a moment. "Well, Tae-yeon cut her off. "If you had given it to me beforehand, dealing with these monsters would have been much easier." Yue-young, realizing she had no retort, hurriedly changed the subject. "All right, now that I've given it to you, let's move on." Tae-yeon wasn't an impolite person, but he was grateful to her nonetheless. He also didn't forget to remind her, "But these are just minor monsters. This dungeon isn't that simple, so we'll need to be more careful." Yue-young agreed. Tae-yeon exclaimed with an excited voice as if he had discovered something, "It seems we're getting closer to the center of the dungeon." Following the direction Tae-yeon looked, an altar came into view. The blue flames they had seen at the dungeon entrance seemed to be generated here. In the center of the altar was an object, an egg emitting the same blue light as the flames. Heat and smoke billowed around it, and it was protected by seemingly sturdy devices and formations externally. While Tae-yeon was excitedly curious, Yoo-ah-young remained vigilant. She observed the egg but couldn't ascertain its grade. Meanwhile, Tae-yeon quietly assessed the egg, watching it carefully. "What kind of demon beast is this? It just looks like an egg." Then he drew his knife, intending to scout. This could be the dungeon boss's possession. He turned back to Yoo-ah-young and said, "We need to observe it first before acting." Before he could finish his sentence, Yoo-ah-young had already vanished. It turned out she had charged forward first. The screams echoing within the confined dungeon were amplified, sounding slightly eerie. Tae-yeon froze because of this reckless player. He barely managed to call out to her, then yelled again, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Yoo-ah-young, already excited, was leaping to approach the distant egg. Filled with curiosity and competitiveness, she charged straight towards the blue egg. Tae-yeon couldn't stop her and said, "Hey, why are you acting without my consent?" Then he hurriedly gave chase. Just as he almost caught up to Yoo-ah-young, the floor collapsed due to her power, and Tae-yeon could only manage to ask, "Are you all right?" Yoo-ah-young turned back and with a threatening expression asked him an inscrutable question, "Are you asking if I'm all right?" However, she immediately replied playfully, "The egg is completely broken." As if the immense blow hadn't been her doing, behind her, the egg was indeed shattered. Broken fragments scattered everywhere and a faint blue flame erupted from within. She continued to playfully assess. In terms of hardness, it probably had a shell comparable to an S-grade monster's defense. While Tae-yeon was astonished, she continued, "But since it was an immobile object, it was much easier for me to attack it anyway." Then she immediately asked Tae-yeon, "How about it?" Tae-yeon was aghast. "She broke it? It can't be that simple, can it?" The blue light flickered again amidst the shattered remains of the egg. Yoo-ah-young could only ask back, "What?" A huge explosion occurred, shaking the entire dungeon. Yoo-ah-young, caught by surprise, exclaimed, "What is this?" Tae-yeon could only gasp in admiration. "Oh," a voice was heard. "I didn't expect humans to reach my temple." Both Tae-yeon and Yoo-ah-young were surprised, reminding each other to be careful as they looked towards the source of the sound. It was a blue phoenix. It continued to speak. "I'm very pleased that you two have come here." Its eyes glowed red, strikingly eerie against the blue backdrop, instilling a slight fear in both of them. "As a reward for that pleasure, I shall melt you both in my blue flames." Thus its identity was revealed. It was the master of the incarnation realm, the S-grade blue phoenix. Then it emanated a threatening blue aura. Both Tae-yeon and Yoo-ah-young recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. A phoenix? Phoenixes are legendary creatures with magical power and strong regenerative abilities. They are considered almost immortal, Tae-yeon thought to himself. So that's the master of the incarnation realm. Is that blue flame its power? The light grew stronger, engulfing both Tae-yeon and Yoo-ah-young. Tae-yeon felt something was wrong and turned to check on his fellow player's condition. "Hey, Ms. Yoo-ah-young." Yoo-ah-young almost collapsed and shouted, "Be careful, it's the blue flames and it's mind control." Then, as if realizing something, he quickly leapt to dodge Yoo-ah-young's attack. She was already under control. He struggled to evade. Because she was his comrade, it was difficult to counterattack. Meanwhile, Yoo-ah-young was controlled, her eyes filled with murderous intent, attacking very fiercely. The control panel indicated, S-grade player Yoo-ah-young is being controlled by the blue phoenix. Tae-yeon hadn't yet noticed the abnormal murderous intent in Yoo-ah-young's eyes and kept dodging her attacks, asking in confusion, "What's wrong? What's happening?" Yoo-ah-young, controlled, threw a dangerous punch with full force. Tae-yeon barely dodged, but still said in disbelief, "Why are you attacking me?" Punches and kicks continued to pour down. Tae-yeon could evade but couldn't counterattack. "What is she doing instead of helping me?" Having no other choice, he had to use his awakened skill to subdue Yoo-ah-young. He restrained her and shouted, trying to make her snap out of it. "Hey, Ms. Yoo-ah-young, snap out of it." He struggled to persuade her rationally, hoping she would break free from control. He didn't want to counterattack too fiercely for fear of injuring her. "If I fight like this," before he could finish his sentence, Yoo-ah-young lost control and stood up. Her awakened skill delivered a powerful blow to Tae-yeon with full force, giving him no time to react. The immense power caused a huge explosion in the dungeon. Dust and shattered stones poured down together. Although Tae-yeon was thought to have collapsed, buried under thick layers of stone, Tae-yeon's awakened skill, the chain of light, pierced through it and bound Yoo-ah-young. Yoo-ah-young was controlled but suddenly seemed to react. Tae-yeon broke free and loudly challenged, "Who was it that brought down your Yacha Guild's attack before the regression?" Yoo-ah-young was bound by Tae-yeon's chains and paralysis magic. Unable to move, Tae-yeon reacted at this moment, intending to use his strength to knock out his controlled comrade. He applied force to Yoo-ah-young, comforting her. "It'll hurt a bit," but Tae-yeon's voice grew louder as he lifted a rock. "You'll have to endure it." He actually knocked out Yoo-ah-young. She spat a mouthful of blood and fainted. Tae-yeon mumbled, "The chains and paralysis won't last long, so she'll wake up soon." Tae-yeon wiped the dust from his face as he spoke. He suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on him. "Wah, what now?" The blue phoenix, which had been leisurely watching the scene of human fighting human, said with a sneer, "How about I kill that child before she wakes up?" The fierce battle just now seemed to have had no effect on it at all. It continued to laugh in an excited voice. "Don't you want to experience all the fun toys I possess?" Its red eyes emanated murderous intent mixed with a quest for amusement. Witnessing this scene, Tae-yeon, completely fearless, replied confidently, "You surprise me, blue phoenix." Then, using his awakened skill, he emitted a dazzling red light and resolutely said, "I will kill you and escape this place." Tae Yun secured the unconscious Yua Young to his body with chains and drove his knife into the rock for support, climbing towards the dungeon entrance they had broken together earlier. Of course, the Blue Phoenix didn't let them go easily. After climbing a bit, Tae Yun sharply detected an attack aimed at both of them. The Blue Phoenix, showing off its power, fired blue flames at the pile of rocks beneath their feet, causing a small explosion, scattering rocks everywhere. It sneered and said to Tae Yun, "What did you say?" That human was quite surprised by his confident demeanor, and asked with a voice full of curiosity, "Show me your power." It prevented Tae Yun from climbing further and still spoke in that sneering voice. Then it was startled to see the knife Tae Yun had just embedded in the rock flying towards it. Huh? Tae Yun couldn't help but counterattack. He bound the knife with chains and sent it flying towards the Blue Phoenix, attacking it. The knife pierced its body, but it remained unfazed. Of course, that attack only tickled the Blue Phoenix. It still laughed gleefully. "That attack makes me feel good." Its voice immediately turned serious. "But my body is like fire." Tae Yun still controlled the knife with all his might, slashing at the Blue Phoenix. It enjoyed watching him attack it with all his strength. "Even if you attack and try to cut my flesh with your blade, only shining flames will spread." Then, as if showing off its power, the Blue Phoenix fired its power, shattering Tae Yun's chains to pieces. Tae Yun was aghast at the sight he had just witnessed. The Blue Phoenix said arrogantly, "How can an ordinary human like you defeat me?" In an instant it approached Tae Yun, revealing clear pleasure in its eyes, like a small prey targeted before its blade. Both of them were in a dangerous situation, and the Blue Phoenix already seemed bored. It gathered a major attack to end this battle and breathed fire at Tae Yun and Yua Young. A much larger explosion than before occurred, shaking the ground. Both of them hung precariously as if by a thread. Even fragments of rock scattered by the aftermath were engulfed in blue flames shining dazzlingly. There seemed to be no chance of survival for either of them. The blue flames seemed to absorb all life around them. Tae Yun quickly dodged the scene of imminent death and clung to a nearby rock. Seeing the Blue Phoenix giving its all to defeat Tae Yun, he sighed inwardly. He wondered to himself, even if it's a phoenix, why does it have such strange regenerative abilities? He barely escaped death, expending a lot of energy. He caught his breath. The Blue Phoenix, still oblivious, fired terrifying blue flames at the spot where Tae Yun had just been standing. Tae Yun, watching its destructive power, was lost in thought. And that gigantic flame, it's not from an ordinary Blue Phoenix, no matter how you look at it. The answer flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be the Great Phoenix? The two words, Great Phoenix, terrible images flashed through his mind. Unlike other monsters, it possessed special power. It was a mutated individual. It was called Great by adding a plus-minus sign to its current level. The train of thought continued. If it really is the Great Phoenix, with my current skills there's no way to destroy its regenerative abilities. The only ability that can defeat it is to maximize the Devour skill. Tae Yun recalled the battle at the Dawn Auction House not long ago. However, this skill could explode just like at the Dawn Auction House. That Devour skill couldn't be used carelessly unless it was a last resort. But now, without using that skill, he had no chance of defeating the Blue Phoenix. He suddenly hesitated. What should he do? Suddenly a sound came from behind him. Yua Young woke up cursing, "Damn it." She was startled, not understanding where she was or why this was happening. Looking down, she found herself clinging to a rock and exclaimed in surprise. Tae Yun, startled, said, "Huh?" Yua Young asked in surprise, "What? Why am I tied up?" Then she cried out, "It hurts." Her curiosity turned to the Blue Phoenix. "And why is that monster so big? It's not a normal phoenix, is it?" At this moment, the Blue Phoenix seemed to have noticed that the two humans had dodged its death blow. It returned and continued to attack the surroundings. Tae Yun shouted at Eon amidst all this chaos. He hurriedly explained to her, "Just stay still, don't move." Yua Young, as if thinking the situation wasn't complicated enough, argued with Tae Yun, "Did you do this? Untie me quickly." Tae Yun didn't listen and kept Yua Young tied up, replying, "Someone like you who's easily mind-controlled would be better off staying quiet." Yua Young retorted, "I just let my guard down for a moment." "Wait, am I being controlled right now?" Tae Yun looked at her with an angry expression, but she seemed to remember nothing. Yua Young couldn't stand being tied up and kept demanding, "Tae Yun, anyway, untie me quickly." Just then an explosion suddenly flew near them, and both were startled and turned around. One attacked, then another. The rock they were hiding behind also flew away with the explosion. The Blue Phoenix now recognized where the two were standing. Piercing through the dust, it said in a threatening voice, "How dare you lay hands on my body? I'll teach you a lesson." Those rude humans! It was startled to see a familiar blade flying towards itself. The humans it despised were still alive. At the same time, Yua Young was untied as she wished and excitedly joined the battle. The two cooperated, rushing towards the Blue Phoenix and attacking it. Tae Yun was still anxious, reminding her not to be hypnotized again. Yua Young replied confidently, "Don't worry, that won't happen again." The Blue Phoenix's eyes glinted wickedly. It was completely enraged. "How dare you humans? You damned humans!" Saying that, the Blue Phoenix gathered even more powerful force than before. A threatening energy erupted. It said arrogantly, "Even with this attack, do you not understand that I am invincible?" The Blue Phoenix approached the two again. Tae Yun shouted, using his awakened skill, "I'll go first." A system message appeared. Monarch's heart activated. Your abilities have been enhanced, but Yu Young was a step ahead. No, this time. Saying that, she cast an awakened skill, creating a shining spear and slashing it towards the blue phoenix. It was startled. What? Yun was also surprised. The previous attack had clearly affected the blue phoenix. Yu Young exuded powerful force, and her eyes were filled with combative confidence. I'm the older sister. She activated the S-grade warrior's spirit and turned on berserker mode. All skills are activated through mana recovery and are also called explosions. Upon activation, Yu Young immediately leaped up and charged directly at the blue phoenix above her. Because this is a dangerous skill that can cause permanent damage to the body, most people are reluctant to use it. If one can control that power for a moment, the power it brings is truly immense. As soon as Yu Young faced the blue phoenix, she delivered a powerful slashing attack. The attack was so strong that it split the blue phoenix in half. This was transcendent power, and at this time only the screams of the blue phoenix filled the air. She didn't stop and immediately flew behind it. Bang! Yu Young didn't hesitate to punch it in the face, then kicked it again, attempting to finish off the blue phoenix. Then she quickly left the spot, because she knew that a huge explosion would occur, blowing away all surrounding matter. The remnants of the battle that had just taken place mingled with the mana flow between her and the phoenix. Yu Young stood not far away, staring at the explosion with effort. She was exhausted, out of breath, and sweat was dripping down her cheeks, but she couldn't be sure if the blue phoenix was dead. Yu Young blinked and closed her eyes. Then she collapsed to the floor. This was her limit, yet the blue phoenix was still alive. It approached her with an enraged voice. How dare a lowly human like you try to defeat me in that state? With all its fury, it charged at Yu Young at its fastest speed, shouting loudly, I will kill you. Just then, chains suddenly appeared from somewhere and flew towards the blue phoenix. The chains completely subdued the blue phoenix, and it looked down in surprise. Yun appeared with a meaningful smile. How can you destroy its regenerative abilities? You need much stronger destructive power than that. I'm a cautious human, so I can't let my guard down in front of a monster like you. He held Yu Young in his arms and said with a murderous aura, Since you've hurt my pride, take this final destructive blow. Outside, a group of people were anxiously waiting for Yun and Yu Young. They whispered, talking with slightly worried and curious expressions. They're a bit late, are they all right? One person stepped forward and calmed their commotion. Nothing will happen. Both of them are S-grade warriors. Hearing this, some people agreed. Our president will not lose once she enters battle. Yu Young's three assistants simultaneously recalled scenes of her easily subduing monsters. Yun just watched. Are they all right? Just then, Yun walked out holding Yu Young, and everyone was startled. They rushed towards him, asking questions anxiously. They're out. Team leader, are you all right? It looks like someone's hurt. Then one of her three assistants realized something and paused for a moment. Yun didn't understand what was happening outside. He casually asked back, huh? But he quickly composed himself and spoke firmly to the people in front of him. The incarnation realm has been cleared. After this incident, the news spread rapidly. Yu Young's and Yun's names appeared on the screen and romantic rumors erupted about them. There was a caption that read, a secret dungeon date just for the two of them. Some comments were added there. Comment 1 said, I heard they went to a private hospital. Comment 2 quickly chatted, this isn't the first dating rumor between two warriors. Comment 3 said, quite amused, it's only natural since only the two of them entered the dungeon. Reading that, the finger above the screen unconsciously trembled. Her entire hand holding the phone trembled. Yu Young's face turned as red as a tomato at this time. She stammered, this. She immediately turned to her three assistants and asked, what in the world is going on? They avoided her gaze, pretending not to know anything. Yu Young continued to ask, the double dungeon attack was conducted publicly, wasn't it? Why did such rumors spread outside, and what kind of nonsense is this? It's really embarrassing. You guys did this, didn't you? The tallest assistant stammered in reply. The double dungeon raid is an important matter, so it's very difficult to keep a secret. The red-haired assistant as an excuse evaded. I only told a few close friends. They all promised to keep it a secret. The other assistant also said, I'm really wronged. I only did it for the president. There were no other intentions. My loyalty is beyond doubt, Yu Young replied with a cold laugh. Today, all of us are going to die together. Just then, the chairman suddenly opened the door and entered, saying solemnly, Player Yu Young, I heard your skill exploded in the double dungeon. He saw the situation before him and his face hardened. Are you all right? In front of him was a pile of broken debris and streaks of green mana enveloped him. He asked helplessly, what in the world is this? The chairman took Yu Young to the library and spoke casually. She asked him, how am I? She drank coffee and said, I've been training for a long time to control the explosive state of my skill. I executed it for 1 minute in the dungeon, and it had no effect on my body. The chairman laughed cheerfully and said to her, I see, then how was it? How was Yun's skill, the one you wanted to confirm? Yu Young looked at him with an increasingly serious expression and said, what do you mean? She said that after fighting the blue phoenix when she lost consciousness, Yun handled everything. Saying that, she recalled the situation at that time. Yu Young continued, speaking sadly, recalling Yun's face. Moreover, the incarnation realm attack ended 2 days ago. This time he said he was heading to the deepest part of the abyss. Just how strong has he become? At her words, the chairman was very surprised, emphasizing the phrase deepest part of the abyss again. He looked at his fist and muttered, my goodness, that's an immense growth in his power, but isn't that good for a new career? Yu Young looked at him for a moment as if lost in thought. She said, "That's why I don't understand." He asked her to explain in more detail. Huh? Yu Young recalled what Tae-yeon had gone through. She said, "Everyone has a desire to become stronger, but once they reach a certain stage, they are satisfied and rest, don't they?" But Tae-yeon showed no sign of stopping. His image appeared in her mind telling her, "Instead of stopping, I chose to keep going. I'm trying to utilize every condition I can." Yu Young turned and asked the chairman seriously, "Why is Tae-yeon trying so hard to get stronger?" A passing breeze rustled the leaves beside them. He hesitated and replied to her, Perhaps I know the reason." She was very surprised by his words. She asked again to confirm if she had misheard. "The chairman?" She carefully waited for his answer. "Perhaps," he fiercely declared. "It must be for patriotism." "It must be." Yu Young was speechless at his thought. She replied, "What did you say?" He still didn't realize. Continuing to imagine Tae-yeon as a hero protecting himself from the evil around him, he muttered, "In an era teeming with monsters and evil awakened, he has a strong desire to become stronger to help the country overcome this period safely and prosperously. That's why Tae-yeon pushes himself so hard, no matter how difficult it is, without stopping." Yu Young threw cold water on his face. "No, whatever the reason, it won't be that." The chairman was speechless. "What did you say?" The scene shifted to the deepest part of the abyss, the vampire lord's castle. A red space covered in blood with corpses strewn everywhere. In that chaos a person sat on a throne. Human corpses were treated like animal carcasses, pierced by arrows, swords and knives, their bodies not intact. Most of the corpses were female. As if a conspiracy was afoot, a man appeared and respectfully kissed the back of the other's hand. Suddenly a voice echoed, "With this." The other person immediately stopped moving and listened to the command. The red-haired man, exuding an overwhelming aura, sat cross-legged on his throne and commanded, "Connect our power with blood." He was Igman, the prince of the abyss and the vampire lord. His grade was unknown. The man in the black cloak bowed his head in deference. "Thank you, Lord." He looked down expressionlessly and said, "Thank you. How does it feel to have gained the power of the vampire race?" The man removed his black cloak and calmly replied, "There were quite a few people with similar skills and power to mine." He completely removed his hood. He laughed cruelly, his red eyes revealing wickedness. He continued, "Now, having received your power, I will be the strongest among them." He was Lin Fang, a national-level player from China. 2 guards stood at the entrance to Abyss Zone 22. Inside, a desolate landscape unfolded with a blood-red moon in the sky, making people reluctant to enter. At this time, Tae-yeon was also there. Tents with the number 2 written on them were set up next to him, and guards were stationed there, making it look like a small military base. He said with satisfaction, "This is my first time setting foot in the abyss since my regression." Suddenly a voice caught his attention. "Mr. Tae-yeon, welcome to the abyss." He respectfully greeted him and introduced himself. "I am Paul Baker, an A-grade player from the World Awakened Association and the manager of Abyss Zone 22. It's an honor to meet you." He raised his head and introduced himself again to Tae-yeon. "My name is Paul Baker." He was Paul Baker, the manager of Abyss Zone 22 and an A- grade player from the World Awakened Association. Baker guided Tae-yeon around, introducing him to their sector. "According to records, is this your first time setting foot deep in the abyss?" Tae-yeon calmly followed behind him and replied, "Roughly so," Baker suggested to him. "Then you should hire a player or mercenary to guide you." He also explained, "The World Awakened Association has established a player zone which serves as a safe base and gathering point for explorers in each explored sector of the abyss. However, the deep abyss is dangerous, and even player zones can be attacked by powerful monsters at any time." Baker felt that he didn't seem to care about this issue, so he added more words to persuade him. "Therefore, even if you are an S-grade player, it is essential to hire fellow players." Unfortunately, that was not enough to persuade Tae-yeon. He firmly replied, "No, it's not necessary." Baker was flustered. "Yes?" Tae-yeon continued to speak, but before he could finish, a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. A gigantic centipede erupted from the crack right behind him. Baker said in surprise, "Oh, this is," he shouted a warning to him. "Player Tae-yeon, be careful. It's a monster." But what surprised him even more was that Tae-yeon defeated the monster in an instant without much effort. Tae-yeon stood on the monster, looking down confidently, and replied, "I was just going for a walk, but some monsters are getting in the way." After a moment, monster corpses were piled up around where he stood, and he sighed. Baker must have gone back too. "I've come this far, so no one else will follow me anymore." Tae-yeon recalled what he had experienced in each incident, thanks to absorbing the power of the Great Phoenix in the Incarnation Realm. He obtained the conditions to activate the demon contract at the auction house and also obtained the required 200 mana points. He stared intently at the 2 purple stones in his hand, but suddenly his skill window appeared. Demon Contract B grade opens a gate to the abyss. He wondered why this skill had changed. Instead of simply summoning monsters like a damned Ouroboros office, it changed to creating gates. The next thing he noticed was the last symbol. 1-1 must be the number of uses. It might have become a one-time skill. Thought sent a shiver down Tae-yeon's spine. Could this perhaps be some special effect? The 2 purple stones in his hand emitted a brilliant light, and he marveled. There were countless monsters here, so it was fortunate he had brought these stones. They should be enough. Tae-yeon immediately crushed the 2 stones, and a notification appeared on his player screen. Magic Amplification Stone used magic power temporarily amplified. The 2 stones were indeed magic amplification stones. Magic amplification stones were items created and used by consuming magic stones when needed, temporarily amplifying the user's magic power. Upon activation, a grotesque skull gate slowly appeared. The skull gate extended its hands and feet, forming a perfect gate shrouded in purple flames, emanating an ominous energy that made one reluctant to step inside. Simultaneously, a notification window reappeared. Demon contract activated. Gate created. Tae-yeon slowly stepped inside. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of monster race he would encounter and what it would look like. He stepped through the gate, and the sight before his eyes overwhelmed him. It was a magnificent white castle enveloped in a romantic and mysterious ambiance. Every corner of the castle was perfect, making him marvel and unable to help but feel suspicious of it. He carefully ascended the stairs leading into the castle, thinking to himself, "I've never heard of a place like this existing in the abyss, even after maximizing the skill effect by using magic amplification stones. Where on earth have I come to? I'll have to figure it out myself, I suppose." Before Tae-yeon could finish speaking, several succubi appeared behind him. Tae-yeon immediately sensed their presence and turned around. A great shock surged through him, but he still held his knife firmly, standing resolute and ready for battle. A girl's voice caught his attention. "Oh my, a new scent." The green-haired succubus looked at him mockingly. "Don't point that ridiculous thing at me." The green-haired succubus seemed to be contemplating what flavor to sample. The pink-haired succubus added. The blonde succubus excitedly said, "Human, human." They were all S-grade succubi. Tae-yeon was surprised by the sight before his eyes. Succubi. Succubi are monsters that absorb male vitality through mental attacks like illusions or hypnosis. Tae-yeon carefully gathered his thoughts, but ordinary succubi were only B-grade, yet these were S-grade. Could these be the mutated monster targets for the contract summoning? The pink-haired succubus continued. "Poor human, you seem to have chosen the wrong path," the blonde succubus said gleefully. "He looks truly delicious." Tae-yeon didn't listen to their words and immediately made a decision. If they were indeed the contract targets he needed to defeat, he immediately charged, rushing towards where they stood. "I will defeat you all," the green-haired succubus calmly said. "Oh." They all dodged every one of his sharp attacks. They laughed and said, "It's exciting, like meeting a new toy." The green-haired succubus looked at him with interest and said, "But your passion isn't bad. The more you struggle, the more fun it will be." Tae-yeon said nothing, rushing towards them at his fastest speed. As he drew close to them, a heart-shaped flash erupted. They thought they had him under control and laughed excitedly. "Taste my sweet temptation, human." Kim Tae-yeon, even after fully receiving their skill, he still stood firm. He didn't move. Moreover, a man shouldn't be able to resist our hypnosis. Before the green-haired succubus could finish speaking, Tae-yeon immediately rushed at her. He knocked her down, and at that moment, only her scream could be heard. The green-haired succubus's 2 younger sisters couldn't understand what had just happened. "Sister," Tae-yeon didn't give them a chance to counterattack and activated his knight's battle will skill. He commanded, "Kneel." Crushed by his aura, they fell to the ground. They groaned in pain. "It hurts. How can an ordinary human like you resist our hypnosis and temptation?" Tae-yeon slowly approached them and said, "Resisted what?" A notification window continuously appeared on the screen. "Skill use detected. Temptation confirmed." He looked down, a triumphant expression on his face, and said, "Only the incompetent are tempted by monsters like you." A notification window reappeared on the screen. "Temptation resistance successful thanks to unknown power." Tae-yeon moved even closer and said, "Now let's make a contract." They could now only utter faint whispers. To form a monster summoning contract, one must meet one of 2 conditions. One is to satisfy the monster's desires, and the other is to conquer the monster by force. The red-haired succubus resisted in fear but could do nothing. Tae-yeon activated the skill, thinking to himself, "This should be enough conditions, right? With this I can command S-grade monsters." Suddenly a notification window appeared, stopping him short. "Not a contract target." Tae-yeon was startled and didn't understand. "What? Not a contract target? What does that mean?" Countless questions flooded his mind at that moment, and just then a voice came from behind him. "It seems you are no ordinary human." That voice brought him back to reality. Tae-yeon turned around to see a group of succubi approaching him. The succubus at the front said, "You will make an excellent offering for the queen." She was an elite S-grade succubus. The scene shifted inside the castle. Beneath a dome covered in purple roses, men hung upside down, idly bound by thorny vines scattered throughout. Joy overflowed on all their faces. At this moment, a maid succubus appeared and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, a human has infiltrated the castle." From behind a red curtain, a powerful woman with a faint presence appeared. She said with curiosity, "Oh, a human." Then she burst into laughter. "This will be an entertaining spectacle." The magnificent castle had a long staircase built on an isolated rock. Oh, and with a flash, black smoke billowed. With the flash and black smoke, an even more intense sound was heard. A chase of red-eyed demons with bat-like wings, tails, and horns on their heads were pursuing Tae-yeon, who ran ahead. They screamed in rage. "Coward, wretch, using dirty tricks," another demon added furiously. "He's a trophy for the queen. Capture him alive." Tae-yeon looked back and uttered a curse. "Damn it!" As he looked back, 2 succubi suddenly appeared in front of Tae-yeon, shattering glass and flying in. Shards of glass scattered, blocking his path, and they stared intently at Tae-yeon. He was flustered. "What, there are so many succubi?" They charged forward even faster. Seeing such a sight, Tae-yeon lost his composure. They were unreasonably numerous. Tae-yeon was instantly surrounded and attacked by countless succubi. Tae-yeon used his skill to break through the encirclement. Tae-yeon gripped his knife tightly and emitted a fierce light. The face of a hellish demon reappeared behind him. The succubi, seeing this light, were too startled to defend themselves and fell backward. Inside the castle, with a vibration of red light, the succubi were repelled by that light. A large hole opened in the ceiling, and only Tae-yeon stood alone below. After dealing with the succubi just now, Tae-yeon wiped his mouth with his hand and sighed. He thought to himself, usually succubi don't concentrate so many forces to attack a single person. Then there's only one possibility. A monster that can even dominate the succubus commanders, the being they call Queen, is here. As he thought that, Tae-yeon regained his composure and looked suspiciously at a maid-dressed succubus who stood bowing politely to him. She still bowed politely and said to Tae-yeon, "Yes, you seem to be the first human to arrive here. Please come in. The Queen awaits you." Tae-yeon stopped, looked at her, and sneered with anticipation. The scene shifted to Tae-yeon standing alone before a closed door. Winding vines crawled on the ground and many white roses bloomed above. These roses were in full bloom and white rose petals stood across the red-tiled floor where Tae-yeon stood. It was a bizarre scene. Those ugly winding vines had infiltrated everywhere, even the cracks in the walls. Upon closer inspection, humans were hanging tightly bound by the thorny vines of those roses. These thorny vines wrapped around their bodies, suspending them upside down. White fluid flowed from their bodies. Tae-yeon put his hands in his pockets and looked at the palanquin obscured by a thin white curtain. Underneath the palanquin, winding vines crawled, but within, a woman could be seen sitting. From within that thin curtain, a woman's voice, similar to that of the succubi Tae-yeon had fought, was heard. She casually introduced herself. "Welcome to the palace. I am called Rosalia, Queen, Mother of all Desires." A wicked smile and fangs were revealed at the corners of her mouth. Upon hearing her introduction, Tae-yeon realized his mission. Contract summoning activated. A contractable target is before you. Tae-yeon seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, "Is this truly the target I need to aim for?" Tae-yeon asked her again. "Are you Rosalia?" She answered without hesitation, with the arrogant demeanor of a queen. "That's right, Rosalia." She enunciated her name clearly, letter by letter. Tae-yeon's brow furrowed and he couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, "A monster speaking human language." Rosalia smiled coquettishly and slowly said, "There's nothing strange about it. Even though you're not a monster, you understand our language, don't you? Isn't that right?" Tae-yeon stood firm, thinking to himself, "That's right, I can understand what they're saying. Then what is your purpose for coming here?" Rosalia, still in her queenly demeanor, directly asked his purpose, then proceeded to offer answers herself. "Is it out of curiosity, for fame, or simply an interest in this place? Or do you wish to fulfill a desire?" Tentacles rubbed against each other, and thick red fluid flowed over them. With Rosalia's impossibly wicked laugh, a provocative charm overflowed. White rose petals fell. Tae-yeon opened his mouth and replied no. Tae-yeon, still in that posture, looked into the palanquin where the winding tentacles moved and honestly stated his purpose for coming here. "I came to perform a contract summoning." After a long moment of thought, Rosalia slowly repeated Tae-yeon's words. "Contract summoning?" She laughed as if she had heard something, then couldn't hold back and burst into louder laughter. Her laughter grew louder and louder. "You have quite some nerve, human." Seeing Tae-yeon standing there, she still laughed loudly. Tentacles covered in red fluid pulled back the curtain, and a hand with sharp claws reached forward. "But don't be so naive." Finally, the curtain was fully drawn back. Inside, Rosalia sat cross-legged, surrounded by tentacles. She was still pointing at Tae-yeon. She said in a sneering voice, "Since when did a toy presume to make a contract with its owner?" She, Rosalia, was the ruler of the abyss and an S-grade succubus queen of unknown identity. Rosalia abandoned her initial seductive demeanor. She manipulated her tentacles, rushing them swiftly towards Tae-yeon, but Tae-yeon still stood firm, arms crossed, and said, "That's right, you're not wrong." Then Tae-yeon gently moved his hand and a demonic figure appeared behind him. On one side, Tae-yeon controlled his own demon, and on the other, tentacles rapidly approached. Tae-yeon's face turned cold. "I will subdue you by force." Then the tentacles also attacked fiercely. These tentacles were colossal and not weak in attack power, shattering a massive pillar upon impact. But Tae-yeon was no pushover either. Tae-yeon moved agilely, dodging those attacks. Seeing the tentacles, Tae-yeon sneered again. A hand equipped with the familiar blade and chain of light appeared. With a few gestures, Tae-yeon manipulated them to create slashing attacks that inflicted high damage. His eyes gleamed sharply, leaving black trails. Tae-yeon, gripping his knife, rapidly charged and attacked towards where Rosalia sat. Tae-yeon raised the knife in his hand high, and the chain of light glowed crimson. His arm and knife turned to stone. It was a frontal attack. Tae-yeon's hand and knife transformed into a colossal pointed triangular stone mass, rushing swiftly towards Rosalia, who sat cross-legged. A short distance from Rosalia, the stone masses Tae-yeon had just created shattered and fell, along with the chain of light, but Rosalia still sat firm, showing no sign of having used any skill. Tae-yeon couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. "What?" Rosalia sat there, looking at Tae-yeon, pointing a finger at him and laughing scornfully. "You are too weak." She flicked her finger, and Tae-yeon remained suspended a short distance from her. At that moment, Rosalia's palanquin overturned. Tae-yeon was flustered, not understanding what was happening to him. Now Rosalia, seated in her palanquin, looked down at Tae-yeon falling from atop a towering building. Tae-yeon's body was uncontrollable. What is this? I can't use my skills. As he looked at the falling void, Tae-yeon thought to himself, moreover the space here has changed. No, this is Tae-yeon was rapidly falling between high-rise buildings. Now Tae-yeon fell into the water, sinking deep. He thrashed desperately. An illusion. This was a hallucinatory space created by Rosalia to drown Tae-yeon. Tae-yeon struggled in the water, and water entered his mouth. Water enveloped Tae-yeon. At that moment he realized the situation and regained his composure. An illusion, but since when was I caught in an illusion? Rosalia, seated in her palanquin with winding tentacles, looked down at the raging sea. Waves crashed against each other, creating white foam. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, satisfied with her victory. Word by word she spoke from her lips. Since when were you caught in an illusion? From the moment you set foot in here, you foolish human. The scene shifted to Tae-yeon being held down by Rosalia, his body tidally bound by tentacles. As Rosalia smiled sinisterly, at this moment Tae-yeon's eyes were closed. He was unconscious, and tentacles wrapped around his body inside a palanquin bathed in light. Rosalia was on top of Tae-yeon, who lay unconscious. Tae-yeon's eyes were closed and tentacles were wrapped tightly around his neck and waist. She grinned cunningly, revealing her fangs. Since when? Rosalia wrapped Tae-yeon's entire body with tentacles. She looked at him with satisfaction and laughed. You were already under an illusion from the moment you set foot in here. Tae-yeon sank into the water and large bubbles rose. Tae-yeon gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I have to break free from this illusion. Suddenly, a light flashed before Tae-yeon's eyes, and he opened them wide in surprise. Tae-yeon suddenly found himself in the back seat of a car. His father was in the driver's seat, his gentle long-haired mother in the passenger seat, and the child was young Tae-yeon. He couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. A neat, innocent boy. Is that what I looked like when I was young? Young Tae-yeon excitedly told his parents. The TV says high-ranking awakened earn a lot of money. The child still seemed thrilled with his story. So I'm going to become the highest grade awakened and buy mom and dad the most delicious things, the prettiest things, everything in the world. His father smiled, his eyes crinkling. His mother listened to him and smiled gently. Our good boy, young Tae-yeon's mother said softly to him. But mom doesn't need any of that, son. Just being healthy and happy is enough for mom. Young Tae-yeon was slightly displeased by his mother's words. Why do you say that, mom? You're no fun when you say that. Tae-yeon thought of his parents. That's right, my parents were always like that. More than me becoming a high-ranking awakened, more than escaping poverty. The small car was filled with happy laughter, and the three family members talked joyfully. What his parents always wished for was his happiness. Tae-yeon's eyes were full of happiness, and he smiled amidst the family's joy. Flames, red flames blazed in Tae-yeon's eyes. He was panic-stricken. The scene of the accident where the car was torn to pieces and flames shot up as if to swallow the entire vehicle came back to him. His parents sat motionless in the flames, unconscious. The car window was shattered and his father's face was covered in blood. His mother sat in the passenger seat, engulfed in flames. The fire reached even where Tae-yeon sat, and everything around him was engulfed in flames. He was aghast and speechless. He saw a man embracing a woman through the shattered window, weeping in sorrow. Heaven is unfair, the distraught man said, tears streaming down his face. Oh no, the woman holding the young man in her arms cried out in disbelief and anger. How could this happen to our family? Tae-yeon stared blankly and barely managed to say, What did you say? Then a sinister smile and a scoffing sound were heard, and Tae-yeon opened his eyes wide in surprise. That useless guy. Before his eyes, two young men mercilessly kicked a helpless person who couldn't resist. The two continuously stomped on him with great force. Stop putting on an act. Get up right now. Our Tae-yeon definitely awakened with extraordinary endurance. Tae-yeon stood in front of the burning red car, looking at his past self trembling. He thought to himself, that's right, this is my memory. He recalled setting out with his comrades burdened with luggage. Tae-yeon was sure this was his memory, carrying heavy luggage on his shoulders. Tae-yeon walked, panting, sweat beading on his forehead. How dare a useless guy like you try to go to the abyss? Know your place. Looking at those who scoffed at him and scorned him, Tae-yeon recalled the past. Because I hadn't awakened, because I had no power, I had to endure misfortune day after day without a single word of protest. But what hurt me the most was my aunt shouting at him. Tae-yeon, what are you talking about? Did I do something wrong? Where are you going looking so foolish? On a path where snowflakes scattered white, Tae-yeon, carrying his luggage, listened to his aunt with his head bowed, unable to look her and his uncle directly in the eyes. His aunt still worriedly tried to persuade him. Money isn't a problem, let's not worry about that anymore. Tae-yeon finally replied, No, aunt, uncle, I'm truly grateful for your help until today. His aunt and uncle were surprised by Tae-yeon's words, and he became lost in thought again. Not only am I no help to anyone, but my existence only brings misfortune to those who help me. That's right, the current Tae-yeon looked at his past self. His parents wished for his happiness, but to achieve happiness the two of them were almost in conflict. The past Tae-yeon brushed past the current Tae-yeon and walked towards the light. Tae-yeon realized that he needed power. Queen's hypnosis skill used detected. Activation. Rosalia was manipulating her hypnosis skill with her hand and he tried to resist that mysterious power but failed, and all his stats decreased. Chain binding cannot be used, Knight's battle will cannot be used, Monarch's heart cannot be used, paralysis skill cannot be used, stealth skill cannot be used, stone skin skill cannot be used, available skills 1-8. Ta Yun shouted with all his might, obey. Ta Yun used his skill to break the illusion surrounding him. Corpses lay scattered on the floor and bloodied bodies were strewn everywhere. Rosalia smiled, one hand across her chest and the other propped on her chin, saying, "You surprise me, to survive even after encountering the Iron Horse. But there were a few notable points in your memories." Rosalia looked at the past Ta Yun. First, there was a memory of a boy who for some reason seemed older than your current age. Second, there were memories with conflicting outcomes despite being almost in the same time frame. Ta Yun was bullied and had no strength to resist. Ta Yun with extraordinary strength defeated his tormentor. He was defeated and fell at Ta Yun's feet. Then, to be sure, Rosalia's red tentacles extended. "What secret are you hiding?" She shattered the Iron Horse before her with a tentacle, and seeing the fragments scatter everywhere, she covered her mouth and scoffed. Her red eyes widened, and in disbelief she froze, looking at the spaces before her. The most surprising thing was that she saw the king. He was emitting white light from his entire body, and his long white hair fluttered. Rosalia stepped back, unable to believe her eyes. She stammered, "That person is the king." The king, emitting white light, smiled. She was still regaining her composure, unable to speak. Red lightning appeared behind her. More lightning emanated from her body. She knelt and looked up as the red lightning, mingling with fragments, illuminated her. Her face was drenched in sweat. Looking at the tentacles scattered on the ground, her mind went blank. "How dare you steal someone else's memories?" She turned her head towards the sound. A knife was already at her throat. Quite a peculiar hobby for a queen. Rosalia was kneeling on the ground with Ta Yun's knife at her throat. Ta Yun said, "I'll say it again, Rosalia, accept the contract summoning." "I can still laugh. Do you think you can defeat me with that cheap flashback video? Foolish. Do you think you can kill me with such a toy?" Ta Yun challenged. "We'll see." Rosalia glanced at him. Her lips curled up and she snorted coldly. Truly arrogant, but unexpectedly a tentacle appeared like lightning. Rosalia wrapped Ta Yun's body with a tentacle, ran her finger across his face and said, "I will accept the contract." As soon as she finished speaking, she bit hard into Ta Yun's shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. Ta Yun cried out in disbelief. Contract conditions met. Summoning contract established. Rosalia was still biting tightly onto Ta Yun's shoulder. The demon contract skill has been changed to the Queen's Monarch skill. Skill level adjusted. New skill, perfect hypnosis added. Skill level adjusted. She released Ta Yun and withdrew her tentacles. Charm stat increased. Rubbing Ta Yun's face with a tentacle, she said, "Good night, my chosen one." She smiled, satisfied with her actions. Ta Yun lay unconscious, his eyes closed. "Mr. Ta Yun." Ta Yun heard a voice calling him. Ta Yun slowly opened his eyes. Ta Yun awoke and sat up, seeing a man with neatly combed hair and glasses. Behind him was the magic circle that had called him. He said, "Are you all right?" Ta Yun still didn't understand anything. "I'm glad you survived safely." The radiant, handsome man who had just spoken was Paul Baker, an A- grade player from the World Awakened Association and the manager of Abyss Zone 22. In a space with only sand and bases, Ta Yun asked where this was, and Baker said, "This is the player zone. I found you collapsed here while I was patrolling." Ta Yun rubbed his head and his eyes, saying, "What happened?" He thought to himself, "Did Rosalia bring me here?" Information update appeared in Ta Yun's mind. Queenman summon skill B grade can summon Rosalia Succubus Queen, mana 200. Hypnosis skill B grade can hypnotize opponents, mana 40. Willpower 130. Moreover, all of this was not a dream. A powerful flow of energy surged through Ta Yun's body. The demon contract had changed to the Queenman summon skill, and he had even acquired a new hypnosis skill. If there was a skill to summon Rosalia, he could meet her in the Asia-friendly tournament and compete against players from other countries. Rosalia's image came to Ta Yun's mind. The hypnosis skill Rosalia had given him had an unlimited range. But why did Rosalia change her mind? Ta Yun was astonished thinking about this. The word she spoke at the last moment, Rosalia, one hand across her stomach and the other covering her mouth, said with wriggling tentacles, "Good night, chosen of the king." Rosalia spoke so gently, but Ta Yun stammered in disgust. "She knows the king," Baker suddenly called out. "Ah, Mr. Ta Yun." Ta Yun snapped back to reality and looked at Baker. Baker continued, "What will you do now? Should you hire a guide player?" Ta Yun politely smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Paul Baker. I'm fine. Everything's done, so I'm going home." The blue sky and early morning sunlight shone warmly on the city's skyscrapers. People were busy working on a high-rise building with a spacious rooftop. Yue Young was coming out of the building. She was walking down the stairs in high heels. "Congratulations on your discharge." At the chairman's congratulatory words, Yue Young's steps faltered and she was surprised. A man with a large scar on his face and two subordinates behind him clapped and said, "Are you feeling all right?" The man with the scarred face was clapping. He was Han Su, an A-grade player and the vice guild leader of the Yacha Guild. Yue Young adjusted her jacket and said, "I fought a few people and I was fine." Han Su laughed heartily and said, as expected of the guild leader, "I have some interesting news." Hearing his words, Yue Young glanced at him and asked what news. He recalled Ta Yun's image and said, "I heard player Ta Yun went into the abyss and came back." Yue Young was surprised by his words and said, "He came back?" She was still surprised and couldn't believe it. "He really came back?" Anyway, Ta Yun wouldn't be able to explore deep into the abyss alone. Han-soo crossed his arms and replied with an arrogant laugh. That place is called the S-grade graveyard. Coming back isn't the problem. The important thing is who came to meet player Tae-yeon. Yue-young was even more surprised and asked urgently, "What? Who met him?" Han-soo laughed triumphantly and said, "The chairman of the One-Miro Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. I'm Kong Hee-wook, player." A muscular man stood before Tae-yeon. Tae-yeon let out a startled ah and broke into a cold sweat. He had a scar across his nose and he grinned, asking, "Are you Tae-yeon?" He challenged arrogantly. "Let's fight." Kong Hee-wook, an S-grade player and the chairman of the One-Miro Guild. Kong Hee-wook immediately ran towards where Tae-yeon stood. Kong Hee-wook was the leader of One-Miro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man was called the most powerful tank in New Korea. He had fought monsters for tens of hours and there were many rumors about him, including stories of him killing hundreds of monsters. His guild was most famous for gathering strength. Shall we begin? Power emanated from Kong Hee-wook's body, recruiting members through duels. "Come on," suddenly a voice interrupted, stopping him. Han rushed forward trying to hit him. He was surprised. Kong Hee-wook exclaimed in surprise. "Secretary Kim," she said, "do you want to be called back by the Human Rights Committee again?" "Chairman, don't you know that doing so will ban you from entering the abyss? What excuse will I have to make again so you don't have to pay a fine?" Kim Tae-yeon was dumbfounded. She greeted him. "I am Han, secretary to the chairman of the One-Miro Guild." He was still in a fighting stance. Han explained again, "While it's true that our chairman's method of recruiting members is inhumane, I am here to handle the matter of recruiting Mr. Kim Tae-yeon into the guild." At this moment, Kong Hee-wook said from behind with great displeasure, "Secretary Kim, what are you talking about? What's so inhumane about it? If player Kim Tae-yeon wants to join our guild, there's no need for a one-on-one duel." Kim Tae-yeon was puzzled. "If there's no selection process for applicants, isn't it no different from forcing others to join?" Secretary Kim also agreed. That's true, but I'd like to make a suggestion to Mr. Kim Tae-yeon. As far as I know, player Kim Tae-yeon intends to participate in the Asia-friendly tournament." She continued to imagine the situation. "Among the 4 major guilds, our once-powerless is the guild most specialized in abyss exploration. Through numerous dungeon raid schedules, we will guarantee your abyss exploration. If you join our guild, we promise to fully compensate for anything Mr. Kim Tae-yeon is lacking." Kim Tae-yeon listened in silence. Kong Hee-wook approached from behind and cheerfully clapped Secretary Kim on the shoulder, startling her. She turned around and said to Kong Hee-wook, "That's enough, Secretary Kim." Kong Hee-wook glanced at Tae-yeon, sneered contemptuously and said, "If that guy wanted something like that he would have come long ago, wouldn't he?" Kim Tae-yeon suddenly cut once-powerless off and said, "I've changed my mind." Secretary Kim and Kong Hee-wook were surprised by his words. Kong Hee-wook asked in surprise, "What did you say?" and Secretary Kim enthusiastically cheered. "That's right." Kong Hee-wook hesitated and asked, "So you mean you're joining once-powerless?" Kim Tae-yeon laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kong Hee-wook's eyes widened, not understanding Kim Tae-yeon's words. Kim Tae-yeon faced Kong Hee-wook and said confidently, "Do it your way." Kim Tae-yeon continued with a cold face, "The winner gets what they want. How about it?" Kong Hee-wook said with displeasure. "This damn brat." Once-powerless headquarters stadium. Bright lights shone and thousands of people gathered here to watch. Numerous reporter cameras surrounded Tae-yeon trying to interview him. "I heard you were targeted to be forced into once-powerless. What's your relationship with the Yacha Guild? Are you involved with player Yue-young? Why did you agree to a one-on-one duel with Mr. Kong Hee-wook, nicknamed the strongest tank in New Korea? Do you think you have a chance to win?" Questions poured out, and numerous camera flashes surrounded Tae-yeon. Flames of anger burned in Tae-yeon's eyes and killing intent emanated from him. The people behind him pushed each other, shouting loudly, "It's so annoying, please just one picture." One person asked the angry Tae-yeon, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Someone in the crowd said, "Excuse me." Just then a person in green clothes with their hand extended shouted. Tae-yeon turned towards the sound at the hum. A woman in green clothes wearing glasses and her hair half tied up held a camera. She desperately pushed forward through the crowd shouting, "I want an interview too, move aside, I need to interview." She was reporter Kim, a rookie reporter from Economy's God. Her characteristic was doing her best to avoid getting fired. Reporter Kim's hand trembled as she struggled to move forward. A man's strong hand firmly grasped reporter Kim's outstretched hand. That man was Tae-yeon. Reporter Kim was startled and looked at Tae-yeon. Tae-yeon looked down at reporter Kim and greeted her. "Long time no see, Reporter Kim. Didn't we meet during our test?" Reporter Kim's face turned beet red with embarrassment, and she replied flustered, "Oh yes, long time no see, player Kim Tae-yeon." Reporter Kim, "Do you two know each other? Are you just pretending to be close with player Kim Tae-yeon?" The surrounding crowd whispered about Reporter Kim. Reporter Kim stood there and began to daydream. He remembered someone who had just passed by like herself. Famous people are indeed different. Tae-yeon extended his hand to Reporter Kim and said casually, "I can't answer any questions right now. Ask her all your questions. As you know, I have an appointment with Mr. Kong Hee-wook, so I don't have enough time for an interview." Reporter Kim, hit by this overwhelming bomb, was stiff all over and could barely say, "What did you say?" Reporter Kim was surrounded by other reporters asking questions like, "Reporter Kim, what's your relationship with Mr. Kim Tae-yeon?" Suddenly surrounded by everyone, Secretary Kim was scared and could only say, "Yes?" Kim Tae-yeon, after passing this problem to reporter Kim, waved his hand lightly, smiled and left, saying, "That's it." Kim Tae-yeon strode towards the stairs where a shining door opened. Kim Tae-yeon walked up the stairs step by step with his hands in his pockets. He stopped and frowned. Green light shone on the stands. Thousands of people sat and waited. Kim Tae-yeon and Kang Hee-wook stood facing each other. Kang Hee-wook had a challenging smile, as if flames were burning brightly. "You came, I thought you were scared and disappeared." Kim Tae-yeon didn't back down, having already changed his appearance and prepared for battle, and said confidently, "Anything else to say? If not, let's start right away." The stand lights at the end of the tunnel were bright, and Kim Tae-yeon walked leisurely with the face of a victor. Kang Hee-wook was waiting in the arena, also greatly looking forward to this match. A green barrier was installed and the fight began. "You're here? I thought you were too scared to come here," he said with a mocking laugh. "Who dares to speak to me like that? Let's fight." Kim Tae-yeon's body was covered in stone and flames burned. He was already prepared for this fight. Below the stands, thousands of people sat in orderly rows watching the match. The voice of level 8 player Choi Hae-seon, the commentator, echoed, "All right, everyone. The match you've been waiting for is about to begin. There's only one way to win: to make the opponent surrender. How will this forced recruitment duel turn out?" Kang Hee-wook took a ready stance. "All right, let's see what you've got. Member recruitment through dueling, starting now," the declaration of war echoed, and both men were excited for this fiery battle. Kim Tae-yeon was ready and said, "All right, let's go." He lightly waved his hand and summoned a gigantic monster. "I'll show you my power." He thought of a tactic. Summoning a monster now would emit an intimidating king's aura, enough to subdue S-grade monsters in a single blow. Even player Kang Hee-wook wouldn't easily avoid this skill. He expected this intimidating monster to threaten him, but he was surprised by his lack of reaction. Someone's skill is a bit threatening, but it's not enough yet. Kim Tae-yeon was surprised by his reaction. Suddenly he felt something brush past his back. It was a leopard. "What?" Before he could finish his words, Kang Hee-wook put all his strength into his fist and power concentrated in one spot. A blurry shape appeared on his fist, one strike. His fist was as powerful as a giant brown bear. He flew quite a distance and there were cracks beneath his feet showing how immense the power of his fist was. He had already wrapped his arm with golden chains. That punch didn't affect him much. He rushed at him like a storm with large long horns on his head. "Your combat skills are quite good, but if you think you can defeat me with that level of skill, you're mistaken." He pushed him and a gigantic bull appeared, similar to the bear punch earlier. "You're really strong," Kim Tae-yeon replied leisurely. A smile still lingered on his handsome face. He leapt up. It was still that aura. A gigantic elephant took a stance as if to stomp on a small prey. He was surprised by this strange skill. A strike from the sky, the gigantic elephant stomped on Kim Tae-yeon's small body. Dirt and stones flew everywhere and dust filled the air. He stood on a rock, smiling with satisfaction at his skill. As the dust slowly cleared, he still stood firm on the stand. "Your evasion skills are quite good, but you can't win by just running away," he mocked him, and a smile spread across his wounded face. He laughed loudly. "Chairman, if there are no more beast forms, this fight is mine." Kang Hee-wook, as if provoked, slowly moved forward and began to gather strength. "Interesting. To speak like that even when you're at a disadvantage. If you want it so badly, I'll end this fight with this skill." The shape of a gigantic dinosaur appeared and the audience below the stands cheered and became excited. "It's out, Chairman Kang Hee-wook's final transformation form." The crowd cheered and rooted for him. The stage where the two stood was shattered by his 3 attacks. He looked so small next to that gigantic dinosaur. With this battle form, the fight would soon be over. Even if he was a promising rookie player, he wouldn't be able to defeat the chairman. Han-soo and Yoo Ah-young were watching the match from the stage. Yoo Ah-young said excitedly, "Wow, watching this match in person I can really see their immense skills." "What are you talking about right now?" Han-soo scolded. "If he loses, player Tae-yeon has to join Onsemiro Guild, but there's nothing we can do. Then we have to stop this fight from continuing." Han-soo analyzed Kang Hee-wook's abilities. Chairman Kang Hee-wook's ability, Beast's Fury. This is a power that mimics the fury of a beast. This skill gives him the strength and intimidation of a beast in combat. If he uses this skill in its final form, no matter how strong player Kim Tae-yeon is, it will be difficult to stop him. Yoo Ah-young calmed him down. "There's no need to worry like this. The player Kim Tae-yeon I know doesn't lose that easily. He always has some hidden card to deal with situations like this." He gathered strength and rushed at him. He waited for him, and an arrogant smile once again spread across his face. The audience in the stands watched the match anxiously. What on earth is happening?" Everyone was startled and fell backward. The chairman is kneeling." What did you say?" He still didn't understand what had happened, filled with worry and shock. "If he's kneeling, then I've won." On this side, Chairman Kang Hee-wook requested a one-on-one duel, and player Kim Tae-yeon, his opponent, readily accepted. Secretary Kim explained to the player association, and the entire arena was filled with surprise. The audience, unable to believe their eyes, admired the result before them. "The chairman is kneeling? That man who went through countless battles and cleared numerous dungeons is kneeling? Nonsense, there must have been some trickery. Let's fight again. I can't believe this result. It was trickery. Let's nullify this match and fight again." As he stood below the stage, shouts of dissatisfaction about the result continuously echoed. He looked at him. He was still kneeling. He had somewhat expected it, but he hadn't anticipated the battle to unfold like this. "He's truly a strong Korean player. When he approached me for close combat, the hypnosis worked. Kneel, he gritted his teeth. His face was filled with anger and bitterness. I lost nonsense. When I rushed to attack him, I think I was caught by some mind-controlling skill. I lost consciousness for a moment then. Damn it, really, he gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone quiet down, his shout echoed throughout the entire arena. All the audience froze. Oh, Chairman, I don't know what damned skill that guy used, but I lost. If I lost, I must admit it. So all Onsemiro Guild members, accept this result. If anyone has any complaints, they can come directly and tell me. The chairman completely conceded defeat. Looking down at the stands, Yua Young looked at the two. Really, that guy must be angry. But I didn't think player Kim Tae-yeon could turn the situation around in such a short moment. As expected, he always has surprising skills. You're truly a mysterious player. Yua Young sneered and put popcorn into her mouth. After the announcement, Kong Hee-wook approached him quickly in anger. Kim Tae-yeon turned around and watched him, and Kong Hee-wook stood firmly right in front of him. Kim Tae-yeon extended a hand of reconciliation and said, "Good match." Kong Hee-wook didn't immediately take his hand and asked, "Did you plan to win like this from the beginning?" Kim Tae-yeon smiled and replied, "Ah, a little bit." He laughed, amused by his answer. "You're a truly arrogant brat," and Kong Hee-wook also extended a friendly handshake to him. He asked resolutely, "You promised, so you must keep it. Do you want money or a special item?" Kim Tae-yeon also answered honestly, "Of course those are good, but I don't want those." Kong Hee-wook looked at him quizzically. "Then what do you want?" Kim Tae-yeon answered without hesitation, "Minotaur Labyrinth." Kong Hee-wook was greatly surprised to hear those words. He continued without hesitation, "I want to participate in that labyrinth attack." At these words, Kong Hee-wook broke out in a cold sweat. The scene shifted to the Awakened Association headquarters. In the chairman's office, the chairman and Kim Tae-gook were discussing. Kim Tae-gook asked, "The Minotaur Labyrinth?" He explained. "That's right, it's a dungeon at the edge of the abyss. That labyrinth is a very complex space, full of countless traps. Many Awakened lost their lives there." The chairman's face grew increasingly serious. "Although it's at the edge of the abyss, this is a place many S-grade Awakened want to challenge, but all have failed. Currently, the Onsemiro Guild has the authority to raid that labyrinth, but it hasn't been announced externally yet." Kim Tae-gook asked worriedly, "Then how did player Kim Tae-yeon know about it? Will this be all right?" The chairman understood his thoughts and replied, "Of course, everything there is very unstable and unpredictable. We don't know what will happen in the abyss, so we must be prepared." He slammed his hand on the table and continued, "But there's no other way. All we can do now is trust the Awakened who will attack the dungeon. Of course, if I were younger, I would have participated in that dungeon raid." Kim Tae-gook looked at the chairman with respectful eyes and said, "Chairman." Kim Tae-gook stared intently at the chairman. "However, if you are too concerned about that matter, instead of worrying about the difficulty of the dungeon raid, please focus on finding many capable new Awakened. I hope what I fear will not happen." Suddenly, an urgent call notification appeared on the screen, drawing the chairman's attention. A female employee from the Awakened Association frantically said, "Chairman, I apologize for calling so urgently, but something urgent has happened." The chairman asked back, "Something urgent?" She immediately explained the situation, which was a call from the Japanese Awakened Association. The chairman was slightly confused at this moment. What was she talking about? The Dawn Auction House incident was already over. Kim Tae-gook, who was beside him, also couldn't understand. The female employee immediately continued her explanation. "The matter is that the Saintess has sent an invitation to player Kim Tae-yeon." Upon hearing the word Saintess, the chairman immediately recalled a very arrogant yet frightening woman and was startled. At this time, Kong Hee-wook stood before a gate, and behind him, fully armed soldiers were lined up in an orderly fashion. "This is the Association's Spatial Teleportation Gate Management Office." Secretary Kim, next to Kong Hee-wook, began to count. 1. Her fingers quickly swept over the people, counting 2, 3, 4, 50, 60, 70, and in an instant reached 98 people. Kim Tae-yeon was the last, and she clearly shouted 100. Having completed the roll call, she turned around resolutely and reported, "All 100 people for the labyrinth breakthrough have gathered. Is all preparation complete?" Kong Hee-wook still smiled eerily towards the gate and said, "If we're ready, shall we enter the labyrinth and see how strong the monsters here are?" After saying that, he led the people and entered the gate. As soon as they entered the outskirts of the labyrinth, chaotic battles erupted. Large and small magic currents and explosions were occurring everywhere in the labyrinth. Minotaur hordes and Kong Hee-wook's troops took turns surrounding and attacking each other. The space was now filled with screams from everywhere. "Attack over there first, heal this side again, advance quickly." Inside the Minotaur labyrinth, Kim Tae-yeon was single-handedly fighting 2 Minotaurs with the weapon in his hand with cool, precise movements. He quickly brought them down. Now only their desperate screams remained and their bodies were immediately shattered into pieces. Kong Hee-wook complimented him. "You're quite good." He approached Tae-yeon holding a Minotaur's head in his hand. Kong Hee-wook asked with a gentle expression, "How's the weapon I gave you?" Tae-yeon replied politely, "It's fine, I'm used to this type anyway and my old weapon broke so I didn't have many options." Kong Hee-wook said kindly, "It's good that you're using it well. That was a gift I intended to give you when you joined the guild." The sharp dagger in Tae-yeon's hand was the rare Great Ashura. Kong Hee-wook continued to praise him. "For this dungeon raid, we absolutely need a skilled person like you." He walked, throwing the Minotaur's head to the ground, and Tae-yeon also replied frankly and unreservedly, "Thank you for accepting me. This labyrinth raid was not easy, having failed several times, so she also told everyone to be careful. Secretary Kim immediately replied, "Don't think like that." Kang Hee-wook asked back, seemingly not understanding. "Huh?" Secretary Kim immediately explained, "Everyone participating in this labyrinth raid is a skilled awakened of B grade or higher." She presented evidence in turn. "As soon as we entered, we defeated the monsters and everyone is safe. All the traps inside this dungeon have already been removed, so there's no need to worry about such traps." Kang Hee-wook also added, "Our vice guild leader handled that, so you can rest assured." Secretary Kim continued confidently, "Last month we researched how to break through this labyrinth." At these words, Kim Tae-yeon was quite surprised. He asked curiously, "Raid clues?" Kang Hee-wook also spoke frankly, without hiding anything. "We found many clues from the monster corpses discovered in this labyrinth and how to defeat them." He recalled the sight of the very gigantic and strangely patterned monsters they had discovered during the last labyrinth exploration. These were things no one had ever seen before. The image of a giant cracked horn came to his mind. Kang Hee-wook continued, "As soon as we touched the monster's body, it all turned into fine dust, with only the horn remaining intact." Hearing this, Kim Tae-yeon suddenly understood. In that case, he laughed heartily and analyzed, "That's right, thanks to that horn we were able to find the characteristics of the monsters in this labyrinth and how to defeat them. And since we've even located similar monsters, we won't get lost using reconnaissance skills." Guided by the Vice Guild leader's reconnaissance skills, they gradually delved deeper into the labyrinth. After passing through every corner of the labyrinth and overcoming all trials, they arrived at a gate. Strange symbols adorned both sides and a glowing red spiral pattern looked very bizarre. They slowly entered. The Vice Guild leader held a lantern and said, "We've arrived." This was a pile of ruins, and in the very center stood a giant minotaur statue with its right horn broken. The Vice Guild leader said, "This is the final point." They focused on the majestic female minotaur standing before them. Kim Tae-yeon doubted, "A stone statue," but Kang Hee-wook replied, "It's a monster." The Vice Guild leader quickly said, "Anyway, we just need to place the horn on that stone statue, right?" Kang Hee-wook exclaimed excitedly, "Then," and ordered, "Secretary Kim, bring it." Secretary Kim hurriedly pushed a cart bringing the horn, and Kang Hee-wook urged her, "Come quickly," she replied. "Just a moment." Kim Tae-yeon pondered slightly, even before his regression. "I used the Minotaur's horn to find my way to the final point of the labyrinth." His face was now quite serious, but what happened next was Kang Hee-wook lifting the horn himself, laughing excitedly. "Good." He exerted all his strength to firmly insert it into the broken horn of the female Minotaur. There, as the two pieces connected, a dazzling light erupted. Everyone below witnessed that moment and cheered. "Good, we're going to conquer this labyrinth that no one has succeeded in for 30 years, Kang Hee-wook shouted excitedly. "Come out, master of the labyrinth." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. All the cracks on the Minotaur's body healed. The Minotaur gradually disappeared and a white light gradually covered the entire space. His troops below were flustered, not knowing what was happening, and that light of death gradually covered the entire room. Suddenly, Kang Hee-wook seemed to be drawn by some force and he was startled. "Why?" The people below were also agitated by this incident. What happened?" Only the Vice Guild leader stood calmly as if knowing everything. Suddenly, a group of people were teleported to an icy wasteland and only screams remained. "What's wrong here? Snow?" Another group of people were teleported to a sudden flood and beside them, screams and curses of "Damn it, what is this?" echoed. Yet another group was teleported under an erupting volcano, and the male protagonist Kim Tae-yeon was in a forest. He was quite interested in this situation. Indeed, it's activated. In front of him were 4 people who had also been teleported with him. This was a spatial teleportation trap. Those 4 people were also greatly surprised by his appearance. They all said, "Huh?" At this time, elsewhere a pair of rough hands were opening a book under a dimly lit reading lamp in a dark room. He calmly turned the pages and said, "Ha, so that's it. So Tae-yeon has joined the Labyrinth raid team." Yacha sat cross-legged. His authoritative demeanor made his subordinates very fearful. "I apologize, Your Majesty. This happened too suddenly and we didn't anticipate it." His subordinate cautiously asked, "What should we do now?" "If Your Majesty commands, I will immediately halt the operation." Yacha stretched out his hand, revealing a strange skull tattoo on the back of his hand. He replied, "No, it's better to leave it as is." He analyzed in turn. 6 S-grade villains have infiltrated that breakthrough team, including A grades. There are 20 in total. No matter how strong Tae-yeon and Kang Hee-wook are, they have their limits. They won't be able to defeat us. Yacha closed the book and continued. "They're focused on dealing with the labyrinth monsters, so how can they suddenly deal with internal enemies attacking them?" A cunning and malicious expression gradually appeared on his face and he said, "So let them proceed as planned. Even if Tae-yeon appeared, nothing will change." In the forest, the 4 people began to approach him, and the situation seemed too dangerous. The blonde girl spoke first with good intentions. "I'll introduce myself first, then we can get to know each other and cooperate well later. I'm Miranda, a B-grade player." Tae-yeon suddenly leapt up, took a stance and said, "Demon." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the girl in the face. "Don't try to deceive me." Miranda was hit so hard that she spat blood. Arg, her true identity was the S-grade demon sorceress Milena. At this moment, a man's inner thoughts were revealed to him. "Tae-yeon, the youngest S-grade player, I always wondered what your skills would be like. Could you become as strong as the chairman who always stands on the front lines fighting bravely? Could you become everyone's sturdy shield? Perhaps you're also the person who sacrificed himself to save everyone at the Dawn auction house as rumored. He sincerely hoped that Ta Yun would unleash his power and help the Once-Miro Guild clear this difficult dungeon. These thoughts belonged to Park Wong-jin, a B-grade player and Once-Miro Guild member. However, after witnessing this dominant side of Kim Ta-yun, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Seeing Milena lying unconscious, he couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "What is this?" Park Wong-jin screamed. "You crazy bastard, what have you done?" Ta-yun confidently gave a thumbs up and replied, "Ah, that's just a demon that infiltrated our ranks." He was overwhelmed with emotion, aimed his gun at him and attacked. "Demon, my ass, don't lie." Wong-jin fired his gun, cursing, "You damn bastard." Ta-yun also had no choice but to dodge his bullets. "Seriously, you keep shooting but can't hit anything," Wong-jin cursed, extremely frustrated. Damn it, Ta-yun couldn't believe he could act like this even in such a situation. All his actions were absurd. Park Wong-jin cursed inwardly. He recalled his memories of clearing dungeons with his comrade Miranda. His comrade, with whom he had cleared many dungeons, was now lying like this. After thinking, he vowed inwardly, "Miranda, I'll avenge you." "I believe you're not a demon." Park Wong-jin gritted his teeth and said in anger, "This is impossible." He painfully supported Milena, continuously calling her name. "Wake up, Milena, we need to get away from that damn bastard. Don't worry, I'll protect you." The touching moment didn't last long, and he was struck by a tremendous punch from Milena. Arg! At this moment only his painful screams echoed in the forest. Arga! Milena sprang up and looked at Park Wong-jin with contempt. "Who dares to touch me, you damn bastard?" He stood calmly and mocked, "I told you, but you didn't believe me." However, behind him 2 other demons were approaching and attacking him. Ta-yun turned his body and glared at them. "Now the 2 of us have to deal with this." They cooperated, attacking him all at once, creating a small aftershock. But as the smoke gradually cleared, the gray-haired demon and the blonde demon were both greatly flustered, seeing him disappear before their eyes in front of the ruins. Suddenly Ta-yun leisurely appeared behind them and said casually, "I didn't expect there to be 3 demons in this small place." He provoked them, saying, "Did all of you gather here to harm the people of this place?" Milena at this time shed the disguise she had hidden for so long, tied back her long hair and returned to her original form. She smiled strangely and said, "That's very odd." They took their stances and prepared for battle. "We've been hiding in the Once-Miro Guild for several years and no one discovered us, but as soon as you arrived, you found us. How did you do that?" As she spoke, she massaged her neck, revealing the strange tattoos of the demons. Ta-yun also replied to them very patiently. "Ah, you are quite commendable. Your acting wasn't too clumsy. Of course I knew all of this from the future." Milena disdained his explanation. "Ha, the future, that's ridiculous." She didn't believe a word he said. Milena began to analyze based on her own knowledge. "You seem to be quite close with Yue Young. Did she tell you something about us? Or is there a traitor among us?" As soon as she finished speaking, her claws gradually grew longer. Milena activated her attack skill and said confidently, "Anyway, all I have to do is kill you here." She lunged at him like a beast, and the other 2 B-grade demons also helped her. Milena lightly grazed one side of his face. Arg! Her 2 assistants were also afraid but quickly approached, delivering fatal blows. He lightly leaped into the air, dodging all their attacks. Ta-yun summoned chains. The chains first wrapped around the blonde man's neck and he exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" The black-haired man was also immediately enveloped by his chains. He barely managed to exclaim, "Ah!" Ta-yun immediately and without hesitation brought down those 2 people. Now only their desperate screams remained. Arg! Suddenly, a killing intent rapidly approached, and it was Milena's sharp claws. He seemed excited by their fierce attacks. Ta-yun immediately confronted her attack head-on. Milena's will gradually wavered. She realized there was a skill gap between herself and him. She thought to herself, what happened? He's too strong. Although he knew he wasn't an ordinary person, her witch's claw skill instantly poisoned anyone it grazed. An enemy struck by the poison would surely die, but that damn guy was completely unaffected. She thought she must have grazed his face during her attack. Despite her venom-filled ultimate skill fiercely attacking Ta-yun, he showed no signs of weakening. Thinking this far, Milena suddenly realized why. Is he resistant to poison? She struggled desperately, and as if reading her mind, Ta-yun spoke. "I'm sorry, but..." At the same time, he activated his Knight's Battle Will skill, summoning a gigantic undead under his control. Ta-yun seemed to be delivering her death sentence. "Poison has no effect on me." A series of notifications continued to appear in his system. Witch's Claw skill detected. Resistance successful with unknown power. Milena fled in shock, but it was already too late. She helplessly cursed. Damn it, his skill possessed immense destructive power, scattering all the surrounding dirt, stones and trees far away. A loud roar echoed, and all the surrounding trees, dirt and stones flew away. After the smoke cleared, Park Wong-jin slowly approached the spot where the explosion had occurred. He seemed horrified, as if he had discovered something. Before Park Wong-jin's eyes, Milena was bound by Ta-yun, crouching on the ground. Milena furiously shouted, "Let me go, you damn bastard, or I'll kill you." Hearing this, Ta-yun roughly grabbed Milena's hair and pulled her up, and she shrieked in pain. Ta-yun looked at Milena's disheveled appearance and said to her, "You still say such things now?" Right behind Ta-yun was Rosalia's figure. She asked Milena, "Tell me everything truthfully." After saying that, she used her power to control Milena's mind. After controlling Milena's mind, Rosalia asked, "How many spies are here? What is your purpose in infiltrating this dungeon raid?" Milena heard those words and blankly said, "Ha." After that, Milena's eye color changed. Milena began to answer Rosalia's questions. There are a total of 20 people including 5 S grades and 15 A grades. The goal is to make your dungeon raid fail this time. Milena saw the scene again. All around were white flowers stained with blood and a knife flying towards someone who was none other than Chairman Kong Hee-wook. That was the ultimate goal, to kill Chairman Kong Hee-wook. Returning to reality, Ta-Yun and Park Wong-jin stood before Milena. Milena was lying on the ground at this time. Ta-Yun thought to himself, 5 S-grade demons. Last regression there were only 3, but now it's different. There were many variables in the dungeons I cleared before. The future has changed a lot. Is all of this my doing? Breaking free from his thoughts, Ta-Yun turned to Park Wong-jin and said, "Alright, now that we know the number of people and their purpose, report it to the chairman quickly." Park Wong-jin replied, "Ah yes." As Park Wong-jin and Ta-Yun went, many questions filled Park Wong-jin's mind. So Miranda really was an infiltrating demon? Did player Ta-Yun know about this from the start? But if so, as he was lost in complex thoughts, Ta-Yun interrupted him and said, "To succeed in this dungeon raid, we must eliminate these spies. This place is almost an independent space, but in reality it's still just a part of the labyrinth." Therefore, while he was speaking, a door appeared before the two of them. Ta-Yun continued, "There must be a path leading to other spaces. It won't directly connect to the center of the labyrinth, but it will help us find other people. We just need to go through each door and find Chairman Kong Hee-wook in each space." While he was speaking, Park Wong-jin suddenly spoke loudly, "I'm curious about this." Ta-Yun replied, "Ha." Park Wong-jin asked again, "Why didn't you explain it in detail when we entered the dungeon? I'm sorry to be suspicious, but if you had told Chairman Kong Hee-wook from the beginning, this situation wouldn't have happened. Why didn't you tell him?" Ta-Yun, hearing Park Wong-jin's words, was silent for a moment, then replied to Park Wong-jin, "I already told him." Park Wong-jin was startled to hear that answer. He asked Ta-Yun again, "What did you say?" Ta-Yun calmly replied to him, "It's fine if you don't believe me. Chairman Kong Hee-wook must have known a lot already." Returning to Chairman Kong Hee-wook, a knife flew from somewhere and stabbed Chairman Kong Hee-wook in the stomach. There were people around him with knives, swords, and daggers. They approached Kong Hee-wook more and more. Kong Hee-wook saw it and sneered, "What are you guys doing? This prank is going too far, isn't it?" "Vice Guild Leader?" The man in the black hat heard those words and replied to Kong Hee-wook, "Prank? Do I look like I'm playing a prank?" Just then, Hun rushed over worried and shouted, "Chairman!" She was about to scold them. "Why did you dare to do this?" Before she could finish speaking, an enemy rushed from behind, attempting a surprise attack. Kong Hee-wook saw it and rushed like lightning, standing in front of her and taking the enemy's blade instead. Hun screamed in terror. "Chairman!" Kong Hee-wook furiously said, "Damn it." Hun supported Kong Hee-wook and asked, "Are you alright?" At that moment, all of them rushed forward and unleashed powerful skills on Chairman Kong Hee-wook. Kong Hee-wook judged the situation to be bad and pushed Hun away, saying, "Step back, I'll handle them." After speaking, he began to gather energy. After gathering energy, Kong Hee-wook summoned a dragon and blew away all those who were trying to attack him. Hun stared blankly at Kong Hee-wook. She slumped to the ground due to the power of Kong Hee-wook's dragon. Hun saw Kong Hee-wook fighting alone and said, "Chairman, you don't have to. Wait, I can fight too." Kong Hee-wook said in a resolute voice, "Stay there, these guys aren't as simple as you think." Hun continued, worried about Kong Hee-wook, "But if you do that, you might lose your life." "So she's right. Kong Hee-wook, you alone won't be able to defeat us. I've only been under you all this time to hide my strength." After that, the man in the black hat took out a flashlight, inside which was a burning skull. Suddenly the skull grew gigantic, turning into a massive skull. He said, "Now there are also A-grade subordinates and 4 more S-grade subordinates of mine here." He raised his voice and continued, "All of them have powerful combat experience, so you will just die here." Kong Hee-wook took a fighting stance and said, "Alright, you guys prepared very thoroughly, didn't you? I underestimated you too much. Fine, don't blame yourselves. We've been preparing for years to corner you today. How could a warrior like you know?" Kong Hee-wook sneered. "Damn it, Ta-Yun was right." The man heard those words and exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say?" Kong Hee-wook said, "He told me all of you were demons who infiltrated to kill me. I didn't believe him, but now it's become a reality." The man in the black hat was very surprised to hear that Ta-Yun knew they were all demons and said, "Ta-Yun found out about this plan. That can't be," he shouted. "How could he know our plan? How long have I been preparing for this? Why, knowing, did you not act?" Kong Hee-wook calmly replied, "Oh, I always trusted you and gave you a chance, but now there's no more chance, you damn demon bastard. That's all I want to say." He blankly asked, "What?" "Although I knew you betrayed me, we fought together for years. So without proof I couldn't attack you." One of them said, "You're a foolish bastard." Kong Hee-wook calmly said, "Oh really?" From behind, Hun furiously scolded Kong Hee-wook. "Why didn't you confirm that information? Now this situation has happened. Everything's a mess now. Will I even survive?" Kong Hee-wook heard that and foolishly asked back, "How what?" Suddenly something flew towards the two of them. Hun and Kong Hee-wook were startled and opened their eyes wide. Fortunately, Kong Hee-wook reacted in time and saved Hun. The man said triumphantly, "Good, thank you. Thanks to you our plan will succeed." "Die, you fool," Kong Hee-wook said seriously. "Alright, you and all your subordinates will die here." Kong Hee-wook opened his eyes wide and unleashed immense power. A gigantic dragon burst forth and blew away the man. Kong Hee-wook proudly said, "Today I will show you my power." The man struck by Kong Hee-wook's dragon had several teeth broken. He was spitting blood and rolling his eyes, looking very scary. Kong Hee-wook said triumphantly, "You're dead, you fool." As Kong Hee-wook activated his power, a purple halo enveloped him, and 2 purple horns sprouted from his head. This form of Kong Hee-wook was called the Ancient Dragon Guardian. In another situation, Park Wong-jin asked Tae-yeon, why did he know but not act? Tae-yeon replied to him in an annoyed manner, "Alright, go ask him later." Recalling his conversation with Chairman Kong Hee-wook in a private place deep in the labyrinth, Tae-yeon suddenly called out his name loudly. "Hey Chairman Kong Hee-wook," he scolded him angrily. "So even though you knew what I said was true, you wouldn't do anything?" Kong Hee-wook still didn't take any action, just gently said, "Don't think you know all my power." Hearing this, Kim Tae-yeon began to worry. He just sneered and said, "Everything will be under my control. If necessary, I won't forgive them." Returning to the present, arriving at Kong Hee-wook's location before his eyes were the traitors of the chairman lying on the ground, and the most pitiful sight was the vice guild leader. Park Wong-jin saw this sight and could only exclaim in surprise, "Oh ha!" Tae-yeon sighed in relief and said, "That's right." As the two passed through the door, they saw Kong Hee-wook alive and the treacherous members lying on the ground around him. He sighed in relief and said, "Indeed, just as I expected." Han and Kong Hee-wook, seeing Kim Tae-yeon's appearance, were surprised and happy, saying, "Mr. Tae-yeon, you finally come?" After rejoining Kong Hee-wook's group, the two shared what had happened so far. Kong Hee-wook asked him, "Did you not meet any other guild members?" Tae-yeon replied to him, "Yes, I met a few people as I passed through different spaces, but they were in slightly bizarre situations." As he passed through a certain space, Tae-yeon saw some people suffering in a small pond, begging for help. They desperately pleaded, "Help me, help me." But Tae-yeon ignored them and rushed straight to where Kong Hee-wook was. Park Wong-jin said, "Save them," but he still ignored him and said, "They'll be fine." Kong Hee-wook, seeing how ruthless he was, blankly asked, "Is that possible?" After observing the situation for a moment, Tae-yeon asked him, "So what are we going to do now?" At his question, Kong Hee-wook thought for a moment and looked directly at him. He sneered as before and said, "Alright, we're done here, but we need to go to the center of the dungeon." Although Kong Hee-wook was injured, he still calmly made decisions as the chairman. He said to Tae-yeon, "I don't know if we'll encounter demons again. We need to hurry and move to another space to find the boss," he said regretfully. "I was too hasty ignoring your advice, but I can handle these injuries," Kong Hee-wook sincerely said. "Mr. Tae-yeon, I'm sorry. If I had listened to your advice, this situation wouldn't have happened." Tae-yeon heard him regretting and casually replied, "Alright, I'm relieved if you think so. Be more careful next time." Hearing this, he angrily asked back, "What?" Kong Hee-wook furiously scolded, "I'm genuinely regretting and apologizing. Don't mock me." Han saw the chairman moving violently and hugged him, saying, "Calm down, chairman. Your wound will open." Tae-yeon saw that and just sneered and turned away in relief. Outwardly that was the case, but in his mind he thought, "The chairman is still safe. Then the demon's conspiracy has completely failed," he thought to himself. "I already knew about the demons in this labyrinth raid, but the chairman's stubbornness led to unnecessary injuries. I had almost no information about this labyrinth in my past life. Now that things have changed a lot, I need to be more careful." While he was lost in thought, Secretary Kim hurriedly said, "Now we need to move to another dimension and gather everyone again." He thought, if it's too difficult, we should give up on this dungeon raid. Just then, Secretary Kim asked him if he had encountered monsters in the other spaces. Hearing that question, he was startled and realized something when he heard Park Wong-jin reply, "That's right, we've passed through several different spaces but haven't seen any monsters. Perhaps this is a special case for this labyrinth space." That made Tae-yeon think, why? Seeing 3 people safe aside from the traitors who fought due to injuries, no one was hurt by monsters. This oddity made Tae-yeon worryingly think, "That's right, I've passed through several different spaces but haven't seen any monsters." Thinking about his basic dungeon experience, Tae-yeon thought, if this is a dungeon trial space, shouldn't there be monsters or traps in each small space at least, traps buried in the ground? There were no strange monsters of different forms, however. There was nothing unusual about the various spaces. So why was this considered a difficult dungeon to clear? Because there were no challenges for the awakened. The more Tae-yeon connected the chain of events, the more he felt something was wrong. He began to worry, thinking that today's events were quite strange. There were no monsters. So how did the guild leader meet and defeat the boss before the regression? Suddenly he heard a sound. Han and Park Wong-jin witnessed the source of the sound and were speechless. Guild leader Kong Hee-wook stared blankly at the sight for a moment, frozen. He asked as if he couldn't believe his eyes, "What is this?" Before everyone's eyes was a monster with multiple arms. Each arm held a different type of weapon, and it had a bull's head with multiple eyes. The monster was struggling to crawl out of another space, creating spatial cracks in the process. The S-grade labyrinth boss Minotaur officially entered the battle. Han stared at the boss in dismay and said, "Why are we meeting it here?" Park Wong-jin exclaimed in surprise at the boss's appearance. "Is this the labyrinth boss?" Before anyone could react, the boss attacked first. Its spear and axe flew extremely quickly towards where everyone stood. Fortunately, everyone successfully dodged the first attack. Park Wong-jin yelled loudly, "Run away!" The boss's power destroyed the ground with just one attack, and dirt and stones flew everywhere, damaging the exit to the other space. Kong Hee-wook looked at Tae-yeon and signaled, "Tae-yeon, do you understand my intention?" Tae-yeon replied, "Yes, I understand." The very next moment, both of them simultaneously enhanced their bodies and, leaving their 2 comrades behind, they rushed forward to face the boss. The very next moment, both of them maximized their body enhancements and charged towards the boss. The the boss also began to extend its many arms to confront the two approaching enemies. Both sides fiercely exchanged skills, and the surrounding dirt and stones were severely damaged, flying everywhere. Tae Yun and Kong Hee-wook perfectly dodged the boss's attacks and countered, getting closer to him. Finally, the two easily approached the boss's head. Just as the two harbored hopes of attacking the colossal monster before their eyes, the monster had already thrust a shining club in front of them. Suddenly, the club began to glow fiercely. A powerful beam of light swept out with lightning emanating from the club. Lightning spread throughout the entire room, and suddenly mysterious red eyes emerged from beneath the ground. Suddenly a giant skull emerged from beneath the ground, roaring ferociously, startling the two into silence. Suddenly, in quick succession, all the muscles of the skull rapidly began to regenerate, completely covering its body in an instant. The frenzied king was resurrected by the S-grade Minotaur Labyrinth boss, Kong Hee-wook said in surprise. The frenzied king, an S-grade support monster, has appeared. It's not just one in front of us. Two more appeared behind my two comrades earlier. In a short time, many frenzied kings were resurrected on Hun and Park Wong-jin's side as well. She cried out in fear. Another one. Suddenly, the boss said, "Hunters who have entered my labyrinth. Do you wish to defeat us and conquer the labyrinth? I will wait for you here. Come and face me. I will unleash all my hatred and rage upon you." Too frightened to move, the two simultaneously said, "We're dead." Tae Yun and Kong Hee-wook, who were on the front lines, had to rush back to support the two. Kong Hee-wook said worriedly, "No, the boss has ordered his subordinates. Everyone advance and capture them." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters and kings charged forward to attack everyone in sight. Fierce bulls from all directions charged towards where Hun and Park Wong-jin stood. Fear was evident on their faces. Park Wong-jin gripped his gun tightly, tense. Guild leader, Kong Hee-wook, charged forward with an arm emitting a strong purple light. Pillars of light furiously poured towards the charging bulls. In the sight of the two, the figure of a man appeared in the air. Park Wong-jin's eyes widened and he shouted, "Guild leader Kong Hee-wook." The man who had just arrived extended his hand and shot out a huge chain which tightly gripped the fierce bulls. The bulls screamed in pain, lifting their heads, and the metal chain tightened further around their necks. "How about that, you bullheads?" Tae Yun, with a knife in one hand and gripping the end of the rope tightly, shouted loudly. At this moment, Kong Hee-wook, with all his might, puffed out both cheeks and loudly spoke towards the frenzied bull herd. "Take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and dazzling flames poured out fiercely, engulfing all the frenzied bulls in front of him. The flames intensified, and the bulls, startled by the sudden heat attack, began to writhe to escape the fire. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Tae Yun slowly retrieved his chain. Kong Hee-wook bared his teeth and laughed loudly. "They're dead, aren't they?" He stared excitedly at the burning light. Suddenly, the two paused for a moment, their eyes widening. The Vice Guild leader. At this moment, the bull herd raised their heads as if resurrected in nirvana amidst the red flames, completely unharmed. Their eyes were red and drool dripped from their mouths as they eagerly stared at their prey. One of them rolled its eyes and made a sound of praise. "Good." Tae Yun and Kong Hee-wook, with surprised faces, raised their heads and muttered, "What?" The surrounding space began to become chaotic. Kong Hee-wook stood in the center, completely surrounded by the monster herd. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He attacked the gigantic bull in front of him with all his might, but the attack had no effect whatsoever. The bull stood leisurely, watching the small human struggling to eliminate it. Its power was not yet strong enough to defeat it, and its regenerative ability was too formidable. If he couldn't defeat the boss, could he not defeat all these bull herds in this situation? What should he do now? "I can fight with all my strength, but then I won't be able to fight while protecting Secretary Kim, and Tae Yun can only fight to a limited extent. What should I do now?" Kong Hee-wook gritted his teeth and thought, "This situation is too difficult. I have to make a choice now." Player Kong Hee-wook. No matter how skilled you are, if you fight enemies in a dungeon like that, the association will have no choice but to take appropriate action against you. If you intend to clear a dungeon with someone as your comrade, shouldn't you also consider who is suitable for your situation? Kong Hee-wook leaned back in his chair and said casually, "I am a free person. I am not like anyone else's personality at all. I don't doubt or fuss. So anyone who is suitable can only be my comrade. I don't doubt or fuss. So anyone who is suitable can only be my comrade." The chairman held a piece of paper in his hand, raised his eyes and continued, "This matter seems plausible, but sometimes a little doubt is necessary." The answer to his words was still an unwavering voice. "Of course, I've been a player for a long time. I've seen many strong hunters across the country, but in battle, even a single mistake can make them lose everything. Sometimes it means having to make choices to protect important people." Not quite satisfied with the given answer, the chairman lowered his voice and said, "Power alone cannot solve everything. The one who recognizes their limits and knows how to choose what is most important to them will win. That is the quality a player must have." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Hee-wook rested his chin on his hand and snorted disdainfully. "That's the choice a human needs to make. Sometimes in an emergency, shouldn't one know what to do?" Coming out of his recollection, Kong Hee-wook's entire body was covered in blood. Red blood stained his entire body. He let out a light sigh, watching Tae Yun desperately fighting the frenzied bull herd. "It's really tiring. Now I have to choose whether to fight with all my strength or save the people from this emergency. If I try to fight, my comrades might lose their lives. Even in that situation, it's not certain if I can defeat the boss. I have to choose now, he gritted his teeth. No matter what I choose, I won't let my comrades lose their lives, and Kong Hee-wook with resolute eyes shouted loudly, how can I stand by and watch everyone be in danger? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful purple force erupted around him, and he charged towards Tae-yun, who was fiercely slashing at the monsters. Guild leader, can you still fight? Kong Hee-wook glanced at his comrade and said, of course, and you. I'm fine. Anyway, both of us must fight with all our might to stop these monsters and kill those monsters. Now tell me your choice. Tae-yun looked at him and curved his lips. Understood. The situation is dangerous, but there's still a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. Hearing those words, Kong Hee-wook was dumbfounded. What? Suddenly the bull herd became even more ferocious. Kong Hee-wook charged, shouting at the person behind him, are you really alright? Tae-yun reassured him. Don't worry. The boss of the bull herd, as if realizing the guild leader's intention to eliminate them, opened its mouth. Good, you've made your damn decision. Whatever choice you make in the end, you'll all just die. Alright, that's enough, a deafening scream echoed, and the bull herd furiously charged to attack their target. Kong Hee-wook clenched his fists and gathered all his strength. Once again, flames blazed fiercely, engulfing the fierce and arrogant monsters below. The object in the boss's hand suddenly glowed, and he said disdainfully, I'll kill everyone no matter how many. Come here now. Finishing his words, he looked up and suddenly paused. Tae-yun was already standing before him. He looked down like an arrogant person, and gradually a gigantic figure rose behind him. Come on, let's both attack together. Kong Hee-wook gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Tae-yun gritted his teeth and his eyes became resolute. A roar echoed in the space and Tae-yun began to act. The figure behind him raised its fist high and fiercely struck one side of the boss's face. That hand tightly gripped the boss's neck and slowly tightened. From afar, Kong Hee-wook also charged simultaneously. Streams of light continued to erupt and collide, and the scenery suddenly became very chaotic. Tae-yun and Kong Hee-wook attacked the monsters simultaneously, but the streams of light continued to collide and emit light in front of them. Kong Hee-wook turned his eyes, gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, and asked again. Tae-yun calmly explained, it's just a guess, but just as these spaces are connected by doors, the crack where the Minotaur Queen is located must also be connected to other spaces. And those bulls only resurrect and regenerate when the Queen comes to this space. He quickly got up and dodged the attack. Even after defending, he continued to attack and speak. If the Queen isn't here, they will automatically disappear. Suddenly he coughed a few times. Kong Hee-wook said as if nothing had happened, if your guess is wrong, will we all die? The answer he received was delivered in a matter-of-fact tone. Aren't we already in that situation? At this moment, Han and Park Wong-jin below stared blankly at the chaotic battle raging in the distance. White mist swirled around them, and the pierced bull corpses were scattered everywhere. Some already dead and lying on the ground. On the opposite side, a sound similar to the boss's roar echoed, and the chaotic scene was covered in dazzling red, creating an atmosphere of death. As the gigantic figure condensed by Tae-yun gripped the boss's neck with one hand, the boss immediately counterattacked. The sound of collision echoed continuously. As if struck, Tae-yun made a painful sound. Kong Hee-wook gritted his teeth and with sharp eyes quickly charged forward. A lightning-like pillar of light furiously poured into the center of the chaotic battle. Everything in that space became dim and uncertain. The bull plunged the two sharp weapons in its hands into the ground, and immediately waves erupted around it. Another sound echoed, and the surrounding dust flew up. A heavy object seemed to fall fiercely from the air. Tae-yun lightly groaned. He lay on a pile of skulls. It was impossible to tell if they were human or beast, frowning. The surrounding dirt and stones seemed to float in the air. His face was covered in blood, and he got up to look ahead. Opposite Tae-yun, Kong Hee-wook, looking severely injured, was kneeling. One of his arms was already severed and red blood dripped slowly onto the cold floor. He said to the guild leader in fear, it's dangerous. Tae-yun put strength into his arm. Kong Hee-wook, not caring about the blood slowly draining from his body, shouted solemnly. As Tae-yun looked at him with surprised eyes, he warned, it's here. As soon as he finished speaking, the two quickly stood up and stared directly at the dark and gloomy black mist. They didn't know what would appear before their eyes next. Suddenly, a bull several times larger than them emerged from the mist again, wielding its power and furiously swinging it towards the two. Kong Hee-wook gritted his teeth and raised his fist high, and Tae-yun also gripped his dagger tightly, ready for battle. The bull's arm slowly came down and dust rose thickly. The skulls that had been lying quietly on the ground also floated into the air, scattering everywhere. The two who had been fighting until just now were thrown backward, exhausted. The boss didn't stop and roared, you youngsters are really amusing. I didn't expect you to use the space I created in this way, but the more I restore power to the bull herd through the intermediate cracks, the more combat energy I gain. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his foot, intending to crush Tae-yun. He raised his eyes and took a defensive stance. With his last ounce of strength, he opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. With the bull's attack, a white beam of light enveloped the entire space. Fragments also flew along. Tae-yun collapsed from exhaustion, mentally calculating. Damn it, was the power difference between us this vast? If I don't use the Devour ability, I'll die. But even if I do, can I take down that monster in one hit? If I can't finish it off instantly, the Devour ability will become uncontrollable. No one can predict what will happen then. But there's no other way. I have to apply it, he asked again. Apply it? He couldn't understand why he was questioning himself about skill usage, but the skill description in the info window was truly too brief. Person lying on the bed slowly sat up. Reality isn't like what's recorded in the info window. Skill forms can change in various ways depending on how they're used, and the mana consumed also varies with the skill's power. Young extended her hand and a beam of light instantly appeared. I only used Knight's Battle Will. Back then I could strengthen my body or create powerful energy orbs. In fact, you've also combined several skills, haven't you? Normally you only used your stealth skill on your ring, right? So if there's a skill that's hard to control, try wrapping it around a weapon or another skill, like giving it new clothes. As she spoke, she looked at him. You'll definitely be able to do it, and you'll find the answer to your curiosity. Breaking free from his thoughts and returning to the chaotic battle, Tae-yeon swung his knife and a red beam of light instantly attacked the Minotaur. The Minotaur suddenly screamed. Beams of light continued to flow with each of Tae-yeon's attacks. They enveloped his body, and his eyes had already turned red, emitting a sharp glow. Seeing the resistance before him, the bull roared, swinging the axe in its hand in a fit of rage. You wretch! Tae-yeon didn't back down, gripping the knife in his hand tightly, and the red glowing beam of light instantly charged fiercely, piercing directly into the bull's skin. Die, die, die. With each word he uttered, power-formed strings wrapped around the bull's arm, then chains enveloped in intense energy charged fiercely, piercing the boss's chest. The boss screamed in pain and despair. Only then did an excited smile bloom on Tae-yeon's face. Young's words were indeed right. The gigantic figure reappeared, punching away the bull that had once been so arrogant and haughty. He vaguely recalled feeling that the Devour ability could change its form according to his will. It meant it could be applied like other skills. Damn it, I knew nothing about this mysterious power. But whatever the Devour ability was, he slashed across the bull, a cold aura in his eyes. I will use this power to its fullest. At this moment, his eyes were resolute, and an imperceptible excitement also flickered, as if he had discovered an entirely new domain. At this moment, the bull trembled faintly in midair. Red energy particles, seemingly sentient, tightly gripped it, refusing to let go, and another energy source charged fiercely, embedding itself directly into the monster's face. Small cracks suddenly appeared in the dark and gloomy sky. Eventually, those cracks spread out and collapsed like fragments of a mirror, like some kind of gate. At this moment, the bull desperately struggled to break free from the power that was burrowing deep into its flesh. Meanwhile, the players who had been fighting with difficulty also looked up at the sky in surprise. The girl lightly placed her hand on her chest and looked up at the falling fragments. Everyone around stopped and whispered to each other, asking, "What? How can that be?" Park Wong-jin and Secretary Han also stared blankly at everything happening in the wide black sky. In the distance, two figures slowly appeared, approaching the unconscious people. Tae-yeon supported Kong Hee-wook and smiled with relief at his comrades. "It's all over. Guild leader Mr. Tae-yeon." Everyone began to cheer for him. They rushed forward in joy to embrace the two heroes who had saved everyone. The atmosphere was no longer gloomy. Everything felt like notes soaring high into the air. After defeating the Minotaur Queen, the exploration team found many treasures within the labyrinth, the most precious of which was the Spring of Power, a unique elixir that increased magic and strength. However, the elixir was not enough and was given only to the two who had contributed the most, Tae-yeon and Kong Hee-wook. But to obtain this source of power, all guilds would have to risk their lives, and guild leader Kong Hee-wook didn't want that. He said curtly, "All right, let's do it." All the demons who had infiltrated the labyrinth were apprehended. Those with serious injuries received meticulous care. After the battle, Tae-yeon took a moment to slow down and enjoyed some playful banter with the others. Thus smiles bloomed on his face, guild leader Kong Hee-wook's and those of the guild members. The labyrinth raid was a success. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed. Reporter Kim looked up at the audience stands, bewildered, holding her camera. The hall was noisy and questions poured out incessantly. "Is what you said true? Player Kong Hee-wook, please tell us again. Are you really ending your hunter career here?" Kong Hee-wook closed his eyes, his entire body trembling slightly, and replied to the reporter, "Not necessarily." Then he opened his eyes wide and shouted into the microphone in his hand, "I'm just temporarily halting my activities to recover. When did I ever say I was quitting entirely?" Secretary Kim's voice gently countered, "Guild leader, won't speaking like that cause more misunderstandings?" The reporters below continuously barraged Kong Hee-wook with questions. "Is it because of a hand injury during the labyrinth raid? What about the Asia tournament?" Faced with the questions raised, Kong Hee-wook answered resolutely, "It's true that I'm resting due to a hand injury, but there's no need to worry about the Asia tournament. Another player will replace me." "All right, you need to come out here and say something." Amidst the surprised reporter Kim's team, he loudly called out Tae-yeon's name, and Tae-yeon slowly walked onto the stage from outside. He maintained a relaxed and composed demeanor, and a faint smile played on his lips amidst the murmuring crowd. "So the rookie Tae-yeon will participate in the Asia tournament?" Tae-yeon's appearance excited countless people in the hall, and many opinions and comments poured out. "Can he do it? But given his performance in this labyrinth raid, I have more faith in him. I think he's qualified." Suddenly, a middle-aged man, as if remembering something, told everyone, "By the way, I heard he drank from the Spring of Power. They say his strength greatly improved then." The girl next to him also said in disbelief, "No way, does that mean he's reached national level strength? If so, that means it's power beyond S grade." You could call it exoskeleton-level strength. He's talented, but isn't he too young right now? An arm reached out onto the stage and took the microphone, unconcerned by the discussions about him below. Tae-yun leisurely took the microphone and began to speak while guild leader Kong Hee-wook smiled proudly. Tae-yun will participate in the Asia-friendly tournament. I know you're anxious, but don't worry, I will succeed. I will win this competition. I understand why you still don't trust my skills. However, after this labyrinth raid, I've become much stronger, therefore I am very confident in my power. I ask for your strong support. The screen showed Tae-yun giving his speech. A man watched leisurely and mumbled, a national-level rookie ha. A woman also watched him, holding her phone. Everyone heard about the spring of power, didn't they? Yes, I drank it when I participated in this labyrinth. So I'm quite confident in myself. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled after hearing this. Well, that's good, but he doesn't seem very humble. Not stopping there, his image was also broadcast in a restaurant. People eating in the restaurant murmured as they watched him. Does he mean he's confident he'll win the Asia tournament because he's stronger? Everyone becomes like that when they reach national-level strength. He's no exception. Returning to the hall, Tae-yun suddenly raised his voice, but hearing the change in tone, the reporters below waited with tense faces for him to continue speaking. To repay your trust, I will have to work even harder. That victory will be the proof of my current skill level. But just then, in a dimly lit room, a woman kneeling was pleading with folded hands to a man who stood before her. Please forgive me, Master Xiao Dao. I did my best. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. I tried to follow your orders. It was a miracle that I could escape from there. I didn't know Tae-yun would be that strong. Only then did the masked man slowly speak. All right, get up, Milena. It can't be helped that he's stronger than you. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. It's not your fault. Milena looked up at him in surprise, but the man reached out and gently lifted her chin. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and said, I have no need for useless individuals. A beam of light slashed through Milena's body and blood splattered across the room. He indifferently lowered his eyes, watching the woman before him collapse. Only with power can one possess everything. It's only natural for the weak and failed who try to shirk responsibility to die. Saying that, Xiao Dao turned and left, softly commanding, clean it up. The association will come looking for her. Yes, understood. As soon as he stepped away, he thought to himself, this is truly strange. This time we deployed more personnel than during the Dawn Auction House attack yet. Why did we still fail? How did they do it? Why did that damn Tae-yun become so strong? Just you wait, Xiao Dao. He snorted behind him. 3 people left, and a villa in the distance was burning fiercely. Soon I'll burn all traces of that place. It won't be long now. You will die in the Asia-friendly tournament. Regular footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Hey, Tae-yun, over here. A man welcomed him at the door. Everyone's waiting for you. They are the strongest players in Korea and they will participate in this tournament with you. Tae-yun walked in, a faint smile on his lips. They were the most powerful members in Korea. The 6 people facing him quietly observed and evaluated the newcomer. Tae-yun. A voice broke the silence. I've heard of him, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Rank 7, said Kong Jin Seo. All right, as long as he has skill. Rank 8, Hanju continued in a low voice. It's fine, it doesn't matter. The younger, the stronger. Xiang, the guild leader of the mages, ranked 4th, began to speak, and a faint chuckle from Song Jian, ranked 3rd, was heard. Truly, I never thought the day you'd come here would arrive. The man seated in the center cut off the members' evaluations and comments. Things were a bit chaotic before, but now that everyone's gathered, it's fine. Saying that, the chairman smiled. Sit down, Mr. Tae-yun. We'll discuss this tournament. Inside the room, a screen instantly lit up displaying complex measurement graphs. The Asia-friendly tournament was an important competition from the chaotic early era when monsters appeared and humans began awakening their supernatural abilities. At that time, not only all of Asia but the entire world united to face the global threat posed by monsters. The current tournament could be defined as everyone working together to defeat monsters for 7 days. The screen displayed images of S-grade dragon monsters, and the number of defeated monsters was converted into points for each country. This was the fairest method of competition. The screen immediately switched to images of low-grade demons, as described by Kim Tae-guk. He extended his hand pointing at the light before them and continued. The current situation is that people are too afraid of monsters and dungeon invasions, so this tournament can be considered a festival that many people pay attention to. It is also a competition to showcase the strength of each nation and the power of its awakened. Therefore, a country that wins and achieves good results can be seen as inspiring its citizens to fight monsters. Furthermore, the winning nation will receive substantial rewards, many exclusive items, and the authority to raid international-grade dungeons. Kim Tae-yun looked directly at the seated individuals and presented information about the tournament. Tae-yun listened to the detailed explanation he had just heard. He slightly curled his lips and calculated inwardly. It's truly fortunate that I get to participate in this Asia tournament. Conquering the succubus queen in the abyss was also a partial preparation. Now that I've acquired her power, things will be easier from now on. However, mastering that power will take time. It's different from the king's power I obtained before. For now, I need to train a bit more to gain an advantage in this competition and earn an international voice for the Korean team. And it's also a good learning opportunity to go up against awakened from all over Asia. The substantial prize money is also one of the reasons I'm striving to earn a spot in this tournament. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-guk continued to passionately express his views. However, our Korean team currently has a problem. The commander's position is vacant. This is because guild leader Kong Hee-wook broke his arm after the last dungeon raid. Furthermore, player Yoo Ah-young cannot participate in this tournament due to personal reasons. Currently, Korea has lost 2 key players, so the team's overall strength has significantly decreased. Saying that, Kim Tae-guk raised his hand. So what's the proposed solution now? Suddenly a voice echoed. Cutting him off, Son-jin raised his hand to speak. However, guild leader Kong Hee-wook's position has already been filled by someone else. That is player Tae-yun. He has already reached the skill level of a national-level powerhouse. As soon as he finished speaking, the members present were stunned. Questions poured out. National-level powerhouse. At such a young age, he's already reached such a high level? Tae-yun was slightly flustered by the sudden excitement of the people. That's just a rumor, so don't worry about it too much. Inside the room, voices of agreement immediately erupted. That's right. His skills can't be proven yet. That statement seemed to cool the previous excitement like cold water. Han also said quietly, as if disappointed, "That's right, if everyone lowers their expectations, the pressure will be reduced." Tae-yun thought to himself, and discussion once again filled the conference room. Then we need to come up with countermeasures. Only that can save Korea's current situation. At that moment, a pair of hands slammed hard on the table, saying in an encouraging voice, "It's all right, everyone, don't worry." The chairman, who had been silent from the beginning, finally raised his head and said, "We don't have the same level of power as China or Japan yet. However, this tournament will be a good learning opportunity for everyone. This confrontation is just about focusing on hunting monsters, so there's no need to worry too much. If you remain calm and focused, you'll have a chance to win." He made the final decision, and the experienced players, Son-jin and Sang-han, were assigned to dungeon raiding and monster combat. The 3 people called out immediately replied, "Understood," the chairman continued. Player Tae-yun and Jin-woo, who have extensive experience fighting alone, will be responsible for the terrain and maintaining vigilance against demons. The 2 of them earnestly said, "Yes, understood." Having finished distributing tasks, he clasped his hands together slightly and smiled. "All right, let's divide it up like this for now. I hope everyone does well in this Asia tournament." At the Asia Player Association Stadium, where the opening ceremony of the Asia tournament was held, Indonesian and Thai players had already gathered. The largest contingent here consisted of players from China and Japan. The terrifying-looking man with a long scar near his eye was Shinji Nakata, the commander of the Japanese team and the Demon Blade. China also had formidable, experienced players. The elite team was considered a strong contender for the tournament title. China's combat team slowly appeared. There was the national-level powerhouse Bloodblade Lin Fang, the national-level powerhouse Harvest Zhang Ming, and the leader was the national-level powerhouse commander Ching Zhen. Meanwhile, the Korean team was missing its key player Kong Hee-wook and several other skilled players due to personal reasons. A couple watching the situation on TV quietly said, "Our team looks a bit weak. I hope our country achieves good results." Suddenly, a sharp cry was heard. "What?" The young boy standing behind the couple exploded. "Mom and Dad, why are you talking like that?" The 2 were surprised. The boy didn't wait for a reply and continued, "We have a mission to cheer for everyone, so why are you already discouraged before the fight has even begun? Everything we have now was earned by Big Brother Tae-yun. This house, this money, he's given us so much through his dungeon raids." "That's right, so we should cheer for him with all our hearts. The more successful he is, the better we'll eat and live." As he finished speaking, a greedy expression appeared on his face. His parents were simply weak. "Our son is so thoughtful." "That's enough, dear. Stop complimenting him now." The boy's excited shouts once again seemed to shake the high-rise building. "Mom and Dad, believe me, Big Brother will show his true skills in this tournament." "Yes, we believe in you." Regular footsteps echoed and a pair of feet slowly moved forward. A woman suddenly addressed Tae-yun. "You're Tae-yun, Korea's youngest S-grade player, right? I owe you a debt from the Dawn Auction House incident." Tae-yun slightly tilted his head, looking at the woman, and hesitantly asked, "You are?" Across from him stood a very beautiful pink-haired woman. "I went there on a mission to rescue people, but by the time I arrived, everything was already over." She was Sarada, Japan's national-level powerhouse and saintess. Tae-yun seemed slightly surprised. Saintess Sarada, so she was in charge of the last incident? It was only natural for the International Association to immediately intervene in incidents that had a significant impact on humanity and awakened. The woman continued to ask, "I sent you an invitation before, why did you refuse?" Tae-yun remained silent, looking at her, recalling old memories. In the previous conference room, people slowly walked out whispering, "All right, meeting's over. Shall we go for a drink?" "No thanks." Tae-yun was also about to get up. Suddenly, the chairman stopped him and said, "Stay a moment, I need to talk to you." "An invitation?" He was slightly nervous, the other party explained. "The Saintess of Japan sent you an invitation. I don't know why she did, but the Saintess is a very important figure in the Awakened Association. She possesses holy power, which could help your arm injury heal faster. Meeting her before the tournament wouldn't be bad. It's like knowing yourself and knowing your opponent." "All right." Having regained his composure, Tae-yun without hesitation said, "I refuse." As soon as he said that, the nation behind him became anxious. Why, it's an invitation with good intentions and it would benefit you. He raised his hand to stop it. The chairman calmly said, "It's all right, just let him be." Deputy Director of Thailand. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Tell me the reason. Why did you do that? I can't explain it now, but in short, it's this." Ta Yun's voice echoed, "I discovered the ugly truth hidden within her. That's all I want to say." Sarada's smiling face stiffened slightly. She watched his retreating figure. "Why is he like that?" In the distance, Shinji Nakata approached and asked. Her gaze was still fixed in the direction he had left. "Indeed, he's never a simple player. He knows me well." Hearing that, Nakata turned around in surprise. "Then I'll stop him," she reassured him. "It's all right, don't rush. He has skill, but his arrogance will come at a price someday. We need to investigate him more thoroughly. We need to learn about him faster to deal with what he might do in the future and find a weakness to control him. The sooner the better." She finished speaking, licked her lips and showed a sinister expression. "To control him, I can do anything." Everything everyone had been waiting for was about to begin. The Asia tournament was about to open. The host, holding a microphone, introduced everyone. Thousands of candidates and fans were enthusiastically cheering. On stage, the host continued to speak. "Let's start the tournament countdown." The person who just spoke was Alex Go, an A-grade player from Singapore, and the host. Everyone excitedly counted down together. 10-9, Sarada said to Shinji Nakata. "The tournament has begun." Ching Jen also said to Harvest Zhongming. "Finally I can fight to my heart's content." "What?" Harvest Zhongming said cautiously. "The tournament is just starting, so be careful." Son Jin stood confidently before everyone and said, "Everyone remembers what we need to do, right?" They continued to discuss as the countdown progressed. "Hanju and I will fight monsters. 3. And Jang Jin-soo will help player Ta Yun." The last chilling sound echoed. Shi Jin looked at Jang Jin-soo. The two said worriedly. "Where's Ta Yun?" The two simultaneously. "Ha?" The last countdown sound echoed. 1. The host excitedly said that Asia's biggest festival was about to begin. A flash swept past the host's neck. He still maintained an excited posture, a smile on his lips uttering his final words. Ta Yun controlled his knife and cut the host's neck. His blade still had thick red blood on it. Blood droplets splattered before Ta Yun's eyes. He watched and smiled, and the host's head fell from his neck, flying high, blood splattering everywhere. The people cheering below in the stands were all shocked by such a sight. Son Jin's mouth was wide open in disbelief, his eyes wide. Ching Jen bared his teeth and laughed, and a sharp blade appeared. Everyone started to move, attacking each other with their respective skills. The arena descended into chaos. Ching Jen, with blood-red eyes, threw a deadly punch. Shinji Nakata, holding a sharp blade in his hand, shone it brightly and activated a deadly skill. In turn, Seihanji also used a deadly skill that erupted from his hand. Jang Jin-soo also threw a lightning-fast punch. Shang used a spherical deadly skill. Son Jin, with wide eyes, approached and fought fiercely. The arena erupted with violent explosions, and smoke and flames splattered everywhere. Below the stands, people fiercely debated, seeing shadows whose faces were obscured by the thick smoke. "What is this?" The host's neck was cut. As the smoke slowly cleared, the players slowly revealed themselves. Ta Yun was in a defensive stance among the players surrounding him, ready to fight. Shang had a star in his mouth, and star shapes appeared in his eyes, with beads of sweat on his face. Shang turned back and looked at Ta Yun, shouting in an angry voice, "Hey Ta Yun, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy?" Laughter echoed, and Shang turned around in surprise. It was Ching Jen. He quickly approached Shang and said, "Truly cruel. To kill the host, absolutely superb. That was my idea." Ching Jen was itching for a fight and said, "Now everyone focus and take him down." Son Jin confronted Shinji Nakata, holding a knife, and Sarada said to Shinji Nakata with a sinister smile, "Hey Demon Blade, I don't care how many you kill, but leave that man for me." Her eyes deepened. "Everyone stop." A woman spoke, quickly approaching them with her subordinates. Shinji Nakata and Sarada glanced. "Ha?" The woman angrily scolded the chairman, who was following behind her. "You two don't say another word. Player Ta Yun killing our nation's host is unforgivable. I will uncover this matter." This woman was Hitten, the chairman of the Singapore Player Association. The chairman worriedly explained to an angry Hitten, "It's all a misunderstanding. Singapore absolutely didn't do it intentionally." Hitten, dissatisfied with the chairman's explanation, became even more furious and loudly said, "Even at this point you can still defend him. We all saw it, didn't we? He needs to answer us. He is none other than the demon One Chai." The person who just spoke was Ta Yun. Everyone listened to his story in silence. Years ago, on an immigration ship to Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He was a demon. The World Association placed a 3 billion bounty on his head, but of course he would find a way to escape by shapeshifting without anyone knowing. Ta Yun recalled his original form. Hitten didn't believe what Ta Yun had just said and loudly exclaimed, "But how is that possible?" Suddenly, Hitten paused as if remembering something, and beads of sweat formed on her face as she said, "No way." Ta Yun threw the severed head and said, "The reason he could escape was because he could freely change his appearance." Everyone look. Ta Yun put his hands in his pockets and stepped on the severed head of the demon's face. Everyone standing there was shocked in disbelief. Hitten, "Ha, his face." Ta Yun calmly said, "This is what everyone saw. How can that be? How could he recognize that demon?" People buzzed with discussion about what had just happened. A man standing behind them with red light emanating from his blood-red eyes curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, saying, "Player Ta Yun, interesting." The information screen displayed the tournament rankings. Asia Tournament: 1st Korea 1,000 points, 2nd China, 3rd Japan, 4th Thailand, 5th Indonesia. The sunlight shone on the buildings and surrounding trees. So the host's true identity was the demon One Chai. Then the tournament was temporarily suspended but would soon resume. All players were ready to participate in the tournament again. Everyone was working hard to resolve what had just happened. Player Tae Yun scored the first points for Korea. Now he had found and eliminated a demon, a wanted criminal with a bounty. 2 hands watching yesterday's game live on a mobile phone. People cheered, calling out Tae Yun's name. Tae Yun is really... Han Soo-jong, watching the game, pointed at his phone and said as Ui approached, he knew One Chai's whereabouts. No one really knows how he knew. He really has many secrets. I initially thought Tae Yun was lying, Ui replied, displeased. I don't know either. It's really troublesome. Because of him, players from all over the world keep calling us and asking. Now the support system seems completely paralyzed. Ui continued, looking displeased at the busy staff in front of the screen. I didn't expect it to be this troublesome even before the tournament started. Han Soo-jong also chimed in. Who knew, but no matter what, he's truly a talented Korean player. Hearing that, Ui's face changed color and she looked proud. Han Soo-jong heard that and added, I understand that too. Raindrops were falling on the high-rise buildings, and the entire city twinkled with bright lights. The rain poured down on a house with a large hole in its ceiling. The roof was open, and rain fell on 2 men. One man calmly had his hands in his pockets, and the other, looking beaten and haggard, lay on a pile of broken bricks. His eyes were blackened and he said weakly, My body is... As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed from his mouth. Huff huff, he's the A-grade demon Takuya. Tae Yun took out his phone to answer a call, replying to him, Because you're a demon, I'm eliminating you. Tae Yun replied to the person on the phone, Hello honey, how have you been? A chilling voice came from the other end of the phone and Tae Yun held his phone away, replying, Hi, you called a bit late. Our side is having a terribly hard time because of you. The sky is still cloudy and it keeps raining. Tae Yun still replied casually, Are you talking about association support? Yu Young, wearing earpieces, said, Yes, but were you waiting for my call? Tae Yun slowly said, one hand in his pocket and the other holding the phone. Yes, it was difficult to connect with the association channel, so I was waiting for your call, the other person replied. Then tell me what you want to ask. I have 2 requests, he said. Tell me. The first was an investigation into the demons. Yu Young, scrolling through her phone screen, said, Investigating information about demons? Shouldn't you ask the association about that? Tae Yun walked out the door. The rain was still falling. Many demons will appear in this friendly tournament, so I want to find them all. His eyes grew resolute. Yes, I want to investigate the demon association. Man, his cloak pulled up so high only his eyes were visible, stood before Tae Yun. The two stood facing each other in the pouring rain. The rain constantly fell on his cloak and hat. He had a beard and carried a long sword at his side. He introduced himself as Kim Woo-ra-jen. Tae Yun, still on the phone, exclaimed in surprise, What did you say? Yu Young, not understanding, asked back, What are you saying? Kim Woo-ra-jen said, Wait, I've come to punish the one who insulted the saintess, he shouted, his purple eyes gleaming. S-grade player Kim Woo-ra-jen. Tae Yun recalled the image of the saintess he had mentioned, thinking, What did I do to her? Swordsman Kim Woo-ra-jen drew his sword and took an attack stance. A mysterious purple aura emanated around him, and a wolf figure appeared behind him. He was a Japanese representative hunter participating in the Asia-friendly tournament, an S-grade player and one of the fanatical followers of the saintess. Behind him, Sarada watched him with an eerie smile. If national-level swordsman Shinji Nakata's swordsmanship was delicate and precise, with every sharp blade carrying pure white energy, Kim Woo-ra-jen's swordsmanship was that of a true warrior. The fierce purple power emanating from his blade was focused on tearing, shattering, and destroying his opponents. No matter how powerful his swordsmanship, he concentrated all his strength into his sword, shouted loudly, and prepared to attack. Every sword strike, imbued with powerful energy, continuously attacked him, Tae Yun, but he skillfully evaded them all. No matter how powerful swordsmanship was, it was useless if it couldn't touch the opponent. While Tae Yun was evading attacks on one hand, on the other he spoke loudly and anxiously into the phone. How you can't, why not? Kim Woo-ra-jen stopped his attack, retreated, and cursed. Damn it, his mind was now filled with fear. Why can't I touch him? His face was contorted with rage. This guy, how? Over Tae Yun's phone, Yun was scolding loudly. Of course not, you're going to attack the Demon Association? She continued to press him loudly. Don't you know why the association leaves Demon Lord Kato alone? If you even touch them slightly, they'll immediately cut their tails and disappear. Even with information, we can't pursue them until we catch them. If you act rashly, everything will become more complicated. Her voice echoed in Kim Tae Yun's ears. He continued to evade Kim Woo-ra-jen's swordsmanship and replied calmly, Logically yes, but as he spoke his hand began to take a stance, preparing for a counterattack. Kim Woo-ra-jen was horrified to see his attack. His body was still in an attacking stance, making it impossible to evade temporarily. He took Tae Yun's blow directly, was sent flying into the air and dropped his sword. Watching Kim Woo-ra-jen's body plummet uncontrollably, spitting blood in midair, he replied to his opponent with an arrogant demeanor. I can do it. His opponent asked back, What did you say? And soon after, there was a loud thud as Kim Woo-ra-jen hit the ground. Kim Tae Yun smiled and turned away. I can't explain the method in detail, but I can definitely capture them. He emphasized into the phone, Trust me. Haven't I always proven it with results? At Kim Tae Yun's confident words, Young also hesitated. Alright, but there's too little information about the Demon Association. Instead, I'll give you information about another place. Just then, rain suddenly poured down, and Kim Tae-yun walking asked back, another place. Yu Ah-young's answer, information about Samrado, greatly surprised him. Samrado consisted of the masterminds manipulating the political world and the three leaders of Demon Lord Zero. They were the underground forces dominating Asia. Yu Ah-young's calm voice echoed in Kim Tae-yun's ears. We found a clue connecting to one of their high-ranking executives named Mizaki. Of course, it's uncertain if we'll get information by catching him. If you act rashly, you'll face more enemies in the friendly tournament. After explaining everything, Yu Ah-young asked back, what do you think? A slight smile spread across Kim Tae-yun's lips. Samrado, it's not as good as the Demon Association, but the points wouldn't be bad either. Thinking that, he immediately replied to her. Alright, then I'll deal with them first. Yu Ah-young showed a slightly helpless expression at his confident answer. Alright, and I'll consider your additional request. Kim Tae-yun thanked her. She demanded additional compensation from him. Thanks, you say, then you owe me a meal. He readily agreed. After the friendly tournament, as he turned away and talked, he didn't notice Kim Woo-ra-jen trembling and struggling to get up. He barely managed to steady himself, gripped his sword tightly and shouted loudly. The sound, Kim Tae-yun tilted his head and glanced at him. HMPH. Kim Woo-ra-jen, wounded all over and bleeding from his head, still condensed his power and said furiously, are you going to ignore me to the very end? Kim Tae-yun replied innocently. I've never ignored you. Kim Woo-ra-jen emanated overwhelming power from his entire body and said in an agitated voice, if you don't take this seriously, I'll blow this entire area away. Tae-yun turned around to face him and repeated the same explanation. I told you I've never ignored you. Kim Woo-ra-jen ignored his explanation and continued, first I'll let you taste what it feels like to have your five senses inverted. After speaking, he raised his sword and shouted loudly. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and rings of power, each engraved with a sense, appeared around him. Five senses domination, he shouted and charged at Kim Tae-yun with fierce power. Tae-yun stood with both hands in his pockets and said leisurely, really, I tried to avoid a fight. He raised his head and looked directly at him. Terrifying, overwhelming energy emanated from his eyes. Don't you know it's forbidden for participants to fight during the tournament? Then he sighed. Can't be helped. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Woo-ra-jen detected a colossal energy and was gripped by fear. Kim Tae-yun smiled and said, then I'll play seriously with you. His eyes turned red and an eerie skull warrior appeared behind him. Kim Woo-ra-jen froze at the aura before him, unable to move his body. Only groans escaped his throat. He suddenly screamed loudly in terror, and soon after a quiet darkness descended. Meanwhile, there were two people, a man and a woman named Shinji Nakata and Sarada. The two were walking down a quiet corridor, and the man delivered news to the woman. Kim Woo-ra-jen lost, he continued. To prevent any issues, it was announced to the press that he was attacked by a demon. However, after being defeated by Kim Tae-yun, he keeps repeating the phrase, I'll play seriously with you. He seems to have fallen victim to a mental attack skill. In his current state, it will likely take at least a month for him to move normally, let alone participate in the friendly tournament. Sarada replied with a calm smile. Seems he has a secret skill that hasn't been revealed yet. Shinji Nakata said seriously, if I step in now. His words were cut short by Sarada's loud laughter. She lightly patted his arm and said, just kidding, if even the sword demon loses, how will the friendly tournament points look? At her touch he blushed and replied shyly, yes. Sarada said softly, don't worry, Kim Woo-ra-jen losing to him was within expectations. She pointed to a closed iron door in front and said, we've already prepared new prey. The door was tightly locked, and inside it was very dark, cold and moldy. With a creaking sound, the door opened slightly, letting some light into the room. Sarada pushed the door with her hand, smiled and entered, with Nakata following closely behind her. The two looked at a man whose hands were tied to the wall, his body covered in wounds, wearing only tattered pants. He had his head bowed and a few strands of hair covered his face, making it impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. Perhaps sensing their presence, the man raised his head, revealing a gaunt face. He struggled to identify them as Nakata and Sarada. She didn't reply to him but called his name. Ryo-hei, it's time for you to work for me. In some unknown part of the abyss, many explosions suddenly erupted on desolate mounds of earth. A surge of power swept across the ground, creating waves that shattered the surrounding earth and stones. At this moment, a girl with messy hair holding a staff in both hands shielded her comrades, pushing them back. This messy-haired girl was Rika, an S-grade player from the Philippines. She gasped and asked, why? She shouted loudly. Why are you trying to kill us? In front, a figure calmly walked out from the dust, and it was Ching Jen. Rika said urgently, with your strength you could easily take first place without resorting to such despicable acts, Mr. Ching Jen. He seemed to ignore Rika's words, casually picked his ear and walked forward arrogantly. He was called the monstrously strong Ching Jen, a national-level player from China. Ching Jen flashed a conceited smile. Do you think I want to play with you cowards? It was just a small request from our chairman. Rika and her comrade were also puzzled. What? The chairman of the Chinese Player Association ordered the assassination of participants from other countries? Rika stared at him worriedly. Surely they're not trying to start a war, are they? Thinking that, she said to her comrade, run away. Her comrade was surprised by this decision and hesitated for a moment, but Rika blocked her way and urged, run and tell everyone. Her eyes were resolute as she stared ahead. I'll stop this monster, go quickly. she shouted loudly at her comrade, and at the same time Qing Zhen gathered his strength and charged straight at her. She also quickly swung her arms preparing to fight, and dust billowed thickly. Now deep sand imprints were clearly visible on the ground, so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. Rika lay motionless on a pile of debris, her glasses shattered, her body covered in wounds, her eyes wide open in shock. She must have been dead next to her. Qing Zhen's curse was heard. Damn it, Mingming should have dealt with those Singaporeans. He stared calmly at the corpse of the comrade who should have gone to inform everyone by now and said, "Whose turn is next?" "Ah, right. It's that Kim Taeyeon guy from Korea's turn." The friendly tournament info board appeared on the screen. The MC announced that the first day's total scores for the week-long Asia-friendly tournament were being released. Korea was in sole first place, with China and Japan closely pursuing. Each team would broadcast the process of finding and eliminating demons either live or as an edited version. The scene continued to be projected onto the large screen of a high-rise building. The people below buzzed with discussion upon hearing the information. "Korea, I can't believe it. What are Japan and China, with their national-level players, doing? I heard Japan's Kim Woo-ra-jen was injured by a demon and had to withdraw. Singaporean players were found in a mutated state, and the Philippine team completely disappeared after entering the abyss to eliminate monsters." Everyone was flustered. What on earth is happening? This Asia-friendly tournament is clearly not ordinary. From the high-rise hotel area, an announcer's voice continuously flowed out. The Asia-friendly tournament organizing committee has formed a team to investigate the Singaporean player murder case and the Philippine player disappearance case. Kim Taeyeon sat on the hotel bed, carefully looking at his phone, the screen showing the announcer informing of this fact and simultaneously requesting support for the investigation from the relevant authorities. He fell into thought. In the last regression, everything started on the third day, but has it already begun this time? If it's the same incident as in the last regression, the culprits must be China's national-level players. Images of the Chinese players came to his mind. It could be an intention to flaunt personal power or eliminate opponents, but the biggest reason must be the ambition of the leader of China's national-level player group. Kim Taeyeon laughed sardonically. "Since neither the Saintess nor those damn guys will leave me alone, I have no choice. Then I'll have to move faster." Before he could finish speaking, there was a sound at the door and he was startled, becoming alert. Who could it be at this hour? Thinking that, he transformed his body and asked, "Who's there?" A reply came from outside. "It's Kim Taeyeon." His eyes were sharp as if they could pierce through the door. Jang Jin-soo knocked from outside the door and gave a reply that startled Kim Taeyeon. Jang Jin-soo slowly explained, "The association told me you were here. Come out quickly, I have something to tell you." His face was extremely tense and he asked himself, "Is that Jang Jin-soo?" Jang Jin-soo lightly tapped on the door and said to the person inside the room, "I heard about what's happening here from the association. Come out quickly, I have something to tell you." Taeyeon asked himself with a serious expression. Jang Jin-soo. Birds flew in the sky and a still atmosphere enveloped the two. Suddenly, Jang Jin-soo raised his voice and interrogated Taeyeon. "What are you doing? Everything was proceeding peacefully, but you acted recklessly and unilaterally at the opening ceremony. You did something no one expected and disregarded the initial strategy. Why on earth did you do that?" Saying that, he pointed at Taeyeon with his finger and shouted loudly, "Do you think that was an act for your comrades?" Taeyeon frowned, recalling old memories. "Someone said the same thing to me back then." Before Taeyeon could reply, Jang Jin-soo continued his accusations. "Anyway, you've disappointed me greatly. I'm also responsible for eliminating demons. Why are you acting unilaterally?" Only then did Taeyeon open his mouth. "Earlier, Japanese player Kim Woo-ra-jen attacked me." "What?" He was startled. A look of confusion flashed across Jang Jin-soo's face. "Then was it your doing that player Kim Woo-ra-jen had to withdraw?" Taeyeon chuckled slightly and replied, "I was lucky to subdue him, but I didn't expect him to know my movements and actions." Suddenly Taeyeon's expression changed, becoming grim. "It seems there's a spy in the association." Every word he spoke fell like a heavy stone upon Jang Jin-soo. His face turned pale and he asked again, "What, you're not suggesting I'm the spy, are you?" Despite Jang Jin-soo's shouting question, Taeyeon calmly analyzed, "This matter is far from simple. Everyone who knows information about me could be a suspect. That's what I'm trying to say." After a brief pause, he continued, "From the moment I knew demon spies were disguised as players, I thought I had to act alone. Furthermore, many players have gone missing and they weren't killed by monsters. Other players assassinated them, and they are all national-level players." As Jang Jin-soo's face grew increasingly tense, Taeyeon continued speaking calmly, "In this situation, too many national-level players have already become enemies. If we act together, we'll only expose everything without much effect." Despite Jang Jin-soo's disgruntled snort, he raised his hand and spoke firmly, "Therefore I will be acting alone for the time being." "That strategy is still valid and there's no need to change it." Jang Jin-soo exclaimed in surprise. "How can you do that?" Ignoring his question, Taeyeon bid farewell. "All right, I've said what I needed to say, so I'll be going now." "No, wait, I'm not finished talking yet." Despite his calls, he waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving now." Watching Taeyeon's retreating figure, Jang Jin-soo called out in a raised voice, "Wait!" The sound of a door slamming shut echoed. Jang Jin-soo couldn't close his mouth and his face twisted increasingly. He gritted his teeth as if to devour the retreating figure, then he roared, "That damn bastard!" Jang Jin-soo clenched his hands tightly. and a red light emanated around him from his furious face. With anger, he raised his voice and hurled curses. "You've only just become a player and you're already so arrogant. Just you wait, I'll make you pay." Tae-yeon, who had witnessed everything from a high vantage point, calmly thought to himself, "So Jang Jin-soo was the association's spy? I had no idea who the spy was in my previous life. But after being attacked by Kim Woo-ra-jen this time, I knew there was a spy here." Amidst Jang Jin-soo's anger and curses, he thought, "Therefore I can't trust anyone." Holding his phone, he continued to think, "In this situation, it's best to eliminate them all first. I need to strike preemptively." While holding his phone, a notification suddenly appeared. "You all young presented 4 action plans," Tae-yeon exclaimed. "Oh, what now?" Inside the McDonald's store, a waiter's voice echoed. "Here's the food you ordered." He reached out, took it, and said thank you. "Yes." As he walked to his seat, the loud sounds of orders around him kept entering his ears. "More fries, another cola." Tae-yeon frowned slightly, hearing 2 people nearby urging, "Hey, hurry up." A thought flashed through his mind. These 2 are both Kenji's subordinates, so this is what Yu Young was talking about. I didn't think they were just students. There must be illegal items in that bag. If I just follow them, I'll know Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Interesting, still quite cautious just like before. Tae-yeon turned his head to look at the person next to him, whose face was difficult to understand. Before he could voice his question, the voice continued, "Long time no see, Kim Tae-yeon." He was startled. "Huh?" As he bit into the fries in his hand, a crunch sound was heard. The man asked, "Do you still remember me?" The name Ryo-hei suddenly came to Tae-yeon's mind. "I thought he was released on probation from the auction house. Why is he here?" As if sensing his question, Ryo-hei explained, "Don't worry, I didn't come to fight, alright, let's talk." He laughed cheerfully. "Calm down, don't rush. In this situation, you're no better than me, aren't you?" Saying that, he punched the window, startling Tae-yeon. "Huh?" Immediately, the surroundings became noisy with murmuring. "What? A fight? Isn't that Ryo-hei over there? Has he already been released?" Another person exclaimed in surprise. "Then that's Korean player Tae-yeon, isn't it? Has he come to deal with us?" Everyone was in chaos, and Tae-yeon's face was tense as he planned inwardly, "Damn it, they escaped. There's no other way, I'll have to take them all down." Just then, a loud laugh echoed. "Although I didn't come to fight you." He stopped speaking at this point. A shining golden light swirled around Isakario, and his eyes became ferocious. Beams of light immediately shot out, attacking the fleeing people. To Tae-yeon's surprise, painful groans echoed, and one by one people instantly fell to the ground. He took them all down in a single blow. He's much stronger than he was at the auction house. He adjusted his hat with his hand, and Ryo-hei slightly curled the corners of his lips. "You're looking for the leader named Miyazaki, right? Alright, then give me some time to act. If you follow my words, you won't regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, chains flew out and tightly bound Ryo-hei. The other end of the chains was in Tae-yeon's hand. Only then did Tae-yeon open his mouth. "Alright, if you're confident, that's fine, but I'll help you a little." Then a cunning expression crossed his face. "Said you could do it, so fine. But if you only interfere with me, you're dead." Ryo-hei laughed loudly. "You and I have nothing to say to each other, but if you think you can subdue me like before, you're mistaken." A golden light flashed once again, but immediately disappeared. He was startled, and a deep red luster gradually enveloped him. "What? I can't escape. This damned Kim Tae-yeon, he's much stronger." In contrast to Ryo-hei's fear, Tae-yeon calmly spread 5 fingers and began to count. 50 seconds. At this moment, Ryo-hei became even more desperate and shouted, "I told you, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat Kenji, understand?" He continued to grit his teeth. "The ones who ran away now are just bait. If you only chase them, you'll just fall into a trap. You won't be able to do anything." Despite Ryo-hei's rudeness, Tae-yeon still calmly uttered 3 words. 30 seconds left. At this moment, Ryo-hei truly panicked and hastily shouted, "I'm different. I've made a deal with demons and I know how to deal with them. Can you trust me? What do you say? I won't disappoint you with this deal." He calmly raised one finger. "Impossible." Now he was completely broken and sweat dripped down his face from tension. Ryo-hei wailed, "Your goal is them, isn't it? I'll eliminate those damn bastards in Kenji. Then it'll be as you wish, won't it? Tell me, why aren't you saying anything? Give me time. What you need is to trust me." As Tae-yeon's raised hand completely lowered, Ryo-hei's painful scream immediately echoed. His face was contorted, his whole body recoiled, and a red light tightly enveloped him. He frantically wailed, "Save me, save me." Despite the pain, Tae-yeon remained calm. "What do you think you can do alone? I think your offer is truly excellent, but why would an enemy I'm facing want to help me?" Lying on the floor, looking up at the arrogant figure, Ryo-hei gritted his teeth. "That's impossible." Before Ryo-hei could finish speaking, Tae-yeon calmly cut off his sophistry. "Tell me, what do you truly want?" Saying that, he raised his voice. "Who is manipulating you from behind?" Inside the ruined, isolated house, people with tense faces ran everywhere and screams echoed from all directions. "Save me, help me." Suddenly, beams of light flew out and blew them all away. A man looked at the fallen people and calmly sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a woman slowly walked in from outside and clapped her hands. Clap, 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 clap. Ha, all the demons in one go. As expected of the demon blade skill, Sarada walked in praising. "Will you be alright?" Shinji Nakata asked. What? Ryo-hei was already defeated by Tae-yeon once. Compared to him, there are rumors that Tae-yeon recently reached national level strength. Even if Ryo-hei became stronger through the Saintess's divine revelation ability, he won't be able to defeat Tae-yeon. On the contrary, he'll face the danger of the Awakens Oath. The condition for him to gain power is to bring Tae-yeon before the Saintess. Therefore from now on I will handle it myself. Before Shinji Nakata could finish speaking, Sarada burst into laughter. You don't need to worry so much. Winning or losing isn't important. At her words, Shinji Nakata was startled. Without stopping, Sarada explained. According to my information, Tae Yun's current target is Samurado. Samurado, he exclaimed. I also leaked this information to Samurado, and Ryohei had close ties with demons and was also connected to Miyazaki, one of Samurado's leaders. Sarada put her hands together and continued, it's certain. If he knows he can't defeat Tae Yun alone, he'll lure Tae Yun and team up with Miyazaki to deal with him. Of course, even if they do that, it won't be easy. As I said before, he's a very suspicious individual. Shinji Nakata still hesitated slightly. But that's precisely why we need to obtain information. He widened his eyes at the combat style, ideology, countermeasures, personality and potential that Sarada was talking about. Therefore, no matter what fate awaits Ryohei, she said, gently touching Shinji Nakata's face with her hand, all we need is to get information about Tae Yun from him. Right, he has no other choice anyway. Inside the old apartment building, a group of men and women gathered in the center, and a man sat with a fierce expression. Damn it, you're too late. Kenji Miyazaki, the leader of Samurado, raised his voice at the person who had just arrived. Ryohei paused for a moment, then asked in a low voice, then where's the Korean brat? You said you'd lure Tae Yun here. Ryohei stood in a corner and spoke in a low voice from the very beginning. This world is a jungle. At his words everyone froze. What? He continued. The strong trample the weak and the weak are merely trampled. This is how this world works. Under Miyazaki's gaze, Ryohei resolutely declared, Miyazaki, I warn you. His face was a mix of sweat and tears, and he said, if you want to live, do as I say. As if guessing something, Miyazaki exclaimed in surprise, no, you're not suggesting a bomb. A loud roar echoed, and pieces of cement began to crumble and fall. The shadow of a young man appeared from a hole in the air. Miyazaki and his subordinates widened their eyes and looked up in surprise. As he extended his hand, a gigantic hand condensed. The monster created by Tae Yun struck the enemies below, knocking them all to the ground. Painful screams began to echo in every corner of the room. Only then did Tae Yun quietly say, right, if you want to survive, shouldn't you listen to the strongest one? He clicked his tongue. TCH, so who's Miyazaki? Looking down from above he asked. It was impossible to tell when Miyazaki had drawn his sword. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he glared at Tae Yun and shouted loudly, how can this brat be so arrogant after just one surprise attack? So he's the one. Amidst Tae Yun's question, Miyazaki's eyes turned ferocious. Clenching his hands tightly, he gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glow shone in his eyes and gradually enveloped him. Bang, a space suddenly exploded and fragments flew everywhere. Ryohei sat on the floor, staring blankly at the distant explosion, his face contorted as he thought. Tae Yun clicked his tongue. He calmly complimented the struggling bound opponent. Your plan is quite interesting. Ryohei trembled all over, whispering softly. The Saintess and the Awakens Oath. Now I understand why you appeared before me. Was he hypnotized? A mental skill. Since when did he gain this power? All right, I'll do as you wish. At the sudden reply, Ryohei was startled. What kind of conspiracy are you hatching now? Tae Yun calmly exposed the opponent's conspiracy. You were going to team up with Miyazaki to take care of me, weren't you? Then you'll have to lure me to Miyazaki. But you'll have to side with me instead of Miyazaki and the Saintess. Shut up, Ryohei shouted angrily. Do you think I'd help you even if you defeated me? Then he was terrified. If so, I'll be eliminated by the Samurado, the Saintess, and the Demon Blade. Despite the chaos, Tae Yun calmly crunched on the box of fries in his hand. That's right, but if you don't help me, I'll get rid of you. But don't worry, I won't care about your life or death. Instead, I'll give you a chance. Ryohei asked suspiciously. A chance? Tae Yun threw the box of fries in his hand in front of him. Tae Yun explained, you have to do your best to help me during the friendly match. After everything is over, you have to survive and apologize to the people you hurt for the rest of your life. If you do that, I'll free you from the Samurado and the Saintess. But Ryohei burst out laughing at the story, which sounded like a joke, and asked, do you know what you're saying? Your opponents are national-level powerhouses and the Samurado is a demon organization. Do you think you can defeat those monsters? Then Tae Yun curled his lips into a confident smile and uttered two words to the wide-eyed, terrified Ryohei. Yes, it felt like a feather brushing past his heart. Back in reality, before Ryohei's eyes were the scattered Samurado members on the ground and Tae Yun holding Miyazaki in the air. Lying on the ground, he stared blankly at what was happening before him. More than anyone else, he knew how strong one had to be to wipe out a high-level player group with one hand. Sweat poured down his face. Ryohei trembled in fear and smiled, thinking of him as a monster. On the opposite side, a red light enveloped one of Tae Yun's arms. He gripped Miyazaki's face with one hand and lifted him, and Miyazaki barely managed to stammer, you. His eyes were wide open, and a groan escaped his throat. Tae Yun's left eye had already turned red. He asked the opponent in his hand, where's the gate to the Samurado? In an unknown part of the abyss in Tessa's hideout, a member of the Samurado, there was a carefully carved door. One could tell how elaborately it was built, but inside corpses were scattered on the floor and scarlet bloodstains were splattered everywhere. Then why did you call me to this dark place? A man sitting high up, chin in hand, asked, and the person kneeling politely below replied. At this moment Qing Zhen continued to curse fiercely, uttering meaningless words. Speak before I smash your head like your subordinates. As soon as Tess finished speaking, the man trembled and replied, No, how dare I? He looked up with a dark expression and said, I am S-grade awakened Tess, and I only wish to present you with a legendary item. Tess explained to the person above, slightly surprised. Qing Zhen asked again, What? Currently, for security reasons, that item is stored overseas, but recently the Samrado obtained a legendary item and wishes to present it to Master Qing Zhen, he requested, but before that, please deal with the one who is targeting my head. We have set up a trap, but the chances of failure are high, so it's only a matter of time before he comes here. Quite interesting. Qing Zhen sat up straight, a smile on his face that was hard to tell if it was joy or menace directed at the subordinate before him. Oh, a Samrado member like you is afraid of someone. I'm more interested in this matter than the item. And then he asked again, Who is it? What's his name? Bang, a loud noise echoed, and everyone kneeling below was startled, rising to look around. The sound didn't stop, continuously getting closer, and Tess began to be on guard. Outside, the painful cries of guards could be heard. Suddenly the door shattered into pieces and wood splinters flew everywhere. At the same time, feet and arms lunged forward. In the chaos, Tae-yun and Ryo-hei together confronted Tess and Qing Zhen. Blue, red, and golden beams of light filled the room with each attack. Ryo-hei, along with Tess's surprised face, a loud scream echoed, and he barely managed to block the sword with his fist raised. Ryo-hei shouted loudly, Damn it, we have to win no matter what, understand? On this side, Qing Zhen clenched his fist with a fierce expression. He snorted and purple light appeared around him. Do well as you said, comrade. A smile bloomed on Tae-yun's face, and he spoke to his temporarily recruited ally with confidence and certainty of victory in his eyes. A tense confrontation, both sides doing their best. A big explosion was unavoidable. Tae-yun's side was all pushed back out by a great force, with the eyes of outsiders following him. Tae-yun regained his balance and looked at the opponent who had just joined the battle with slight surprise. He thought to himself, really, everything is going beyond my expectations. Didn't expect Qing Zhen, a national-level player from China, to be here. Then the opponent appeared, exuding an oppressive and dangerous aura from his entire body. Qing Zhen approached with a triumphant and confident smile, scrutinizing Tae-yun from head to toe before speaking. Is this little guy the one Tess was afraid of? Anyway, you're lucky today, kid. Qing Zhen continued in an arrogant tone. I'll kill you without pain. Tae-yun, Ryo-hei asked worriedly. It was a question that didn't expect an answer. Why is Qing Zhen here? Tae-yun replied, Because he's a member of the Samrado. But Tae-yun raised his voice to confront him, yet seemed certain, as if he already knew the answer. You're the culprit, aren't you? Qing Zhen was slightly flustered. Ha? Tae-yun continued to accuse him. You're the culprit who assassinated other players, aren't you? Qing Zhen's face hardened. Oh, he's been exposed. The people around were startled by Tae-yun's accusation. Qing Zhen, quite curious, asked, how can you say that? But soon admitted, but honestly quite sharp. Tae-yun said confidently, As I expected. So you're going to keep assassinating Korean players? As he finished speaking, he drew his knife and was ready for battle. Tae-yun continued to speak without faltering. Despite the opponent being a national-level powerhouse, still it's fine. On that side, they were quite surprised by his unwavering demeanor. Tae-yun continued to declare resolutely, Today I will kill you here. The awakened continued to activate, and he said confidently, Don't think you can defeat me that easily. Qing Zhen also finished his preparations. He immediately activated the awakened, jumped into the fight and didn't forget to scoff. Really a little brat who doesn't know his own strength. The fight between Tae-yun and Qing Zhen ensued, shaking the entire space in an evenly matched battle. At the same time, Tess, seeing the two fighting, tried to take this opportunity to escape. His subordinate also had the same thought and reminded him, Escape now, Master Tess. Tess also didn't hesitate and immediately said, All right, let's go quickly. They hurriedly escaped. Suddenly a scream echoed. Ryo-hei appeared and knocked down everyone who blocked his path. He looked arrogantly at Tess, who was trying to escape, and said, Do you think you can escape in such a hurry? The two were clearly surprised. They shouted, Ryo, he said confidently. You're escaping because you think your army will lose, aren't you? Ryo-hei continued in an arrogant tone. What you're worrying about might be true, because his opponent is Tae-yun and I will confront you. In less than 30 seconds, Tae-yun's power flew towards the fleeing individuals, including Ryo-hei. He lost his balance and Tae-yun, while fighting Qing Zhen, didn't let his guard down and shouted at the vile individuals, Damn demons, wait. Ryo-hei's resentful voice echoed, I'm talking. Qing Zhen also didn't let Tae-yun's guard down for long. He challenged, Do you think you can resist me, little brat? Tae-yun reacted. The fight between the two continued. Qing Zhen didn't forget to remind his opponent not to let his guard down. Along with that, he sent out a warning strike that scattered dirt and stones. Tae-yun quickly leapt up and dodged. He admired the opponent's display of power, calling him the monstrously strong Qing Zhen. Qing Zhen threw a gigantic rock at Tae-yun. He took a defensive stance, constantly remembering that the opponent preferred physical force. He had defeated other players and monsters with his bare hands. The strike Tae-yun unleashed tore the gigantic rock into 100 pieces. He continued to analyze his opponent, But he didn't just have raw strength. Tae-yun charged through the fragments, and he also had a black skill that inflicted very powerful damage that was difficult to avoid. Tae-yun suddenly realized something. He was surprised. It was the Scythe of Death. With that thought, Ching-jen actually launched the Scythe of Death directly at Tae-yun. He smiled as if playing with his prey on the blade and said to him, "You should feel honored to witness this skill of mine." The Scythe of Death flew towards Tae-yun in the blink of an eye. It was a powerful area of effect skill that could inflict unfavorable effects on the opponent when cast. However, to cast this skill, the user had to consume a massive amount of magic power. In other words, most of Ching-jen's magic power was concentrated in this Scythe of Death. Tae-yun admired inwardly. He is casting this skill, putting everything on the line to fight. The attack of the Scythe of Death was truly terrifying. A huge explosion occurred at the top of the tower, shaking the entire space. The tower exploded, scattering dirt and stones everywhere with dust. Tae-yun and Ching-jen were both thrown out of the tower. Ching-jen's attack was powerful, and its destructive force was by no means small, but Tae-yun also fiercely counterattacked, showing no signs of weakness at all. Wherever Ching-jen attacked, Tae-yun blocked. Tae-yun still focused the Awakened on his two blades and counterattacked Ching-jen. With a clang, the blade cracked. Tae-yun also realized it. He thought to himself, "My weapon collided with the Scythe of Death." Ching-jen used his strong point to laugh provocatively and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd kill me?" Another attack came from the Scythe of Death. This time, Tae-yun barely managed to block it using both his blades. No, at this rate, the blade will break. The blade cracked even deeper as it collided with Ching-jen's Scythe of Death. Tae-yun had no choice but to risk his life. He fired chains and wrapped them around Ching-jen. Then Ching-jen won't be able to react, will he? In the meantime, the chains gradually tightened around his body. Tae-yun thought of his last resort inwardly. "I need to stun him first." The Awakened was transmitted to Ching-jen through the chains just as Tae-yun thought he had successfully stunned him. A familiar laugh was heard. "Haha, truly naive." Tae-yun reacted in surprise. Ching-jen didn't care at all and said arrogantly, "Do you think a mere brat like you can hit me?" Ching-jen broke free from the chains, swung his sharp scythe and said, "I am a national-level player with countless combat experiences." As he finished speaking, the scythe came down and slashed Tae-yun's body. Everything happened too quickly, and he had no time to react. The scythe slashed Tae-yun's body, and its power was immense. With that, Ching-jen arrogantly left the fight. The fight seemed to be over, and the space calmed down in the ruins. Tess stood on the now incomplete tower, having witnessed all the fierce fighting that had just taken place. He suspiciously asked, "So the fight is over?" But soon confirmed, Tae-yun, even a promising Korean player, had no chance of victory against Ching-jen's immense skill. At the same time, the subordinate shouted and reported, "Master, we've captured Ryohei. What should we do now?" Tess turned around and ordered them. "All right, lock him up for now." Ryohei was forced to his knees by the subordinates while collapsed. Tess continued to say, "We'll use him as a hostage. He has his uses." Ryohei angrily cursed, "Ah, you damn bastards." Tess still had many unresolved questions, but why did Ryohei side with Tae-yun? Tess watched Ryohei being dragged away and continued to think, if he does that, the Japanese saintess won't leave him alone. He should know that. Tae-yun, he must have found something different about him and followed that little brat's words. Then Tess sighed, looking at the remnants of the fight that had just occurred, but he trusted the wrong person. In this fight, Tae-yun was defeated by Ching-jen's very strong skill. Then Tess suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" as if realizing something strange. Ching-jen's fatal attack from below the ground ultimately failed to kill Tae-yun, which became an opportunity for Tae-yun to counterattack him. As he poured all his magic power into the attack, Ching-jen collapsed, spitting a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Tae-yun still stood firm. Tess was startled and asked where he had been hiding. The one you trusted couldn't do anything against that little brat Tae-yun and was even defeated by him. He barely managed to exclaim, "Master Ching-jen." Ching-jen was counterattacked but couldn't understand, nor did he have the strength to speak. He suspiciously asked, "Gao, why did I collapse?" Another mouthful of blood was spat out and he was clearly fatally attacked by Tae-yun. He recalled the moment just before. When he slashed Tae-yun, magic power exploded from his sword, but that was all. He was still completely overwhelmed. The fact that Tae-yun's sword was broken was proof of that. But then Ching-jen roared in anger, "This little brat." He again focused all his strength, preparing to deliver a powerful blow, and said to Tae-yun, "You were hiding that power? Then die." Tae-yun didn't flinch at Ching-jen's furious attack. Instead, he smiled confidently at his opponent, who was spewing rage as if to devour him. He thought to himself that his weapon was a rare-grade sword, but there was no problem fighting the Minotaur Queen for a short while. As the memory of defeating the Minotaur Queen in the past flashed through his mind, he continued to think, but now he had to fight against the Scythe of Death, an extraordinary weapon. If they collided too much, his Devour ability contained within the sword wouldn't be able to withstand the impact. While he was thinking, he rushed forward for the next attack, and battle erupted again. Would this truly be a life-or-death struggle? He continued to analyze his weapon. But there were also advantages I expected. When fighting with a lot of Devour ability, the weapon would break, but there was a reward to be gained. While he was thinking, Ching-jen's scythe collided with his two blades again. This collision was so intense that it actually broke both blades. Tae-yun couldn't contain his excitement and said, "I think I can take your life." He quickly rushed towards Ching-jen, who was still off guard, and the broken blade had no effect on his power whatsoever. A single blow flew and struck Ching-jen. Ching Jen was surprised and accepted his miserable defeat. It was such a sudden and unexpected attack that he had no time to react. Tae Yun focused immense magic power into this decisive blow, and the strike pierced through Ching Jen's body. Tess, trembling, witnessed everything from atop the tower, his face turning pale as he muttered, "Oh my god." Ryo-hei, who was tied up in the corner, also felt the aftershock of Tae Yun's blow and was startled. Below, blood splattered, and the necklace around Ching Jen's neck also broke, mixing with the blood and rolling on the floor, signaling his ominous fate. Ching Jen was completely knocked down by Tae Yun's final blow. So the battle truly ended, and the victor was Tae Yun. Far away, in a place where no battle was taking place, Bitch Nok and Tai Nan were enjoying the rain together and discussing the battle over wine in a hotel room with a view of the entire city. Bitch Nok sighed. So Ching Jen showed up, truly useless. She was embraced by Tai Nan, admiring. I heard Tess asked him in exchange for a rare-grade weapon. What will you do now, Mr. Tai Nan? Tai Nan was quite reassured about Ching Jen. It's fine. If Ching Jen intervened, the opponent wouldn't be able to survive, he continued, embracing the beautiful woman. After all, Ching Jen has a lot of combat experience, so how could that kid defeat him? S-grade demon. Bitch Nok also agreed and replied, yes. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the quiet space. The two stood up simultaneously. At the second ring, Tai Nan answered the phone. The other person asked, Tai Nan, are you with that woman again? Tai Nan was quite surprised that the other person knew his whereabouts. On the other end of the phone, when Zhang Long calmly revealed his identity, Tai Nan became angry. He was currently sitting comfortably in a laboratory filled with people in bizarre gigantic glass tubes. He was Zhang Long, chairman of the Chinese Player Association. He delivered shocking news to Tai Nan in a calm voice. Ching Jen is dead. Unsurprisingly, on the other end, Tai Nan wore an expression of disbelief. Zhang Long continued in a commanding, dangerous voice. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. Go and bring me Tae Yun's head. The fierce battle was over. Tae Yun, looking at Ching Jen, collapsed at his feet. Tried to absorb his power using his Devour ability, but failed. He thought to himself, as expected, the power surrounding Ching Jen's body yielded nothing. Even using the Devour ability on a dead creature, he couldn't gain a skill. He could only absorb skills from living creatures. Tae Yun recalled the creatures from whom he had gained skills using the Devour ability in the past. He continued to think, but not all skills were suitable for him. Therefore, Tae Yun had to carefully choose opponents from whom to absorb skills. When taking down such criminals, there was no need to worry about morality. What Tae Yun had to worry about was the voice he heard when using the Devour ability. Weak voices like, I can't take it anymore, kept lingering in his head. He decided to carefully uncover this truth later. Since Ching Jen, one of his strongest enemies, was dead, everything would go according to Tae Yun's will. Tess and his despicable subordinates knelt and flattered him, praising him. Tess flattered him with an awkward, fawning smile. I, Tess, wanted to be on your side from the beginning. Tae Yun didn't have time to keep talking to that damned guy. He immediately erased the memories of using the Devour ability from the demons and Tess's minds and handed them over to the Player Association. Ryo-hei returned to the Saintess after everything was done. He frowned and shouted, Hey, don't joke around. If I go back to the Saintess, I could die. Ryo was predicting the dangers of returning on his own. He clung to Tae Yun, trying not to return to the Saintess, either by continuing to follow him or at least avoiding going back to her. She can read memories, so if she knows I betrayed her, I'm finished. Tae Yun replied unconcernedly. It's fine, he further explained. Anyway, the Saintess just wants to meet me. She doesn't have much interest in other matters, Tae Yun analyzed. The condition of the Awakens oath between you and the Saintess was to bring me before her, therefore I will go to meet her. She won't care what you did at all. Saying that, he cast a contemptuous glance at Ryo-hei, who was covered in wounds, and added words as sharp as a knife. After all, she doesn't expect anything from you, does she? Ryo-hei retorted in bewilderment. What? Tae Yun didn't reply and fell into thought. The only remaining problem was the two members of the Samrado group. He used hypnosis on Tess's memories to find their base, but it wasn't the exact location. After thinking, he told Ryo-hei to rest first and think about it later. Tae Yun returned to the house provided by the Awakened Association. A few days later, the news reported on Ching Jen. It was news that player Ching Jen had gone missing 3 days after participating in the Asia International Tournament. The Chinese government requested everyone's participation in his search. Tae Yun placed his phone on the bed. Meanwhile, the news reports continued. In terms of scores, Korea was still in first place, as player Tae Yun had successfully apprehended Tess. He was one of the Samrado. He thought about what to say. Zhang Long would already know that Ching Jen was dead, but he would only want to investigate who did it. Anyway, he had hidden that fact quite well and also inflicted damage on the Samrado. While he was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang, bringing him back to reality. Kang Jin-soo's name appeared on the phone. Tae Yun wondered why he was calling him at this hour. The scene shifted to another area surrounded by small rocky mountains. It seemed like a secluded place. Kang Jin-soo seemed quite surprised by Tae Yun's presence and said, I thought you wouldn't come. Thanks for taking my call. Ta-Yun walked over with curious and excited eyes saying, indeed, there's a lot of information I can't miss. And then he asked back suspiciously, but are you sure that woman bitch knock a member of the Samrado is here? Kong Jinsu replied decisively, yes, I can't be sure, but the source that provided me with the information is quite reliable. Bitch knock was in that building yesterday, and she'll be there to observe everything in this tournament. They looked at the tall, towering building in the distance. In contrast to the desolate surrounding landscape, it looked grand and unique. Ta-Yun thought to himself, as expected, according to my previous memories she was also in one of the nearby buildings. He signaled his understanding, but he wondered again. But why are you giving me this information? As far as I know, you don't like me. Kong Jinsu brushed it off. Nonsense. He suddenly raised his voice. It's to prove that I'm not a spy. Ta-Yun muttered. How tiresome. Kong Jinsu said with a determined and sincere expression. I fully understand what you said last time. If you're attacked by players from other countries, of course, you'll suspect everyone around you. He raised his voice again. But I want to prove that I haven't done anything wrong. That's why I gave you this information. I wanted to prove I'm your comrade. Now you understand what I've done, right? He pretended to be righteous again. I want to fight demons with you. Ta-Yun also cooperated, feigning surprise. Player Kong Jinsu, the thought that he could vaguely guess the spy flashed through his mind like lightning. Before meeting Kong Jinsu, Ta-Yun had already received a call from Yue Young. She said on the phone, about what I told you before. As you expected, there's a spy in our ranks, Ta-Yun told her his guess. Isn't that player Kong Jinsu? Yue Young was surprised. So you already guessed, Ta-Yun spoke honestly. I've suspected for a long time, so this time is he spying for Japan? I could tell from his relationship with Kim Woo-Rajen. On the other end, watching a screen with investigation information about Jang Jin-soo, she delivered shocking news. Strangely, he wasn't working for China. At these words, Ta-Yun on the other end was surprised. She continued, no, he's been involved with China for years, but anyway he's a gambling addict. He probably accumulated a lot of debt gambling in China. Ta-Yun asked again, so is he also working for China? Then how did Kim Woo-Rajen know my exact location? Yue Young immediately replied. As I said, there must be another spy besides him. Ta-Yun fell into thought. So there are two spies. Why is the association so careless with managing people? Yue Young noticed the person on the other end was worried and comforted him. But you don't need to worry too much. The chairman will surely have a way to deal with this situation. Ta-Yun replied, all right, he had his next plan. He told Yue Young to inform him later if anything happened. Yue Young suddenly realized what he was trying to do and asked suspiciously, you mean? The conversation ended. Ta-Yun considered two reasons. If Kong Jinsu was arrested on suspicion of being a spy, the second spy would definitely not be revealed. Moreover, knowing Kong Jinsu was a spy upon returning to reality, he planned to use Kong Jinsu to trap the remaining spy. Meanwhile, Kong Jinsu continued his act. He approached and said to Ta-Yun, I know bitch knock is inside, but there will be many traps. Saying that, he proudly thumped his chest and spoke confidently. But don't worry, I've calculated everything. I'll tell you the most convenient entrance. Meanwhile, he cunningly laughed inwardly, thinking Ta-Yun had fallen into his clumsy trap. If you go that way, you'll die. This is all about money. It's just bad luck for you, so don't blame me, Ta-Yun. Inside, there was not only bitch knock but also Tai Nan, China's top player, that is. But all his calculations went to naught as Ta-Yun expressionlessly struck the building in front. A powerful force flew towards the building, exploded, and the building instantly turned into a pile of dirt and stones. Ta-Yun bragged and showed off, indeed, my strength has increased a lot after training. Kong Jinsu couldn't close his mouth at Ta-Yun's immense power and finally came to his senses, shouting, what? He turned around and reprimanded Ta-Yun. Why? Ah, did you do it again? Ta-Yun replied nonchalantly. There's no need to sneak in, there are definitely traps inside anyway. He was filled with confidence and excitement. Let's just go in and fight. Kong Jinsu brushed it off. This could provoke opposition from people. Amidst the ruins, Ta-Yun saw someone trapped and asked, but isn't bitch knock over there? Kong Jinsu immediately stopped him. Hey, bitch knock was buried under a pile of debris, bloody and in a miserable state, but she couldn't stop Kong Jinsu from dragging her out. This damned bastard, how dare you betray us, Kong Jinsu. He also didn't forget to threaten, you'll die because of me. Ta-Yun thought the scene unfolding before his eyes was as expected. He looked at Kong Jinsu, who was startled beside him with interest. What betrayal is she talking about? Kong Jinsu hastily denied any involvement, shouting, this crazy bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? Bitch knock paid no attention to Kong Jinsu's words. She turned to Ta-Yun and attacked. And Ta-Yun, don't be too arrogant. Someone will take care of you. Ta-Yun confidently posed a question he already knew the answer to. You're probably talking about Tai Nan. These words both were surprised, both simultaneously asked, how did you know he was here? Ta-Yun didn't have time to argue with the two and got straight to the point. Tell me, where is he? You knew he was here, so tell me quickly. Kong Jinsu was nervous, thinking, so you knew I was a spy from the beginning? And trembled all over. And then he angrily raised his fist to hit Ta-Yun. But it wasn't threatening at all. A surge of power went towards him and blood burst from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Jang Jinsu and Tai Nan arrived. Ta-Yun also reacted, but he was momentarily unaffected. Suddenly, a notification appeared in his mind. successfully resisted to some extent with unknown power, falling into a state of numbness. However, senses and strength are reduced, leading to temporary slowness due to reduced vision, hearing, and weakened senses. Along with the system notification, blood began to gush from Tae-yun's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his hands and feet. He thought to himself, is this solely Timing Man's control technique? Many things have been weakened, but I've managed to block it to some extent. However, all my senses have been affected. Timing Man appeared behind him. His eyes glowed with malevolence, and a menacing, dangerous aura surrounded him. He spoke in a displeased voice. I didn't expect you to destroy the building to this extent. Tae-yun immediately sensed his presence, turned around, and faced him. Timing Man continued, I was really curious about the guy who even took down Ching Zhen. It seems your skills are quite formidable. Tae-yun didn't back down, provoking him. A little more interesting than the others, but if I want to defeat you and get what I want, I'll have to work hard to acquire your techniques. He activated his awakened ability, not hiding his ambition. On the other hand, Ryohei had indeed returned to Saintess Sarada's side. He was kneeling submissively before her. Sarada read his memories and said with interest, Haha, your memories are quite interesting. Not only did that brat get stronger, but he even took down Ching Zhen. You betrayed me and didn't keep your promise, so should I kill you? Ryohei trembled at Sarada's threatening words. He replied in a fluster. The Saintess smiled, curling the corners of her lips. She bent down, stroking his head, and said, Are you afraid? As I said, I don't care much for your life. All you have to do is bring Tae-yun here. But it's not good to leave everything to his calculations. As she finished speaking, her grip tightened slightly, and Ryohei groaned in terror. Ah, she continued. It seems he's aiming for the Samurado, isn't he? Ryohei merely asked fearfully. Ha? Sarada's eyes gleamed with a slightly eerie interest. In that case, I'll have to go meet him myself. The scene shifted to the past. Zhang Long summoned China's national-level players. He presented 3 objectives with a dangerous smile. He held up 3 fingers signifying 3 goals. First, to win the Asia tournament. Second, to take down key members of other associations to weaken them. And third, by achieving these 2 goals, to prove that our Chinese Player Association is the most powerful across Asia. His eyes gleamed with malice as he intended to use this to monopolize all dungeons and magic stone transactions. So kill, torture, and use any means necessary. I will handle the aftermath. He unhesitatingly presented despicable schemes to achieve his ambitions. On the other side, 3 Chinese national-level players silently listened to all his plans. Ching Zhen seemed completely unfazed by the chairman's methods. He looked excited. As long as I can fight strong opponents, I don't care. Lin Fang also didn't object. I think it's fine as long as we succeed. Meanwhile, Timing Man was quite displeased. He thought to himself, all those guys are crazy. But that matter had nothing to do with him. He was currently focused on dealing with anyone who interfered with his secret relationship with Samredo's bitch Nok. To put it that way, he was just as crazy as they were, and this time Zhang Long called him and ordered him to bring Tae-yun's head. Otherwise, he said vaguely. But Timing Man understood. However, at the same time, bitch Nok was also a captivating presence. She asked him, that brat Tae-yun is tracking us. If Lord Timing Man could step in. That was why Timing Man had come here to eliminate Tae-yun. He rushed forward with all his might, thinking, now it's your turn, Tae-yun. But he seemed to have underestimated this opponent. Not far away, Tae-yun was completely unafraid of Timing Man's terrifying power. He also exuded a formidable awakened aura, a gigantic black dragon showing no signs of backing down. Timing Man was startled when he saw Tae-yun's awakened ability. His world of numbness doesn't work on Tae-yun. He had expected Tae-yun to be a national-level powerhouse when he took down Ching Zhen. But he asked himself in shock, what kind of bizarre power is this? At this moment, Timing Man concluded that this was not the power of an ordinary national-level player. In other words, he had already surpassed human limits. Tae-yun exuded an oppressive presence and said, World of numbness, a power that neutralizes all senses. It would be quite dangerous if I couldn't use my Devour ability. Tae-yun said no more, going straight to the point. He smiled meaningfully and said, Anyway, it doesn't matter. His voice suddenly grew louder. I'll make very good use of your technique. Having finished speaking, he clenched his fist and instructed the Black Dragon to cast the Devouring ability on Timing Man. The Black Dragon advanced towards Timing Man, and the Awakened broke free, enveloping him. Timing Man also felt the approaching danger, but before he could react, he froze, waiting for the Awakened to devour him and his special ability. A surge of power directly struck Timing Man's body, and he seemed to shatter into pieces, his entire body evaporating. Tae-yun's power was truly terrifying. A notification window appeared. Tae-yun has acquired the special ability, World of Numbness. Timing Man's weapon, a dagger, lay stuck in the ground without its owner. Tae-yun walked over, picked it up and said, I didn't have a weapon. But this isn't bad either. Evaluating the weapon, Tae-yun said with interest, as expected of national-level players, they all use expensive weapons. Good, he didn't complain. A notification window appeared, introducing the dagger as a unique grade item. Placing the loot on his person, Tae-yun looked towards bitch Nok and thought, now China has lost 2 national-level players, so only 1 national-level player remains. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to catch up with this score difference. The scoreboards of each country appeared and Korea's score increased to 3,350, while China's was 2,570. Below them, Japan and Qatar both had 2,750 points. Bitch Nok and Kong Jin-soo were both unconscious and their fate was unknown. The ground was covered in bloodstains, dirt and stones. Tae-yeon continued to think, I've dealt with Bitch Nok, so if I can find the Samurado, victory in the friendly match is guaranteed. But Japan's silence worries me a little. Just then, with a strong wind, the loud sound of some equipment grew increasingly clear. Tae-yeon was curious. A helicopter is flying right above my head. The helicopter door opened, and a person leaped out, landing on the ground with long pink hair and white skin. Undeniably, Sarada had come to that place. Tae-yeon, surprised by the appearance of this individual, said with a curious voice, Sarada landed right beside him, and the impact shattered the ground and stones around her feet, sending them flying everywhere. Tae-yeon also had to dodge the impact of this woman's landing. As soon as she landed, Sarada said with a playful voice, "Hee, we meet again, player Tae-yeon." Only then did Tae-yeon clearly see who the person in front of him was. He was surprised, and a dangerous name came to his mind. Yoshikawa Sarada. Yoshikawa Sarada, a name not unfamiliar to Tae-yeon. He knew her by reputation. She possessed a powerful healing technique called super fast healing, which allowed her to cure countless people, soothe unstable minds, and bestow blessings that enhanced physical abilities. And that made her Japan's national-level player, a saintess. But the true effect of her divine C was a mind control technique, which was to manipulate memories to brainwash humans. This was what she aimed for, to control players under her command. Yoshikawa Sarada used this technique to turn even her enemies into worshippers. Tae-yeon laughed in exasperation. Is it my turn now, he thought. Tae-yeon looked towards Sarada and wondered, but I never told Ryo-hei my exact location. How did you find me? Sarada gave another playful smile. You don't think I didn't know the location of the Samurado, do you? Which is why I didn't catch them. Tae-yeon understood. In that case, then how much trouble have you gone through, leaving the demons and the friendly tournament aside just to meet me? Truly terrifying. Despite Tae-yeon's accusation, Sarada maintained her smile. She asked Tae-yeon as if curious, how can you look at me and feel nothing? Tae-yeon didn't understand the meaning of that question. Sarada continued to play her game. She said in a seemingly earnest voice, I know my role as a saintess. It is to give everyone the strength to live in this world full of suffering, so how should I give them that strength? Her voice suddenly became high-pitched and resolute. She answered her own question from before, by making them worship me. Tae-yeon had a speechless expression. Sarada continued to be self-absorbed. Meeting the beautiful, lovely, charming, elegant, sacred and perfect me is a joy and happiness for everyone. As she spoke, she struck a pose as if at a press conference. Ultimately, worshipping and feeling me becomes the reason for their lives. After saying that, she again became angry as if not understanding. But why do you look at me and feel nothing? Tae-yeon, having witnessed the previous scene, still couldn't hide his speechless expression. He inwardly admired. Wow, that woman is truly crazy. Sarada's voice very quickly changed to a dangerous one. But it's alright. Saving people is also the saintess's role. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of vehicles rushed towards where the two of them stood. Tae-yeon suddenly turned around and incomprehensibly thought, why are there civilians here? Then he suddenly realized that their eyes were hazy as if being controlled. No, this is brainwashing by the divine C. But their eyes were filled with anger towards Tae-yeon. Sarada spoke again. I investigated Ryo-hei's memories and your actions, but there are still things I can't clearly uncover. Those are your intelligence sources and hidden techniques. Her eyes gleamed dangerously. So I've prepared. No matter what secrets you have, no matter how powerful your techniques, I will make sure you can't use them. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd behind them collectively rushed towards Tae-yeon, their eyes eerily wide. Sarada, using a despicable tactic, spoke triumphantly, confident of her victory. Her voice was sarcastic. Now, even if they are civilians, will you cruelly strike down my followers, or will you quietly accept my salvation? She intended to hold Tae-yeon's morality hostage and force him to choose. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, using civilians as a shield. Meanwhile, the crowd was still slowly approaching. Before being attacked by the civilians, Tae-yeon shouted in annoyance, you pieces of trash. The scene shifted to the brightly lit Sawa City. In an underground bunker, two guards told the external supervisors to contact Yua Young's office. We think we've found it. The last headquarters of the Samurado. After saying that, they looked at the tall building. But the building was protected by a stealth screen. They discussed, I didn't think they'd do something crazy like hide the entire space. No wonder we couldn't find them for so long. One of the two, not getting a reply from his colleague, turned around suspiciously and said, what are you doing? I told you to call. Before he could finish speaking, he saw his colleague lying on the ground bleeding. Yacha has come. He introduced himself to the man who thought he was about to die. His dangerous eyes were fixed on the one who had discovered the Samurado's secret, and he uttered a few dangerous words. Annoying things are following again. A notification window appeared displaying information. S-grade sword, vice guild leader of the evil guild, one of the Samurado members, power level, national level. He lightly placed one hand on the guard's head and the guard trembled under the menacing pressure. But the feeling didn't last long. Yacha struck the guard down in one blow and a headless figure was reflected in the corner of the wall. Blood splattered everywhere. It was truly terrifying. Yacha casually thought nothing of killing people and immediately turned around thinking to himself, "These information seekers dare to track me like this. Did everything leak after Nezuko was taken down?" His thoughts turned to Tae-yun, the thorn in his side. He thought Tae-yun was orchestrating everything in this operation. Before, he had tried to use Chinese players to eliminate him, but he hadn't expected him to even eliminate Qing Zhen. His disciples, already waiting, reported to him, "The door is open, Your Majesty." Yacha approached, continuing to think, "But don't be too hasty in your assumptions, Tae-yun. You're not the only strong one in this world. I reached the strongest state you can't imagine more than 10 years ago." He entered the door and commanded, "All right, let's go to the abyss now." Tae-yun stood on a gravel path and civilians surrounded by a faint orange divine power rushed rapidly in the designated direction. Brainwashed, these people soon piled on top of him, jumping but showing no signs of stopping. Yoshikawa Sarada observed from a distance, her hands clasped behind her back, muttering, "Player Tae-yun was quite a famous awakened who saved many people at the Dawn auction house." Smoke and dust drifted in the wind, and the gloomy sky illuminated her, giving her a mysterious aura half in light and half in shadow. She slightly parted her lips and continued her explanation. "Those people are brainwashed and fight tirelessly, but there's not much hope. But if he attacks those people, he'll have to be careful. If he doesn't attack with all his might and is taken down by them, he will die. Then I'd be quite happy." As soon as she finished speaking, a thud came from the other side, and the smile on Sarada's lips instantly froze. She asked blankly, "Huh?" Tae-yun, his face and hands encased in tough armor, expressionlessly threw multiple punches at the clinging people, sending them flying far away. She gaped, sweat beading on her face, and said, "I." Sarada stared at the chaotic situation before her. All the fallen people were on her side. Tae-yun looked at Yoshikawa Sarada in an attack stance. She screamed, "What? How dare you mercilessly attack civilians?" Tae-yun replied, "They rushed at me. Why shouldn't I attack?" Thick blood-stained golden chains rapidly flew out, wrapping several times around Sarada's waist. Tae-yun continued, "I expected you to manipulate civilians." As the chains wrapped around her waist, Sarada let out a short shriek. Tae-yun stomped his foot firmly on the ground, changed his stance, pulled back on the chains in his hand, and with a loud laugh and a confident voice said, "So you'll have to pay the price." As he pulled back hard on the chains, Sarada flew into the air. Tae-yun leapt into the air, and the ground and stones bounced far away from the recoil. He delivered a powerful kick towards her face. Sarada's hands hung limply, with no time to resist, and her face snapped back from the sudden kick. Blood splattered everywhere, and a loud sound echoed with the wind in the setting twilight. The moment blood spurted from her lips, she raised her face slightly as if trying to breathe, and the shadows of her bangs darkened around her eyes. Yoshikawa Sarada thought she had misjudged him. Her thoughts about him didn't stop. He was a hero who saved many people, yet he attacked civilians without hesitation. One arm held the blood-stained chains tightly, and a captivating expression with a smirk played on his face. Suddenly, Sarada's eyes widened and a small gleam of holy power appeared around her eyes. Healing her wounds, Sarada denied her previous thoughts. No, he must have gone easy on them. They're only unconscious." Looking at the people lying unconscious on the ground, trembling and with dried blood on their lips, she added, "He didn't kill them, he just made them lose the strength to fight." A streak of light flashed in her left hand. Tae-yun stepped back, feeling something approaching. Sarada inwardly assessed, "This guy is truly cunning." With a powerful burst of light, sprouted plant seeds shot out. The rustling seeds, as soon as they hit the ground, grew at an incredible speed into gigantic trees with branches spreading in multiple directions. All surrounding objects and people were caught in the surge, and wind howled fiercely. He and she were separated in midair, and the manipulated civilians were scattered in the bright space created by the earlier explosion. Tae-yun's blood-stained golden chains quickly wrapped around their bodies, pulling them back. He landed safely, catching a woman who was being manipulated by the Divine Sea in his arms. He pulled the woman with the chains and safely put her down. The chains once again pulled other manipulated people from the wind towards him, landing them safely on the ground without threatening their lives. He looked at the mutated gigantic trees spreading around. Tae-yun stood holding the woman, speaking casually, "What? This tree has already grown so much with just this? Is this a super-fast germination seed?" He continued, looking at the woman he had just saved. "But even if you manipulate these people like this, I won't go easy on you." Finishing his words, he released the chains, making them disappear. The woman in Tae-yun's arms, as if released from brainwashing, whispered with a trembling voice, "Thank you for saving me." Yoshikawa Sarada approached with the civilians brainwashed by the Divine Sea behind her, and she said, "Ha ha ha, as expected, a hero." Tae-yun suddenly turned towards the direction of the voice. She pushed back a strand of hair that obscured her vision, and closing her eyes, stepped forward, saying, "I thought the skill you used when you attacked the civilians had no effect on them. Anyway, you're still someone who values humanity. Thanks to that, I found your weakness." Sarada brushed her hand across her cheek, and the golden holy power healed her wounds, gradually improving. The surrounding darkness enveloped her face, and her purple eyes gleamed dangerously, threatening with an eerie laugh. "Let's see what you do next." The woman Tae-yun was holding suddenly choked him with both hands, and he looked down in surprise. Huh? The woman's eyes gleamed white and red blood vessels were clearly visible in her pupils. Tae-yeon thought, I thought she was unconscious. What happened now? Blood continued to gush from the woman's mouth, her mouth wide open. Soon the blood flowed back down her throat, making her choke. The power of the people brainwashed by the divine sea was amplified. The holy power enveloping each person erupted more and more, exploding like fully activated brainwashing. They roared and screamed, passing by Sarada with trembling steps. She held her hands at shoulder height, unleashing her power, and said, As I said, everyone here is brainwashed and under my control. Even if they're unconscious or have broken bones, they can get up and fight again. If you want to stop these people, you'll have no choice but to kill them. Yoshikawa Sarada, with excited eyes radiating holy power all over her body, laughed loudly and said, You'll have to accept the fact that you can't act mercilessly. Player Kim Tae-yeon. The branches of the sacred tree rushed towards where he stood in hordes. Still holding the woman who was choking him, he snorted, HMMPH, and replied, Does that mean you feel no guilt despite bearing the name of Saintess? A tremendous amount of red magic power erupted around Tae-yeon's body, and black evil energy flashed like lightning around the red spiritual power. One of his eyes glowed red, and he thrust the hand emitting magic power forward towards where the brainwashed people were rushing. Suddenly the people around the Saintess seemed to feel something, their eyes widening, looking at her and murmuring with wide open mouths. She leaned in to listen, felt something was wrong, and with sweat on her face her body stiffened as she said, the system voice announced, World of Numbness has been activated. Instantly, Sarada's eyes widened, her pupils dilated, and the blood vessels in her eyes became vivid. Blood droplets poured from beneath her eyes, flying into the air, and streams of blood gushed from her nostrils, mouth, and between her teeth. Blood spurted from the gaps between her fingernails and flesh at her fingertips. The system voice announced, Sensory perception reduced, auditory perception reduced, all stats partially reduced. Magic power circulation is about to be disrupted. Thousands of sounds around Sarada. Fierce, dark, and gloomy gazes continued to appear on her, and her head shook violently. She clutched her head with one hand, but the blood continued to flow without stopping. Two red, ferocious eyes continued to stare at Sarada. She groaned painfully as if in a daze, and sweat streamed down her face with blood flowing from her lips, showing no sign of stopping. Sarada, her face pale, thought, This is Timing Man's world of numbness skill. How can he use this? In front of her was a gigantic skull figure with armor and patterns which had appeared behind him. On top of the skull's head was a blade hat and smaller skulls embedded. Red and black energy spread in multiple directions, and various sensory organs continued to envelop Sarada, suppressing her body and forcing her to her knees. Sarada thought, Impossible. If he had this skill from the beginning he would have used it already. This means Sarada speculated. He instantly closed in on her. Power concentrated in Tae-yeon's hand. He gritted his teeth and his left eye still glowed red, saying, Your guess is right. Yoshikawa Sarada's eyes widened, and tears welled up in her eyes from the extreme pain. Opening her mouth wide and spitting blood, she screamed, Arg! Tae-yeon's right hand activated chains, pulling the brainwashed civilians back, and his left hand indirectly converted magic power into the skull figure, striking her. Saintess Sarada was sent flying by a punch several times larger than herself. On the ground were gravel, stones, and broken branches of the sacred tree. In the dust blowing in the wind, the brainwashed people lay motionless on the ground, bound by chains. Tae-yeon looked at the battlefield bathed in the twilight's afterglow. The trees were broken and shattered, the people were tied to the ground, and Sarada was struggling to get up. He wiped the dust from his face with his hand and said, As expected of someone with super-fast regeneration, even an attack like that can't take you down. The wind howled fearfully, blowing away the dust, and the twilight glow only illuminated a part of his shoulder. He saw Yoshikawa Sarada, who was lying on the ground, supporting herself with both hands, struggling to get up. Holy power glowed on various parts of her body, rapidly healing her. Tae-yeon continued, It seems you're recovering. Sarada gathered strength in her right arm, lifting her upper body slightly. She looked at him with gleaming eyes and said in an unyielding voice, Tae-yeon, how can you use such a world of numbness skill? What is your true identity? He smiled, approached, knelt before Sarada and said, Of course, if you want to know this, it will take a lot of time and your skill too. Sarada was surprised by his words and lifted her face. She looked up from the ground, supporting herself with a trembling voice, and as if already guessing said, You want? Tae-yeon cut her off. You want to brainwash me, don't you? Let's see what your divine sea can do. He laughed and thought, I really wanted to meet her and learn this divine sea skill, but I didn't expect to clash like this in this situation. He watched Yoshikawa Sarada supporting herself on the ground with her hands, with King Tae-yeon behind her. Since the divine sea is a mind control skill, I'll be able to see my soul world through that skill. Tae-yeon recalled the memory of being enveloped by the succubus queen whenever he used the Devour ability, and connecting everything, he surmised that the faint memories he saw when using the Devour ability would become clearer. Rosalia's attitude when she saw the memories in his soul would also be accurately interpreted. He always wanted to know more about the Devour ability. Its secrets were connected to his soul world, and things that had been hidden for a long time would be revealed. He concluded with a smile to himself, How wonderful it would be if I could explore that soul world through the divine sea. Sarada opened her mouth wide and laughed loudly. Ha-ha, Kiha. Behind her were chaotic ruins, and she with a trembling body struggled to get up, looking at him and saying, It seems you're underestimating me too much. In this battle you've shown truly astonishing superhuman strength, but if you want to see my true power it's simple. Sarada clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and a circular holy light glowed and spread. What enveloped her was a white entity. It spread its arms with countless palm-sized blue eyes and a larger eye on the top of its head. She said to Tae-yun. Before she could finish speaking, those eyes opened wide and 4 arms reached out towards him, trying to grab him. Sarada's spiritual power followed to maintain the skill's form, and she screamed, "If you fail, you'll have to become my worshipper." Light burst from the top of her head, and the saintess's face in the shadows wore a mad smile, spewing many words. "You cannot underestimate the power of the divine sea. Don't think of using the divine sea to get what you want. You will regret it. The power you possess will eventually be mine." Instantly, as if realizing something, she froze. Sarada's face was bathed in a red light, and blood droplets flew into the air. A sea of blood unfolded before her eyes. The stairs, with a throne at the top, were made of bones. Below the throne were skulls, and the red stairs were covered with bones and skulls. Behind the throne was a gigantic eye of gluttony. Its bottom unseen, and red rings descended into the sea of blood. Sarada was merely a small human who had accidentally fallen into a world filled with blood and corruption. Yoshikawa Sarada looked at the scene and thought, "Is this sea of blood Tae-yun's soul world?" On the high throne a man sat cross-legged. One hand rested on the armrest, the other propped up his chin, and his face was obscured by shadows, but only his body glowed. She observed, thinking, "Who is that person? Is it Tae-yun?" The man's clothes seemed to be made of magic power, swaying, and he opened his mouth and smiled, chuckling. He said, "He's smarter than I thought." As soon as he finished speaking, pressure suddenly bore down on Sarada, and her face darkened, sweat beading on her face as she looked terrified. The eye of gluttony behind the throne spewed a gigantic red circle onto the blood-filled water. The sea of blood surged fiercely. The man sitting at the top looked down and said, "He's using a soul opening." She thought, "That's not Tae-yun, that's an incredibly dangerous being." Sarada wanted to turn around and run, but the man's voice in her mind cut off her thoughts. "But what can trash like you do to me?" The man's face was revealed, looking very similar to Tae-yun. His pupils were deep black, and his irises glowed red. He looked down, and the hand on the armrest materialized an evil energy, reaching out towards Sarada. Thousands of demonic eyes appeared below where Sarada sat on the water. They glared at her, and she froze as if sensing something. Sarada's face turned pale, and a bewildered and fearful look flashed across her face from the flow of red magic power. A gigantic beast with countless eyes resembling a black shark hundreds of meters long appeared on the sea of blood. Its colossal fangs clacked, emitting magic power. The sea of blood surged violently, then instantly fell silent. Darkness swept over. Tae-yun suddenly opened his eyes, lying in a hospital bed with an IV drip in his arm. Before he could adapt to the situation before him, he casually said, "Ha." Tae-yun kicked off the blanket, got up, looked around, and asked, "A hospital room, what happened? Where is Yoshikawa Sarada?" Young opened the hospital room door, and at the sound he turned his face halfway towards the door and saw her. Young smiled, looking at him, and said, "Yoshikawa Sarada, why would she be here? You're finally awake?" Young took a step closer to the bed where Tae-yun was lying and continued, "Do you know how worried everyone was about you? You've been unconscious for over a day." Tae-yun, with a flustered face and cold sweat, said, "What? Then what about Yoshikawa Sarada?" She replied, "She's also unconscious, just like you. The same goes for Bitch Nok and Kong Jinsu of the Samrado. Timing Man is missing." Young looked at him, crossed her arms, and said, "I don't know what on earth happened." Tae-yun heard the situation and didn't move. He thought, "I tried to look into the mental world using Divine Sea, but I failed. I considered this possibility." Her voice still echoed, "Are you listening to me?" Tae-yun thought again and mentally resisted her power, but he could do nothing and immediately lost consciousness, thinking of the man sitting at the top, his eyes glowing red, surrounded by the dark red magic energy of gluttony. He thought, "What was in my mental world?" Tae-yun's face darkened and his eyes were cast downwards in thought. "No, I can't rest easy until I figure this out." Young touched her face with one hand and stroked his head with the other, saying, "Anyway, you need to recover. You expended too much energy in the last battle." Tae-yun, with cold sweat, glared at her and replied, "That's enough, don't stand too close." A man hastily opened the door, rushed into the room and shouted, "Ms. Young?" She turned her face to look at him and said yes. Kim Tae-guk looked in from outside the door with a slight bead of sweat on his face. Young said, "Deputy Director Kim Tae-guk." He asked Tae-yun, "You're awake? I was really worried." Kim Tae-guk walked in and extended his hand to Young, continuing, "Ms. Young, we need to concentrate our forces and search the abyss." Replied, "Send a search party into the abyss," Kim Tae-guk explained, "because the Korean team led by Song Jin has gone missing." She and he were startled by the shocking news and simultaneously said, "What?" In the hospital, Kim Tae-guk loudly said, "What? Player Tae-yun?" He asked him worriedly, "Are you thinking of going there alone?" Young stood a few steps behind Tae-yun. Tae-yun answered seriously, "As I said, sending a search party will only cause more people to die. I don't want that." Veteran players flashed through his mind, and Tae-yun continued, "The location where they went missing is deep in the abyss. Song Jin and the Korean team are all experienced veteran players." Thinking of Lin Fang and his group, he added, "If they've gone missing, it's not due to a simple monster attack, but at least the intervention of a national-level force. These guys must be quite strong," Tae-yun concluded. "Therefore, for everyone's safety, I will go alone." Kim Tae-guk replied worriedly, spreading his hands. "But if that's true, I can't send you alone. You're a patient who's just woken up, how can I send you?" Tae Yun's family opened the door and entered. His aunt said, "That's right, where are you going? You're a patient." Everyone in the room stiffened at the appearance of the three people outside the door. Tae Yun's aunt said, "Yes, your body hasn't recovered yet. Where else are you going? Just stay here." His sister placed her hand on her chest with cold sweat and said anxiously, "Do you know how worried we were, brother Tae Yun?" Tae Yun opened his mouth from behind but said nothing. Tae Yun's sister said, "Yesterday I thought you would never wake up again. It was really scary. The atmosphere was suffocating." Tae Yun pouted, looking at his family. His aunt with crossed arms explained from behind, "I called them to come and see you here." Tae Yun turned around in embarrassment and continued, "Player, you are young." She cut him off and said, "Anyway, now that you're awake, wouldn't it be better to meet your family first?" Tae Yun's aunt explained from outside the door, "Yes, let's just recover first and then think about it." Kim Tae-gook interrupted. "Player Tae Yun, don't overdo it. This time it's too dangerous," his sister shouted. "Brother Tae Yun." Tae Yun looked at everyone in front of him and recalled the people who had tormented him in the past, and he understood in his heart, "That's right, before I awakened there were only people around me who tormented me. No one worried about me. When he worked as a porter behind other players, he suffered a lot of unfair treatment." Tae Yun recalled, "No matter where I went, no matter what danger I faced, when I returned, all I was greeted with were mocking eyes." Returning to the present, seeing so many people worried about him, Tae Yun thought that, but now here, everyone's voices echoed in his ears and he smiled and said, "Thank you for worrying about me." With his family, Kim Tae-gook, and therefore I must save them and return. Didn't my aunt teach me never to abandon my comrades, so I must return them to their families? His family was silent. His sister, with tears welling up, said with a choked voice, "Brother Tae Yun, you are young," swung her hand and slapped Tae Yun's back, saying excitedly, "Oh my, I got goosebumps, you've really grown up," he shrieked in pain from the slap. "Really?" An explosion echoed in the abyss near the tower. Song Jin, in a suit holding a trident, was thrown onto the sand. He coughed and gasped. Shang sat next to him and asked, "Song Jin, are you all right?" From the opposite side, three figures approached through the sandstorm, and the man at the front said, "I didn't expect you to hold out this long. Song Jin of Korea, he threatened with a smile, "but the long chase is finally over." It turned out they were Lin Fang, the national-level player Bloodblade of China. He looked at the Korean players and said, "I admire your talent and will give you one chance. If you pledge allegiance and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I am a generous man after all." Song Jin glared at Lin Fang, coughed and replied, "Me betraying my country and comrades? Never even dream of it." Lin Fang's subordinates standing beside him held small magic swords surrounded by red magic energy in their hands and sneered. "You value your pride more than your life. How admirable, but your comrades might not think so." Song Jin and Shang turned around to see one of them trembling slightly, and Hanju, with cold sweat, raised his eyes and thought, "Besides, if I do that now." That night, Hanju, tightly bound to Yoshikawa the saintess's rapidly growing tree and suspended in midair, couldn't even breathe properly. Sarada laughed and said, "Haha, you are player Hanju, one of the Korean team." She closed her eyes, clasped her hands behind her back and bowed slightly, saying, "In the name of the saintess I have come to deliver a mission to you. Become my worshipper." Sarada threatened, "Even if you refuse, I have ways to force you to comply." Understood. "But you know very well that doing it voluntarily is better for both sides, don't you?" The tree branches tightened further around Hanju, and his eyes rolled back, tears welling up, making a groaning sound. The events of that night flashed through his mind again. Hanju, with tearful eyes, thought, "I've already betrayed once, so what difference does one more make? If I want to live, I have no choice." Song Jin placed a hand on Hanju's shoulder and looked ahead, saying, "Hanju, it's all right." Hanju stiffened. He continued, "I know it's scary to stand before them, but don't worry. I'll make sure you all escape even if it costs me my life." Hanju looked at Song Jin and said with a trembling voice, "Player Song Jin." The three Korean players took combat stances. Song Jin stood in front of Shang and Hanju, emphasizing, "So even if I die first, it's not too late to betray me." Shang unleashed blue magic energy and scoffed. "Still talking," Hanju said with a trembling voice. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll fight." He wiped away his tears. The Korean players took their combat stances. Lin Fang sighed and said, "Even after I showed you a way to survive, you're still stubborn." He waved his hand and said to the person behind him, "It seems I've been playing too much and you can't see the situation clearly, can you, Kong Jin-soo?" Kong Jin-soo replied, "Yes, that's right." "No." Lin Fang's eyes glowed red and his entire body was covered in a menacing red magic energy shield. "Then I'll show you." Gap between us. He tore his hand and swung it once and a red flash of lightning appeared. Numerous gigantic swords were plunged upside down from the sky towards the ground. The Korean players looked up at the sky in horror. Song Jin, with wide eyes, casually said, "This." Lin Fang grinned eerily and cut him off. "Now you understand, you damned fools. The only reason you're breathing and standing is because of my mercy." The sword dance flew towards the Koreans and they activated their ultimate skills, shouting their names. Lin Fang began to attack excitedly, and a voice echoed, "You have fallen into the world of numbness." Lin Fang trembled, caught in the overwhelming power, and the fierce sword dance rained down furiously, distorted and severed by the flow of magic energy and sucked into the five senses of the black space. Lin Fang thought, "Timing Man's world of numbness, Timing Man is dead." He looked up and chuckled, guessing, "Then is this Tae Yun?" And the figure floating in the air preparing to attack. The thought, "The one who killed Timing Man," flashed through Lin Fang's mind. He laughed excitedly and asked, "It's you, isn't it? Kim Tae, I wanted to meet you." He laughed and replied, "Is that so?" A loud explosion echoed. A man in a red magic energy shield rose from the smoke. Lin Fang gripped his sword and scouted in a thrust dagger stance. What? In front of him there was only a large hole in the ground, he said. It ended with just one skill. I expected more. How boring. Another Chinese team member ran over and asked, "Are you alright?" Lin Fang replied, "Yes, I'm fine," he said. "I will pursue immediately." He cut him off. "No, just let them go." Looking at the scene in front of the tower, Lin Fang judged based on the residual magic energy and footprints. They had fled into Yogan Tower, an impregnable dungeon deep in the abyss. Inside Yogan Tower, Song Jin loudly said, "Kim Tae, drink this medicine first." He force-fed the medicine to Song Jin, whose throat was injured, saying, "Drink this first." Song Jin swallowed with a gulp. Shang said, "Tae Yun, thank you for letting us survive, but what are you planning to do now?" Hanju looked from afar and continued, "This Yogan Tower is where countless veteran players have died. It's definitely not a simple place. It's called an impregnable dungeon. Once you enter, you can't leave until you find an exit." Wherever he went to avoid Lin Fang, he shrugged and replied to the distant Shang, "There's no other way. No matter how strong I am, I can't fight while protecting everyone. But don't worry, this is just a dungeon after all." Song Jin lay on the floor, spitting out the medicine. Hanju thought, killing people with magic medicine. Tae Yun pointed to himself and said, "If we just pass through, we'll be able to get out. Don't worry, both of you." Their expressions were blank. Shang said, "It's not that easy to pass through. Are you listening to me?" Hanju, with cold sweat, replied, "Maybe he has no plan." Yogan Tower, located in the deepest part of the abyss, is an impregnable dungeon. It has two characteristics. First, countless traps are installed on every floor, making it difficult for those who try to conquer the tower to pass through easily. Tae Yun quickly killed the Yogans in front. The people behind approached and the monsters were already corpses. She thought, "So this is an easy place to conquer? Is such a thing possible?" He confidently led the way, and in his mind he recalled, "I watched interviews with survivors who conquered Yogan Tower 2,437 times before the regression." Tae Yun judged in his mind, "Yogan Tower is an impregnable dungeon, but it's not a place where one cannot survive." A spatial portal appeared in the center. He remembered that there was an escape route on the middle floor of the tower that could lead back to the real world without having to reach the final boss. This information had not yet been disclosed. The current situation was that neither the traps nor the monsters were particularly difficult. He surmised that if he knew about the traps beforehand and had the power to defeat the monsters, escaping this place wouldn't be too hard. He gripped his dagger in a push-dagger style, wrapped his body in demonic energy, and dodged incoming arrows while launching attacks. The purple torchlight brightly illuminated the stairs, guiding the four people's steps. Tae Yun led them into a circular room. In the center of the room was a spatial magic circle. Yu Ah Young, seeing the portal, said, "There was a portal here." Song Jin said, "It's a relief we don't have to go up to higher floors." Hanju also breathed a sigh of relief. "We're alive." Yu Ah Young asked Tae Yun, "Mr. Tae Yun, you knew beforehand, didn't you?" Tae Yun closed his eyes and casually replied, "How could I know? I was just lucky." But thought inwardly, "Of course I knew." Tae Yun pointed at the spatial portal and said, "Hurry, let's get out of here before the monsters swarm back." She hurriedly said, "Ah, right." Everyone entered the spatial portal. Song Jin said, "Hey kid, no player." Tae Yun. He looked closely at Tae Yun and added in a voice filled with gratitude, "Thank you for being here. I won't forget this favor." Tae Yun breathed a sigh of relief and lightly smiled, replying, "You're too kind." Standing before the spatial portal, Tae Yun hadn't expected to receive thanks from Song Jin, but it was natural since everyone had returned safely. With both hands in his pockets, Tae Yun closed his eyes and entered the portal, thinking. Moreover, since Hanju had confessed to being a Japanese spy himself, the spy problem was also resolved. Hanju's figure appeared and said, "I will gladly accept my punishment. I am truly sorry." He then made a judgment. Now, all that remained was to deal with the demon Blade's wrath, having learned about the Saintess, prevent Lin Fang's interference, and successfully conclude the friendly tournament. The situation was quite good. At that moment, as soon as Tae Yun reached the teleportation space, a loud noise continuously echoed. Click! A spiritual power explosion erupted from the spatial rift, throwing him back. Tae Yun fell to the ground, braced himself with his hands, looked up and shouted, "What?" System notification. Teleportation portal cannot be activated. System notification. Kaizelin, master of Yogan Tower, is watching you. He froze, his face turning pale, and stammered, "Kaizelin, master of the tower?" Thump thump sounds shook the room. A yellow light flashed from the ceiling cracks and fragments fell. As the tower ceiling collapsed, a red fire-breathing dragon flew down into the room. Smoke billowed and broken stones rained down. Kaizelin threatened, "Who dares to cause a disturbance in this place?" Tae Yun gaped and asked. "A dragon." The fire dragon breathed fire and said, "Insignificant human." He was Kaizelin, the red dragon, master of Yogan Tower and sulfur monosulfide grade. Dragons were among the most powerful known monsters. It had colossal wings, tough skin, and a scarred, fierce face. Dragons found in the abyss were categorized into 4 grades. Sea dragons, close to S grade, were newly hatched young dragons. Adult dragons, S grade, were dragons that had just reached maturity. SS grade were extremely bloodthirsty and fierce adult dragons. But the most powerful species only had fragmented clues to their existence. A mysterious species with eyes that could see through everything. Their power and true nature were still unclear. They were ancient dragons, a species that had existed since ancient times. Tae Yun's eyes were glistening with sweat, his face covered in it as he thought. The dragon before him must be at least an sulfur monosulfide grade dragon, and this one was made from the corpse of an adult dragon. Just how strong could it be? Kaizelin enveloped his body in burning flames. He took a step back and thought, More importantly, why did this guy appear here? There was no mention of this at all before the regression. Tae-yeon decided to try talking first as a last resort. The fire dragon's voice echoed, "Die trash." He thought, "Stop. It's no use." Kaiselin breathed fire at Tae-yeon. Flames engulfed the entire room. He stood in the middle of the fire and shouted, "Then let's fight." With one hand he prepared to attack by summoning the chain-binding skill and with the other his enhanced arm. Tae-yeon enhanced his entire body, punched Kaiselin in the face and with his other hand wrapped chains around his neck, choking him. The red dragon cried out in surprise. Kuo, wearing enhanced armor and drawing his dagger, he slashed the dragon's body several times. Tae-yeon smiled and turned away, thinking, having unleashed all his skills, even in sulfur monosulfide grade would have suffered a critical blow, but seeing Kaiselin raise his claws with a grimace, he let out a surprised sound. The fire dragon's counterattack destroyed everything in its path. Tae-yeon leapt up to dodge, but was caught in the surrounding shockwaves and screamed, "Arg!" He quickly retreated, wondering inwardly, what? How can it endure this much? Even for in sulfur monosulfide grade, this is too abnormal. Damn it. To buy time with his stealth ability, Tae-yeon began to use stealth. Just as the skill was almost complete, someone appeared behind him. A figure with horns on its forehead and yellow eyes glared at Tae-yeon. He was startled, turned around, and the opponent punched him. He blocked it, but was thrown to the ground by the strong impact, and many stone fragments flew from the floor. Tae-yeon's eyes rolled back, and he gritted his teeth under the pressure, collecting himself and thinking, "This is polymorphism. A shape-shifting technique." The opponent pointed a finger at the sky and flames condensed into a fireball. He was Kaiselin in human form. The fireball condensed on his finger grew larger and larger. After a while an explosion occurred in the room and flames erupted. Kaiselin, standing upright with glowing yellow eyes, grabbed Tae-yeon's face with one hand and slammed him against the wall. Tae-yeon thought in terror, "Is this the power of sulfur monosulfide grade? I can't keep up." He looked at Tae-yeon and slowly said, "Where did you come from? Let's see." Tae-yeon was startled by the oppressive aura. System notification: you have been captured by the dragon's power. This power cannot be resisted. Power has been partially reduced. All stats are decreasing. Skills are restricted. Stone skin invalidated. Stealth invalidated. Paralysis invalidated. Monarch's heart invalidated. Death Knight King's aura invalidated. Chain imprisonment invalidated. World of numbness invalidated. Demonic energy diffusion. Tae-yeon screamed. "Arg," Kaiselin said. "This sensation is truly accurate. This magic power, far from decreasing, is exploding even more powerfully. This is no ordinary magic." As his face was gripped even tighter with increasing pressure, complex sounds erupted from Tae-yeon's mouth, and his pupils disappeared from view. He threatened, "From whom did you obtain this power? Answer me. I must find out the true nature of this power," he vaguely thought. "I must uncover the truth of this power." Tentacles wrapped around Kaiselin's arm, and Tae-yeon's arm transformed into enhanced armor. Grabbing Kaiselin's arm and breaking free, he suppressed the red dragon with demonic energy and shouted, "Do you want to know so badly, you bastard?" And many tentacles began to wrap around him. Kaiselin asked, "What?" The tentacles flew swiftly and threw the dragon back. The red dragon Kaiselin fell to the ground, sending stones flying forcefully from the floor, and blood flowed from the impact point. He wiped away the blood, widened his eyes, and threatened, "How dare you throw me? How can a mere human?" A voice echoed from the tentacles wrapped around Tae-yeon's body. "I've been through many ups and downs in the demon realm, and I happen to need a hound, and you came directly to me." Kaiselin froze on the ground while the succubus queen, leaning against the rock behind Tae-yeon, glanced sideways and said, "I bestow upon you the honor of becoming my pet." Tae-yeon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a system notification, Queen's Man skill activated. Rosalia's eyes flashed and she mocked him, "But with the queen herself here. Isn't our contract a bit too much?" Tae-yeon smiled and said, "No matter what anyone says, monsters can't be trusted. Am I wrong?" The chairman shouted. "What? Player Tae-yeon is missing," he continued. "The rescue team is also missing." Hanju and Shang replied, "We don't know. We definitely moved together." Shang said, "What about player Park Sang-jin?" Player Park Sang-jin tried to return to the abyss to rescue Tae-yeon. Tae-guk replied, "Yu Ah-young is stopping him." The chairman shouted at him, "Yes, stop him. Is he trying to get caught without any plan?" The chairman covered his head with both hands, looking exhausted, and said, "We don't know what Lin Fang and Zhang Long are thinking, so keep the fact that you're still alive a secret." The chairman was lost in thought at this moment. While Park Sang-jin and the players were returning, the friendly tournament had already entered its 6th day. It would end soon. As the chairman thought, drops of sweat ran down his face. At this point, rankings no longer mattered. But without Tae-yeon, they wouldn't have gotten this far. If he didn't return, what would all this mean? He could only silently pray for Tae-yeon's safe survival now. "Mr. Kim Hyun, please survive." A purple wind madly enveloped the tower, flying to attack the monster. The monster quickly used magic to counter her. A fierce battle ensued and the surroundings were engulfed in flames. Tae-yeon, bound to Rosalia, thought, "If I had fallen, I would have died." Another huge explosion occurred. He calmly said, "I know they're both monsters, but what kind of battle are they fighting?" Tae-yeon inwardly wondered if it had been a good idea not to summon Rosalia until now. Tae-yeon began to recall perfect hypnosis and Queen's Man. Skills obtained through his contract with Rosalia. He explained why he hadn't summoned Rosalia and the Queen's Man skill. The skill consumed too much mana. He continued, "Summoning skills required enormous mana, and maintaining the summoned state consumed too much energy even after activation. Of course, if he had used it continuously throughout the battle, he could have handled it. But the second problem was the real issue. As the monster raised its hand, he said, "Meteor." Several fireballs rained down on him and her. He exclaimed in surprise, "Meteor?" But Rosalia was completely unshaken. She continued to launch attacks with confidence. She used her sharp claws to create several streaks of purple lines. He exclaimed in surprise, "Rosalia, you're too strong." The fierce monster was tightly bound by her power. Taeyun was afraid. Her power was too dangerous. Even if she was on his side, it would be a problem if he couldn't control her. If he summoned her, the entire city would probably burn down. The two words "bet" clearly came to his mind. Rosalia smiled and said, "How's my power?" He smiled and thought, "Truly strong." The fierce monster said, "I see this power is yours, Rosalia, Queen of Nightmares." The monster scratched its head and said, "But I still can't understand why the Archduke of the Abyss follows an insignificant human." He shouted in front of her, "Aren't you ashamed? This is truly disgraceful." She only smiled and replied, "You're just a lizard. How arrogant," he said. "Archduke." He glared at Rosalia and thought, Archduke was a rank one step below king. If Rosalia knew about the king, she must be involved with him. He was annoyed at this moment. Then what does she know? Why is the king? Rosalia said. "Contractor, I know what you're thinking, but you have the same bloodline as the king, but you have no right to speak or act, even if you've obtained that power." She stroked her hair and smiled at him. "But as you know, wherever you are, you must simply follow your own path." Listening to her words, he seemed to have realized something. Rosalia said, "The current situation is not simple." He was surprised. "What? Ah, look at your hand." He looked down and his hand was wrapped in purple lightning. "This is magic power." Backlash, a voice echoed from above. "Even an archduke is merely summoned by an insignificant human." The demon transformed into a monster, its entire body covered in flames. He said in a contemptuous voice, "No human will be able to withstand this power." He continued, "If you continue to resist me, I will kill both of you." His form was no longer covered in flames but that of a true beast. He created a gigantic fireball and said, "Die." Taeyun shouted, "Rosalia!" The fireball directly hit the building, causing a huge explosion and circular ropes fell down. At this moment, purple marks appeared on Rosalia's body. Those purple marks were her wounds. He smiled and said, "Just a lizard, yet you know quite a lot." The monster replied, "As you said, the power of a summoned creature like me depends on the contractor's abilities. This is the limit now." Rosalia turned to him and said, "If I use more power or maintain the summoned state longer, in the end you'll die from mana backlash." "Ah," he continued, smiling at him, "then I'll give you a final gift before I leave." He responded to the gift. Rosalia kissed his forehead. "Don't die, contractor." The system announced that Queen's kiss had been received. The level of perfect hypnosis was temporarily changed. Perfect hypnosis used the power of his two hands to attack the monster. His power slowly enveloped it. The monster shrieked, "What have you done?" A bright light gradually made the monster disappear. "What a joke. What happened to the monster?" In a place that was entirely red, another version of Taeyun said, "That succubus, she left me to clean up this mess." The demon asked in a daze, "What's going on? Where is this? Is this his mental world? If so, then what is that? That's not the human from earlier. Although he resembles him, he's a completely different person," he thought. At first, the other version of Taeyun looked very dangerous. The demon wondered if he was the same kind of person. The other version of Taeyun said, "I have no business with you. Now get lost." Behind the demon, a monster charged forward. He turned around saying, "What?" Before he could finish speaking, bright red blood spewed from the monster's mouth. It cried out, "Your Majesty, where is your Majesty?" The other version of Taeyun said, "How dare you?" He was surprised by its transformation. "What's going on?" The level of hypnosis had changed. Kaiselin didn't look well. The monster growled in rage. He took out a potion, drank it, and thought. Did Kaiselin also experience something in the mental world? No, thinking like this is useless. He's already weakened. He charged forward thinking, if there's a chance to take that guy down, it's now. He quickly ran towards the monster, drew his knife and slashed once, making the monster bleed. He thought, my attack is finally working. Flames branched out from his hand. Had she told him not to die? He remembered Rosalia saying, "Don't die, contractor." He thought, who told me to die? He also thought he still had to uncover the truth behind the king and the source of that power and take revenge on Asmodeus, who had taken his life and prevented him from living a proper life. "Now you tell me to die, don't make me laugh," he shouted loudly. "I'm going to take you down and return." He rushed close to the monster's mouth using his Devour ability, and suddenly another monster appeared from somewhere. It said, "How dare you humans, how dare you!" Without hesitation he slashed the two, making them bleed, and then killed them. The system announced that the Devour ability was complete and its grade had changed. He lay on the ground saying, "Damn it, that crazy dragon. I really thought I was going to die this time," he said happily. "Now I just need to go back." The screen displayed that Korean national level player Taeyun had risen from B grade to A grade. The announcement board now showed the players. During the final 7 days of the Asia-friendly tournament, organizing committee staff were completing the score tabulation at the podium. Thousands of spectators in the stands looked up at the staff on this side, who were meticulously checking each precious crystal. Japan finally announced its final score, totaling 4,600 points. Shinji Nakata frowned, looking at the precious crystals. With this result, Japan was forced to remain in second place. They couldn't catch up to China, which had 4,800 points. Shinji Nakata grew increasingly furious. He was so angry that his face turned red. "I was going to avenge Sarada, but Taeyun is still missing. And to only place second in the friendly tournament?" Shinji Nakata walked down the stairs thinking, "Damn it. Let's go back," a man shouted. "But Shinji, the closing ceremony hasn't even happened yet." Rage clouded his reason. Shinji Nakata replied, "There's no reason to stay at this festival any longer." He walked calmly onto the podium. The chairman could only watch helplessly from the front of the podium. Sweat beaded on the chairman's face with worry. He thought, despite Tae-yeon's contributions, the Korean team only managed to place third. The system announced that after Tae-yeon's disappearance, the team's score had stagnated from day 5 and was overtaken by other nations by day 7. The system continued to say that without hundreds of magic crystals or in sulfur monosulfide grade monster, the situation couldn't be changed. The chairman regretted it, his whole body trembling slightly. He thought to himself, "I'm sorry Tae-yeon, all of this resulted from my shortcomings." Laughter was heard from behind the chairman. It turned out to be player Lin Fang and chairman Jang Long. Jang Long said to the chairman, "It's truly regrettable." He spoke to the chairman with disdain. "I thought Korea had finally found a promising talent, but unexpectedly he met a tragic accident and lost his life." His words froze the chairman. They laughed contemptuously. "Chairman, is he still missing? Don't speak like that." Jang Long said, "You also entered Yogan Tower, so what's the difference?" The chairman clenched his fists at this moment. He was very angry now. But he couldn't do anything. An accident, a truly unfortunate accident, you damn bastards. The two people in front of him now looked like demons in his eyes. He said in anger, "All the disappearances in the friendly tournament were your doing." But the two walked past him saying, "Now you know, don't you? The weak have no right to speak the truth." His whole body trembled, and he could only watch as they scorned him. Laughter grew louder from behind saying, "Then enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony." The chairman felt very heavy at this moment. It was as if he was carrying a massive stone. He thought exhaustedly, "Powerlessness, it's truly unpleasant to be without strength." Jang Long walked away, laughing loudly. "What the hell, what?" A streak of light shone, and as Tae-yeon walked out of the magic portal, Lin Fang and Jang Long turned and looked at him. The two were surprised by the sight. Lin Fang said, "A portal?" Jang Long asked, "Who is it?" The sight stunned the chairman. Tae-yeon said, "Oh, our chairman, truly, why did you endure for so long?" He continued. "Don't worry now, chairman." The chairman looked at him like a lifeline or a beacon of hope, surprised and weeping. He stammered, This is," Jang Long and Lin Fang simultaneously said, "That's player Tae-yeon." He happily held a red meteor in his hand. Tae-yeon happily said, "I'm back." A voice came from the building. Diarra entered the room saying, "Come watch the friendly tournament with me." He lay on the bed tiredly saying, "No." He lay motionless on the bed saying, "What's the point of watching the friendly tournament when brother Tae-yeon is gone? A tournament without brother Tae-yeon is like a steamed bun without red bean paste. Like sweetness without watermelon, or dumplings without meat," he cried out. "And you're telling me to go watch the friendly tournament? That's a betrayal of brother Tae-yeon." His mother said, "What if Tae-yeon is on TV right now?" Hearing that, he jumped up. "What?" He went outside and saw the TV showing cheering spectators. On the last day of the Asia-friendly tournament, an unbelievable event occurred. Tae-yeon, who was once missing, returned and submitted in sulfur monosulfide grade monsters magic crystal stone. Although there had been a few instances of SS grade monsters appearing, this was the first time they were successfully defeated. Yu Ah-young was on a phone call with someone, saying, "How can that be? Tae-yeon is on TV, not in the abyss." The screen announced that according to the friendly tournament rules, there would be a bonus of 1,500 points for in sulfur monosulfide grade magic crystal stone. Son Jin, Shang and Han Ju were all surprised. "Is that true?" The Korean team's total score increased from 4,100 to 5,600. With this, the Korean team took first place and became the champion of the Asia-friendly tournament. Everyone around cheered, shouting his name. "Tae-yeon?" Jang Long, furious at this moment, said, "You!" He shouted at Lin Fang in anger. "Lin Fang, what have you done? Why is that guy still alive?" Lin Fang said in a daze. "He not only escaped the tower but also defeated an sulfur monosulfide grade monster. He's just a mere unknown player." His mouth continuously emphasized the name Tae-yeon. He looked down at them, thinking that something serious might have happened. Tae-yeon was fortunate that Caislin's power was so strong that even after absorbing it with the Devour ability, there was still a magic crystal stone left. Otherwise, such a turnaround situation wouldn't have occurred. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. But Lin Fang and Jang Long would not easily accept this. Naturally, the next thing was a single voice. "Player Tae-yeon." The chairman ran and embraced him. He was surprised, saying, "Chairman Jin Hee." The chairman wept, saying, "I'm so glad you returned safely." Tears streamed from his eyes. He said, "I'm so relieved." He smiled and said, "Chairman." Chairman Jin Hee wept with emotion for a long time. It might have been for the safety of the entire team, or out of gratitude towards me. He also inadvertently embraced him. With this, the 7-day Asia-friendly tournament concluded. The tournament ended in an overwhelming victory for Korea. My story became the center of media and social media attention. An introduction panel appeared. Tae-yeon, you are the first player in Korea to reach national level, and also the first player in the world to defeat an sulfur monosulfide grade monster. The U.S. Player Association began monitoring Tae-yeon's return. Kang Hee-wook shouted. Korean gamers congratulated me on this survival and victory. He laughed like crazy. Kang Hee-wook continued, "Chairman, you cried during the closing ceremony? How embarrassing." As soon as he spoke, everyone tried to stop him, but it was useless. Yu Ah-young shouted from a distance at this moment, "Who called Kang Hee-wook here? He's too noisy." And from the Singapore Player Association in a room, an elderly woman said to Tae-yeon, Player Tae-yeon, thank you for giving us your precious time by coming here. The reason we invited you here, it turned out, was Hitten, the chairman of the Singapore Player Association. She continued, Player Tae-yeon, we request your cooperation with the Singapore Player Association. He narrowed his eyes. Indeed, everything is the same as before the regression, he thought. Previously, when key players went missing in the friendly tournament, Singapore also wanted to invite strong gamers from the alliance, but at that time Zhang Long and Lin Fang didn't leave them alone. But he calmly uttered one sentence. Let's deal with the uninvited guests first and we can talk. Hitten was startled. What? A loud explosion occurred. As red light filled the room, Hitten turned her face away to avoid it. Men with sharp weapons in their hands approached with heavy steps. They smiled slyly. So you were here, Chairman Hitten. Tae-yeon. Hitten was surprised by the sight. She trembled and stammered. I don't know how you escaped the tower, but Lin Fang replied, but I don't care anymore. He walked in calmly, his hand continuously manipulating fossil fragments. His face was sly and he spat out curses. We'll die here. Tae-yeon merely smiled. Chairman Hitten, I told you, didn't I? Yes, they've come. The troublesome ones, that is. His words froze Lin Fang. What? The window was strangely cracked. Hitten was quite flustered at this moment. Amidst Lin Fang's surprise, a voice was heard. Truly astonishing, your words were true. Lin Fang stood frozen for a few seconds, then said, You. Song Jin walked in. To dare do something like this in broad daylight, are you crazy? Hanju also didn't back down and continued. Player Tae-yeon, I'll repay the debt from last time right here. Another man appeared and said, Rest assured, Chairman of Singapore. Now it's my turn, that hero Shang shouted. Mad Sword Han Soo-jang, why did you bring this crazy bastard here? Tai replied, It's hard to believe, but he's truly an outstanding warrior. Tae-yeon curled his lips and said, What did you say earlier? You don't care anymore. Lin Fang, with a sly and sinister expression, said, Me too, you damn Tae-yeon. This is where you'll die. A group of Tae-yeon's forces appeared. Lin Fang gritted his teeth, and an oppressive aura was already emanating around him. Me too, you damn Tae-yeon, you'll die here. Tae-yeon and his people surrounded Lin Fang. Before that, there had been a meeting. Shang, Park Sang-jin and the chairman were surprised by Tae-yeon's words. Lin Fang, he wants to assassinate the chairman of the Singapore team. The three of them looked quite anxious. This is truly insane. The national friendly tournament isn't even over yet, and he wants to do something like that? Conversely, Tae-yeon was very calm. If he does that, Zhang Long won't leave him alone, he continued. His fundamental goal is merely to eliminate talent from other nations to monopolize dungeon and magic stone transactions. Upon hearing Tae-yeon's words, sweat beaded on the chairman's and Zhang's faces. Now he's targeting many people's lives, so everyone must be careful and defend. Everyone is in danger, the chairman said. Upon hearing your words, we all understand. He lowered his voice and said, Now that we know his objective, what will we do next? Tae-yeon immediately replied, Given the situation, what else can we do? These evil bastards are already targeting us, he said in an agitated voice. Then we must teach them an unforgettable lesson. Returning to the present, Tae-yeon's comrades were all ready for battle, rushing forward one by one to attack the enemies. On this side, the masked figures were all terrified and chaotic. What? An explosion tore through the building. Park Sang-jin gave instructions while fighting. Everyone, prepare to evacuate with the chairman. Attack them, Yu Ah-young said with Shang. It's exactly as he said, she hurriedly asked again. What did he say? Han Soo-jang successfully escorted Chairman Hitten to safety despite shedding tears. His spirits were high. Chairman Hitten, don't worry about a thing. I, Han Soo-jang, will surely protect you. However, the one Chairman Hitten truly feared was Han Soo-jang. Oh no, is this person all right? The masked figures were all cut down and the bright blue and purple attacks were by no means insignificant in destructive power, one person said. Lord Lin Fang, they're trying to take the Singaporean chairman. Lin Fang unleashed an attack and cursed. These damn bastards, are they trying to ruin my plan? But before his hand could strike, it was bound by shining golden chains. Lin Fang was immediately pulled outside and the situation became one where he faced Tae-yeon alone. His subordinates were also astonished. Lord Lin Fang is outside. What is Tae-yeon doing? Lin Fang wasn't afraid of Tae-yeon at all, sneering. Where are you going? This damn bastard, he's laughing again. Do you think you can get away so easily? Lin Fang mocked. You ran from me in the abyss and now you dare block my path here? He growled, emitting immense power. You clearly want to die. Lin Fang exploded. Grabbing Tae-yeon's chains, he continued to sneer. Tae-yeon, do you think you're invincible just because you took down Timing Man and Ching Zhen? Lin Fang laughed arrogantly. Now I'll show you what true power is, he said arrogantly. The power you showed in the abyss was nothing more than a mosquito to me. Tae-yeon loudly cut off his opponent's words. Too much talk, Lin Fang. As soon as he finished speaking, he broke the golden chains and delivered a blow that pierced Lin Fang, completely freezing him. Tae-yeon swept past Lin Fang, severing one of his arms. Lin Fang's eyes widened in shock. What? Tae-yeon summoned a purple skull warrior in gigantic armor? It punched Lin Fang, sending him flying to the ground. Lin Fang painfully spat blood. Still unable to believe what had just happened. What on earth just happened? He looked up. Tae-yeon stood arrogantly. Lin Fang was utterly bewildered, thinking, how am I being so overwhelmed by that guy? No way. He's completely different from before. Lin Fang also realized it. His previous strength in the abyss wasn't that great. To show a completely different appearance in just a few days, Lin Fang desperately charged. You damn bastard, die. Tae-yeon once again pierced him, leaving countless slashes. In the end, Lin Fang collapsed without understanding what had happened or why he had changed so quickly. He lay on the ground bleeding. Tae-yeon also descended to the ground, slowly approaching with a sneering smile. Tae Yun thought to himself. As expected, the Gluttony ability's level has become much more powerful. Thanks to that, I had the confidence to defeat him. He looked at Lin Fang, who was miserably lying on the ground, and thought it was a bit unexpected. Lin Fang, a national-level player from China, was quite a strong opponent, and he hadn't expected to be able to defeat him. With my current strength I can confidently clear all dungeons. Lin Fang suddenly burst into laughter at the sound. Tae Yun was puzzled. He said, "Now I understand why Qing Zhen and Timing Man were defeated by you. You truly are a monster," Lin Fang continued. "I never thought anyone would force me to use the power bestowed upon me by the Archduke, but I suppose I'll have to for you." Hearing that, Tae Yun was greatly surprised. "What?" Lin Fang slowly rose, laughing maniacally. His entire body was engulfed in a new power. "Tae Yun, don't think you're the strongest here." Tae Yun was horrified by this sight. Lin Fang declared as he transformed. He had now completely turned into a terrifying monster and said to Tae Yun in a threatening voice, "Now I'll show you what true power is." Compared to Lin Fang, Tae Yun looked small. Lin Fang activated a blood prison here. All his subordinates were swept away. Yu Ah-young, seeing them sprawled on the ground, concluded, "They seem all right. This side is safe now." Park Sang-jin suddenly called her name urgently, and she was puzzled. "Yu Ah-young, come over here," he shouted. Something strange was happening where Tae Yun was fighting. The two looked down and only saw a gigantic red sphere. Yu Ah-young was also surprised and worried. "What on earth is this?" she thought in fear. "Is that the barrier?" From inside, a red arm burst out. Lin Fang rushed at Tae Yun like a madman. He laughed loudly. "This is my true power. What do you think?" Tae Yun rushed forward and attacked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tae Yun slashed both his arms and scolded. "Do you think this lump of flesh is that strong?" But he was surprised to see them instantly stop bleeding and new arms grow back. Tae Yun was shocked and asked himself. He regenerated. Lin Fang counterattacked, slamming Tae Yun hard into the ground, and he retreated cautiously. "His destructive power is too strong. Is this really the same Lin Fang from earlier?" Tae Yun looked around and thought. "And what is this confinement space? It feels like the space around me has already changed. The aura of this environment is like being in the abyss." He remembered what he had said earlier. Is this the power bestowed upon him by the Archduke? Kaiselin had previously called Rosalia the Archduke. Tae Yun speculated. If so, does that mean there's another being called Archduke besides Rosalia currently? He thought while fighting. If so, the Archduke Rosalia mentioned must be related to the Emperor. Tae Yun rushed to attack. If that's the case, this Lin Fang must have been granted a portion of that power. Suddenly he paused, his eyes wide open. A gigantic hand approached Tae Yun and the space instantly darkened. Lin Fang seized Tae Yun. He held him in his hand and asked, "How is it? My power is quite astonishing, isn't it? Now you know who's the strongest here." Lin Fang pulled Tae Yun closer and said in a contemptuous voice, "Arrogant people like you will have to pay the price. Did you think you were strong enough to defeat me, Lin Fang? But you never knew I was chosen by the Archduke." Tae Yun suddenly spoke. "Hey, can I ask you one thing before you die?" he asked. "What do you know about the Emperor?" Lin Fang was slightly puzzled. "What? The Emperor? Are you asking about the Archduke?" He suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Indeed, the Archduke possesses the power everyone desires. Fortunately, I was chosen by that person and granted power." Hearing that, Tae Yun mocked, "Indeed, you talk too much. You know nothing about the Emperor." He suddenly transformed and a dragon appeared. Tae Yun sneered at Lin Fang. "I thought you knew something about that person," Lin Fang exclaimed in surprise. "What? He's emitting power, but it's all right." Tae Yun said with an oppressive energy. "I've learned a little more about the Archduke through you," Lin Fang exclaimed in shock. "No way, is this your true power?" Tae Yun laughed arrogantly. "Now everything is over." Tae Yun rushed at Lin Fang and attacked. He roared terribly in terror. Lin Fang became a heap of shattered flesh, sprawled on the ground. Tae Yun looked at them and said coldly, "Now he's finished." He took out a recovery potion and drank it, constantly thinking. He kept talking about the Archduke, but he knew nothing about the Emperor. Tae Yun was a little uneasy, but thought, "I can tell from this that there are many beings currently called Archdukes. If all of them possess the same power as Rosalia, it truly won't be a small threat," he concluded. "Whether they know about the Emperor or not, it doesn't matter now. I know all of them are my future adversaries." While Tae Yun was thinking, the heap of flesh on the ground suddenly began to merge again. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" a strange voice echoed. "I thought the power you emitted was that great." The various parts of the body slowly took shape, but that was all. In the end, humans are just weak species. Tae Yun broke into a cold sweat when he spoke. "All right," Iman smiled slightly. "So you're the one who defeated my contractor, Lin Fang." He was the Archduke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Iman. Iman stood on the sprawled heap of flesh and said, "You killed my contractor." Tae Yun's eyes widened in surprise inwardly. "Who is he? He seems to be related to Ryohei." His body was trembling. His aura is truly strong. Could he be the Archduke of the Abyss? He slightly raised one finger. "All right, let's see how far your power goes," Iman shouted loudly. Blood sword. Red vivid swords flew rapidly towards Tae Yun. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly dodged. "Damn it, too wide. What should I do?" "Is that the blood sword Lin Fang used?" Another gigantic sword flew straight at Tae Yun, but he barely managed to block it with his blood cleaver. Completely different level. Tae Yun used his power to block the recent attack. He looked at Iman in front of him and thought inwardly, "I can't be mistaken. He's an Archduke like Rosalia. This being is someone I can never contend with." Tae Yun thought with difficulty. "Why did he appear here at this moment? But there's no need for that now." To survive I must use everything. As soon as he finished speaking he broke his sword into two and rushed forward quickly. The figure of a skull warrior faintly appeared behind him. Ayman, seeing that, slightly curled his lips. All summoned creatures are bound by the contractor. If the summoner is stronger than the summoned will become stronger through the summoner. But conversely, if the summoned is stronger, the summoner may suffer mana backlash or the summon may be cancelled. Yun controlled the skull warrior, swinging his hand to attack while calculating inwardly. The summoner Lin Fang is dead now, so he's merely being forcibly summoned through Lin Fang's corpse. There must be a time limit to the summoning. I just need to hold out until then. Just then Ayman spoke. You are much stronger than the one I contracted with. At his words Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Ayman slowly continued, but do you think you can contend with me? In the blink of an eye Yun was enveloped by the wind he created. He exclaimed in dismay, what? The very next moment he created a powerful whirlwind. Yun screamed in pain inside the whirlwind. Ayman said in a contemptuous voice, mortals are merely mortals. No matter how strong they cannot follow me. Now die. Suddenly the whirlwind before his eyes transformed into a gigantic flower bush. The next moment Ayman exclaimed in surprise, flowers? He frowned and continued, cherry blossoms. A familiar female shadow slowly emerged from the flower bush with Yun. She smiled slightly. The woman was Rosalia. She curled her lips and said, I never thought I'd appear in such a way. Yun smiled and replied, it was an urgent situation. Ayman looked at the two of them and said, I never thought my contractor would be defeated by a human like you. So it's you, Archduke Rosalia. He curled his lips and added, all right, I'll give you a chance now. Break the contract and disappear, otherwise I'll kill you too. Rosalia wasn't afraid at all and instead said in a mocking tone, how scary, you're still as arrogant as before, aren't you? Still stubborn. Who do you think I am? Dream on, Yun asked loudly from behind. Rosalia, who is this guy? She replied. Tyro Ayman is an archduke just like me. Rosalia slowly continued, he's trying to kill you. The scene before their eyes was countless swords continuously flying from circular magic holes. All those swords were aimed at the two of them. Ayman opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, all right, then I'll kill both of you. Rosalia also didn't back down. You're truly strong. Rosalia's tail and Ayman's vivid red swords clashed. They created a violent impact that overwhelmed everything around them. Yun also struggled quite a bit. He slightly extended his hand to block, frowning. Dangerous. The backlash makes it hard to breathe. But I'm already exhausted after fighting Lin Fang. I can't help Rosalia now. Just trying not to be swept away from here is enough. Yun gritted his teeth, thinking this won't do. Suddenly Rosalia said, don't falter. The power I use is linked to my contractor. You are excellent but still lacking when compared to an archduke, so pull yourself together and let me fight. At her words he cried out in surprise. Rosalia! Rosalia curled her lips and continued, you've come this far, so don't give up easily. Hearing Rosalia's words, Yun seemed to realize something. She continued to encourage him, saying, hold on, this is a good opportunity for you to learn. After that, Rosalia raised both hands high into the sky, creating a gigantic sphere, which was what Yun would have to confront directly in the future. Ayman spoke, all right, I've heard enough nagging. Now both of you die. He smiled and added, enjoy how many interesting things I will show you today. As Rosalia swung one arm, a gigantic hand was immediately summoned, holding a spear. What do you think you can do with this technique of mine? Rosalia did not reply to him, but unleashed an attack from the sphere, and Ayman's sword also flew fiercely towards her. Two enormous powers collided, creating immense pressure. The light between the two powers grew brighter and brighter. Yun struggled to avoid being blown away from behind, but he couldn't hold on. Yun frowned and said, no, the pressure is too strong. After a while, everything before his eyes turned dark. Status windows kept appearing, showing mana depleted, fatigue 100, stamina reduced by 10. Yun inwardly wondered, how many times has this happened already? S-grade, national level, Archduke. Every time I get stronger, a stronger opponent appears. Where will this vicious cycle end? Just then a voice said, truly pathetic. He opened his tired eyes wide. This voice, a gigantic man appeared, and behind him was a monster with the power of a demon lord. National level, Archduke laughable. You don't understand the power you possess. Then I will claim this body for myself. The next moment Yun suddenly came to his senses. He was lying on a hospital bed. Yun looked at his trembling hands and murmured, it was a dream. He recalled the images from when he lost consciousness, wondering what exactly had happened. He still remembered the voice he heard in his dream. That shadow, was that person connected to the emperor? Lost in thought, he turned his head and looked to the side. In front of him stood Yu Young, Song Jin, Shang and Hanju. Yu Young exclaimed in surprise, Kim Yun? And then the other three also cried out simultaneously. He loudly said, hey, don't hug me anymore. According to Yu Young, the barrier suddenly disappeared then, and he was found lying unconscious in the debris of the battle. Fortunately, Chairman Hitten's assassination attempt failed thanks to player Han Hee-soo's brave actions, and she was safe. He hastily embraced her and fled, continuously shouting, I have to save her. People suspected Zhang Long was behind Lin Fang, which made it difficult for him to avoid investigation by the World Association. He gritted his teeth in anger, uttering each word, damn it, that Kim Yun ruined everything for me. After that, Yun also appeared. As he stepped out the door, he said, phew, I've finally recovered. Past events flashed through Yun's mind in order. Archduke's mysterious powers. The closer he got to the Devour ability, the more mysteries he felt, but he himself had also made enormous progress. Suddenly something appeared before his eyes. Tae-yeon wondered, what is this? It displayed all of Tae-yeon's information and stats. Name Kim Tae-yeon, age 19, grade A, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 270, willpower 150, fatigue 20, mana 270,270, skill bloodburst temporarily unusable. Gluttony. Absorb enemy, mana 50, stone skin defense enhancement, mana 20, bloodburst temporarily unusable, unlock condition, powerful blood absorption. Tae-yeon was having a meal with Yu Ah-young, and next to them was a tall aquarium embedded in the wall. The space was quiet and slightly chilly. She asked him, how's your body feeling? Yeah, I'm fine, she said with relief. You're really good at surprising people. Now that you've finished eating, what's next? He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Of course it's the friendly tournament rewards. I'm going to the unexplored dungeons in Japan and China. After speaking, Tae-yeon smiled slightly, and behind him stood two gigantic deer. She scolded him. Not that. How what? He asked casually. Yu Ah-young raised both hands and argued. You clearly promised we'd go on a date after the friendly tournament. She reminded him of their phone conversation. Thanks, then you owe me a meal. That's after the friendly tournament. Tae-yeon replied, confused. Didn't I just say a meal? You said it yourself, she continued. Besides, even if you get the dungeon conquest rights, you won't be able to enter immediately. Tae-yeon held his cup and listened carefully to her words. Dungeons are valuable resources that provide magic stones, so even if you obtain conquest rights, they won't easily let an outsider like you in, she explained anxiously, looking at the sharply gleaming stone fragments. The player associations of both countries will try to stop you with all sorts of excuses. They'll stall for time until your conquest rights expire. Tae-yeon reassured her. It's all right. I have a countermeasure ready. Besides, if time is stalled, I have things to do. Yu Ah-young rubbed her chin. Things to do, he leaned back. I still feel weak. The skill I took from Linfang, Bloodburst. Bloodburst is currently unusable. Its unlock condition is powerful blood absorption. Tae-yeon held a knife. He stood before a gigantic red molten monster. I've activated it a few times, but there's been no change. He stared intently at the water glass. Powerful blood absorption, huh? Since it was originally Archduke Iman's power, it might require special conditions rather than a contract. I've reached national level, but I couldn't resist an Archduke's power. To confront an Archduke and approach the secret of the Emperor and Gluttony, I need to become much stronger than I am now. Tae-yeon's eyes grew resolute. Iman's contemptuous face and another white-haired demon came to his mind. A secluded building area in the rain. Tae-yeon looked up at the sign for Bang Jae-hyun's liquor workshop, thinking, is this it? The door had a closed sign. He pushed the door wide open and a voice said, can't these young people read nowadays? It clearly says we're not open. An old man stood behind him, and in front of him was a gigantic Buddha statue with brick kilns on both sides. He sent him away, saying, go back. Tae-yeon explained, I didn't come for the liquor workshop. I just want some help with skill fusion. The old man paused and scolded him in surprise. How did you know? Who are you? I am Kim Tae-yeon, a national level player and someone who has come to save you. Behind him, a shining aura emanated like a savior. He recalled information about Mr. Bang Jae-hyun, owner of a liquor workshop on the outskirts of Owoon, an old man waiting for his death, and the only awakened in the world with an S-grade skill capable of skill fusion. The fragment of the world, however, Mr. Bang Jae-hyun didn't cling to that skill and wanted to focus on his liquor workshop. Perhaps it was due to the regret of having to live as an E-grade awakened in the awakened era. Bang Jae-hyun's son had other ideas. He loudly exclaimed, why are you living like this with such an amazing skill? Try to live a good future. Live splendidly at least once. In the end, Bang Jae-hyun, unable to refuse his only son, began the skill fusion experiment with the demons his son brought. He created several magic circles around him, and flames burned on the table. In his hand was a shining sphere, and his son watched from the side, but suddenly a loud scream echoed, and the two looked at the demon's body in confusion. At this moment, tiny purple lightning bolts flashed all over its body. Blood gushed from its mouth. Tae-yeon recalled everything. I don't know what the problem was, but after skill fusion the demons either died from mana backlash or became crippled after that. Fearing revenge from the demons, his son fled, and the old man, out of guilt, decided never to use that skill again. He asked him, you, how did you know all that? But even knowing all that, you still want to ask me for skill fusion? He waved his hand and loudly exclaimed, you're crazy, go back now. Whether you're S-grade or national level, it has nothing to do with me. He lost his composure. The lives ruined by my hands, even if they were demons, are enough. No more. Before he could finish speaking, Tae-yeon reassured him, don't worry. Tae-yeon's power slowly revealed itself and one of his eyes glowed red. I won't be ruined by your skill. Is what you just said true? He summoned several circular magic circles onto Tae-yeon's bare body. Tae-yeon lightly replied, yes, it's true. The mana backlash phenomenon that the demons experienced was not your fault. Bang Jae-hyun was startled. What? The mana backlash phenomenon occurred because the level difference between you and the demons was too great, and the skill obtained through skill fusion far exceeded their abilities, causing side effects, Tae-yeon explained in detail to him. With my current stats, there will be no problems, and even if mana backlash occurs, I will not become crippled. He listened to his words, lost in thought. Such a thing existed. I always thought my awakening, my skill, my hands were a curse that destroyed other people's lives. His hands were trembling, but meeting this young man, all problems were solved in an instant. Who on earth are you? You're like someone from the future. Tae-yeon laughed playfully, turned around and said, besides, no one knows I'm here, so even if I die, no one will know it's your fault. Bang Jae-hyun was startled, chasing him away, saying, don't say such terrifying things until before regression. The fact that there was no problem with Mr. Bang Jae-hyun's skill was only revealed 10 years later through association investigations. The light of the shining circles grew brighter and brighter, but by then it was already too late. Bang Jae-hyun, burdened by guilt and the sorrow of losing his only son, succumbed to alcoholism. His health deteriorated and he died. He recalled the sight of him collapsing on the floor with a liquor bottle, losing consciousness. If his misunderstanding hadn't been resolved now, he would have suffered from guilt his entire life and passed away that way. He remained silent and performed the fusion for him. Tae-yeon smiled. Fortunately, it's not too late. Fuse Stone Skin A and Stealth A. Fuse Knight's Prestige A and Heatwave A. Fuse Monarch's Heart A and World of Numbness A. Bang Jae-hyun was startled. You're fusing 3 skills at once? How can one person have so many skills? Are you really alright? Blue flames fiercely blazed. Tae-yeon thought, as expected, just as I predicted. Skills with unknown origins like the Gluttony ability don't seem to be discovered, he said firmly. It's alright, just proceed, understood. Then, he looked at him and activated the skill, and as the skill fusion progressed, the surrounding circles emanated powerful energy. A towering skyscraper, the U.S. Player Association headquarters. 6 people were in a meeting. Kevin Ian, chairman of the U.S. Player Association. An S-grade player spoke first. It's been a while since all the top forces of the United States have gathered here. Gregor, the 10th-ranked national-level player in the U.S., leaned back. What is it this time? Are we declaring war? Dre, the 3rd-ranked national-level player in the U.S., angrily slammed the table. Gregor, show some respect to the chairman. Ricky Harris, the 2nd-ranked national-level player in the U.S., propped his chin up. Why does it always turn into a fight whenever we gather? She shook her head. What do you think? Cody Gillow, the 1st-ranked national-level player in the U.S., crossed his arms and glared at them. What kind of leaders are those, so immature? Anyway, rankings are just a formality. No one will force them, Kevin said dismissively. Let's get back to the main topic. Have we grasped the information about the high-ranking national-level players from China who participated in this Asia-friendly tournament? Montel Roman, a USS-grade national-level player, spoke. Ching Zhen, timing man. Lin Fang, right. Nick Lowen, a U.S. 6th-ranked national-level player, reported. I heard 2 died during the process of eliminating the Samrado, and 1 was killed during an assassination attempt on the Singapore Association chairman, Gregor casually said. So what? They're dead anyway. Dre again pointed out Gregor. Kevin explained, that's right, that's the official stance of the Chinese Player Association, but according to new intelligence we received today, all 3 of them were defeated and killed by one person, especially Lin Fang, who was a demon lord contracted with Archduke Aemon of the Abyss. Montel turned and said, Archduke. Those monsters, Harris was surprised. Cody, did you know about this? Who dealt with them? One person asked. Kevin was silent, then replied, it's Kim Tae-yeon of Korea. Of course, even if he defeated Lin Fang, he's not comparable to world-class players like you. But we need to thoroughly investigate him. At this moment the liquor workshop was surrounded by a gigantic red sphere. Bang Jae-hyun knelt on the ground and red smoke enveloped him. Only AA-grade, not S-grade, national-level player Kim Tae-yeon. Incheon International Airport. So you and I have to come all the way here just to investigate this Kim Tae-yeon guy? Gregor asked. Trailing behind a man, he replied. To some extent, yes, that damn guy. That Kim Tae-yeon guy will hurt people given the chance. Mark, the 8th-ranked national-level player in the U.S., calmly reassured Gregor. We're not here to fight him. At least not right now. The elevator arrived on the 24th floor and Kim Tae-yeon silently assessed the detailed information about his current power. Skill fusion was successfully completed. The problem was that he wanted to try out the fused skills as soon as possible. Phantom Skin, which combines enhanced armor and stealth, consumes 15 mana. World of the Monarch creates a special mana-enhanced domain and consumes 20 mana. Monarch's Prestige releases mana-enhanced power and consumes 20 mana. If I test these skills here, it'll cause a huge commotion, wouldn't it? I'll probably have to go into the abyss. A grotesque purple monster was severely destroying the city. People were terrified, and player Kim Tae-yeon's imagined new technique was finally complete. Player Kim Tae-yeon, a voice came from somewhere. He lifted his head. 2 burly men stood at the door. Mark, the 8th-ranked national-level player in the U.S., adjusted his glasses. We've been waiting for you. Gregor, the 10th-ranked national-level player in the U.S., spoke loudly. This guy defeated Lin Fang. Is the information accurate? U.S. national-level players. Tae-yeon felt a little curious internally. He reminded him, don't say such things, Gregor. He replied, damn it. Tae-yeon and Mark sat at the table. Gregor was observing from behind. Tae-yeon opened his mouth. So what's your reason for coming to see me? Mark calmly said. Oh, you're too impatient. I merely came to talk. but before that Gregor's hand glowed green. Mark adjusted his glasses. Pardon me for a moment. His finger pressed on the table and numerous skill windows appeared, surrounding Tae-yun. This is Ziggurat. Tae-yun watched silently. Ziggurat was Mark's skill, currently considered the most accurate measurement technique. It allowed one to view all of a player's status information, including stats, skills, and even height, weight, and mood. His basic information was assessed by Mark. Name: Kim Tae-yun. Grade: strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280. Mark rubbed his chin, thinking, it's my first time seeing an AA grade person and his stats are at a national level player's standard, but it still seems insufficient for him to have defeated Lin Feng. I'll probably have to check his skills. A flash of red lightning erupted from his Tae-yun's body, blocking Mark. Notifications kept appearing, and the skills could not be verified. Mark wide-eyed. What? Tae-yun asked. Is the investigation over? If you want to confirm my abilities, this should be enough. He blocked my Ziggurat. This is unprecedented. Mark gave a wry smile. My apologies, it's an old habit. Mark looked at him. Tae-yun with scrutinizing eyes. Kim Tae-yun, Korea's strongest national level player. Now I understand why Chairman Kevin Ian is interested in you. Tae-yun opened his mouth. So what's your real reason for coming here? We'd like to share the rights to conquer China's unexplored dungeons, referring to the friendly tournament reward. Tae-yun frowned. Share the conquest rights. Mark continued to negotiate. I can't disclose the details, but our chairman recently wants to investigate that region. And since you defeated Lin Feng, Chairman Zhang Long of the Chinese Player Association will clearly try to obstruct you. Don't we have a common interest? Tae-yun silently observed his expression. So if you agree to share the conquest rights with us, we'll not only stop Zhang Long but also support your dungeon conquest. Mark thought more deeply to himself. Moreover, if we establish a cooperative relationship with him here, it will be beneficial for both sides. If he accepts, the U.S. Player Association will gain a new ally. Even if he refuses, we won't become his enemy. Tae-yun opened his mouth after a brief thought. I refuse. Thank you for the offer, but I don't need any help. Mark smiled lightly, thinking, it's a shame, but this is enough. Gregor interrupted the conversation, annoyed. Damn it, what the hell? He grabbed Tae-yun by the collar. We came all the way from America to hear such an answer? Mark intervened in surprise. Gregor, what are you doing? Let go immediately. Gregor snorted. This guy, if he can't talk, will settle it with fists. Tae-yun looked at him. Gregor. How is he losing his mind? Tae-yun thought to himself. Mark seems to want to establish a good relationship with me, but this guy doesn't understand the situation. Ah, I see. Those eyes, they're exactly like the eyes I faced countless times before my awakening. This guy doesn't have a specific reason to be hostile towards me. Red eyes appeared behind his Tae-yun's back. He just doesn't acknowledge me as his equal. It's been a long time since I've been treated like this, but things are different now. Tae-yun accepted. All right, Gregor asked again. What? Tae-yun calmly replied. If you truly want me to accept the offer, let's talk with our fists. His eyes burned with competitive spirit. And he also intended to test his skills. They faced each other in the arena of Guild Dungeon Semi-RO, protected by a low barrier. Thousands of spectators cheered, filling the seats. Secretary Kim Yun hesitated and said, Wait, is this duel being held in the arena of Dungeon Semi-RO? Kong Hee-wook chuckled. That's right, thanks to this, our guild gets a chance to promote ourselves to the audience. Isn't that great? Secretary Kim Yun trembled and said, No, what if they destroy our building? Can the arena withstand a fight between national-level players? Gregor ran his hand through his hair. An arena, an interesting idea. I like it. Tae-yun lightly scoffed. I hope you like the outcome even more. Gregor chuckled triumphantly. Don't worry, I enjoy duels like this anyway. Gregor transformed into a giant werewolf. His blue eyes radiated the spirit of a hunter. Tae-yun said, A duel? That seems a bit of an overstatement. Gigantic claws flew towards him, smashing the ground and sending fragments flying everywhere. Tae-yun covered his ears. The arena was shaking. Kong Hee-wook was surprised. A werewolf? What is that? Mark explained from beside him. It's the wolf heart skill. They, Kong Hee-wook and Secretary Kim Yun, were surprised simultaneously. Mark explained simply, when the skill is trained to its limit, it transforms the user into a werewolf and simultaneously greatly enhances their physical abilities. It's a shame I can't establish a good relationship with player Kim Tae-yun, but this is a good opportunity to test how strong he is, having defeated Lin Feng. Gregor was already a rampaging beast, chasing him Tae-yun like mad. Tae-yun fled quickly. Gregor was satisfied internally. Indeed, this foolish guy, as Mark said, I couldn't verify his skills with Ziggurat, but his stats, excluding mana, are completely inferior to mine. Name: Kim Tae-yun. Grade: strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280. Name: Gregor Gel. Grade: S. Strength 232, stamina 245, speed 228, mana 220. Moreover, I've activated Wolfheart to enhance my stats. There's no way this guy can defeat me. Before Tae-yun even had a chance to turn, Gregor brought his sharp claws down on him, slamming him into the ground. Gregor raised his remaining limbs, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, and said, Let's finish this kid. Tae-yun scoffed internally. Indeed fitting for a US top 10. With this much power I can test him without worrying about killing him. A black liquid appeared on his Tae-yun's face. Gregor stopped in surprise. A black flash erupted and gradually spread into the air. Mark didn't know what had happened. What on earth is going on? A black barrier surrounded the arena, isolating him, Tae-yeon and Gregor. Tae-yeon's fused skills created 3 new techniques. The first was World of the Monarch, a fusion of World of Numbness and Monarch's Heart. Gregor stood on a red puddle. Above 3 stone statues stood with their hands clasped in prayer. World of the Monarch reduces the enemy's stats and simultaneously increases the user's stats. Gregor screamed. Where on earth is this? Where is he? Tae-yeon suddenly charged and punched him. Gregor, who fell backward, spitting blood and his teeth broke. The second skill was Phantom Skin, a fusion of stone skin and stealth. His Tae-yeon's body glowed with purple flames and his eyes were filled with confidence and certainty. This skill provided physical enhancement far exceeding stone skin and allowed stealth to be freely toggled on and off. Tae-yeon became transparent and launched successive attacks at Gregor. Damn it, Gregor cursed while being hit. You damn bastard, come out, Gregor flailed his hands wildly, continuing to scream. Finally, the third skill was Monarch's Prestige, a fusion of Prestige Prince and Tier. A muscular body in armor appeared holding a sword plunged into the ground, being controlled by him, Tae-yeon. As it was a fused skill, all effects were combined and enhanced. Gregor groaned several times, and Tae-yeon smiled in satisfaction. The outcome is already clear. Get up. Tae-yeon extended his hand and a gigantic explosion erupted in the middle of the arena, emitting numerous purple flashes. The spectators there were dumbfounded. Mark leaned in. Impossible. Tae-yeon let out a light sigh. It was a truly enjoyable fight, Gregor. Let's meet again next time. Gregor was already completely defeated and unconscious. Character information. Name Kim Tae-yeon, age 19, grade A, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280, willpower 150, fatigue 30, remaining mana 280,280, skills. Bloodburst temporarily unusable, Gluttony AA, absorb designated target 50 mana, Phantom Skin AA, body enhancement stealth 15 mana, World of the Monarch AA, create special mana domain 20 mana, Monarch's Prestige AA, release mana enhanced power 20 mana, Chain Binding AA, bind designated target 20 mana, Queen's Man AA, summon Rosalia, Queen of Dreams 200 mana, Perfect Hypnosis AA, hypnotize opponent 40 mana. Seeing Tae-yeon standing in the center of the smoky stage, the spectators in the stands exclaimed in surprise, shouting loudly, What just happened? We couldn't see anything because of that strange barrier. Kim Tae-yeon won? Mark jumped up and rushed frantically towards the railing. What on earth is going on? The black barrier came down and the duel ended immediately. Mark gnashed his teeth, cold sweat beading on his face. I can't believe what's happening before my eyes. What on earth happened inside? Gregor Gel stood up and growled. Who says the duel is over? It's not over yet. Not yet. Hearing the voice, Tae-yeon glanced at him. Gregor charged forward, roaring like a beast, and a bright blue power erupted from his body. His eyes glowed cold and blue and his hands transformed into wolf claws. I haven't lost yet. I'll kill you, Kim Tae-yeon. Suddenly something flew in. Yu Ah-young, Song Jin and Kong Hee-wook appeared and blocked the path of Gregor Gel, who had transformed into a werewolf. Yu Ah-young took a stance and smiled. He still wants to fight. Was this wager always so serious? Kong Hee-wook gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and said loudly, Now admit defeat. Song Jin frowned and tried to calm Gregor Gel. If you fight more, it won't just be a matter of a wager. Right, stop it, Gregor. Tae-yeon was surprised that the 3 of them had appeared here, player Park Sang-jin and other players too. Since when have you all? Before he could finish speaking, the chairman walked in leisurely from behind, adjusting his collar. I've been watching from the beginning. Tae-yeon turned his head, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. The association chairman? The chairman's aura blazed fiercely, and he wore a confident smile. I merely intended to observe, but it seems the situation is spiraling out of control. Tae-yeon gave him, the chairman, an awkward wry smile. The chairman, continued. Anyway, the chairman approached the 3 people. Leave the rest to us, Gregor Gel roared in fury, shouting loudly. You dare stop me, you foolish bastards. Alright, then I'll take all of you down right here. Mark suddenly appeared. He coldly put his hands in his pockets and adjusted the glasses on his nose. Shut up, Gregor. Mark adjusted his glasses, recalling a fierce man. Don't cause any more trouble. Cody will truly punish you, no matter how reckless you are. You know what will happen if Cody gets serious, don't you? Gregor Gel flinched and trembled in fear as soon as he heard that name. Cody. He gnashed his teeth and growled in anger. Gregor Gel returned to his human form, frowned, turned around and left. He cursed in exasperation. Damn it, in the center of the arena strewn with smoke and broken fragments, Mark spoke lightly. I sincerely apologize, player Kim Tae-yeon. Please forgive our rudeness. Now that things have come to this, it's difficult to mention it, but he paused mid-sentence and Tae-yeon focused on the sudden silence. Mark stepped forward, extended his hand and invited him. Would you consider joining the U.S. Player Association? The air instantly froze. Gregor Gel turned back to Mark in surprise. As if he couldn't believe his ears. Everyone around Mark was dumbfounded. Even the chairman couldn't close his mouth at the audacious invitation and exclaimed, What on earth is this shameless act? In front of the association chairman, Mark still calmly continued, We will grant any conditions you desire regarding China's unexplored dungeons. If you are with us, we can assemble the best assault team. Tae-yeon replied, I'll take this offer as a compliment to my abilities. As for China's unexplored dungeons, my next destination is Japan. Mark frowned at his answer. Japan? He smiled slightly, took out his phone and glanced through the latest news. Yes, it seems the Japanese Saintess has awakened. He put his hands in his pants pockets and looked up. It was Yoshikawa Sarata who had awakened. Elsewhere, Sarata was running on water with black tentacles chasing after her. Blood splattered on her face and he panted, not daring to look back, only running forward. The tentacles suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. They wrapped around her body, and the impact was so strong that water splashed everywhere. One tentacle covered her mouth, and Sarata, flustered, could only make weak sounds as a tentacle wrapped around her arm. Sarata pleaded inwardly, "Stop, please stop." The tentacle covering her mouth suddenly disappeared, and a voice was heard. "You started this first, didn't you?" The man-eating flower monster growled, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth in the air. Someone sat on a throne, floating and looking down. Sarata lay prostrate on the ground, looking up painfully, and the voice continued to come, now demanding her to stop. Truly disgusting. The person sitting in the chair was Tae-yun. As he waved his hand, the monster bared its teeth and approached, and she shrieked in terror. Sarata felt like she was being swallowed, her face turning pale, and a scream echoed in the room, bringing her back to reality. Sarata's body thrashed incessantly on the bed, her hands flailed in the air, her feet kicked wildly, and her whole body convulsed as if trying to escape from something only she could see. At the sound, guards immediately rushed in. "Saintus, are you all right?" Sarata sprang up amidst worried gazes, panting, her eyes still wide with fear, staring at the air with trembling hands, thinking inwardly, "This nightmare again." Ever since falling into a coma after looking into Kim Tae-yun's mental world, this nightmare began as soon as she woke up. Her face was drenched in sweat. She replayed the dream she just had. Each time she passed through countless mysterious tentacles of unknown origin, a mysterious entity in Kim Tae-yun's form would appear and greet her. Next came death, and then she would wake up again. "How long must I endure this pain?" Drops of sweat quietly dripped from her hand. "Until I die." Sarata hastily sprang up from the bed. Two guards approached, flustered, and stopped her. "Saintus, you need to rest if you get up now." She cut them off. "Demon Blade, where's the Demon Blade? If he's not by my side, then where is he?" Her face was still pale and her body trembled as if trapped by the aftermath of the nightmare. "That's it." Sarata fell silent. She hastily got up and ran quickly forward without even putting on her shoes. Clutching her shoulder, Sarata flung the door open and shouted in a trembling voice, "Demon Blade!" Suddenly she froze, her eyes wide, looking ahead. Two men were fighting with swords in the hallway outside her room. Tae-yun scoffed and said, "I didn't come to fight, I merely—" Shinji approached, brandishing his sword. Cutting him off in anger, he shouted loudly, "Your target is clearly Saintus Sarata, you trash. I will avenge the humiliation Saintus Sarata suffered." A smoky blade flew towards him. Tae-yun lightly dodged his attack. Shinji chanted the demon sword spirit spell. Humanoid spirits appeared one after another in the air, rushing to capture him simultaneously. A blade grazed his shoulder. Tae-yun tilted his head, calmly looking at the blade. Demon sword spirit. It was a technique known to be able to cut even souls, but Tae-yun reached out his hand and said, honestly, he forcefully blocked the sword, his face turning menacing. "The problem is they only listen when they're hit." Shinji was startled, his face blank. "What did you say?" Tae-yun gripped the blade tightly, sneered slightly, and then suddenly put force into a kick to his face. A loud explosion echoed throughout the corridor and Sarata hastily backed away. With a powerful kick, Shinji was knocked unconscious and his body lay motionless on a pile of shattered debris. She called out loudly, "Demon Blade! Demon Blade!" Tae-yun approached and threw the sword in his hand. "Yoshikawa Sarata, there are two reasons why I sought you out. First, to find out what you saw in my mental world," she called out, Kim Tae-yun, in a voice trembling with fear. "And second, to prevent the largest dungeon break in history from occurring." Tae-yun approached and stood confidently before her. Sarata could barely breathe upon hearing his words, her entire body trembling in bewilderment. Elsewhere, fierce waves rose incessantly, and lightning struck the middle of the sea with a gigantic whirlpool. Nearby, two shadowy figures stood observing. The person with binoculars said, "Is this the entrance to the unexplored dungeon? It looks like a gigantic storm no matter how you look at it." The man standing next to him continued, "Rumor has it that there's a gate to the dungeon inside that storm. This storm must be caused by the magic power leaking from the gate," he casually said, a candy in his mouth. "But don't worry, there are no signs of it exploding yet, we're just here to stop it." Man with binoculars squinted, observing, and replied, "That's reassuring to hear." But he suddenly froze, his eyes wide as if he had seen something. Japan Player Association's Unexplored Dungeon Surveillance Team. Something existed within the whirlpool, he hastily said. "I think I saw something inside the storm. Was I hallucinating?" Elsewhere, a monster shouted, "Your Majesty Kentakinas, all preparations are complete." One of Kentakinas' subordinates approached, holding a scepter shaped like a spine and a human head, and reported, "By your Majesty's command we accumulated magic power and energy for decades, and finally today we broke through the gate that blocked us and reached this place. Your Majesty Kentakinas, please issue your next command." Kentakinas' subordinates simultaneously shouted loudly, "Next command, next command." As the monster shouted, a hand suddenly grabbed and lifted it. Kentakinas said, "Enough." Then he brought the monster to his mouth. The monster screamed in fear. Kentakinas' belly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. "The more we eat, the stronger we become." Kentakinas' subordinates bowed their heads in silence. He continued, "Now only one task remains. For my son, Archduke Vog, we will leave this place, slaughter humanity and devour them." Kentakinas proudly smiled after just feeding his belly. Let the Feast of Blood begin, a system notification appeared. Archduke Kentakinas' vice commander, SS grade, Tae-yun slowly approached Yoshikawa Sarada. There are 2 reasons why I sought you out. One is to confirm what you saw in my mental world, and the other is to prevent the largest dungeon break in history from occurring. Sarada trembled. She stammered his name. Kim Tae-yun, she answered his question. What I saw in the mental world was an unidentified entity that looked exactly like you but was neither human nor monster. Upon hearing her answer, he thought inwardly, indeed it was that entity that appeared in my dreams. The information was still incomplete, but at least he knew it wasn't a mere dream. Moreover, it was a nightmare. Even though he hadn't used his gluttony ability, he could feel its magic power in her body. Could this be the cause? He reached out and cast a spell. I've removed the remaining magic power. You won't have nightmares anymore. She stammered, asking, why are you helping me? I attacked you, he continued. I'm not helping you, but merely to stop the dungeon break. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Sarada asked, puzzled. An earthquake. Tae-yun knew what this was. It has begun. He turned to Sarada and shouted loudly. Sarada, a dungeon break has occurred. First, wake up Nakata Shinji. A man approached, leading guards. You attacked a player belonging to our association, and where do you think you're going? What did you say? Korean national level player, Kim Tae-yun. This man was Masuda Kuro, chairman of the Japan Player Association and a former national-level player. To briefly describe Masuda Kuro, during his player days he was a national-level warrior. After retirement he discovered talents like the Saintess and the Demon Blade and was called one of the most outstanding chairmen in Japanese history, but in reality he was a person who had no interest in civilian lives if it meant achieving his personal goals. Tae-yun said, Are you aware that a dungeon break has occurred now? I've come to help, Masuda said indifferently. I know that. Loud notifications have been ringing for a while now, but what does that have to do with you? The right to invade an incomplete dungeon is only valid when the dungeon is intact. If a dungeon break occurs, that right is no longer valid. Besides, in the friendly match, you inflicted immense humiliation upon us. If you even resolve this dungeon break, what will my position be? Therefore, for the crime of attacking our player, you will be temporarily detained. Sarada hastily said, Chairman, but to reduce the damage from the dungeon break. Before she could finish speaking, Masuda's subordinates rushed forward, preparing to subdue Tae-yun. Masuda shouted, You don't need to interfere, Yoshikawa Sarada. Don't forget that I turned a blind eye to you using your ability to manipulate others. If you side with this arrogant brat now, both you and the Demon Blade will be dealt with. Saying that, he ordered them to take Kim Tae-yun away. Tae-yun, not at all afraid, put his hands on his hips and laughed. Truly noisy, he thought inwardly. If I don't cooperate and resist by force, Chairman Jin-hee will be in trouble too. Alright, I'll accept their handcuffs for now. Sarada, take Nakata Shinji and stop them first. Sarada hesitated. Kim Tae-yun, but Masuda with a satisfied smile. Yes, a wise decision. Don't worry. Once the investigation is complete and you're cleared, I'll release you immediately, Tae-yun replied in a cold voice. Don't be too arrogant, Chairman Masuda. You have merely refused my help. If any problems arise because of this, all responsibility will be yours. Though handcuffed like a trivial prisoner, he still exuded a glowing aura with a confident stride and smiled. Masuda scoffed and said, That arrogant brat. The city was currently in ruins from a massive explosion, and half-human, half-beast monsters wielding spears rushed in. Everyone was desperately resisting. Kimura commanded, Stop them by any means necessary. If they get past here, everyone will die, his comrade said with difficulty. But even if you tell us to stop them, how can we? They keep pouring out. Moreover, all the monsters are A grade or S grade. There was no way. Kimura did not give up. Still, we have to stop them. If we don't, who will? Before he could finish speaking, the monster Kentanas grabbed him. All his comrades trembled. Kimura Zen-sama has been captured. Kentanas looked at Kimura and said with satisfaction, How troublesome. I'll start with you. Kimura screamed miserably. In the sea of fire a sound of space tearing was heard and he was squeezed, spewing blood. Everyone who witnessed this scene was terrified. It's over, we're dead. Everyone including me is finished. A blade as swift as the wind passed by and severed Kentanus' finger. Everyone around, humans and monsters alike, were simultaneously surprised. Ha! Everyone shouted. Demon Blade. It was Nakata Shinji, the national level player called the Demon Blade. Everyone was surprised, but within them was healing magic. My body is being healed. What's happening? Sarada approached. Fortunately, everyone is safe. Everyone looked back at her. Shinji landed on the ground and asked, Saintess, are you all right? Sarada replied, Yes, I'm fine, don't worry. The strange magic power I felt in my body has completely disappeared, although I can't exert my full power yet. I can still help you. Shinji anxiously called out our name. Kim Tae-yun. Kentakinas approached them, his large belly mouth drooling. An unexpected high-quality meal has appeared. Excellent. You will be a feast for my son. Saying this, he drew a sword from the mouth on his belly. Sarada shouted loudly, Demon Blade. Shinji immediately entered combat stance and confronted Kentakinas. Their swords clashed, creating a dazzling light. Sarada commanded, We'll handle Kentakinas. Everyone else, deal with the other monsters. Kentakinas' side also completed their battle preparations. As your majesty, Kentakinas wills. Shinji's blade grazed Kentakinas' shoulder, but it was merely a scratch having no effect on him. As expected, the battle was against Kentakina's, the sulfur monosulfide grade monster and master of the unexplored dungeon, and it was a tough fight where even a small mistake could result in the loss of limbs. The wounds he inflicted were almost useless against its immense regenerative abilities. That was why all previous attempts at conquest had failed, but when Kentana's split the building in half, he paused for a moment in the rising smoke. Shinji gradually emerged and the energy around him shifted, brimming with killing intent. This time I'll cut you down, he thought. For 5 years since his last failure in the unexplored dungeon he had trained relentlessly, solely to finish him. He gripped his sword tightly. His damaged body was recovering under the influence of his ultra-fast regeneration ability. He was formidable, and now, with the Saintess's power, all his abilities could be enhanced under the influence of the Holy Revelation ability. Sarada strained to send power. Shinji, I can't hold out much longer. You have to finish it now. Shinji's eyes widened with determination. There's nothing that can't be cut. A powerful X-slash flew from Shinji's hand. Kentana's cried out in pain. It was quickly cut in half. All the spectators at the Japan Player Association headquarters cheered. Nakata Shinji, Masuda laughed heartily, satisfied. Did you see? I told you, with the demon blade and the Saintess, even in sulfur monosulfide grade daimon can be stopped. He turned, mocking Taeyun, and said, we never needed your help in the first place. Kim Taeyun said coldly, it's fortunate that Kentana's has been defeated. But why do you think everything is over? He asked, seemingly unable to understand. What? He continued. A few months ago the dungeon break that occurred in Korea was upgraded from C grade to A grade. Last month the dungeon breaks in France and Russia also changed from S grade to S grade. The dungeon break grading system is no longer accurate. So why are you so sure that this dungeon break is only S grade? At the battle site, Sarada and Shinji looked up at a strange object and their eyes widened. What? It was a bizarre entity that had burst out of Kentanus' corpse. It groaned loudly, tearing flesh from Kentanus' body. No, this strange entity was Kentamian, and its grade was SS. It was the master of the unexplored Japanese dungeon. Shinji was bewildered, his head bloody. What is that? It suddenly appeared from Kentanus' corpse and began to voraciously devour the body as if it were natural. What is that trying to do? No, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. He grabbed his weapon and charged forward with murderous eyes. Sarada was startled and cried out, Shinji, wait! He ignored her words and continued to approach Kentamian. Monsters are just monsters, let's get rid of it. He swung his sword at Kentamian, who was chewing on Kentanus' corpse. Kentamian blocked his sword strike with its bare hands. This greatly surprised both Shinji and Sarada. Kentamian began to stand up, exuding an eerie killing intent. Are you the enemy of my father? Shinji was startled. His appearance, lost in thought, he was sent flying far away by Kentamian. Sarada worried. Shinji? Kentamian leaped straight down from a high place to the ground. Sarada, standing nearby, was severely affected. It said, don't worry, I'll swallow everything. The people at the headquarters began to panic. What on earth is happening? Where did that monster come from? Wasn't everything over when Kentana's went down? What happened to the demon blade? Is the Saintess still alive? That power was measured as sulfur monosulfide grade. I've never seen such a grade before. Taeyun thought deeply. It finally appeared. The master of the impregnable dungeon, Kentamian, was the true master of the unexplored Japanese dungeon, an SS-grade monster. At first its size and strength were not impressive for an SS-grade monster, but it grew stronger the more monsters and humans it devoured. This monster had a completely different dimension of danger. If Chairman Masuda realized the gravity of the situation now and asked for his help, the damage could be reduced. That was unlikely. The headquarters was in chaos. Chairman, give us orders. At this rate we'll be wiped out. Chairman Masuda sweated coldly and gritted his teeth. Damn it, we just barely defeated one sulfur monosulfide grade and now an SS grade. This is absurd. Should I request support from other associations now? No, if even the Saintess and the Demon Blade can't handle it, requesting support now is useless. That guy will destroy everything before reinforcements arrive. Our players, the entire city, and even my political standing. He gritted his teeth and trembled. We retreat. At these words the association was in an uproar. What? What about the players still fighting? Masuda was afraid. It's too late. Even national-level forces can't handle it. What can we do to survive now? If you want to live, you have to escape immediately. Unable to listen to Masuda's words any longer, Taeyun struck him hard on the head, knocking him down. I've held back for Chairman Jinhee's sake, but everything is just like before I regressed. Everyone worried. Chairman Masuda, the handcuffs, Taeyun said coldly. I came here to stop the dungeon break. What will you do? Escape like that old man said, or arrest me? Do whatever you want, but I will save them. He completely broke the handcuffs and turned to leave. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Taeyun calculated as he walked. Good, if I can kill Kentamian and stop the dungeon break before everyone falls. A shadow approached and called his name, Kim Taeyun. He was surprised. Why are you here? The city was now completely engulfed in flames. Broken debris piled upon blood and corpses. Sarada was held upside down by Kentamian. She despaired. Shinji, Kimura, Zen, everyone's down. No matter how much I regenerate my body or strengthen myself, it's useless. No one can defeat this, Kentamian said. Is the resistance over? I will swallow you. Her eyes were already hollow. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She thought of our boy. Kim Taeyun, if she recalled her previous conversation with him. He had said he wasn't helping her, but doing this to stop the dungeon break. she thought again. That's right, even if he's an enemy, Kim Tae-yeon helped stop this dungeon break. When I became a player I just wanted to help people with my power, but when did I start down this wrong path? Is it too late to turn back now? Kentamien opened its mouth to put Sarada inside. Just as she completely gave up, a purple flash erupted. Tae-yeon arrived just in time and rescued her from Kentamien. The monster was surprised, turned around, and Sarada was astonished. Ah, Tae-yeon said genuinely. Honestly, I didn't expect much, but you're holding out pretty well. The little girl Sarada asked him. Tae-yeon, how did you? All the people from the headquarters also entered. Our Saintess is here too. I apologize, player Kim Tae-yeon, but the only thing we who cannot fight can do is rescue the injured players. Sarada was moved, looking at the people from the headquarters. Everyone. Tae-yeon smiled. That's enough. Anyway, this is the one I have to deal with. Kentamien furiously rushed at Tae-yeon. Sarada was startled and cried out, Kim Tae-yeon, wait, no matter how strong you are, He ignored her and shouted, You Ah Young. A gigantic block of ice shot up from the ground, enveloping the monster and isolating everyone. Everyone was bewildered. What is this? You Ah Young, controlling the ice from above, shouted loudly, Kim Tae-yeon, are you really sure about this decision? He exclaimed in admiration. My goodness, Yu Ah-young continued, this isn't why we came here. Chairman Jin Hee's request was, she recalled the chairman's words. Player Kim Tae-yeon is being held by the Japan Player Association. They seem to be trying to prevent Kim Tae-yeon from interfering with the dungeon break. But Kim Tae-yeon is an important figure for Korea. We cannot leave him there. We must somehow bring him back. He heard her words and asked back, what, weren't we here to stop the dungeon break? Yu Ah-young was startled. No, the Japan Player Association originally rejected our support. He sneered when he heard that. Then I might as well help them while I'm at it. He recalled the chairman's words that Yu Ah-young had just mentioned. While I'm at it, the chairman said we must somehow bring him back. He's truly considerate, Kentamien then said. I truly don't understand. Why aren't you running away, and why are you stepping into this place yourself? Don't you know you're just prey? He held his sword and exuded a sky-piercing aura. You're the one who doesn't realize. From now on, you're the one who will be devoured. Kentamien, suddenly someone shouted. Is the rescue operation over on that side? Another person shouted. Everyone run, get out of here now. A man ran towards Sarada, grabbing her arm and calling out to her. Saintess, it's dangerous, come this way, called Saintess. Sarada's wounded and exhausted face made her call out Kim Tae-yeon's name. Kim Tae-yeon was trapped in a black dome surrounded by gigantic ice blocks, and everyone stood in that ruin. Tae-yeon, with a dagger radiating purple-black energy in his hand, rushed forward with a furious expression, swinging the dagger at the head of Kentanus' subordinate. The black flash cut through Kentanus' subordinate, but he stood still, dazed. Kentanus' subordinate's eyes were filled with surprise, as if he couldn't believe he had been hit by Tae-yeon's attack. Tae-yeon looked back at Kentanus' subordinate, his expression slightly disappointed that his wound was nothing. Damn it, his wounds heal too fast. Moreover, he recalled previous battles. Kentanus' subordinate quickly picked up his spear and rushed towards Tae-yeon, who also dodged the spear without hesitation. He seemed to fear, as if he had guessed something. Did he detect my stealth? The longer the battle, the stronger Kentami becomes. At this rate, Kentanus' subordinate continued to swing his spear at Tae-yeon. The light radiating from the spear was so strong that it stained the entire sky with a purple-red flash. Kentanus' subordinate looked up in disbelief. In front of Kentanus' subordinate was Tae-yeon, holding a majestic sword, with a king and 2 bodyguards standing behind him. The overwhelming presence made Kentanus' subordinate feel as small as an insect. Purple energy emanated from Song Jin's body. He reached out his hand and took a stance, overwhelming the opponent with his imposing presence. And the pressure made people tremble and immediately fall to their knees. The king behind Tae-yeon, following his command, plunged his sword into Kentanus' subordinate, who, holding his spear with both hands, tried to fight against the overwhelming power, but the surroundings were filled with purple flashes. Kentanus' subordinate resisted with difficulty, yet sneered at Tae-yeon. You're just a trivial insect, yet you have some tricks, but that's not enough to defeat me. Kentanus' subordinate's face stiffened in surprise at Tae-yeon's words. Here's the real money. Suddenly, a ferocious red demon's face burst from Tae-yeon's hand towards Kentanus' subordinate, opening its mouth to swallow him. One of his eyes glowed red, and red light flashed around him. Let's see if you can block this one. He was startled when the red demon summoned by Tae-yeon approached and opened its mouth to swallow him, leaving him no time to react. What? A human arm was severed by a red flash that looked like a weapon. Kentanus' subordinate's weapon cut across the sky, and the surroundings turned blood red, with black flashes erupting from Kentanus' subordinate's body. Tae-yeon watched him in pain from afar, his face serious. He unconsciously gripped the dagger in his hand tighter, and red lightning enveloped his body. In this long battle, I'm the one who ultimately loses. So I must concentrate the gluttony ability into a final blow and end it. His eyebrows furrowed with determination to defeat Kentanus' subordinate. I will decide victory or defeat here. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard. How many times have I told you that power is not yours? Around him, a gigantic throne made of bones with long stairs appeared. The shadow of the person sitting on the throne exuded overwhelming pressure and red light, dominating everything around, and Tae-yeon stood before it extremely wary. He was surprised, looking at the red sea of blood around him. He doubted and judged the place he was standing. A man sat on the bone throne resting his chin on his hand, smiling at Tae-yun. This is the world of gluttony. He grew increasingly cautious. His doubt about the man on the bone throne gradually turned into a question. Because he had been summoned to another place. What on earth is happening? Is this a dream again? No, this is clearly reality. But why now? Who are you? He asked the smiling man, angered. What do you want? Why do you keep appearing before me? What do I want? The mysterious man spoke in incomprehensible words, but he too was afraid, not knowing what he was about to say. You must reach where you need to reach. To do that, I need someone who won't be blinded by the power I bestow and can overcome everything on their own. He looked exactly like him, but his eyes were red and his face showed no goodwill. This is the test. He was surprised when he realized that the person sitting on the bone throne was himself. He felt like a joke and swung his hand at his dark self. Don't play with me. Who do you think you are? His hand paused for a moment. He couldn't move. Yellow streaks of light flowed through his entire body, making him feel a chill, and a mysterious power activated. He heard an alert ring. Devour ability has been cancelled and cannot be used, and wore an expression of disbelief. Consecutive alerts rang out. Monarch's prestige has been cancelled and cannot be used. World of the Monarch has been cancelled and cannot be used. Phantom Skin has been cancelled and cannot be used. Chain Binding has been cancelled and cannot be used. Queen's Man cannot be used. Perfect Hypnosis cannot be used. No skills are currently available. He looked blankly at his dark version sitting on the throne. Kentanus' subordinate holding a spear rushed at the defenseless Tae-yun. Kentanus' subordinate appeared, his face scarred. Tae-yun, flustered, tried to defend against Kentanus' subordinate. Fortunately, due to human intervention, Tae-yun avoided being pierced by the spear thrown by Kentanus' subordinate. From the opposite side of the cliff, a woman's shadow was remotely trying to eliminate Kentanus' subordinate, who had the intention of killing Tae-yun. Someone called his name loudly. He called out Kim Tae-yun's name with a flustered expression while struggling to hold Kentanus' subordinate. Fortunately, Yu Ah-young created an ice wall with magic, blocking Kentanus' subordinate's attack in Tae-yun's stead. What's going on? Even though Yu Ah-young blocked the attack, Tae-yun still took a hit and fell backward. His consciousness gradually became muddled. Who on earth is that person, appearing so suddenly and sealing all my skills? What, was that not my power? He recalled his dark version sitting on the throne with a cold expression. He recalled the moment he met the king. I knew that well from the start. His current self looked pathetic. Because I was once an unawakened, a useless being. The king extended his hand to him and said, You are merely the chosen one. Kentanus' subordinate punched him as he free fell, but the power he granted could not be immediately withdrawn. Kentanus' subordinate slammed Tae-yun into the ground and the surrounding dirt and stones shook. He felt rage and muttered, This is too much. Kentanus' subordinate vented his anger on him, continuously shouting and punching him out of fury for having hurt and humiliated him. How dare a lowly prey like you humiliate me? I'll kill you. His face was covered in blood. He coughed up blood from the punches, and his consciousness gradually faded. What on earth was I striving for all this time? Kentanus' subordinate continued to punch him as he free fell. He reminisced, asking himself, What have I been fighting for until now? Yu Ah-young desperately used magic to save Tae-yun. She rushed in front of Kentanus' subordinate and tried to block his punches with an ice magic wall, but the wall shattered before his power. He was startled by Yu Ah-young's act of self-sacrifice to save him. Yu Ah-young showed a strong will to help him, but she herself looked very tired. I'll buy you some time. Use this opportunity to find the saintess and get healed. He looked at her in surprise and shouted at her, What is this? You're no match for him. You're the one who should run away, she shouted. That's why I have to stop him. He pushed his battered body forward. Even though one of his arms was disabled by Kentanus' subordinate, Yu Ah-young still tried to protect him. You're the only one who can defeat that monster, Kim Tae-yun. She reminded Tae-yun of what he needed to do, saying with a furious expression, Didn't you come here to stop the dungeon break? Don't you know that if you die here, everything will be over? He listened to Yu Ah-young's accusation in silence, unsure how to react, and gritted his teeth, reminding himself of the reason. That's right, the memory of the dark entity made me understand the reason. What I need to do now is find out his objective. Now is not the time to think about why I lost my skills. No matter how unfair it is, the situation won't change. Yu Ah-young was desperately fighting Kentanus' subordinate, and he continued to show overwhelming power. If Kentamien is not defeated, everyone here will die. I have to find a way somehow. He, with his battered body, slowly moved forward, asking himself what he could do. But how? Can I confront Kentamien in this state without any skills? He suddenly seemed to recall something, straightened up, and thought about how to formulate a plan. No, there are still skills I can use. He recalled the skills the system had informed him of, the ones that were unusable from the start. Blood Burst is currently unavailable. Activation condition, Powerful Blood Absorption. He muttered Powerful Blood Absorption, recalling the system's notification. As if gaining confidence, he turned his head and looked at the surrounding ruins. He looked at Kentanus' corpse among the ruins. Although there was an imbalance of power, Yu Ah-young was severely injured by Kentanus' subordinate, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. Kentanus' subordinate looked down at Yu Ah-young arrogantly. He humiliated the almost dying woman, saying, How dare a lowly being like you try to block my path? Kentanus' subordinate reached out his hand to Yu Ah-young's body, thinking, It doesn't matter anyway. It wouldn't be bad to use your blood for recovery. The moment he was about to touch the unconscious Yu Young's body, Tae-yun appeared behind him with a triumphant smile. Surprising Kentanus' subordinate, he quickly turned his head as if to confirm something. Suddenly Tae-yun stood up, and red and black light swirled around his body, making Kentanus' subordinate pause. A system notification rang out. Powerful blood absorption confirmed. Suddenly an arm appeared and a gigantic power was awakening. A system notification rang out and a leg appeared. Damaged body activating. All stats increased to 250. He looked back at him and muttered, "This feeling of magic power. This must be the Archduke's magic power." He looked at his gradually healing body and the demonic limbs that appeared around him, and seeing the blood gushing from his body he asked, "What on earth are you?" He gradually got used to his new body, and a system notification rang out. All conditions for use have been met. One of his eyes suddenly turned red and his face was filled with rage as if to devour Kentanus' subordinate. Just then a system notification rang out. Bloodburst skill activated. Lin Fang sat majestically on his throne. He muttered, "At least he should be able to use one skill, but there's no need to worry." He watched Tae-yun defeat the monster. He thought to himself, "To swallow a magic beast whole, who would have dared to unseal the Archduke's power?" Lin Fang praised him. Yes, he must grow like that. Each time a more intense and difficult battle breaks out he must realize how comfortably he has lived, and how different the power he has used for so long is. He smiled. It has to be that way. Tae-yun still stood firm and the monster roared madly. Lin Fang calmly watched the monster being attacked. "Only then can he approach me." The monster immediately fell, writhing in pain, clenching its fists. "What on earth is this?" It looked at Tae-yun before it as if unable to understand. "Wasn't this guy dying just now? How can a lowly human use the Archduke's power?" It gritted its teeth. "No, it doesn't matter anyway, he's just a guy that first have to kill," the monster doubted. "I don't know how he got that power, but this is Archduke Organ's domain." It stared at the scene before it. "If my current body is not enough, I'll eat more corpses and absorb magic power." It seemed to explode more ferociously than ever before. "I'll tear you completely to shreds and devour you." Tae-yun glanced at Yu Young. He muttered inwardly, "Fortunately she's still alive." He looked at his hand. "This is the Archduke's power." Bloodburst. Tae-yun slowly felt his blood boil and his heart about to burst, and pain emanated from his monstrous body. It was clearly not a power that could be used for long. He felt the overflowing power in his body and thought as he stared at the monster, "Why is my body so light?" The monster raised a gigantic axe. "This time I will definitely finish you." Tae-yun quickly dodged the descending axe blade. He attacked in a fit of rage. The monster seemed to pause at his attack. It screamed madly, "You damn bastard!" It continued to turn to attack Tae-yun. He still lightly dodged the axe blade. He flexibly avoided all attacks. The monster was astonished. "What on earth is this? Why aren't my attacks hitting him?" It was furious. "Why am I being so overwhelmed? My power is not inferior to his. In fact, I've absorbed more corpses and become stronger." It looked at Tae-yun rushing at it. "But why am I?" He furiously attacked the monster. The monster smiled eerily. It muttered, "What Tae-yun gained when he activated Bloodburst was not just power and stats like a magic beast." A red eye appeared on his right with Bloodburst. Tae-yun recalled, "My right eye turned into a blood eye like when I used the Devour ability. But this time it's different." He remembered it was different from before. "Now I can clearly see the flow of magic power. I can see where he's concentrating his power. I can see all your actions." Tae-yun accurately attacked the monster's heart and even the location of its magic stone. The monster roared in rage. "What on earth are you?" he scoffed. "What am I? Go to hell and find out for yourself." The monster screamed in pain and a dazzling light appeared, eliminating the monster. Tae-yun said nonchalantly, "Of course I'll have to find out for myself too." Kim Tae-yun, having triumphed over Kentamian, successfully brought an end to Japan's dungeon break crisis. The Japan Player Association focused all its efforts on treating the injured and restoring the damage. Meanwhile, Masuda Kuro, who had refused assistance from other associations for his personal gain, was removed from his position and temporarily detained for investigation. Yu Young fortunately sustained only minor injuries and was not in life-threatening condition. However, she worried about being scolded by Chairman Jin-hee. He laughed cheerfully and said, "Scolded? I'm just glad you're safe." Yu Young was determined. "I'll work even harder." Meanwhile, the Saintess and the Demon Blade bowed their heads in apology. Both confessed to all illegal activities committed using their player skills. The Saintess apologized before the media. "I manipulated and controlled people for personal gain using the Holy Revelation skill. I will accept any punishment," the Saintess said with regret. "Once all this is over, I will start anew as a true player." At the U.S. Player Association, Sheehan exclaimed, "Truly astonishing." He looked at the screen replaying the fierce battle. "That young man Kim Tae-yun. I knew he was a talented player, but I never expected him to defeat an SS-grade magic beast alone," he continued. "I thought only Cody could do something like that," the man standing next to him added. "Moreover, this time he was much more outstanding than when he fought Gregor in the friendly match." The man muttered, "That red magic power could even be considered an Archduke's power." Sheehan muttered, "It's a shame we can't recruit such a talent into our association, but it can't be helped," he calculated. "People like him are not easily swayed by money or power. The only thing that guides them are firm beliefs and ideals. All we can do is hope that those beliefs don't clash with ours." The man asked him, So has the association's decision been made, he replied. Yes, besides that, young man, it's time for us to act too. He slowly walked away. Ultimately, everything we do is for the advancement of humanity. He looked at the human being before him. All for the progress of humanity. The system appeared before a mysterious entity, single quote, question mark, 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 single quote. The grade? Elsewhere, Tae-yeon nervously emptied a potion bottle. He paused for a moment, then reached out his hand and muttered inwardly, Devour ability is unusable. Is Devour ability still not working? He recalled, after releasing Bloodburst, my beast-like body returned to human form, but the sealed skills are still not released, Tae-yeon muttered. Currently, I can only use the Archduke's power, Bloodburst, and the new skill I obtained after activating Bloodburst, Evil Eye. He recalled the Evil Eye. Evil Eye activation consumes 10 mana, he muttered. That's why I asked the Alchemy Master for help. Shi-sang said. Failed again. Shi-sang, an S-grade player and leader of the alchemists, was flustered, thinking, I believed it would succeed this time. He recalled his representative skill, Potion Creative. This skill allowed him to create potions with effects far superior to ordinary alchemy, ranging from stat enhancement, magic beast attraction, curse removal, and even curing incurable diseases. Shi-sang, crestfallen, said, I'm sorry I couldn't help. Tae-yeon replied. It's all right. Perhaps the curse on you is stronger than we thought, he muttered. But if even Shi-sang's power is useless, there's only one way now. Why on earth isn't that guy breaking this curse? Shi-sang was curious. What are you going to do now? He looked at him and said, if even Shi-sang Nim can't solve it, I'll probably have to go abroad. He exclaimed in surprise. You're not thinking of going to America, are you? Tae-yeon replied resolutely. Yes, I'm going to America to meet Ricky Harris, the #2 national level player in the US and the world's best curse removal expert. He thought about Ricky Harris. Elsewhere, a powerful woman knocked down several men. Ricky Harris smiled and extended her hand. Long time no see, Chairman Jang Long, she said casually. I've informed you many times, but today I'm not here as a member of the U.S. Player Association but as an investigator for the World Player Association. Jang Long looked at Ricky Harris nonchalantly. She explained, I'm here to investigate illegal experiments conducted near China's unexplored dungeons, she said solemnly. So I request your cooperation with the investigation. Jang Long said firmly. What if I refuse? Tae-yeon thought. Of course. Before she vanished, Ricky Harris gave a dangerous laugh and refused. A man adjusted his glasses and said, there are currently 2 unexplored dungeon conquest rites, he explained. One is the Japanese dungeon, Cantanis' Storm, he continued. That dungeon has already been conquered by player Kim Tae-yeon. The other is the Chinese dungeon, the Grey Abyss, where countless assault teams have been annihilated. The man pointed at the screen and said, what we need to focus on is China's unexplored dungeon. There are numerous secret research labs around it, and magic power has been detected in that area. He analyzed. It's clear that some experiments are being conducted under Jang Long's direction, he proposed. We cannot ignore this situation any longer, and we must uncover the truth hidden behind it. We request your cooperation, Ricky Harris. Ricky Harris glared at him. The area around where she stood lit up brightly. She charged. Then it seems we'll have to resolve this by force. Jang Long was surprised. I expected Ricky Harris to be the #2 in the US, but he watched her charging and said, I didn't expect her to possess such overwhelming magic power, he smiled. Interesting. It seems our plan fits this situation perfectly, he laughed loudly. Just kidding, Jang Long said. Anyway, no one defies the World Player Association. I will actively cooperate with this investigation, Ricky Harris replied. In that case. But it would be more accurate to see and judge for myself, wouldn't it? He said, and she was surprised. I invite you to the laboratory. Jang Long stroked his beard. How about it? You can see our experiments for yourself tomorrow and then we'll talk again. At night at the hotel exclusive to Chinese players, Ricky Harris thought, an invitation? What's his game? He wouldn't cooperate so easily. She mumbled, Jang Long is unpredictable, so I really need to be careful. She drank a glass of wine, but Ricky Harris glared at Tae-yeon in front of her. How rude. Kim Tae-yeon, she chided him. Is this how you break into a lady's room? She thought about Tae-yeon in front of her. Kim Tae-yeon, Korea's rising star. The U.S. Player Association has recently started paying attention to him too. I thought I'd meet him someday, but I didn't expect to meet him in this situation. She thought, what on earth is he up to? Tae-yeon said. You're going to die here. Ricky Harris looked at him in surprise. He also thought about Ricky Harris in front of him. Ricky Harris, the #2 national level player in the U.S., he recalled. She gained fame worldwide. Her most famous skill is contract annulment. A skill that can even annul an awakener's contract, he remembered. Currently, I can't use any skills except Evil Eye and Bloodburst. I need Ricky Harris' skill to conquer the unexplored dungeon, Tae-yeon smiled. But she's known for never compromising unless it's for her own side, according to his pre-regression memories. Ricky Harris died in the Guangzhou dungeon. He recalled it was such a famous incident that the whole world was in an uproar. But humans, if they are human, value their lives. He resolved, I must attract her attention by any means necessary. At that moment, Ricky Harris put down her wine glass. So what? Tae-yeon looked at her in surprise. She smiled slyly and looked at him. Players are always facing danger and can die at any time. Believe my words or not, the stronger the power, the greater the responsibility. He continued to negotiate. Are you saying you don't value your own life? If you're human, she slammed the table. If you're human, Ricky Harris looked at him dangerously. Can someone like me who can control everything truly be human? She raised her hand. I snapped my fingers. Not only this place, she threatened, but also the people inside this building will all be swept away. In some ways I'm no different from a monster, she concluded. Therefore players need anything. Justice, a mission, a dream, money. She mumbled. Something to bind us, Ricky Harris said casually. What binds Mr. Kim Tae-yeon? Whose side are you on? She patted his shoulder. Are you a human who can control himself, or? She began to cast magic on him. A monster consumed by desire, Tae-yeon said casually. I don't know. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised, he continued. While not a demon, many players have lost their humanity after endless battles. Ricky Harris listened to his words in surprise. You're quite principled. He propped up his chin and chuckled. But I'm also a principled person. She looked at him puzzled. She lowered her head. You clearly came here wanting something from me, Tae-yeon said firmly. I need your canceller skill. Most of my skills are currently sealed. For some reason, she replied. Isn't that a bit much to ask for, meeting for the first time? What do I get if I help you? He immediately negotiated. Currently your biggest concern is helping the people who might be suffering in Guangzhou Dungeon. I can help you with that. Is that not enough? Ricky Harris watched him intently. Are you implying that I need your help? Tae-yeon challenged. That remains to be seen, he said. But it's not a bad idea to prepare for the unexpected, is it? At the entrance to Zhang Long's secret laboratory, a woman with her hair tied back appeared. Welcome, Ricky. I've been waiting for you, but who is this? Ricky Harris pointed to her side. He's my bodyguard, she said. The two entered the lab together. Tae-yeon thought. Zhang Long's secret lab. Ricky Harris is the only one invited here. Other high-ranking players won't be allowed in. He mumbled, especially since I've already become famous for conquering the Japanese dungeon. So I disguised myself as a bodyguard. A voice was heard. Truly interesting. A national-level player needing a bodyguard. Zhang Long, chairman of the Chinese Player Association, found it amusing. Quite unusual, isn't it? Ricky Harris smiled. It never hurts to be careful. You'll allow this much, won't you? Tae-yeon thought. That man is Zhang Long, he recalled. He was the one who ordered the assassination of participants in the Asia-friendly tournament and was the source of future calamities. A woman said. Please take the Awakener's oath before entering here. Tae-yeon thought. An oath, Ricky Harris said. An oath? That won't be much help to me. Tae-yeon gritted his teeth. Did this woman call herself human? He was wary, but the aura he exuded was already. Zhang Long agreed. I think so too. Besides, there's no way to stop Ricky Harris with an oath. I apologize for the inconvenience. He smiled. Then I'll guide you through the lab. He began to speak. It's a project I call the S-grade Awakener experiment. Ricky Harris looked at the glass tubes in front of her. Humans trapped in glass tubes. She rushed towards the glass tubes. I somewhat expected it, but I didn't expect it to be this cruel. She froze, listening to Zhang Long's words. We're trying to create S-grade Awakeners by injecting magic power into human bodies. Isn't it amazing? It's a power that even challenges the gods. Ricky Harris gritted her teeth. What the hell is this? Tae-yeon stopped her. Don't use your skill here. If you make a mistake, these experimental subjects will be in danger. She was furious. Damn it, Zhang Long enjoyed the sight before him. Another Awakener will be born. The moment an Awakener is born is always marvelous. You are lucky to witness this sight. A voice was heard. Subject B102, heart rate is rapidly increasing. Physical strength is rapidly increasing, the voice continued. Magic power is rapidly increasing. Ricky Harris was flustered. Is this really a successful experiment? Suddenly, the subject's eyes widened, and a loud explosion echoed inside the glass tube. Zhang Long said gloomily. What is this? Ricky Harris was furious hearing his words. Another failure. Tae-yeon, seeing her anger, quickly stopped her, fearing. Wait, calm down, she said gloomily. You, she glared with murderous eyes. You've crossed the line. Tae-yeon broke out in a cold sweat. I expected her to have other skills besides Canceller, but he was surprised. I didn't expect it to be powerful enough to shake the entire lab. She reached out her hand in anger. Are you ready to pay the price, Zhang Long? Zhang Long said gloomily, humans are not inherently equal. This is a reality everyone knows since the player system was applied worldwide. Tae-yeon gritted his teeth hearing him say, the moment a player's grade is determined, their life is also determined by that grade. He smiled slyly, but no one wants to remain a weakling forever. I'm just making that hope a reality. Ricky Harris prepared to use her skill. Right, but that will end here. Zhang Long watched with wary eyes. Ricky Harris began to attack, shouting, join energy activation. Zhang Long watched the attacking force nonchalantly. He smiled strangely. He pulled something out of his jacket. Ricky Harris and Tae-yeon were both surprised. What's that? She looked up at the item he held up. Black hole skill. She saw the power before her eyes. Black hole nullifies all surrounding skills. She was surprised. That's not just a rare skill, but one that's extremely difficult to use. Where on earth did he get it? Ricky Harris was worried hearing him say. Are you ignoring me because I have more magic power? Humans must know how to use tools. This is a skill scroll containing the black hole skill. He smiled slyly. I have one more prepared, so I hope you like it. His voice echoed in the air. I hope you like it. Tae-yeon and Ricky Harris looked around worriedly. He rushed hastily. No way, he suddenly stopped. I wondered why the lab was underground. The door opened. It turns out the Grey Abyss dungeon entrance was right next to it. He thought, the reason the lab is underground must be to efficiently utilize the dungeon's magic power, and most of this magic power seems to be coming from Jang Long. Jang Long lamented, what a pity, I thought you would understand my ideals. Ricky Harris, he spoke, and Ta-Yun flinched. Kim Ta-Yun, you and I still have debts to settle. He was surprised. He already knows my identity, he threatened. Now you have nowhere to run, Kim Ta-Yun, Jang Long commanded. Seal the gate. The man next to him was surprised. What? But there are still test subjects and researchers underground. He replied. So what? He said. There are enough test subjects and researchers elsewhere. He looked at Ta-Yun and Ricky Harris. Dealing with them this way isn't a huge loss, Ta-Yun said solemnly. It seems we've fallen into a trap, Ricky Harris replied. Exactly. She was annoyed. Even my skills are nullified. How troublesome. I've never encountered such an opponent. Everyone around screamed in fear and the monster stomped its foot hard on the ground. It suddenly appeared, startling everyone. Ta-Yun was wary. Is that an orc? He was flustered. Did it come from the gate? An orc. But if it's a regular orc I can still handle it. A strange power surged from their bodies. A researcher was flustered. What is this? A voice cried out. It's an orc infected with parasites. An unfortunate researcher was attacked. Everyone looked at him in fear. If infected with parasites, that person suddenly turns into a monster. That creature will only have the instinct to attack others. Continuously infecting other individuals, it only increases the number of monsters controlled by the will of the parasite. Someone shouted, watch out. Someone warned Ricky Harris. If you touch the aura it emits, you'll get infected with parasites. The monster attacked her. Ta-Yun gritted his teeth. Damn it. Another explosion echoed and dirt and stones flew everywhere. He held Ricky Harris and fled, and she looked at him in surprise. He still glared ahead, flustered. What happened? The ground is covered with people who've turned into monsters. Ta-Yun resolved, no more people should get infected. I must prevent this parasite from spreading outside the lab by any means necessary. He mumbled, to prevent infection. He glared at the monster. I need to target that. The main body controlling all these parasites. He charged towards the monster. I have to eliminate it. He suddenly realized, found it. The main body parasitizing the orc's head. He attacked it. He was surprised. It dodged. He got behind it. A researcher shouted, help me. Ta-Yun gritted his teeth. No, the number of infected people can't increase here. He suddenly attacked the orc. Delivering a powerful blow, landing on the ground, he thought, that should have definitely hurt it. As the dense smoke cleared, the orc was unharmed. Ta-Yun glared at the orc, and the orc confronted him directly. Ta-Yun watched the incoming attack and thought, I never imagined I would be the target. A loud explosion echoed again, and Ricky Harris hastily covered her nose. She suddenly called out to him. Kim Ta-Yun. Thick smoke enveloped him. She gritted her teeth. Surely he hasn't become a host. If a player that strong becomes a host, not only this lab, she looked at him and thought, but an uncontrollable monster will appear in the world. He suddenly smiled sinisterly. Ta-Yun touched the monster's head. Gotcha. He seized the parasitic main body. Did you think you could escape? The orc screamed in pain. Ricky Harris was dumbfounded by the sight before her eyes. Ta-Yun turned his back on the orc and left. He said to her, ready? He took off his glasses. Now it's time to catch Jang Long. Jang Long stood in the lab and someone behind him asked Jang Long, Chairman, what if they survive? He was flustered. Even if she's one of two national-level strategic figures. He darkly stroked his beard. People looked at him worriedly. He smiled. You're worrying unnecessarily. This lab is made of special materials. Jang Long explained, we've incorporated cutting-edge technologies to prevent the experimental subjects from escaping. It has the durability to withstand most ordinary attack skills. He looked at the door. When we leave, a thick door made of the same material as this wall will be at the end of the elevator, and we'll seal it. He smiled sinisterly. No one can escape. Both Ricky Harris and Kim Ta-Yun will have no choice but to die fighting the dungeon monsters. A streak of light appeared, throwing people into confusion. One person was startled. What just happened? A loud explosion echoed. Ta-Yun kicked the door open and entered. Jang Long was puzzled. How did they breach the barrier? He smiled sinisterly. Don't we still have an outstanding debt? He looked at Jang Long with dangerous eyes. Jang Long was displeased. Kim Ta-Yun, you're blocking my path to the very end. Ta-Yun looked him straight in the eye and rushed directly at him. Jang Long had never once acted on his own. Ta-Yun looked at him and thought, he probably doesn't even have abilities. He countered fiercely. Do you think it's over just because you think so? Two powerful forces clashed violently. Ta-Yun was surprised. He blocked my bloodburst attack barehanded. He countered decisively. Ta-Yun hastily retreated. He thought inwardly, I don't know where that immense power is coming from. But with the evil eye I already know. He looked at the sinisterly smiling Jang Long. Jang Long, he's transferred the monster's magic power into his own body. Ta-Yun was somber. He's now half human, half monster. He prepared to attack, taking a stance. I expected something, but he mused. I didn't expect him to experiment on himself directly. Jang Long sneered. I originally didn't want to get involved personally. He rushed at Ta-Yun. But you pests are really annoying, he mocked. Go drink some more milk, kid. He activated a skill powerfully. Ta-Yun smiled. It's almost done. Jang Long was about to launch a new attack on him. Suddenly he paused. Chains bound him. Why do I feel so weak? He was flustered. The things clinging to my body are sucking my strength. Ta-Yun smiled. Here they come. He turned around. Ricky Harris activated her skill. Sorry, am I late? I couldn't cross that distance like you, she said casually. It took some time to deal with the nuisances. She was impressed. But it's truly amazing. Not only can you use skills inside a black hole, but you also destroyed the barrier. She glanced at him. Seeing that I told you to use Canceller, you must have many other skills left, right? I wonder how much more you'll surprise me this time. He smiled. This isn't such a big deal. Zhang Long snarled. He was furious. These damn bastards, how dare they, he shouted. Arg, to happen again, Ta Yun said. It seems he still has the strength to resist, Ricky Harris replied. It seems so, he judged. He's tenacious like a cockroach. Zhang Long rushed at the two of them. Ricky Harris scoffed. Don't charge so foolishly. How uncivilized. She sliced off one of his arms. Ta Yun put his hand on her shoulder and leapt. Excuse me for a moment. He too rushed forward. He attacked him head-on. Zhang Long froze in surprise, and he delivered another powerful blow to him. Ricky Harris was astonished. Zhang Long, let alone that person, is no ordinary player, she thought inwardly. Zhang Long suddenly attacked. Startling Ta Yun, he also attacked her. She fell back painfully. Ta Yun shouted. Ricky. Zhang Long also attacked him. He blocked his attack, gritting his teeth in fury. Zhang Long scoffed, healing himself. All your attacks are in vain, he laughed joyfully. My body regenerates endlessly. Ta Yun was furious. Damn it, my arm keeps shaking from blocking him head-on. Will I really be able to counterattack? Zhang Long glared at him. To block this attack, I like your strength. It's a shame to kill you, he tempted. How about it? Interested in joining me? Besides, you're a contractor with an Archduke. Ta Yun was wary. He knows about the Archduke. How does that guy know that? He continued to sneer. National-level player, those titles mean nothing, he said. In front of us Archduke contractors, humans are all insignificant bugs. He still tempted him. So, take my hand. He moved closer to him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He was somber. Ah, he said decisively. I inherently don't trust those who attack people from behind. Ricky Harris continued to activate her skill. In this situation, I guess I have no choice but to rely on you. Ta Yun was firm. Then or now I don't trust humans. Monarch's prestige has been deactivated. Zhang Long was astonished. What is this? To be overwhelmed by this presence, he pointed at the sky. Did you tell me to take your hand, you of all people? He shouted loudly. Gluttony skill has been deactivated, he judged. You and I were never on the same level, Zhang Long thought inwardly. Gluttony has been deactivated. He was confused. I'm being swallowed. Why? He was flustered. Why? To actually be defeated by that kid. I succeeded in evolving into a new species by accepting the monster's power. But it was all in vain. I need more power, more power. You give me that power. A bizarre monster appeared behind Ta Yun. It suddenly attacked, freezing him. He quickly dodged the monster's attack. It spat out liquid, startling him. The ground is melting. Is it a strong acid? Ta Yun was suspicious. Could it be that one? A winged monster appeared. Everyone around was thrown into chaos by the liquid it spat out. Everyone screamed in pain. Everyone tried to defend themselves. Arg, Ricky Harris thought inwardly. I thought I'd seen countless monsters until now. She looked at the monster and thought, but that monster is on a different level. Suddenly, someone's shadow rushed forward and protected her from its attack. She was astonished by the attack aimed at him. Ta Yun turned around and looked at the monster. My premonition was correct. Its appearance turned my premonition into certainty, he thought inwardly. The master of the Grey Abyss dungeon. The master of China's unexplored dungeon. Grey Venom. Grey Venom glared at the two of them. China's unexplored dungeon break was a worldwide famous incident even before my regression. Venom used this dungeon break to infect countless people and turn them into hosts. Zhang Long was the monsterification experiment not enough, so you eventually offered your own body to Venom? Ta Yun patted Ricky Harris' shoulder. Ricky, you go back first. You don't have much mana left after using Canceller to heal me, do you? He pushed her back. I'll hold him here. You go back and bring reinforcements. She was worried. But then you'll be alone. He was firm. I'll be fine. I don't think I can protect you while fighting. Ricky Harris looked at him uneasily. She hesitated, then patted Ta Yun's shoulder. Please come back safely. Grey Venom was delighted. Interesting. An Archduke's contractor protecting a human? Ta Yun listened to its words and glared. A contractor should obey the Archduke without question, so how can you use that power for a lowly human? Interesting. It rushed directly at him. Interesting. It's like I've absorbed this human's body and seen his memories. If you become my host, I'll be able to see too. It attacked him powerfully. Ta Yun looked at its attack. This is, he suddenly counterattacked. Why is this bug so noisy? He looked at it coldly. First, do something about that annoying speed. He activated his skill. Eye of the superior race skill activated. Your agility has greatly increased. Ricky Harris was still running. She hesitated, then looked back. She recalled his determined back. Go quickly. I'll take care of him here. She was dejected. I'm sure I won't be much help either, but him alone? Ricky Harris resolved inwardly. I'll wait until you return safely. Ta Yun continued to attack Grey Venom. It ambushed him from behind, he thought inwardly. Unique skill Gluttony has been enhanced, he said. I can see everything now. He lightly attacked the monster. The dragon in his hand rushed forward. It snarled and breathed fire, and Venom was somber. Since the eye of the superior race is active, Venom's movements will slow down. He continued to activate his skills, also using Gluttony. With this eye, I can quickly track its direction of movement. Dragon in his hand roared. I can defeat him. Venom spat out venom again. Ta Yun gritted his teeth. Not that again. I can't fail like before. He intensified his attack. Two powerful forces clashed head-on, blue venom scattered around, and Tae-yeon's attack power was also considerable. He still rushed forward. I need to attack one more time. I need to attack as quickly as possible while I still can, he resolved. I'll finish him completely with this attack. That powerful force seemed to shatter the entire lab. A loud explosion echoed. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was completely destroyed. Tae-yeon sighed and sat on the ground. He was dejected. Damn it, my mana is almost depleted. I couldn't block all of Venom's attacks. He glared at his hands and looked around. Where is Venom? Is it over? Venom suddenly appeared behind him. Interesting, it was excited. Indeed, worthy of an Archduke's contractor. Tae-yeon was surprised. To survive that attack, Venom attacked in fury. But this is just the beginning of the battle. He was hit by its attack. He grabbed its arm, which was choking his neck. It's really faster and stronger than before. He lost focus for a moment. He thought inwardly, Venom is absorbing magic power from the air. He looked at the scene before his eyes. That unique magic power can only be felt inside a dungeon. That means Tae-yeon realized that this lab had transformed into a dark dungeon. Venom smiled sinisterly. You won't be able to destroy me here. I will make you my host. He trembled. My body has stiffened. He seemed to be frozen. Is this fear? Fear of death? He hastily refuted. No, this is. He regained his composure. I'm already used to it. Venom sneered. You look tired. It judged. Seeing you cowered defensively, your mana seems to be depleted. Is this really the limit for humans? It continued to attack him. You won't be able to keep up with my regeneration ability with this. Tae-yeon slowly stood up. I almost died. Venom was surprised. What? He said casually. I never thought this would happen. He touched his neck. Even I didn't know about this ability. He thought inwardly. When that guy bit me earlier, Venom was flustered. My magic power is being transferred to him through the earring. Tae-yeon glared at it. He began to activate his skill. Got it. He thought inwardly. I absorbed its magic power and gained enormous mana. Speed increased by 1, stamina increased by 1. Strength increased by 1, Venom judged. Another trivial trick. No matter how much you try to steal my power, it said with an oppressive tone, as long as this dungeon exists, my magic power is infinite. Tae-yeon scoffed. Really? In that case, he casually activated his skill. Let's see if anything can be infinite in this world. Venom was surprised. A colossal force poured out on it. This is, Tae-yeon said. Are you even releasing bugs in this situation? Truly insane, Venom stammered. You. I wasn't the one fighting, he said, flustered. This unusual aura, who are you? He replied. I never gave you permission to ask questions. Build-a-Bob. Venom sneered. How dare you utter my master's name in such a trivial voice? Are you an Archduke too? How long do you intend to babble with your filthy mouth? He vanished from his sight in a rage. He opened his mouth. It seems contracting with you was a misjudgment. I am Grey Parasite, he said confidently. No place will escape my erosion. He launched an attack, saying that even within the Archduke's domain no place would escape his erosion. Tae-yeon calmly watched Venom. An unknown power opposing mine, Venom said in disbelief. Impossible. He was flustered. This is truly absurd. Tae-yeon rested his chin on his hand and looked at Venom. Venom was confused. This can't be happening. This is power I received from Lord Beelzebub. Tae-yeon smiled. Finally it's quiet. A man watched the lab from afar. Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked national-level player in the U.S., irritably said, Damn it, what the hell is going on? He fell into thought. My mission is to protect Ricky Harris, the World Player Association investigator and key talent of the U.S. Player Association. Protecting Ricky Harris is my mission, he thought to himself. Even though Ricky had firmly refused, he recalled her laughing at him and saying, Protect me, no thanks. I'm perfectly capable on my own, she had firmly stated. No need, I have my own bodyguard. Montel Roman was flustered. But hours have passed since she entered the lab and there's no news. And what is this surge of magic power? I need to move. Just then he spotted a shadow. Ricky Harris walked towards him and he was surprised. Ricky, are you all right? She stammered. Montel Roman, for someone as strong as you to be so badly injured? What on earth happened inside? Ricky Harris explained to them. They were conducting illegal experiments turning humans into monsters. She recalled that moment. I couldn't save anyone in there. Montel Roman looked at the scene, sweating. He opened his mouth. Let's head back first. We'll handle everything after the report. She stopped him. No, there's still someone we need to save. He was puzzled. Who are you talking about? Ricky Harris replied. Kim Tae-yeon from Korea. Montel Roman was startled. Kim Tae-yeon. Suddenly, a loud noise drew their attention. Ricky Harris looked back. This feeling, a ray of light illuminated the entire sky. Monsters swarmed towards the two of them. Dungeon break. Montel Roman quickly spoke. Ricky, get behind me. His guns were ready to attack. Genocide bullet. As countless firearms were conjured with magic, bullets began to attack the monsters. He spoke firmly. Ricky, I don't know why you're with that guy Kim Tae-yeon, Montel Roman warned. But a dungeon break has occurred, so his chances of survival are very low. Monsters appeared in hordes and Montel Roman sighed. Damn it, this is endless. I should have called for backup earlier. Ricky Harris gritted her teeth. I'll fight first, she thought to herself. Kim Tae-yeon. He was afraid. Did he really get defeated by that guy? Montel Roman shouted. Ricky. She looked at the monster behind her in fear and the monster tried to attack her. The two were surrounded by monsters and Montel Roman was flustered. Suddenly a surge of power struck the monster closest to Ricky Harris. She shouted with joy. Kim Tae-yeon, he announced that Venom was dead. He gripped his knife tightly and said, now all that's left is to deal with the remaining small fry. After the dungeon break of Kentanus' storm, the next was the Grey Abyss dungeon break. These two incidents could have easily become a global catastrophe, but by a stroke of luck they were stopped by a single player, Kim Tae-yeon of Korea. Now, not only the Asian and US player associations but the entire world was paying attention to Tae-yeon's accomplishments. Meanwhile, the World Player Association began discussing the implementation of a new system as the number of awakeners, including Tae-yeon, who had defeated sulfur monosulfide grade magic beasts, increased. It was a realm that could no longer be limited to S grade. And sulfur monosulfide grade red covered the sky. Slow footsteps were heard and a masked figure appeared. Impressive, he admired. You've grown stronger again, Tae-yeon replied. Yes, I'm one of the archdukes, he smiled. I've succeeded in contracting with Arigo, the Beast King, the masked figure said firmly. Indeed, his power truly suits one with dominion. He patted his shoulder. Long time no see, Sadu. He calmly opened his mouth. The fact that you've sought me out means there's a problem outside the abyss, doesn't it? Right, Sadu admitted. Indeed, many things have happened since you've been gone. He glanced at him and smiled. This is truly exciting. Weeks had passed since the conquest of China's unexplored dungeon, the Grey Abyss. On a remote island, New Korea, Ricky Harris was enjoying her leisure. She was delighted. Oh, this is wonderful. It's been so long since I've had such a relaxed time, Tae-yeon spoke. I did invite you here, but this isn't a leisure trip. Ricky Harris leisurely drank water. No, I've been incredibly busy for a while, so I should enjoy myself while I can. He fell into thought. Ricky Harris. He recalled her testimony as a World Player Association investigator regarding the illegal magic beast modification experiments that occurred there. However, the main culprit, Zhang Long, is still missing. Furthermore, most of the evidence was destroyed due to the dungeon riot, making it difficult for Ricky to prove her claims, he thought to himself. Moreover, the people used in the experiments couldn't be saved. She must be feeling despair. He rested his chin on his hand. But compared to my previous life, the situation is much better, he reminisced. Originally, Ricky Harris was caught up in Zhang Long's plan and went missing. At the same time, Venom's initial suppression also failed. After that, an unknown epidemic broke out, causing the whole world to suffer. Tae-yeon smiled. I originally intended to find Ricky to unseal my skills, but this outcome is unexpected. He opened his mouth. All right then, this is just for today. A voice drew the attention of both of them. See, I knew it. Yu Ah-young said irritably, pointing at the two of them. I thought you were going with Ricky for something important, but it's practically a date. Ricky Harris chuckled happily. Are you mad? Yu Ah-young sharply cut off Tae-yeon's words. I said no. He calmly opened his mouth. I didn't even call Yu Ah-young in the first place, so why did you follow along? Yu Ah-young replied. Of course I came to monitor you. And anyway, the facility you rented is originally under our jurisdiction, so what's the big deal? Tae-yeon asked, puzzled. I paid enough in rent. She angrily pointed at him. Do you think you can do anything just because you have money? Who knows what you'll do in there? Ricky Harris laughed and said, You're truly a ladies' man. It seems I shouldn't take up too much of your time. She said seriously. Let's get to the point, Yu Ah-young spoke. According to the alchemist's evaluation, this place is a barrier that can withstand even the power of an sulfur monosulfide grade magic beast, she explained. Moreover, it's quite far from residential areas, making it a perfect location for big endeavors. It could even be said that it has barely been used until now. She asked Tae-yeon, So why did you rent this place? He thought to himself. My sealed skills have been unsealed, but it's still not enough, he recalled. I don't know when or where another me might appear and try to take over this body. He was somber. I don't want to take such risks anymore. Before the upcoming big battle, I must subdue him here. Tae-yeon opened his mouth. I might lose control. Yu Ah-young was startled. What, lose control? Are you talking about a skill rampage? He explained. It's similar, but more than that. I could lose my reason, he said calmly. Since you've come this far, I have a request for you too, Yu Ah-young said firmly. If there are any unusual signs, I ask that both of you stop me together. Yu Ah-young sighed. I truly don't know what Tae-yeon is thinking. She asked Ricky Harris. Ricky, do you know anything? She shrugged and said, Who knows? She recalled using Canceller in the lab at that time. She had seen Kim Tae-yeon's skills. She fell into thought, especially that peculiar power. Could it be an Archduke's power? She smiled. Perhaps I can gain some useful information. Tae-yeon turned his back firmly. He resolved, all right, let's test it. He stared straight at his phone. Come to think of it, this is the first time I'm trying this method. He opened his mouth. Perfect hypnosis. Suddenly he stopped and his phone fell to the ground. He appeared in a red alternate world. He smiled. It seems this is the answer. He saw a person sitting on a large throne and a voice echoed, So you're finally using your head. The mysterious man smiled slyly. I didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself, he replied. Shouldn't I meet the one who's occupying my body at least once? He judged. He's just like me, like a clone. What exactly is your identity? The man replied. Do I have an obligation to tell you? Tae-yeon opened his mouth. All right, I expected you wouldn't cooperate anyway, he declared. But I won't keep a ticking time bomb inside our body. He twisted his wrist. Get out of this body right now. The mysterious man smiled. What will you do if I refuse? Tae-yeon said firmly. I will use the power to tear you out of this body. The man was skeptical. You'll use power? He prepared to attack and said, don't delude yourself. The two fought simultaneously, unleashing gluttony attacks. The ground outside also shook violently. Yu Young was startled. What on earth is going on? Why is the ground suddenly shaking? Ricky Harris replied. No, she looked at Tae-yeon. It seems it's begun. The ground around him was already cracking. The ground exploded beneath Tae-yeon's feet. Ricky Harris shouted, Yu Young, get ready. This won't be easy at all. The surroundings blurred, and in that red space the two were still fighting. Both were still unleashing powerful attacks. Tae-yeon smiled. Just as I thought, this guy also uses the gluttony ability. If two gluttony abilities clash, victory can't be decided. In that case, the mysterious man smiled. I can tell what you're thinking. The monarch's power alone isn't enough. You're thinking of using your skills to win, aren't you? He attacked him again. The man smiled slyly. But even that isn't yours. Tae-yeon was startled. What? The man laughed mockingly. Monarch's prestige. A sword appeared above his head and he widened his eyes in fear. The sword plunged into him. Tae-yeon painfully dodged. This is different from what I expected. He gritted his teeth. Could it be that he can also use that just like me? The mysterious man scoffed. Isn't that obvious? He continued to attack him, and he hastily retreated. Your other weapons were ultimately obtained through the king's power, weren't they? He clenched his hand. Do you think I can't use them? Tae-yeon opened his mouth. Ah, truly arrogant. He fell into thought. I don't want to admit it, but he's really strong. Among the enemies he's defeated so far, there were many I couldn't do anything against, he thought to himself. I prepared many strategies to defeat him, but all of them have become meaningless. What should I do? The mysterious man said coldly. I can hear the thoughts churning in your head. Such resistance is meaningless. He attacked him again. Give up. Tae-yeon looked at the power attacking him. As powerful attacks surged towards him, the mysterious man was surprised. Tae-yeon resolved. Give up? I knew it wouldn't be easy the moment I stepped in here. He strongly resisted. I will test everything I can possibly unleash. The mysterious man looked at him with interest. Yu Young was puzzled. Is this Tae-yeon's burst state? Terrifying magic power. Ricky Harris also prepared to attack. It's not just terrifying. That magic power is comparable to mine, the greatest sorceress, she judged. No, perhaps even greater. She opened her mouth. We need to act now. Any further delay will only make things more complicated. She assigned roles. While I use my skill, the two were simultaneously surprised. Tae-yeon suddenly attacked and Yu Young blocked the attack with her spear. Ricky Harris was doubtful. As he awakened, Yu Young was still blocking the attack. She was startled. Ricky, what should I do now? Ricky Harris replied. I need some time. While I chant stop Kim Tae-yeon, Yu Young gritted her teeth. I'll handle it. She rushed forward with a burning resolve. I wanted to fight Tae-yeon once anyway. Tae-yeon glared at her and attacked her. Yu Young also counterattacked and the two fought head-on. She opened her mouth. Remember the Grand Phoenix battle? The situation was completely reversed back then, she said firmly. So now it's my turn. She struck Tae-yeon decisively, trying to bring him back to his senses. She attacked him without hesitation, and he too rushed towards her. Tae-yeon kicked her, knocking her down. As he charged, Yu Young recoiled. She still glared at Tae-yeon, and the light around Ricky Harris shone brilliantly. She held a mana orb in her hand and said, I really didn't want to use this hidden card, but there's no other way. She charged forward and a dazzling light erupted. She stared intently at the scene. Yu Young lamented inwardly. She charged confidently, but her arms were already starting to ache. She thought, he can evade attacks even in an unconscious state. Tae-yeon, what exactly are you? Ricky Harris shouted. Yu Young, run! Yu Young was startled and gripped her spear tightly. She was flustered, seeing the strange creatures before her. Ricky, Ricky Harris explained, it's my skill. Gate of Transference. I summon monsters from the deepest part of the abyss. As the creature tightly bound Tae-yeon, she said, it will react to powerful magic. And once it latches on, it will absorb all the mana until it's depleted. When the mana is exhausted, the skill will automatically cancel. Yu Young exclaimed in surprise. Really? She thought to herself. She opened a gate to the abyss with human power and even summoned monsters from there to fight, she admired. As expected of America's strongest player, Ricky Harris let out a sigh of relief as the creature still tightly bound Tae-yeon, who seemed completely powerless within it. It seems it's finally over, Yu Young called out loudly. Tae-yeon? She was anxious. Kim Tae-yeon, are you conscious? Ricky Harris fell into thought. Even though the monster is absorbing mana, Kim Tae-yeon's mana continues to increase. If I delay any longer, everything will be in danger, she recalled. I expected it wouldn't be an easy mission. I'll have to carefully calculate this debt. Suddenly, Yu Young was attacked by Tae-yeon. What? Ricky Harris exclaimed in surprise. Yu Young? She couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. How can he still move? Tae-yeon was deep in thought. A monster, huh? It's not a bad idea for a human, but a single entity can't absorb more mana than its capacity. She was flustered. Kim Tae-yeon, no. Tae-yeon smiled slyly. I am not him. Do you think I am that weak? Ricky Harris pointed to the mysterious figure who had subdued Tae-yeon. Where did Kim Tae-yeon go? He smiled slyly. He was defeated by me. This body is completely mine now, Ricky Harris thought to herself. This feeling is like an sulfur monosulfide grade monster. She said, I see. But I don't understand what nonsense you're spouting, she thought to herself. I should attack first, she shouted. In any case, you're the enemy, aren't you? He calmly watched her attack. He easily blocked the attack. Ricky Harris couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. He blocked my energy compass barehanded. The mysterious figure smiled slyly. Seizing this opportunity, he rushed to attack her. I need to loosen up a bit. In Tae-yeon's red world, he seemed to have fallen. I thought the distance had narrowed considerably. The difference is this great. What kind of monster is that guy, he recalled. It's not the king. The king that I first met wasn't a rampaging lunatic like that. Something the king implanted within me. He struggled to get up. I don't know why he did that, but now is not the time for useless thoughts. I have to stop him, he hesitated. But how, he resolved in the end. This is the only way. Ricky Harris was suffocating, being choked by the mysterious figure. He was bored. Is this all? Truly disappointing. Not even enough to warm up, she scoffed. You're the first person to underestimate me like that. Even so, I am a national-level strategic figure, the mysterious figure judged. I have no interest in the trivial standards set by humans. Is there nothing else? He was still choking her. If she was a national-level strategic figure, then my point is, you Ah-young shouted. Kim Tae-yeon. Suddenly he paused and she rushed over, saying, let go of her hand, he's not this kind of person. She firmly gripped Tae-yeon's hand. Please snap out of it, the mysterious figure grimly. He let go of Ricky Harris. You Ah-young also let go. He struck her. He disdained a bug like you. He loathed. How dare you touch my body. He calmly watched her fall. Quietly wait your turn. You'll die soon anyway, Ricky Harris said calmly. Hey, she fell into thought. It seems I can't bring Kim Tae-yeon back. She raised her hand. Hey, you asked me earlier if I had anything else to show you, didn't you? The mysterious figure looked up at her mana. Monster was gone, but the mana it had absorbed still lingered in the air. He said, you concentrated all that mana in one place? She thought to herself. If this monster is unleashed, it will cause a more horrific outcome than a dungeon break. I have to stop that, she resolved. I'm sorry, Kim Tae-yeon, I'll be your last companion. Ricky Harris pointed at the mysterious figure. Now look closely. This is my full power. That power illuminated the surroundings brightly. The mysterious figure looked at her in surprise and smiled mysteriously. He unleashed his power. Ricky Harris was surprised by the sight before her eyes. She stammered, what? How can this be? The mysterious figure smiled wickedly. I've seen enough. Is the show over? She collapsed to the ground in fear. That's nothing short of a cheat. I can't stop it. He approached her. As a reward for entertaining me, I will especially. He attacked her. I'll take you with the Devour ability. He calmly activated the skill, but suddenly paused. The mysterious figure's inner being was filled with confusion. Ricky Harris looked at the ground in disbelief. She was flustered by the sight before her eyes, and the mysterious figure growled. Kim Tae-yeon, he shouted. You madman, Tae-yeon scoffed. Finally here, the mysterious figure was furious. What are you thinking? How dare you use the Devour ability on yourself? Tae-yeon fell into thought. Indeed, my suspicion was correct. Your purpose was to make me reach something. You didn't try to kill me to take this body, he judged. If I die now, you'll be in big trouble too, the mysterious figure replied. What a ridiculous threat. How dare you call me a vessel? He scoffed. Why did you return so hastily then? The mysterious figure was annoyed. Don't be so smug. An opportunity like regression doesn't come twice, Tae-yeon said. Yes, I know. I already died once anyway. This is my second life, like a reward, he said grimly. If I gain nothing here either, I'd rather die. He stared intently at him, and the mysterious figure said, Indeed, I underestimated you. He still attacked him. He said, All right, this time it's your victory, he declared. But remember this. The reason you're alive is because of my objective. He was resolute. Struggle until you reach the king. And if I find out you can't, he said, I will devour you without hesitation. Tae-yeon smiled. Even if that time comes, I won't go down easily. System. Kim Tae-yeon, age 19, grade A, strength 219, stamina 220, speed 218, mana 327, charisma 150, fatigue 99, remaining mana. Skill. Gluttony A can absorb designated target 50 mana. Shadow Stealth A, body enhancement and stealth 10 mana. Monarch's World A, create special mana domain 30 mana. Monarch's Prestige A, release mana enhance prestige 20 mana. Chain Binding A, bind designated target, track and cancel skills 20 mana. Queen's Man A, summon Rosalia, Queen of Dreams 300 mana. Perfect Hypnosis A, hypnotize opponent 100 mana. Bloodburst A, activate maximum health 200 mana. Evil Eye A, activate otherworldly eye 10 mana. Tae-yeon looked at his hand. Have I finally surpassed AA grade and reached A grade? Ricky Harris said. Mr. Kim Tae-yeon, you seem to have come to your senses, he shouted. Ricky, he hastily supported her. Did I do this to you? She laughed. Yes, you did. He looked back at Yu Ah-young in surprise. Don't worry, her life doesn't seem to be in danger, she said. You're truly a terrifying person. How could you hide your true self all this time? She fell into thought. But thank you anyway, she smiled. After all, you were the one who stopped this, weren't you? I guess I've paid one debt. I'll keep this a secret. Ricky Harris said. Instead, if I'm in danger next time, you have to help me. Then I think I can even trust you with my life, Tae-yeon said solemnly. All right, I promise. He still held her in his arms in silence. It was a close call. Neither of them sustained injuries serious enough to hinder their future activities, but they had to be hospitalized for a while. Yu Ah-young opened her mouth, waiting for Tae-yeon to feed her. Hurry up and give it to me, he thought to himself. Damn it, I was in the wrong this time, so I guess I have to take care of her. She was satisfied. Delicious. When will I get to eat fruit peeled by Tae-yeon again? Sometimes getting injured like this doesn't seem so bad, does it? He looked at the apple in his hand and said, Once is enough for this kind of thing. Don't make me feel this way again, she said. I wish Ricky had stayed longer. I didn't expect her to leave so suddenly, he replied. She's a very busy person after all, she fell into thought. Oh, that's right, it's coming up soon, the sulfur monosulfide grade license awarding ceremony. Yu Young asked him, is Ricky on the list too? Tae-yeon replied. Yes, she continued. I heard that the World Player Association is preparing a very grand event this time. Yu Young sprang up. That's an international stage, Tae-yeon. Don't cause trouble there. He looked at the apple in his hand and said, who knows? He took a bite of the apple slice. That's not entirely my decision. On a solemn morning, national flags fluttered in the wind. A voice echoed throughout the building. To all members of the World Player Association, the figure on the podium said solemnly, we were once on the verge of extinction with the emergence of the abyss, the man continued to speak, but through cooperation between nations, and thanks to the outstanding contributions of players, we gradually conquered monsters, dimensional gates and dungeons. Vincent Zhang, chairman of the World Player Association, declared. And now we have achieved peace, moving towards an unprecedented era of prosperity, he said vigorously. Thanks to this, more powerful skills and experienced players have emerged one after another. Our association has reviewed the achievements made by players through several recent incidents and concluded that the existing classification system is no longer appropriate, he declared. It's time to enter a new era. The sulfur monosulfide grade era, he said vigorously. Today I introduce the first 10 heroes who will receive the sulfur monosulfide grade player license, he said enthusiastically. Please welcome them with warm applause. Cody Gillot, Montel Roman, Ricky Harris, Dion Gray, Ethan Simon, Seji Karamjan, Thomas Provini, Daniel Harrington and Alexandra Bow were called out in order. Tae-yeon adjusted his vest and finally took solemn steps forward. Kim Tae-yeon, Republic of Korea. When he finished speaking, everyone applauded enthusiastically. These players will hold licenses recognized by the World Player Association and will contribute to maintaining humanity's peace by operating freely across borders. Tae-yeon looked at everyone before him. I finally made it this far, he recalled, screaming about being cursed with S-grade national-level status because of that terrible awakening. He fell into thought. I've surpassed the limits players reached in my previous life and arrived at the pinnacle of SS grade. He looked at the reward before his eyes. If it were the past me, such an achievement would have been unimaginable. He received the license. But I have no intention of stopping here. This license is merely a step on the path. What I truly want is, he recalled, the Archduke, the Devour, and the king who made me regress. He resolved the secret hidden behind this world. I must continue moving forward to uncover everything. Jin-hee happily patted Tae-yeon's shoulder. Congratulations, congratulations. My goodness, it's been years. Finally, such a joyous day has come to the Republic of Korea, he groaned. It hurts, Chairman. He laughed, and sulfur monosulfide grade person hurting from this old man's fist. Player Kim Tae-yeon, you need to know this. The chairman explained to Tae-yeon. The association chairman has waited more eagerly than anyone for a brilliant player like you to appear. He smiled. A powerful player is proof of the National Player Association's development. With you, we will be able to accomplish even greater things. Jin-hee laughed and put his arm around Tae-yeon's shoulder. Thanks to you, many people are gaining strength. From the Asia player-friendly tournament until now, you've helped a lot. He replied, oh, I just did what I had to do. Ricky Harris admired. Korea is truly harmonious. It's really nice to see. She laughed and said, Tae-yeon, are you doing well these days? He replied, Ricky. He hastily asked about her well-being. Are you all right? She complained. No, my whole body aches. I told you, why didn't you go a little easier? She blamed him in the body of a delicate young lady, and he said, you're intentionally saying that to cause a misunderstanding, aren't you? She said, what? As if she didn't understand. Jin-hee was confused, thinking, Young seems aware of their relationship. It's not over yet, is it? Who knows? Ricky Harris hastily said, oh, I didn't just come here to talk today. There's someone who wants to meet you and say hello. Tae-yeon wondered. Me? A voice that surprised him was heard. Can you guess who it is? The person reached out a hand. Right, I also wanted to meet that person once and thank them. Cody Gillot said, nice to meet you, player Kim Tae-yeon. Tae-yeon was silent, thinking, indeed, once I reach sulfur monosulfide grade, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with this man. He recalled, if I had to pick one representative player from all the players in my previous life, his name would certainly be mentioned. He remembered the man who always stood on the front lines against the abyss. He thought in silence, the strongest player, Cody Gillot. Tae-yeon thought inwardly, just facing him, I can feel immense pressure. Cody Gillot said, no, I should be thanking you. He reached out his hand and shook his. It's an honor to meet you. Cody Gillot said seriously, we'll have many opportunities to cooperate in the future, so I look forward to working with you. He smiled. Opportunities to cooperate in the future, huh? Suddenly, a voice that captured everyone's attention rang out. Everyone, a man approached. Everyone, please pay attention for a moment, the person said. It's a bit sudden, but I'd like to deliver some new news. Jin-hee and the Thai delegation were confused. News? The man said that the World Player Association had accepted the proposal of Kevin Ian, chairman of the U.S. Player Association, and from this moment when the SS licenses were issued, the man declared, we will form a large-scale assault team to conquer all unexplored dungeons on Earth, he said. This will be an unprecedented operation. US sulfur monosulfide grade players have already agreed to participate, everyone murmured. What? How big is it? If all US sulfur monosulfide grade players participate, that means half of all sulfur monosulfide grade players worldwide, the man persuaded. We ask other associations and sulfur monosulfide grade players to consider participating. It is time for the world to unite to create eternal peace. Jinhee was silent, thinking, there seems to be a conspiracy. On the surface it's cooperation, but is it really that simple? He judged inwardly. The timing is too perfect. If half of the world's sulfur monosulfide grade players are from the US, they can use that power to manipulate the World Player Association's plans and declare who the true dominant nation is. The unexplored dungeon rewards are just secondary benefits, he thought to himself. Knowing that except for player Kim Tae-yeon, Korea's influence is still weak, he looked at everyone in silence. For now we have no choice but to go with the flow of the world. A man said, the UK Player Association will also participate in the assault team with player Daniel Harrington. The French also raised their hands. Please allow the French Player Association to participate as well, another voice was heard. Russia will also participate, the man declared happily. Excellent. In addition to these, suddenly, a hand was raised, catching the man's attention. Tae-yeon said. Player Kim Tae-yeon, the man asked him. Does Korea also wish to participate? He said. No, he firmly said. We will act independently. Everyone was surprised by his decision. The man stammered. Is that so? Cody Gillow also glanced at him. Everyone boarded the plane. Ricky Harris was silent, thinking, too bad, I failed to draw in Mark and Gregor before and now I've been rejected again. Cody Gillow asked, are you disappointed? She replied, it would have been a truly powerful force if they had joined. He sneered. But that doesn't seem to be why you're disappointed, she said. It's just personal curiosity. Then what about you, Cody? What do you think of player Kim Tae-yeon? He assessed. He seems very strong. Now I understand why you took such a beating, she laughed heartily. Well, if even the world's strongest acknowledges it, then I guess I wasn't wrong. Cody Gillow was silent, thinking, Kim Tae-yeon is a contractor with an Archduke of the Abyss. The title of world's strongest means nothing. Ricky Harris glanced out the window. So? She was lost in thought. Then she continued, I'll rephrase the question. She asked him directly, compared to other contractors, is he that strong? He looked at her directly, and Cody Gillow was lost in thought. He also looked out the window. Someday we will surely know the clear answer. As night deepened, an angry voice echoed in a brightly lit building. Damn it, SS grade is bullshit. Large-scale assault team. Ryu Yajin, chairman of the Chinese Player Association, was furious. They don't even spare a glance at the Chinese Player Association, he grumbled. It's all because of that damn Kim Tae-yeon. He opened a drawer. There was no other way. He stared at the memory card, the data he had barely obtained from the Grey Abyss laboratory, thinking, this is the only way. He held the memory card. Chairman Jin, the situation has come to this, but should I at least be grateful that you left this behind? Suddenly, a scream from outside caught his attention. He shouted, what's going on outside? A bloodstain was visible through the crack in the door. The door opened and a shadow entered, filling him with terror. Are you the new chairman of the Chinese Player Association? I apologize for dropping in so late at night, the voice continued. I just returned from the Abyss, so I'm not adjusted to the time difference yet, he stammered. You, who are you? He smiled and replied. Min Jae-hong, chairman of the Black Society. He stared at him. Min Jae-hong, chairman of the Black Society, grade unknown. In the Night Watch Association of Korea, a voice was heard. Right, there was indeed a conspiracy, Ah-young said. They're trying to conquer a dungeon that no one has ever conquered by themselves. What do they believe in to declare it so confidently? Tae-yeon smiled, looking at her. She remembered Jinhee frowning. This is something to cry or laugh about, I don't know. She looked at Chairman Jinhee in silence. He looks troubled. He'll have to rely on other players too, Tae-yeon replied. Right, that's why, he analyzed. The association can't just rely on my strength. If other players don't grow, it will only make things difficult for us. Besides, unexplored dungeons are a good place for players to gain combat experience. She looked at him and said, you have a point. But is there really such a need to rush? He replied, time is really short, Tae-yeon resolved. From now on, I'm going to focus on conquering the Abyss. Ah-young looked at him in surprise. She recalled that like in the Asia player-friendly tournament, players were mainly divided into two types based on their area of activity. One type explored the depths of the Abyss, players who honed their skills to expand humanity's territory. The other type attacked from outside, stopping monsters pouring out of dungeon breaks and protecting people. Until now, Tae-yeon had mainly operated outside the Abyss. For his contributions, he was recognized as an sulfur monosulfide grade player. But as soon as he became sulfur monosulfide grade, he wanted to fight in the Abyss, Tae-yeon thought inwardly. The clues about the Emperor are in the Abyss, not on Earth. If I'm tied up here like this, I'll never achieve my goal. He was silent. But while I'm gone, unexpected dangers could strike again. So I need to help others get stronger to prepare, Ah-young judged. Tae-yeon, you're really unpredictable, she assessed. It's as if you live in a completely different world. She said gloomily, you have too many secrets. She pressed Tae-yeon, asking if it was similar to when his skill went out of control last time. Because it wasn't an ordinary skill, she leaned her elbows on the chair and asked him directly, Kim Tae-yeon, who exactly are you? They faced each other and he glanced elsewhere. He took a sip of water, confused. I won't tell you, I don't want to, Ah-young said. Why? As if she didn't understand, she said irritably. Hey, I'm serious right now, I'm not joking around, he replied. because even if I explain it now you'll have a hard time accepting it. He put the water glass down on the table. So someday there will definitely be a good opportunity to tell you everything. She listened to him in silence, then he smiled. Ah Young said. So things like awakener contracts aren't necessary, he agreed. Right, I'm not the type to just talk the talk, she accepted. Okay, I get it. Then why did you come looking for me as soon as you joined the association, he explained. The reason is, I want to take player Yu Young to the new Korea expeditionary force I'm assembling. He broke into a cold sweat. It seems you have a lot to do. She turned her head. Yes, thanks to someone, I couldn't do anything and was confined to a hospital bed for a while, Tae-yeon said. So I'd like you to recommend someone else to replace player Yu Young. Ah Young replied calmly. Who else would there be beside her? She was annoyed but rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Are you politely waiting for my permission? He also looked at her and laughed. Even if you don't give permission, I'm going to take you. Laughter echoed in the large building. Kong Hee-wook laughed heartily. Indeed, like Kim Tae-yeon, I knew you'd come looking for me, Tae-yeon thought inwardly. After the Saintess healed his arm, Kong Hee-wook became Korea's best tank. Song-jin adjusted his glasses. It seems we're getting involved in something huge again, Tae-yeon analyzed. Park Sang-jin, still considered the most important asset among Korea's S-grade players. Han, with his arms crossed, said, Do I deserve to be here? I betrayed Korea. Sang-jin comforted. Then you should be grateful that Tae-yeon gave you a new opportunity. Tae-yeon was silent. Han Sujong, Kwak Yang. After the Asia-friendly tournament, both of them had grown noticeably stronger. Ah Young was silent, thinking, the people gathered here are new Korea's best players, but she hesitated. Do I really deserve to take her place? A voice that captured everyone's attention was heard. It's a bit of a sudden summons, but thank you for gathering, Tae-yeon said seriously. I think everyone generally understands the situation, he declared. Everyone here will be joining the expeditionary force I've organized. Everyone looked at him in silence. Song-jin said, It's an honor to be chosen by in sulfur monosulfide grade, but is this really possible? He analyzed. I heard all unexplored dungeons are sulfur monosulfide grade or higher. In contrast, we are barely S-grade. Tae-yeon smiled. Currently that's certainly true, but as someone who has witnessed everyone's abilities firsthand, I can clearly tell you this, he confidently stated. Everyone here has the potential to surpass sulfur monosulfide grade. The proof that they can grow into sulfur monosulfide grade and become the backbone of the nation will be this dungeon conquest, he called out to Ah Young. Ah Young too, Ah Young said shyly. Well if you say so, Tae-yeon thought inwardly. I'm not just saying that to encourage them. The talents who reach sulfur monosulfide grade in my previous life are all here, though it's still far in the future, he calculated. But many things have already changed since then. I have no choice but to speed things up to adapt. Kong Hee-wook resolved. Alright, let's do it, Tae-yeon. Ah Young was flustered. Tae-yeon chuckled. Oh right, if we enter an unexplored dungeon now we'll all die. Everyone was surprised by his words. We'll go in about a month. From now on everyone will train with me, he said firmly. How about we train until we're almost dead? Everyone trembled. Scary. 1 month later at the entrance of an unexplored dungeon, a shadow appeared from the French opera house. Cody Gillow fought confidently. Warrior ready, he began fighting the monster. The monster was gradually subdued. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. We've fought countless times but I'm still amazed by Cody's strength, the person praised. Moreover, the other sulfur monosulfide grade players also performed exceptionally well. Everyone murmured, My God, this is truly a crazy team with this much power. We might even conquer the unexplored dungeon today. A voice was heard. Did you hear the news? A man said. Today, New Korea and Kim Tae-yeon are also entering an unexplored dungeon, another person added. Really? That foolish Kim Tae-yeon, the person sneered. He must think unexplored dungeons are children's playgrounds. What is he going to do with S-grades who aren't even national level? Is he planning to mess everything up? Laughter caught Cody Gillow's attention. I'll have to see this interesting event for myself. At the same time in the snake pit, an unexplored dungeon in Greece, everyone fought frantically. I'm going to die if I keep fighting like this. Everyone just kept attacking. Kong Hee-wook, who had been defeated by Kim Tae-yeon, shouted, Hey, can't you run faster? Do you want to be punished too? Shang ran like crazy. Of course not, please don't rush ahead by yourself, Hanju slumped. I want to go home, Yu Young gasped. I can't breathe, Tae-yeon evaluated inwardly. They're charging fiercely. Good, the hellish training seems to have paid off. Song-jin pointed at an object before them. What's that? What are these bizarre rock formations? Yu Young countered. They're not rocks. They're all people who went missing in this dungeon. A magnificent voice resonated. How dare foolish beings step foot in this sacred place? A monster with a serpent's head appeared. You will become another trophy for us. Medusa, the sulfur monosulfide grade master of Greece's unexplored dungeon, laughed grotesquely. Tae-yeon stepped forward. We'll see who becomes whose trophy, he smiled. Wouldn't a snakeskin wallet be nice? Everyone, the faces of everyone who saw the sulfur monosulfide grade boss before them changed, and they all thought the same thing. Can we defeat an sulfur monosulfide grade monster? Her gaze froze them. Tae-yeon shouted at everyone standing dumbfounded. What are you all doing there? Think about the past few months of training. If you set your own limits and give up, you'll achieve nothing. His words were clearly heard by everyone. After thinking deeply about each word, they turned around as if realizing something, and their mental state was completely different from before. That's right, Kim Tae-yeon is right. We trained to overcome our own limits during this past period. No matter how strong the enemy before us is, Kong Hee-wook exerted his strength and swung his hand, commanding, "Damn it, there's no other choice now. Everyone stick to the plan." Hearing the signal, everyone rushed at the monster using their skills. Melee players attacked the monster, support players continuously healed and buffed allies, and ranged players kept distracting the monster, demonstrating effective teamwork. Medusa glanced at the surrounding attacks. Such attacks won't be effective. She swung her arm, knocking down 2 Shangs, but Sarada rushed forward. He blocked all attacks with just 1 foot. Truly pathetic attacks. Sarada activated the Beast Blessing state in her ancient dragon form. At that moment, Song Jin rushed in with an ice sword, freezing one of Medusa's arms. Surprised by this attack, Medusa was flustered. "What?" Song Jin and Yu Young continued to rush forward, activating their combined skill, Ice Shatter. Medusa screamed in pain, then used her strength to shatter the ice and sent the 2 flying backward with her club. "You damn bugs, get back!" Tae-yeon, who had dodged Medusa's club attack, observed everything from behind. Even while fighting in sulfur monosulfide grade monster, the players' attacks landed accurately and inflicted damage. Mages Weiyang and Sahanjin continuously used ranged attacks to obscure the enemy's vision, and Tank Kwak Yeong protected them from behind. Park Sang-jin and Iamong exploited weaknesses and continuously used combined skills. While not inflicting massive damage, they were steadily chipping away at her health. However, Medusa wouldn't just sit there and take attacks. Hit in the mouth, Medusa gritted her teeth in fury. Playtime is over. Her roar created a shockwave. The hunters had no choice but to retreat and assume defensive postures. At that moment, Medusa moved with abnormal speed. "You will all die." "Wait, where did one go?" Based on her previous experience, she checked the number of people and found one missing. A voice answered her from behind. "I thought I'd die waiting." It turned out Sarada had been hiding behind, and taking advantage of Medusa's complacency, she used her Mermaid Queen Beast Blessing form to unleash a powerful attack, knocking the monster down. Tae-yeon smiled at the sight. An enormous amount of hidden damage has been unleashed. At this moment, seeing the monster knocked down and injured, all the hunters unleashed their ultimate moves. Starlight Flash, Magic Cannon, Ice and Snow Shatter. Medusa took all the attacks and roared in pain, then collapsed, her colossal body covering everything in dust. When everything cleared and visibility returned, everyone cheered with joy. Seeing Medusa lying motionless on the ground, Hanju was still somewhat surprised, as if unable to believe it. "Did we really win? I can't believe it." Sarada, on the other hand, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, my new skill seems to have delivered a proper blow." At this moment, Tae-yeon approached and patted Yu Young's shoulder. "Everyone did really well. I knew you all could do it." Sarada heard that and said, "Hey, isn't this guy too cold? How can he just stand there? Did our seniors really clear this hidden dungeon alone? This means we've become much stronger than we thought, right? Ha ha ha." But Tae-yeon replied with a displeased expression, "I wish that were true." At his words, the entire team fell silent and seemed slightly puzzled. Suddenly, a portal appeared right next to Medusa's corpse. "What's this? Why is there a portal here? Does this mean this hidden dungeon is actually a double dungeon?" Everyone was flustered. At this moment, the portal slowly widened, and a new monster walked out from within. "So, you've defeated the gatekeeper." This monster looked around for a moment and said, "Strange, I don't see anyone strong enough to do such a thing here." This monster was Basilisk, the SS grade master of the double dungeon Historia. All the hunters now lost their composure. Medusa was difficult enough, but this was a completely different level. Everyone was in chaos. "This is crazy. My body can't move anymore. Is there no turning back now?" At this moment, everyone was frozen rigid, turned to stone, and only Tae-yeon stepped forward alone to face the monster. "I see, so you're the one who killed Medusa?" He smiled and pointed behind him. It was where the people were frozen rigid, turned to stone. "What? Actually, everyone here did it." Basilisk heard his words and replied, "Such trivial beings, unbelievable. Perhaps your subordinates were too arrogant and neglected their training. They are nothing special, and your master is no different." Basilisk roared in fury. "What an insolent human." Suddenly a flash of lightning flew directly at it. Surprisingly, it couldn't dodge, but it didn't even have time to scream in pain, because at this moment the seemingly weak being before it had risen into the air, spreading blood-red wings from its back. Tae-yeon looked down from above. "You'll soon find out who is truly weak." Tae-yeon rushed forward with 2 daggers in both hands. With just one attack, he damaged Basilisk, the master of the double dungeon, and made it roar in pain. The enraged Basilisk swung its body to counterattack, but Tae-yeon dodged everything and counterattacked. "This damn guy just keeps running away. Can he only run away like a bug?" Basilisk said so and ambushed him with its tail from behind, but Tae-yeon sensed it and dodged sideways. And when he vertically severed its tail with his knife, a large maw was revealed and blood gushed out. Basilisk roared in pain and Tae-yeon scoffed from the side. "Are you angry because you can't hit me? For a mere lizard, you're making too much noise?" The one and only sulfur monosulfide grade Basilisk looked at him with red eyes. "You're boasting too much just because you can use a bit of Iman's power." It roared and created countless streams of water. "Don't be mistaken, you're not the only one blessed by the Archduke." Tae-yeon heard those words, and his face darkened. At this moment the streams of water gathered and rushed towards him. This was the demonic sea, the power of one of the archdukes of Yogman. The streams of water swirled around him, forming a whirlpool that tried to crush Tae-yun. The demonic sea is infinite and overwhelms all other powers. Do you think your insignificant power can defeat me? Using the water that obscured his vision, it opened its mouth wide, broke through the water streams and tried to swallow him. Tae-yun smiled. That is not the power of an archduke like you, but the power of an emperor. He extended his hand forward and a powerful vortex formed, breaking through the water streams and destroying everything. After Tae-yun defeated Basilisk, the people who had previously been frozen rigid turned to stone could now recover. But they still thought they were fighting the previous monster, and as soon as the stone effect was lifted, they screamed in terror. Kong Hee-wook woke up, looked around and shouted, but the monster was nowhere to be seen. Where's that damn lizard? Tae-yun approached at this moment. While you were all frozen rigid, I handled everything here. So we've conquered this Greek dungeon. He smiled at everyone and seemed satisfied with everything. Only you, Young, looked at him seriously, she thought inwardly. I could tell with a glance that monster was at least sulfur monosulfide grade. How could he handle it so easily alone? It's Kim Tae-yun after all. Kong Hee-wook rushed at Tae-yun, grabbed him by the collar and kept shaking him, shouting, Kim Tae-yun, you should have told us this was in sulfur monosulfide grade dungeon. Tae-yun waved his hand and glanced at him. How was I supposed to know that? You, Young asked with Songjin. You always know everything, don't you? I don't know anything. That. Alright, don't overthink it. It's enough that we're safe and won. I did my part too. Alright, everyone worked hard. Your performance was truly what I expected. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded by his words. Tae-yun thought for a moment. I expected Greece's sulfur monosulfide grade dungeon to be difficult to conquer, but I chose this place as a starting point because I wanted everyone to experience the difficulty of fighting against death. Thinking so, he recalled the process of everyone fighting earlier. I hope everyone works even harder in the future. He looked back at them. They will become even stronger in the future. And someday, they will become the pillars that protect Korea. As the dungeon boss was defeated, the exit also appeared. Everyone went outside through the portal. Scene change. A press conference is being held. The dungeon in Paris, once thought impregnable, has recently been conquered. As the team leader, please share your thoughts. Were there any injuries in this operation? What is your next goal? He calmly answered the numerous questions from reporters. I will take the time to answer all your questions. Please ask one by one. Suddenly, all the reporters' phones kept ringing and no one was focusing on the interview anymore. What? No way, from Korea. Seeing the strange situation, he was curious. Someone next to him spoke. So is the news that Korea's conquest team failed? No, Korea conquered a dungeon of unprecedented difficulty that no one had ever conquered before. What? That's absurd. How could a few S-grades conquer the Snake Pit dungeon? Not only that, they also conquered Greece's sulfur monosulfide grade dungeon. At this, there was a momentary silence. It's predictable if it's Kim Tae-yun. Moreover, no one was injured during the conquest of that sulfur monosulfide grade dungeon. To think Korea has become this strong. At the same time, this news also spread in America. This time, we've been properly outdone. The protagonist should naturally have been an American. To have all the glory stolen by him, we also need to accelerate the pace of our missions. After the news of Kim Tae-yun's team conquering difficult dungeons spread, the US and other hunter associations did not stand idly by, unleashing their competitive spirit to the fullest. They continuously conquered difficult dungeons that they couldn't have handled before. Whatever their initial intentions, the hunter world rapidly grew stronger. This was also good for the World Player Association. At night, in the evil society, a shout echoed, "Get back, you cannot enter without permission." With a single punch, this person knocked down countless guards. How dare these demons block my path? Do you want to die? This person was Lee Yong-soo, chairman of the Tizen Group and an S-grade player. He continued to move towards the center, opened the door and entered. I don't think this place was open for anyone to visit without permission, Chairman Lee Yong-soo, he shouted as soon as he entered. You evil society bastards are truly shameless. Do you not know why I'm here? Look, he's now sulfur monosulfide grade and no one can touch him. You called yourselves an expedition to attack Korean players, but what exactly did you do? Because of that, my Tizen Group has lost its standing in the Player Association. My son, whom I entrusted to you, has become a cripple and still hasn't woken up, and yet you tell me I should be patient. If you do nothing, I won't stand idly by. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, clenching his fists. It was as if he would attack if anything went wrong. At this moment, a viscous mud puddle wriggled behind his back. I understand the chairman's anger, but as I said before, he was startled by the voice from behind. Doesn't the Tizen Group want to pursue a bigger picture? At the same time, all the bodyguards who followed him were unexpectedly captured. Everyone screamed, "What's this, Chairman?" At this moment, Chairman Lee Yong-soo realized that everything was turning against him. When did he get behind me? Night Ghost continued. Kim Tae-yun's abilities have grown faster than expected, but Chairman, don't worry. We will not give up. We will confront him soon. Then he will face the consequences. But for now, we need to sit down and talk. And the chairman should look at this. He extended his hand and offered him something, and after seeing it he asked after a moment, "What's this?" "This is something our evil society obtained from Zhang Long, chairman of the Chinese Player Association. It's a very valuable medicine. If you're as smart as Chairman Li Yong-su, you'll know the efficacy of this medicine, won't you?" Upon realizing what it was, the chairman's face darkened. "Now I understand a little." Saying so, he wore an evil but meaningful smile. Nearly a year had passed since the World Player Association declared its intention to conquer all unexplored dungeons. With New Korea's entry into the unexplored dungeon in Mexico, all previously existing unexplored dungeons on Earth vanished, bringing everything to an end. National-level player Park Sang-jin said, "At first I wondered if it was possible, but we finally did it. Honestly, I'm a bit sad there are no more dungeons to conquer." National-level player Kong Hee-wook, currently in excellent condition, remarked, "Where is national-level player Wasong, the guildmaster of Wonmuro? How much longer will he be away? Won't he return to the operations committee?" Kong Hee-wook laughed heartily. "Our guild has a capable secretary who handles everything. Haha." National-level player Sahanjin was beside him, thinking inwardly, "Poor Secretary Kim. Let's all go together." National-level player I Am Aang arrived. After the KSS dungeon battle, all of New Korea's players had now reached national level. Tae-yun watched them from the side, thinking to himself, "At this rate, reaching sulfur monosulfide grade is only a matter of time. This side has also grown stronger. By conquering unexplored dungeons, my stats have also increased considerably. It seems the time has come." Scene change. Hunter Association headquarters. "Long time no see, Chairman." "Ah, come in, Mr. Kim." Tae-yun. At this moment, Tae-yun and an old man were sitting and talking. "I heard you've become the head of the association's skill research department, Chairman. Congratulations." "Haha, you flatter me. It's like a dream that this despairing old man can now atone in his own way and continue to live. All of this is thanks to you." This old man was Bang Jisu, the association's skill fusion expert. After meeting Tae-yun previously, Bang Jisu confessed to the association that he had conducted skill experiments on demons. However, through Tae-yun's earnest request and Chairman Jin Hee's recognition, he now works for the New Korea Awakener Support Association. Facing him, Bang Jisu asked curiously, "But why has the world's busiest player come all this way? You didn't come just for small talk, did you?" Tae-yun looked at him and replied, "Actually, I have a request." Jisu smiled slightly and said, "It's surprising that you still have something to ask of me. Tell me, I'll do my best to help you." At this, he clasped his hands together and looked at him seriously. "I want to fuse skills." He was startled by his words. "What are you talking about? Haven't you already fused skills?" Tae-yun replied calmly. "There's no rule that says already fused skills cannot be fused again, is there?" He sprang up at his words. "Fusing a fused skill again? Such a thing is unprecedented. Didn't you yourself say that if skills become too strong too quickly, they can cause mana backflow side effects in the user? Didn't you say that yourself? You are already too strong. If you try to become stronger, even you might not be able to handle it." Tae-yun looked at him and replied, "I need to gain greater power, even if I have to take risks. My current strength is still insufficient. Only you, Chairman, can help me with this." Bang Jisu looked at him, and he returned his gaze with a confident smile. "Don't worry. I have trained my body to withstand all of that." Unable to persuade him, he held his head in his hands and lamented, "Damn it, I really can't keep up with you." Scene change. At this moment, Tae-yun stood on a platform in a sealed room while in the control room outside, Bang Jisu operated the equipment. This is a fusion chamber made with state-of-the-art alchemy technology. Powerful magic stones are integrated into that equipment to amplify your skills. "This is my first time using this, so once we start, there's no going back. Are you ready?" Tae-yun replied without hesitation, adjusting his stance. "Yes, let's begin, then proceed." Bang Jisu pressed the button and the entire room lit up brightly. "Do you want to fuse multiple skills?" At this moment, Tae-yun plunged deep into his subconscious, and suddenly the king appeared, smiling. "It was indeed right to choose you. However, there's a limit to a human body's ability to control immense magic power. It seems it's time for me to step in." After saying that, he placed his finger on his forehead. As Tae-yun opened his eyes, system notifications kept ringing around him. Skill grade has been changed due to unidentified forces. Immense power has awakened and new skills have been generated. A huge energy flow broke the room's isolation glass, affecting Bang Jisu outside. As the surrounding energy gradually converged, Tae-yun looked at his hands, feeling the changes in his body. "Is this Kim Tae-yun?" Name: Kim Tae-yun. Age 20. Grade: S. Strength 269, Stamina 268, Speed 269, Mana 389, Charisma 210, Fatigue 20, remaining Mana 389,389. Unique skill: Gluttony S. Can devour designated targets, 100 Mana. General skill: Hypnosis S. Hypnotize designated targets, 100 Mana. Bloodburst S. Activate physical stats, 200 Mana. Evil Eye S. Can see targets, 10 Mana. Revelation S. Create infinite domain, 200 Mana. Dragon's Wrath S. Release enhanced Mana Aura, 100 Mana. Transformation S. Transform Body, 200 Mana. Demonization S. Infuse attributes into Mana, 200 Mana. Summon Rosalia S. Summon Rosalia, Queen of Dreams, 300 Mana. Summon Hazard S. Summon Hazard, Dragon King, 11,000 Mana. Summon X-Gate S. Summon X-Gate, Demonic Dragon King, 7,700 Mana. Summon Organ S, Summon Organ Beast King 8000 mana. Summon Bath S, Summon Bath Demon King 10 mana. Tae-yeon looked with astonished eyes at the multitude of skills he had obtained. The skills were not merely fused but reconstructed, and new skills were also added. Have I become more aware of things as my grade increased? At this moment people rushed in from outside. What's going on? They hurried over to Bang Jisoo, who was sitting outside. Department head Bang Jisoo, are you alright? At this moment they focused on the internal situation where Tae-yeon was feeling the changes within himself with his eyes closed. That person inside, we truly seem to have witnessed history in the making. Scene change. At this moment Tae-yeon sat in a room, and opposite him was a black-suited man with one blind eye and a man standing next to him. Tae-yeon closed his eyes, looking somewhat tense. After that I was scolded. Player Kim. Tae-yeon, destroying association facilities is a very serious matter. He stroked his head and said, I apologize. The old man spoke again. Anyway, considering what you've done, I'll handle it myself. Fusing a fusion, you've achieved something unimaginable. Do you feel anything different? Yes. Feeling his body again, he sensed it filled with power. It was as if he could jump into the abyss right now. He even gained some Archduke-related skills. He just wanted to try them out immediately. Chairman Jin, he continued, I'd like to ask you to show me, but I can't keep a busy person like you here for long. Now that I think about it, I have a favor to ask you. It's from the World Player Association. How will you handle it? Tae-yeon asked with a curious expression. What is it? Mr. Kim. Tae-yeon, they want you. Scene change. Player training ground. The place was bustling with many people. They were warming up and preparing for a test. At this moment someone approached and announced that a judge for the newly appointed sulfur monosulfide grade player license examination had arrived. Everyone focused at the news of the judge's arrival, and Tae-yeon was among them. At this he exclaimed in admiration, has it come time to select sulfur monosulfide grades? Time truly flies. Everyone who saw him was bewildered. Is that Kim Tae-yeon, the one known to be on par with Cody? The sulfur monosulfide grade player everyone was talking about. At this moment, a judge from the World Association said, Thank you for accepting the invitation, player Tae-yeon. It seems everyone is gathered. He was Vincent Jong, chairman of the World Player Association. At this he introduced the invited judges for this examination one by one. First, player Thomas Provini and player Cody, who arrived early, and 3 S-grade players are attending as judges. This examination couldn't be fairer. Everyone must be curious how the examination will proceed. The association has decided that each player will. Before the chairman could finish speaking, Tae-yeon stepped forward. Do we really have to make it this complicated? As he finished speaking, he unleashed his aura, and Jinhee was slightly surprised. Player Kim. Tae-yeon, what are you doing? He ignored the chairman and said, What players need is only strong will and power. We just need to push each other until someone kneels first. But his real purpose was different. He thought inwardly, this is a win-win situation where I can test their skills at the same time. Vincent said from the side, Wait, this is too much. At this, Cody also stepped forward. Very interesting. I'll participate too. Then he unleashed his aura, and under the pressure of the 2 sulfur monosulfide grade players, no one in the entire training ground could stand. Vincent spoke with some difficulty. I expected Kim Tae-yeon to do this, but even Cody is joining. Chairman, this will disrupt our plans. The players participating in the examination were all sweating coldly and trembling in fear, and everyone thought the same thing. Is the difficulty of this examination really this high? After a moment, as things calmed down and there was no other way, Vincent, chairman of the World Association, announced. Then the examination will proceed in a dual format according to the judge's decision. The judges will divide into teams and receive the participants. Training Room 1 will be used by player Kim Tae-yeon, and Training Room 2 will be for player Thomas. At this moment one of the participants said discontentedly, Damn these judges, do they think they're hot stuff just because they became sulfur monosulfide grade recently? At his words the person next to him restrained him. Stop it, Jeffrey, someone might hear you. But am I wrong? SS grade only appeared last year. Just didn't have enough time to achieve results like them. If we fought head-on there's no way we'd lose. You can't just live under your master's shadow. Sarah looked at him for a moment, then glanced at the judges. Today I'll crush those arrogant faces, especially that arrogant guy named Kim Tae-yeon. At this moment they were divided into teams, and both of them were assigned to Tae-yeon's team. At this he greeted the people. Hello, new team members. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Tae-yeon, appointed as your judge by the World Player Association. The rule I set is very simple. All you need to do is hit us strongly just once. Can you do it? At his words everyone was startled and whispered among themselves. Hit him just once? That's not as difficult as I thought. Seeing everyone's relieved expressions, he gave an inscrutable smile. But the problem is that even that seems impossible. So everyone attacked together. At this moment, everyone became strangely quiet. Jeffrey couldn't stand it and charged forward. This damn guy is underestimating us too much. He used his strength to charge at Tae-yeon. Gotcha. But Tae-yeon waved his hand lightly, and with a single punch sent him flying far away, instantly knocking him down with an unchanging expression. Tae-yeon looked at everyone. The first one is down. Seeing Jeffrey fall so quickly, Sarah was angry but still calmly warned everyone, don't charge recklessly, stay calm, but her words seemed too late. At this moment everyone charged wildly, aiming at one spot to create an opening. Everyone charged, surrounding him, but no one could hit him, and they were quickly knocked down one by one. From behind, Sarah watched everyone fall one by one and said, even charging like this, no one can touch him. Is he a monster? Taeyun shook his head, looking at them with a disappointed expression. Much worse than I expected. The people on the other side must be much better than these foolish guys. He tilted his head slightly, frowning. But just standing there won't change anything, will it? Are you going to keep standing there? At his words, everyone gritted their teeth in anger and resentment, and only Sarah calmly offered her opinion. Everyone, may I offer an idea? After saying that, she went straight for Taeyun, surprising everyone including him. On her way, she used her power to emit countless branches. Seeing her action, Taeyun thought, a skill? Is there a skill strong enough to confront me head-on? Let's see. At this moment, two fists collided and the surroundings exploded, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Taeyun looked at her in surprise. Oh, you blocked that? Without answering, she hastily grabbed him with both hands and shouted, everyone, let's push him now? Seeing everyone surrounding him, he thought inwardly, are they willing to risk everything to capture me? They're prepared to be decoys. Thinking so, he gave a sinister smile. Darkness centered around Revelation spread throughout the surroundings, and one person shouted, what is this? I can't see anything. Another person screamed, I can't breathe. Screams continued to echo all around. Ah, help me. Taeyun used a total of 6 skills including Monarch's World, Monarch's Prestige, and Chain Binding, concentrating them in one space. Unable to resist, everyone quickly gave up. He's too strong. I surrender. I give up. Taeyun looked around and thought inwardly, with sensory deprivation, gravity pressure, and their bodies bound and weakened, how can ordinary people withstand this? Seeing only Sarah still resisting, he thought, persistent. My master taught me never to give up in any situation, and that there will always be an opportunity. Seeing the flow of mana, he suddenly realized that she was absorbing the surrounding mana. Is she converting mana into her own stats? The reason she could withstand my attack must be because she absorbed others' mana. At this moment, Sarah broke free from his restraint and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. This is it, but she still couldn't hit him, and she mumbled, just a little more. Ah, my body won't move. Before she fell, she saw him calm as if he knew everything. Seeing her fall, he said, your punch didn't land, but you did your best, so I'll acknowledge it as a valid attack. Sarah Marchin, she passed. He thought about her words. Sarah Marchin, master of terrain modification skills, known as a future sulfur monosulfide grade player and the hope of America, she was extraordinary from the start. Who could be the master she mentioned? Stepping out of the training room, Taeyun looked toward Codius, congratulating his disciple on passing. The scene shifted to a room full of monitors. The examination chairman rushed in upon hearing that the test was over. It's over. What are the results? A staff member hesitated before replying, only one person. Sarah Marchin from the United States. He was frustrated by the result. Only one person passed. We're finished. With Kim Taeyun's independent actions and the rise of New Korea, the World Player Association had lost the influence it should have gained from the unexplored dungeon raids. We had hoped to make up for it with this second license examination. Kim Taeyun only allowed one person to pass, and Codius and Thomas failed everyone. Perhaps we rushed this examination too much. Suddenly, a staff member shouted, Chairman, what now? Player Codius is requesting a practice match with player Kim Taeyun. He wants to book the most advanced training room. Vincent sweated upon hearing that. What did you just say? At that moment, inside the most advanced training room at the World Player Association, Taeyun and Codius stood facing each other. Taeyun said to Codius, congratulations, you passed. But I assume you're not here just to hear me say that. What's going on? Codius replied. Don't you feel that thirst too? No one here can satisfy me. You and I are the same kind of people. Why don't people like Kim Taeyun fight each other? Taeyun smiled, thinking inwardly. I imagined a day would come when I'd face him, but I never thought it would be today. I don't know why Codius made this decision, but it's not bad. I also want to know what level I've reached, especially when my opponent is currently the world's strongest. In the control room, everyone was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. All eyes turned to Chairman Vincent. What should we do? Codius and Kim Taeyun are ranked first and second in the world. Should we stop them from fighting? Vincent closed his eyes, lost in thought, and replied, do you think you can stop them? Let them do what they want, but Chairman, tell them to record the entire battle process instead. The sulfur monosulfide grade license examination seems to have failed, so we should at least salvage something. He looked at the two people standing in the advanced training room on the screen and commanded, record their data. It could cause unexpected media repercussions. I will take responsibility for continuing to authorize it. At that moment, a voice was heard in the room where Codius and Taeyun were. You are authorized to use these facilities. However, all progress will be recorded by the association. Taeyun smiled and replied, that's perfectly fine. Codius seemed unconcerned. He stretched, preparing for action. Once the battle begins, everything will be meaningless, so I don't care. Taeyun hadn't expected Codius to act first. Codius replied, you should be happy. You always wanted to take my #1 spot. Taeyun was now also ready to fight. Me, if I wanted it, it was a position I could have reached with just a flick of my hand. Seeing him speak so arrogantly, Codius was slightly displeased. How that arrogance is certainly your powerful weapon, but unfortunately it won't work on me. At that moment, all the cameras moved towards them. The two engaged in an immense battle, and the surroundings were filled with smoke and dust. Punches and kicks were exchanged, and the two quickly traded hundreds of blows. Tae-yeon thought inwardly. As expected, their speed and stamina are identical. In that case, the winner depends on this one blow. He used a weakness to push Codius back, then retreated. He shouted apocalypse, and the surroundings turned red. Energy condensed and countless chains erupted from the ground, binding Codius. Codius exclaimed in admiration, "What immense energy! I've never seen such a technique used." Tae-yeon looked at him and replied, "There's still a lot you don't know about me, but today I'll show you everything. Because otherwise I can't defeat you." However, he couldn't hold Codius for long. Codius summoned a sword and shattered the chains with a single slash. Then he shouted, "Holy Night," and immediately his entire body transformed into 24K golden armor, glowing with a golden light. He drew his sword and rushed at Tae-yeon. On this side, Tae-yeon was excited to brutally break through Apocalypse's defense, truly like master, like disciple. As Codius charged, he quickly drew his dagger to block, and the impact left a deep crater and cracks in the floor. The two continued to fight fiercely, undeterred. "This is the first time my heart has felt such a fervent heat. This is the man, the strongest enemy I've ever faced." At that moment, all the screens in the control room lost their signal, and everyone was flustered. Vincent was in the worst mood at that moment. "What the hell is going on?" a staff member below quickly replied. "All cameras have stopped working. Contact the technical team immediately and send someone. It's dangerous. If you get caught in that battle." Vincent stood up and walked toward the door. Everyone hastily called out to him. "Chairman!" The association chairman didn't stop and kept walking. At that moment he thought inwardly. The most advanced training room was designed to withstand the strong USC of dozens of SS-grade players simultaneously, but the power of these two people exceeded that limit. "I need to go check." At that moment the room where Tae-yeon was almost destroyed, and numerous facilities in the room were obliterated. Tae-yeon panted and said, "If we continue like this, the building will collapse before a winner is decided." Codius agreed with him. "I agree, it's time to stop holding back. This is the end. Let's finish it." Tae-yeon gave a bitter smile. "I've been giving it my all from the start, no joke." Hearing him say that, Codius shouted, "Don't lie, Kim Tae-yeon, you haven't activated your Archduke's power yet." Tae-yeon was surprised by his words. "Codius, how do you know that?" Codius replied. "You're not the only one who holds the deepest secrets of the abyss. I also contracted with an Archduke. Tell me, Kim Tae-yeon, what kind of monster did you contract with?" Hearing that, he gave a bitter smile and thought inwardly, "I knew Ryu Feng and Zhang Long, there were Archduke contractors in China, but I never thought Codius would be one of them. But if he only knows about Archdukes, he doesn't seem to know about the Emperor yet. I should keep my hidden card concealed." At that moment his hand transformed into a demonic hand, and blood-red wings sprouted from his back again. Seeing him in this state, Codius asked, "Is it Vampire Lord X-Gate?" He didn't deny it and asked back, "Then you?" Codius remained silent, only showing it through his actions. His body rapidly transformed and his armor turned black, exuding an even more mysterious aura. Dark wings sprouted from his back. "Fallen angel Lucifer." The two looked at each other and muttered, "We have to end it here now." The two charged at each other again, and this battle was far more powerful than the last. White dust instantly filled the entire room. Even the association chairman staggered under the overwhelming pressure. He barely managed to stand up. "How are Codius and Kim Tae-yeon?" Codius saw the association members approaching and said, "It seems they're coming." Tae-yeon replied with sharp eyes, "It seems so." Then the two were instantly in a position to finish each other off. He said, "Let's call it a draw for now." Codius also returned to his original state. "All right, we'll meet again in the abyss next time." Tae-yeon twisted his arm and replied, "And let's go deal with it." The association chairman watched them walk out dumbfounded. "Are both players all right?" He smiled and said, "It seems we've caused too much of a ruckus. My apologies, I'll leave the cleanup to you." With that he left first, and the chairman was flustered. Wait a minute, player Kim Tae-yeon." Tae-yeon quietly left, and it was time for him to go to the abyss. At that moment a gloomy and strange old castle appeared. The candlelight flickered with pink flames, and suddenly an attack of immense power erupted. The flames were extinguished in an instant. Rosalia appeared in the darkness. "Ah, seriously, that tiresome personality hasn't changed at all. He's still paying for someone else's relic in installments, yet he breaks it. Does he want to start a power struggle or something?" A fist clenched and a displeased voice was heard. "A power struggle? I don't care at all. I'm ready anytime. But there might be a simpler way for both of us." He gritted his teeth and called her name. "Rosalia, summon your contractor." His face was clearly filled with rage. Rosalia asked arrogantly, "My contractor? Why?" X-Gate frowned and retorted angrily, "Are you still caught up in unfinished business for my Conhubian? Is someone in an Archduke's position really that magnanimous? It can't be for such a trivial reason. Stop it, that absurd talk." The more he looked at her, the louder he spoke. "I don't know how you did it, but your contractor is freely using my authority." Rosalia scoffed. "Ah, so the recent rumors were about my contractor." "So this was the reason," she continued. "Well, compared to my power, X-Gate, yours probably suits the contractor's taste more." X-Gate heard that and asked back, "You seem to know something. Rosalia, tell me." She gave him a seductive look and scoffed. Red flames erupted from Rosalia's entire body. She said softly, "That's not how you ask politely, is it?" Xgate frowned, and his voice growled coldly and menacingly. "Do I look like I'm asking?" Seeing that, Rosalia immediately stood up and moved aside. "My lovely children, it seems I'll have to teach some manners to the arrogant vampire who tried to steal my kale today." As soon as she finished speaking, her tentacles exuded a dark, killing intent. Rosalia pointed her finger at him, and the tentacles immediately flew. She spread her wings in a red current and attacked him directly. Xgate still appeared from behind the smoke, exuding energy of rage. "How dare a lowly creature try to teach me manners?" His eyes were full of fury, and he threw an iron sword. Blood-red blades poured out fiercely, accompanied by killing intent that filled the sky. Rosalia easily blocked everything and provoked him. "Our origins aren't so different, are they?" Not so different. It would be a shame to insult that crumpled face of yours." Hearing that, he swung his hand and a gigantic blood-red blade came crashing down. The unwary Xgate had his leg wrapped by her tentacles, and as soon as he looked down he was immediately pulled and lunged forward under Rosalia's control. His body was violently thrown and crashed into the wall. Suddenly she soared high like an arrow released from a bowstring and then unleashed all her power on Xgate. A massive collision struck, shaking the ground and raising thick dust. Shadows fell, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, drops of blood brushed past. Rosalia with wings looked around, but he was nowhere to be seen. Standing before a bizarre shape, she destroyed everything in front of her, leaving behind bloodstains. As drops of blood fell, black thorns erupted from the ground. The thorns pierced her body. Blood splattered, and beneath that pool of blood the sound of a blood-red space echoed. Xgate emerged from the middle of the blood pool with a sinister smile. "Rose, was this power created by your second successor?" As he spoke, he held a blade to her neck. "You'd better confess that you've been plotting something like this from afar, otherwise," Rosalia scoffed coldly. "Have you forgotten what my true power is?" Finishing her words, she stared directly at him, and the glass of space shattered. Then it slowly shattered into pieces, glittering. At that moment, the true Rosalia appeared before his eyes. Her eyes pierced Xgate's soul, and she used the dimension of illusion. At this moment, Xgate realized this private space, a physical realm created by illusion. "For such beauty to be mocked by a fellow like you, it's truly insulting." Rosalia smiled with a mixture of arrogance and disdain. "Everything has changed from before. Unlike when you barely took shape by borrowing your contractor's body, this place is a realm where the power of the goddess empress is at its peak. Do you truly think you can contend with me as a mere clone, not even your real body?" Hearing that, he said angrily, "Wait, I'll bring my real body right now." She immediately cut him off. "No, Xgate." Then she smiled seductively and offered, "If you're so curious, you'll be begging for my skill set." For old time's sake I can tell you. You're curious how your contractor can use your power, aren't you? There's a memory of the moon inside you. The memory of a human who brought all archdukes to their knees section. There was someone who claimed to have taken their power, wasn't there? Xgate was startled and fell backward, shouting. "That's impossible," Rosalia replied with a seductive smile. "Yes, that iron steed. My contractor is the key to him." Ta-Yun opened the door wide and appeared with a bewildered expression. He looked at everyone quizzically. "Why is everyone gathered here?" Everyone shouted. "Player Kim Ta-Yun?" He was surprised to see Mark. He ran and said, "I've been waiting for Player Kim Ta-Yun. I tried to contact the World Player Association, but it seems we've missed each other." Ta-Yun still asked with a blank face, "What do you want from me?" He bowed his head and explained, "Considering the current situation, I'll get straight to the point." He began to speak to the two men. "The U.S. Player Association officially requests Player Kim Ta-Yun's assistance." Hearing such an invitation, he was momentarily stunned. Ta-Yun said that something serious seemed to have happened. He cautiously nodded. "Yes." Then he explained in detail to him, "One of our players has ventured dangerously deep into the abyss. They are missing. We conducted a search operation in cooperation with the World Player Association. However, a search team consisting of 4 sulfur monosulfide grade players was wiped out. Dion Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexander Bowe, Ethan Simon, all died in that operation." Ta-Yun's face hardened upon hearing that. He continued, "We can no longer guarantee the survival of the missing player. But Cody, saying he couldn't give up until he confirmed it himself, headed into the abyss alone. Believe Cody could also be in danger. That's why we came to Player Kim Ta-Yun. We implore you to help us." Ta-Yun fell deep into thought. He thought to himself, "The incident of 4 sulfur monosulfide grade players being wiped out deep in the abyss was very shocking even in my past life. But back then there was no information about the search team or the missing player. Who could it be?" he asked again. "Who is the missing player?" Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment. In the gloomy atmosphere of the dungeon, before the iron bars guarded like hounds, he opened his mouth. "And sulfur monosulfide grade player." The woman kneeling in cold chains seemed forgotten by the world. "It's Ricky Harris." Ta-Yun froze upon hearing that name. The color drained from his face. Ricky Harris. Only this thought echoed in his mind. The incident where many players suddenly died in my past life has now changed to death during a search. Could a special being have become a pioneer for Ricky Harris? A figure who shouldn't exist in this world. I was the one whose fate was twisted. Caught in Zhang Long's conspiracy, he explained with a worried expression. Ricky and Cody are not only members of the U.S. Player Association but also indispensable talents for humanity. Then he frowned, recalling the situation at the time. 4 sulfur monosulfide grade players have fallen. We cannot lose these two as well. If you accept our request, the U.S. Player Association will henceforth regard player Kim Tae-yeon as its greatest ally, and will spare no support in various fields. His face darkened, and he replied, "The explanation is sufficient. Where should I go now?" Jin-hee slammed the desk with his hand and suddenly shouted, "Player Kim Tae-yeon, please reconsider. You've already heard that many sulfur monosulfide grade players have been sacrificed. In such a situation we must prepare even more thoroughly," Tae-yeon said in a cold voice. "If that place is so dangerous, they might be fighting for their lives while we hesitate. I must go now. For me," he suddenly recalled her image, reminiscing about fragments of the past. "This is for justice, and I will keep the secret, but in return, next time I'm in danger, you have to help me. I feel like I can trust you with my life," he replied without hesitation, "and I still have a debt to repay." The chairman suddenly paused at his action. The Thai delegate calmly reassured him from the side, "Trust player Kim Tae-yeon. Hasn't he always exceeded our expectations?" But he was still uneasy. "I know, but I must also consider the worst-case scenario." The image of the man in the blood-red landscape came to the chairman's mind. "If I only trust someone without caution." The man's gaze, before the flashback ended, firmly fixed on the two. The Thai delegate sent a trusting look to Tae-yeon as he left. Tae-yeon isn't that kind of person. He clenched his hand and replied, "I know, I was just getting ahead of myself." A sky burning red as if ablaze with fiery colors, a bone dragon traversed the heavens, powerfully flapping its wings. With fiery eyes and crude strength it swung its axe, its brutal attack rending the ground. Cody quickly dodged and swung his sword from above, startling it. Without hesitation he lightly yet deeply slashed, cutting it perfectly in half. As its flesh was torn, light erupted from Cody's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and Cody panted, making no unnecessary movements. As soon as he landed, a horde of monsters was lurking below. He lamented, "No matter how much I cut, it never ends." Suddenly a voice was heard behind Cody. "Then why not sweep them all away at once?" Imposing footsteps echoed, slowly approaching at regular intervals. Sensing his arrival, the monsters surged like a tide, roaring ferociously. He walked slowly without changing his posture, each step seeming to press down on the air. Cody looked at him and called out, "Kim Tae-yeon." He smiled faintly and said, "I've come to support you, Cody." For a moment they faced each other, showing deep trust. Cody quietly removed his mask. "Marcus send you? Normally I'd call it pointless, but now is not the time for that." "Thank you for the help," he quietly replied from the side. "Now I understand why they kept sending you. I can feel the immense magic power covering this entire colossal castle." He looked at him tensely. "To think the place Ricky went missing is an Archduke's castle." Cody opened his mouth, remaining silent for a moment. "Ricky was dispatched to explore this place. It's deep within the abyss, and until then we had no idea this was the monster's domain." He pressed, "Is Ricky still alive?" "Yes. When I entered this place I could feel her magic power. It's leading underground." Tae-yeon decided to discuss strategy with him. "If we go there, we'll face the Archduke. The chance of victory when facing an Archduke is less than 1. Hearing that, Cody immediately put his mask back on and prepared for battle. "We'll have to launch the fastest possible attack." He swung his sword forward and asked him, "Can you keep up with my speed?" He had already taken his stance and replied, "Yes, I'm always ready." Tae-yeon lowered his body, ready to charge forward. Immediately the two plunged into battle in tandem, sweeping away the monsters. Sharp blades cleanly cut down the monsters as if parting water. The monsters continued to rush forward. Cody and Kim Tae-yeon pierced through their defenses and charged. He smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect someone who was just wrestling with monsters a moment ago to be this strong," Cody replied without backing down. "That's thanks to you arriving, so I no longer need to suppress my power." Suddenly he turned and asked, "Didn't we say last time that we'd have a showdown if we met in the abyss? I never expected us to become allies like this." A hint of amusement was in Tae-yeon's eyes. He opened his mouth. "Fighting alongside someone with whom you can share life and death seems quite cool." Amidst the scene of monsters being cut down as if parting water, there was no doubt that these two were humanity's strongest force. Looking at Cody, Tae-yeon thought to himself, "With this person I might truly be able to save Ricky." Then the two stopped before an open door. He wondered, "This seems to be the center of the castle. There must be a path leading underground nearby." At his words, Cody instantly opened the dark dungeon door and turned his head to him, saying, "I won't go looking for it." Oh, before he could finish speaking, a strange man interrupted and rushed forward. "X died right here." Immediately he swung his fist, sending Cody flying forward. He painfully crashed into a pile of rubble at that moment. Tae-yeon rushed at him, ambushing him with a blood-stained dagger. The sharp blade cut down from above. In the blink of an eye he blocked the sharp dagger with his bare hands. Tae-yeon was momentarily stunned, his eyes fixed on that moment, and he opened his mouth. "Oh, I finally meet a famous person here." He smiled sinisterly. "I hear you're Korea's ace now?" Kim Tae-yeon, amidst the power struggle and a trembling dagger, he looked at him with significant eyes. "Who are you?" without any sign of fear. He spoke in a provocative tone instead. "What? Didn't old man Jin-hee tell you anything?" He casually pressed down on his face with one hand and said, "Truly boring." With a powerful gesture his face was driven into the ground. He pressed down on Tae-yeon without hesitation and said, "I am Min Jae-hong, chairman of the Black Society. You could call me your senior." As he spoke, he broke Tae-yeon's dagger with one hand. Cody, seizing his moment of distraction, swung his sword and rushed at Jae-hong. He quickly dodged and retreated. A meaningful and cunning gaze was directed at Cody, just as expected of Cody. Jae-hong slowly stood up and looked at the two. Indeed, if I were to fall so easily, I wouldn't have been able to maintain the world's #1 position. Then Tae-yeon asked, "Damn it, Min Jae-hong," he called himself the chairman of the Black Society. Cody also spoke. "I know his face. He's an internationally wanted criminal." Then his voice became serious. "The suspicious thing is why a guy like that appeared here." Jae-hong tapped his finger on his head and said, "Why don't you use your head a little? How could an ordinary human like me wait for you in the center of an archduke's castle?" Tae-yeon seemed to guess something at this. "No way." Jae-hong casually covered his mouth with his hand, letting out a mocking laugh. In an instant, intense pressure erupted from his body, crushing the surrounding air, and the ground subtly trembled. Jae-hong's eyes glowed golden, and he laughed loudly, saying, "I'm just like you," he declared without hesitation before the two. "Come, Archduke contractors, let's have a proper fight." The ground shook. Dust rained down like heavy drops, cracks appeared throughout the walls, and the air inside the dungeon grew stifling. The vibrations reached Ricky. She faintly called out, "Cody, Kim Tae-yeon." A blue power expanded throughout the entire space, imbued with Jae-hong's aura. Cody looked at him and said in a worried voice, "The chairman of the Black Society and leader of the demons and Archduke contractor. Truly a nightmare. No wonder he was so hard to catch." Tae-yeon opened his mouth with a cold expression. "Let's worry about him later." His eyes were secretive and cold. "If the Archduke sent his contractor here, it means he already knows we've invaded this place." Determination filled his eyes. "The fact that the Archduke isn't coming to face us directly means he's either too arrogant or tied up with another important matter. In any case, we must use this opportunity to get Ricky out of here." Cody lowered his body and brushed past his side. "Follow me. We'll attack from both sides." Beneath his golden armor, his eyes shone with determination. "I'll attack first." Tae-yeon looked at him, resolutely focusing on the target ahead. "I'll provide support." Without hesitation, he charged forward with a direct attack, his sword-wielding movements imposing. At that sight, his voice sounded arrogant. A direct frontal attack. Contempt was clear in his eyes. "Do you think I can't dodge it?" At that moment, red chains appeared from somewhere and tightly bound his two legs. He bound his legs and shouted a skill loudly, "Apocalypse." Before he could react, Cody swung his sword, brushing past his side, leaving a cold streak of light where the decisive blade passed. Before he could fully collect himself, surprise was clear on his face. Cody paused for a moment. He thought to himself, "My sword." He looked down at his sword. It had only grazed Jae-hong's body, yet the sword was not intact. He couldn't understand why. He sneered, smiling faintly. He raised his hand to gather magic power. Tae-yeon sensed something strange and shouted, "Cody," before he could react. An intense attack directly struck his face. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward and kicked him with all his might, tearing through the air. As soon as the attack ended, he retreated like a shadow, giving Cody no chance to counterattack. The recoil sent him flying backward, crashing hard into the wall. He lowered his voice, an unmistakable tone of contempt in it. "You said you knew my face, but do you not know my skills?" Jae-hong calmly watched the wall collapse from the violent impact, and as Cody was buried in the rubble, his voice was cold and contemptuous. "Truly disappointing." A faint contemptuous smile played on his lips, and powerful magic power surged ferociously around him. At that moment, Tae-yeon's face suddenly turned serious. At that instant, the memory of Cody's blade during the attack flashed through his mind like lightning. The image of Jae-hong and the magic power surging furiously from his hand gave him the feeling that Cody's sword was being absorbed into his hand. In that situation, he suddenly detected skill activation. Apocalypse skill has been cancelled. Skill currently unusable. The moment Jae-hong stood there, as powerful magic power surged around his arm, he couldn't understand why even the Apocalypse skill had been cancelled. "I definitely saw this when I raided Zhang Long's lab in China." The magic power condensed into a golden orb of light enveloping a black hole. The atmosphere between Tae-yeon and Jae-hong was filled with tension. He lowered his voice and said, "A black hole that nullifies surrounding skills. Is that the skill you're so confident about?" His voice was calm. "Oh, Kim Tae-yeon, have you seen this skill before?" His face was cold and filled with contempt, his voice soft yet arrogant. "I've been in trouble because of this skill before, but it seems that licensed scrolls that temporarily allow the use of this skill are being sold." His face was cold, but a satisfied smile played on his lips. Selling such temporary skill scrolls is quite a good source of income. The ability to nullify another's skill is what every awakener desires. For awakeners who constantly face life and death, wouldn't that licensed scroll be enough to make them drool? His eyes gleamed with contempt, as if everything before him was insignificant. "It's truly enjoyable to see weaklings like you flounder. I despise the weak, but I hate awakeners like you even more." Min Jae-hong raised his hand high, and swirling magic coalesced, forming a brilliant aura. "Let's see if you're no different from such weaklings." Powerful magic continuously gathered and swirled furiously. He smiled triumphantly. "Shall we begin?" A gigantic and fierce force accumulated and poured towards Tae-yeon. At that moment, his face showed no change in expression, and his eyes were filled with unwavering determination. With sharp reflexes, he quickly leapt up and twisted his body to dodge the attack. Without giving Tae-yeon a chance to react, Min Jae-hong attacked with lightning speed. Tae-yeon's body tensed, and at that moment clear satisfaction and triumph were visible on Min Jae-hong's face. Blood splattered everywhere, and Min Jae-hong's face momentarily stiffened before blood gushed out like a red stream. Seeing that sight, Tae-yeon said in a low voice, "Is that all you have in this fight? That black hole can't even absorb an archduke's skill, let alone an emperor's." His hand was pointed at Min Jae-hong, his face calm and his voice composed. "It's hard to say now who relied too much on the awakened power obtained by contracting with an archduke." Min Jae-hong knelt and fell before Tae-yeon. "Ho, thanks to you I learned something new. It's my first time fighting someone contracted with an archduke." The muscles in his right arm gradually swelled, tearing his clothes to shreds. His eyes darkened and his voice became arrogant. "Not bad at all." He punched shattering stones and they scattered everywhere. Tae-yeon reacted quickly, spreading his wings and soaring into the air to dodge the attack. A shadow suddenly appeared, and a cold light flashed from the mask. "You said Archduke's skills cannot be absorbed?" He stood proudly in cold armor, gripping his sword tightly. "You should have told me that sooner." As the three faced each other, the atmosphere between them grew tense, dark, and suffocating. The space was filled with a heavy and gloomy aura at that moment. Min Jae-hong's face could not hide his confidence then. It was filled with triumph. "Now with two of you attacking simultaneously, it's going to be a really tough fight for you." Tae-yeon's voice was firm. "It's truly difficult to suppress my power. Enduring all the impure magic in this castle is unbearable." A colossal force poured out, cracking and shattering the rocks. The rocks simultaneously crumbled and scattered everywhere. Min Jae-hong raised his hand and a swirling power emanated, intensifying the tense atmosphere. His eyes and contemptuous smile exuded a mysterious aura. "I think I've dragged this battle on for too long. Opportunities to fight such top-tier awakeners are rare." "I am truly grateful." Behind him stood the Beast King Organ with murderous eyes. Min Jae-hong said in a low voice, "But let's end it now." His eyes gleamed with a fierce and heavy gaze. The immense body of the Archduke of the Abyss, the Beast King Organ, stood silently behind him, making the atmosphere even more eerie and terrifying. Min Jae-hong's face was calm, his eyes terrifyingly filled with unwavering determination. Tae-yeon and Cody suddenly froze at this sight. The Beast King Organ snarled, "You know that this is not a legitimate reason to summon me. If you already possess my power, you could have easily dealt with those insignificant low-level contractors. Now that I am here, I will crush them." Min Jae-hong's face became calm. "It seems you haven't given me enough magic power to fully unleash my strength. Can you give me a little more magic power so I can defeat those two?" With a swift punch that struck Min Jae-hong, he fell to the ground instantly. The Beast King Organ's voice was chillingly indifferent. "How pathetic. Do you truly believe you can demand more power?" Min Jae-hong was pressed flat against the ground by the downward strike. Organ said in a low voice, "Now lie there and wait for me. We'll talk in a moment." His facial expression remained eerie and terrifying. "And you two insignificant fellows, your fun time is over." A cold, murderous aura emanated around them. "Try to survive in front of me." At that moment, Tae-yeon's face was filled with worry. He snarled in a low voice at Cody, "Archduke Organ has intervened in this battle. We have no chance of winning. We must remember why we came here and try to act according to that mission." Cody's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. "Tae-yeon," he signaled Cody to leave. "You go first. I'll stay here and face him." He controlled the power of a gigantic dragon and directed it towards Organ. Tae-yeon cast the red dragon's shadow skill, launching it directly at Organ from his palm with a roar. With an aura that seemed to swallow the sky, he smiled, confident in his magic, and flew towards Organ on his glowing red wings. Suddenly a powerful energy burst forth. A red light instantly enveloped the entire tower, and his feet lightly touched the ground as soon as he appeared. Fierce demons rushed at him like prey, but he defeated them with a single sharp slash. Under the fierce pressure, Tae-yeon was at a disadvantage. While he managed to evade Organ's gaze, his goal was not to confront him. "Where is she, Ricky Harris?" His eyes suddenly noticed something, and he abruptly looked up, discovering a familiar blue magic power accumulating with a mix of blue light. Ricky's skill. Tae-yeon followed the magic power, thinking, "Is she telling me to follow?" In front of the dungeon, two guard monsters snarled fiercely. "What is this? Why are you here?" With just two slashes, the two monsters fell to the ground. Ricky was still imprisoned, her face pained. He carefully stepped on the blood-stained footprints, approached and nodded. Ricky barely opened one eye and looked at Tae-yeon. "You finally found me, Tae-yeon." He smiled silently at her as if he had found a true treasure. Tae-yeon replied in a low voice, "I came to repay a debt, Ricky." Tae-yeon quickly bent down and supported Ricky. She said in a low voice, "To come to such a dangerous place to repay a debt, you really are something." He replied calmly, "A promise is a promise." Ricky, in Tae-yeon's arms, asked in a low voice, "Where is Cody?" "Cody is probably looking for Ricky from another direction. I want to tell you what happened, but there's no time. It seems the Archduke has started to move." Tae-yeon looked down in surprise and asked, "You know about the Archduke too?" She slightly twisted her lips and smiled bitterly. "Of course. I'm a World Player Association investigator after all," and she continued to explain. "The master of this castle, Archduke Organ, is more terrifying and horrible than any magic beast I've ever encountered." He frowned, his face still streaked with blood. "If you know that, then you also know you should retreat quickly, right? I tried to block him for a moment, but I don't know how effective it will be. Can Cody walk?" After that, he put one of Ricky's arms around his neck and supported her as he walked. She said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, I have no strength in my legs at all. I'll help you support me so we can retreat quickly." He lightly supported her and stepped onto the scale. As their feet touched, the scale trembled slightly and slowly tilted. Ricky looked at Tae-yeon with emerald eyes, puzzled. "It's really strange hearing your words." He turned his head and looked at her with eyes full of question marks. Ricky said, "From the time I was in Janglong's lab, every time I despaired and thought I would die, whenever I saw you, I felt a belief that everything would be all right." As the light shone on her beautiful face, her voice lowered. "Thank you for coming to save me, Tae-yeon." A light, genuine smile spread across his lips, as if the thanks were unnecessary. The scale continued to carry them towards the light above. A voice echoed, and Ricky's eyes widened in terror. Indeed, a murderous monster was waiting for the two of them from above. "You don't think you can escape from me, do you?" At that sight, Tae-yeon and Ricky froze, their bodies stiff and their hearts seemed to stop for a moment. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. "This vulgar woman has such a high understanding of magic power that I even considered her for a sub-clone. I've already taken an interest in you, so it's as clear as day where you're going." Tae-yeon's face was taut like a bowstring, and he suddenly realized, right, I can understand why he's chased me this far. But rage surged. Organ glared as if to crush them. "You're still stubborn even with my mark on you. Come, chosen of the Emperor, come here." Tae-yeon gritted his teeth. "Shall we see that power you just used again? Do you think you can't even scratch me?" He immediately cast magic on Organ. Organ stood firm against Tae-yeon's fury. He defended with all his might against the furious power pouring onto Organ. He gritted his teeth and took a breath. "If you want to fight me so badly, I'll let you taste hell." Organ instantly tore through Tae-yeon's skill. "Indeed, my judgment was not wrong." He quickly seized the opportunity and used his red wings to fly towards Organ. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he was determined. "Even if my skills are ineffective, I must keep trying." With the blood sword skill just activated, thousands of blood blades poured down like rain. Organ smirked at the fierce attack, his eyes filled with contempt. "This is my resistance." As his wings ignited, he immediately charged, preparing to attack. Despite Organ's colossal body 10 times larger than Tae-yeon, he charged forward undeterred. A roar echoed, and he unleashed all his magic power. As light enveloped his body, he flew directly at the enemy like a meteor falling from the sky. The dragon's wrath, emanating with enhanced magic power, exuded murderous intent. Organ gritted his teeth and glared as he attacked him. In an instant, his body turned into a beam of light, piercing through the enemy. He was too fast to react. At this moment, Organ was directly hit by his attack and he froze. Is this powerful murderous intent the power of a dragonkin? As soon as he turned his head, Tae-yeon was already preparing an attack filled with fierce murderous intent. Transformed into a beast form by beastification, he charged powerfully but was blocked by Organ. Organ snarled. "The authority of that race too. I see you are strong." The punch carried pressure, and the shield shattered like paper, sending him flying backward. Ricky knelt on the ground, shielding herself with her hands from the shattered debris. She thought in surprise, "I can't believe a human can fight an archduke to this extent." "Kim Tae-yeon, who exactly are you?" His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, staring at him like a sharp blade. Without a single moment of weakness, his hand shot out from thin air, firmly gripping his wrist, and a laugh of triumph burst forth as if victory was already in his grasp. He slightly lowered his head, his shoulders trembling subtly, then suddenly raised his face and laughed like a mad beast. His laughter was cracked, broken, and twisted, echoing from the depths of hell, momentarily filling Tae-yeon with terror. His eyes were bloodshot, clinging to him like a beast. "How interesting, truly interesting. It's been a long time since I've felt such an intense sensation of battle." 2 rows of teeth were revealed and his smile stretched to his ears, exuding murderous intent. "Manipulating the authority of others always excites me. It's been a very long time since the king disappeared. I once made the struggle between the strong my ultimate goal, but as that person grew, the boring days of victory continued. I've truly waited a long time for a battle like this. It seems I can finally have a proper fight today." As Kim Tae-yeon finished speaking, Organ's hand firmly clasped his arm. His arm was instantly torn from his body and blood splattered everywhere, astonishing Tae-yeon. "Kim Tae-yeon?" Ricky cried out in pain, calling his name. He didn't care, discarding the blood-stained arm like trash. "Show me your true song." "Contractor of the Emperor." He gritted his teeth, clutching his severed arm, and quickly retreated. "Damn it, even other archdukes or the Emperor's power is useless." In an instant, he transformed into a whirlwind filled with murderous intent. In that situation, Tae-yeon suddenly thought, "Now all I have left is this." Lost in thought, his eyes gleamed golden, and he shouted, "Come, Rosalia!" At that moment, a brilliant light instantly enveloped the entire space. Numerous white tentacles appeared before Organ, intertwining with each other. The air seemed to freeze. Rosalia appeared silently and blocked Tae-yeon's path. Seeing her, Organ snarled in rage. "Ah, the most loyal dog of that person has appeared." Tae-yeon clutched his arm and said painfully, "If I could, I wouldn't have called you." But Rosalia frowned and glanced at him. The murderous intent emanating from her burning eyes was so intense it seemed to incinerate everything. As night deepened, the dense murderous intent between Rosalia and Tae-yeon could not be hidden. Tae-yeon panted, kneeling before Rosalia. He clutched his severed arm, groaning in pain. "I really wanted to end all of this without summoning you. An archduke summoned by a contractor cannot fight against a true archduke's body." In that situation, Tae-yeon recalled the fierce battle and immense danger again. Mana could increase uncontrollably. At that moment he thought that a clash between archdukes could destroy everything. "Even if I survived, I didn't know if Ricky would." Tae-yun frowned. It was unpleasant, but he had to make a decision. However, there was no choice now. At this, Organ approached, exuding a cold, murderous aura. "Rosalia, I can't believe you've nearly reached the power of an archduke. Since when have you been contracted with this fellow?" His eyes were bloodshot, and he growled lowly. "No, wait a moment, why do I feel such powerful incubus energy? You weren't a mere contractor." Tae-yun frowned unpleasantly, and emanating a murderous aura said, "Do you regret realizing too late I'm not as easy as those petty demonic dragons?" He said provocatively. "A formidable opponent, that's exactly what I wanted." Rosalia glanced at him and asked, "Contractor, you seem to need healing, can you handle it yourself?" His eyes were deep and dark. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I can recover using bloodburst." Hearing that reply, she said, "Then it's settled," and immediately teleported him to another space. Tae-yun asked in bewilderment, "Where is this?" She said, "Contractor, you've been here before. My own space created by my authority, separated from reality." Before the light shining on him, she continued to explain, "I told the enemy I could contend with him, but all I can do now is summon you here to buy time. Even that won't last long. You focus on recovering. We'll deal with Organ later." Hearing Rosalia's words, he replied, Then could you bring one more person here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ricky suddenly appeared in midair screaming. She clutched her head in pain and asked, "What? The space just warped?" Suddenly she was startled by a voice from below. "Ricky, could you move a little?" Ricky turned around and seeing that she was sitting on him, exclaimed in surprise, "Kim Tae-yun, you suddenly disappeared last time. Why are you here again?" She hastily got off him. Sorry," Tae-yun explained. "This is a temporary hideout created by the Archduke's contract with me." Hearing that, her mind was filled with question marks. An Archduke, a hideout. Then he said solemnly, "Ricky here, we need to find a way out of this situation." At this moment, Rosalia and Organ's battle was very fierce. He growled with murderous eyes, "The key to the mana is gone. Even the one behind you is gone. Did you use your authority?" Rosalia scoffed arrogantly. "No one knows what happened. Even if you knew, your beastly mind wouldn't comprehend it." Organ's voice was filled with rage. "Give it back." Suddenly, he lunged like lightning, punched her, and growled, "That's mine," immediately. Rosalia fired her tentacles at him with suspicious eyes. In Rosalia's space, Ricky's voice was heard. "So while the two archdukes are fighting, I need to find a way to escape from Organ?" He replied. "That's right," she continued. "I somewhat understand, but what I don't understand is when your arm healed earlier. You said you were the Incubus Queen's contractor, but how can you use the powers of other archdukes?" The more Ricky looked at him, the more shocked she became. Even the bloodburst skill he just used, everything was so bizarre. She stammered and asked him, "Are you really human?" Hearing that, Tae-yun clutched his blood-red arm and fell silent. He paused for a moment and then said, "Ricky, when we first met," she said, "you said people like us are a kind of monster, that we need something to bind us." Recalling that moment, her eyes filled with light and she said, "Can someone with such power truly be called human?" Tae-yun looked at Ricky with firm eyes and continued, "My answer is the same as back then. As you can see, I'm a man of tradition, so I can't break a promise to a friend." Seeing him smile, she replied, "You're right, I said that back then." He asserted once more, "I am human. It's just that the skills I possess can absorb other skills." Hearing that, she widened her eyes, unable to hide her surprise. "So that's how he could use all those skills." She still sat there, muttering, Now that I think about it, that could be true, but it's too powerful." Tae-yun looked at her for a moment and thought to himself, "Ricky is trustworthy. Just telling her this much should be enough to explain myself. She'll keep the secret too. Though I can't tell her about regression, not even if I die." Suddenly, the entire space shook, vibrating violently. Tae-yun said, "It seems it's time for us to find a solution." He thought about the outside. "She's still fighting. Out there, Rosalia is struggling to buy us time. I used all the skills I had, but I couldn't stop Organ." In such a difficult situation, he asked her, "Ricky, do you have a plan?" Ricky frowned, deep in thought. "Among the skills I have," she suddenly came up with an idea. "I have an idea." Hearing that, he said, "Tell me." Ricky frowned and said, "A gate. A skill to open a gate leading to coordinates that he can't pass through. Then we can use that to get out of here." Hearing that, she retorted, "No, it's too dangerous. I only used this to summon monsters from the other side. I've never passed through it myself. A gate created with human mana is unstable because it's not a teleport gate. It could close while we're transferring, or in the worst case we could wander between dimensions forever." Ricky said cautiously, "I think we need to find another way." Tae-yun replied softly, "But Ricky, you know, this is the only way." After speaking, he stood arrogantly beneath the shattered fragments of space. Tae-yun extended his hand to her. "Now it's time to make a decision." He smiled at her with confident eyes as he offered that hand. "Ricky Harris, I trust you." Ricky paused slightly, her eyes widening in surprise. Her hand eventually reached out to him. In less than a few seconds, his voice echoed from the door. "Contractor." The two looked at the broken door in surprise. Organ stood there holding Rosalia's severed head in one hand. She cried out in a trembling voice, "Run quickly, as far as you can." Blood dripped as she spoke. As soon as she finished, her head held in his hand shattered. He looked at them and laughed horribly. "You've returned. How long do you intend to hide behind Rosalia's skirts? Truly shameful. That was not the act of a king. A king should be able to mercilessly eliminate all who oppose him. If you have inherited the throne, shouldn't you fight accordingly?" At that very moment, an unexpected attack poured forth, gripping his hand tightly. Organ glared at Tae-yun. His entire body stiffened as if frozen. "Do you think such a trick will work on me? Is that all you've got?" Tae-yun's voice was filled with rage. "I'm sick of hearing your boring words." He loudly called out to her, Ricky, open the gate right now, hurry, Ricky hastily replied. Understood. Then she extended her hand forward and activated her skill. The gate opened grandly, emitting an imposing aura, and its momentum surged. Organ growled in fury. Another trivial trick, I won't let you escape, wait. As he spoke, Tae-yeon cast powerful magic. He stiffened, watching the skill activate. His eyes emitted cold flames, and he clenched his hand, growling, someday I'll come for you. And then a powerful orb instantly flew towards Organ. Ricky still hesitated before the gate, afraid. Is this the right choice? What if something happens? Tae-yeon immediately cut her off. If you don't trust the world's greatest sorceress, who will you trust? He said. Just go. Then you'll know what lies beyond. As soon as he stepped inside, he stiffened at the dimension that suddenly appeared. Ricky stepped inside one step at a time. We did it. He couldn't hide her happiness. We really succeeded. Tae-yeon, I didn't think this method would work. Aren't we the first people to break through an artificial gate? Tae-yeon scoffed slightly arrogantly. See, I told you it would work. Ricky smiled brightly at him and said, I'm so glad you're here. As soon as she finished speaking, a gigantic hand burst out of the gate and seized her. Tae-yeon stiffened as if dead, the blood draining from his face. Seeing that hand trying to grab Ricky, he lunged frantically, shouting Ricky. At his call, she looked back. Before she could react, Organ burst through the gate and gripped her tightly, and blood immediately gushed out fiercely. He said, red-eyed with fury, Where do you think you're going? His hand gripped her harder and harder. The sound of bones breaking echoed and blood splattered everywhere. The true battle was only just beginning. A face and voice filled with rage and murderous intent echoed, come back and face me. Suddenly, he dropped Ricky in midair and he immediately lunged without hesitation. Tae-yeon embraced her, firmly holding her falling body. His voice was filled with worry. Holding Ricky in his arms, watching her dying, he thought, her bones are broken, piercing her internal organs. She's in too dangerous a state. The pain of seeing her was evident on his face. He thought frantically, what skill can heal Ricky? Should I find a way to adapt to bloodburst? No, I need to ask Rosalia for help. Can Rosalia come right now? Don't stop thinking. I need to keep finding a way. Suddenly she said, Tae-yeon, it's okay. Hearing her voice, he looked back and she said to him with difficulty, as if it were her last words, I was always mentally prepared for this to happen. He frowned and gritted his teeth. I can't give up on you. Didn't you promise to save me? Ricky whispered. You kept your promise very well. I know it's too late now. He hesitated for a moment. But can I ask for one last favor? You said you could absorb other people's skills, right? She spoke, spitting blood and gasping for breath. Will you absorb my skill, so I can fulfill my duty to humanity? Hearing that, his entire body stiffened. Ricky still smiled brightly and said, will you do that for me? Tae-yeon trembled all over, helpless. Hearing her last heartfelt words, he decided to open a magic circle. The words she couldn't say still lingered in his heart, tearing him apart. He had lived without regrets, but there was one exception. At least he should have confessed to him once. Moment her last thought ended, his magic circle was completed. On the altar, red like the blood of twilight, a deathly silence covered everything. Cody and Jae-hong's battle was still very fierce. He lunged forward, laughing sinisterly. That's right, this is it. What I've been craving, my blood is finally boiling. Cody blocked Jae-hong's attack from below. I need to escape quickly. I can't stay trapped here. Immediately, he launched a powerful attack, but he blocked it. He blocked Cody's sword and chuckled. Why do you keep trying to escape? Cody is distracted by something else even while fighting me. Truly cold, he continued to provoke. If it's because of Kim Tae-yeon and the woman in prison, give up. Organ must have dealt with them. And then he widened his eyes and glared at him. I haven't felt their mana for quite a while. What happened? Cody clenched his hand harder. The pressure emanating from his body violently shook the sword. Seriously, I wanted to fight him again. Jae-hong stiffened for a moment. Surprised by the unexpected attack, Cody swung his sword, creating a powerful current towards the enemy, slashing through the entire space in front. Jae-hong was directly hit by the attack, and his body was violently pushed back by the fierce blow. Cody growled. He concentrated all his magic power into the sword, making it glow brightly in his hand. Don't talk nonsense, I believe in both of them. He dusted himself off, stood up and scoffed. Truly optimistic. You'll soon face reality. Suddenly a powerful scream echoed, shaking the entire space. Jae-hong stiffened. Not knowing what had happened, he shouted, What? A voice entered his mind. Contractor, come meet me, he replied in fury. I'm currently fending off an intruder. A gigantic hand appeared and broke through the wall. I won't say it again. Jae-hong impatiently clicked his tongue. Seeing him retrieve his mana, Cody said, Are you giving up? He replied unpleasantly. Yes, my fickle master is calling his servant. Cody, you are now free, but remember, this is only the beginning. The earth will soon be plunged into chaos. Then he pointed at her with one hand, his eyes sharp. The one who will bring that chaos is I, Min Jae-hong, chairman of the Black Society. He then instantly vanished from their sight, melting into the air. Cody thought, Organ let him go. Could it be Ricky? Kim Tae-yeon? Outside, 2 association officials were waiting. As soon as they saw him, everyone exclaimed, Player Cody. Cody glared at the two and asked, Where are Kim Tae-yeon and Ricky? Are you saying they're not coming this way? What do you mean? Look, someone is coming from over there. From afar, he was slowly walking, holding Ricky in his arms. Cody froze in disbelief and called out Kim Tae-yeon's name. Before he could finish speaking, he knew that Ricky, cradled in Tae-yeon's arms, was no longer alive. His eyes glowed red as if he had lost his reason, and he couldn't control them. They faced each other in the grim scene. Cody bowed his head and asked in a low voice, Did she pass peacefully? Holding Ricky in his arms, he replied, Yes, I'm sorry I couldn't save her. Oh, this isn't your fault. Ricky Harris chose to heroically sacrifice herself for humanity. his hands clenched into fists, veins popping as he blamed himself. "It happened because I was too incompetent." Cody saw the situation and spoke. "I'll take her." "You did very well, Kim Tae-yeon," he firmly refused. "Please let me do it myself. Take me to the U.S. Player Association." Cody's eyes widened and his face was filled with bewilderment. Tae-yeon looked at them and declared, "I must deliver what Ricky left behind. It is my responsibility to ensure it is properly conveyed." In the U.S. Player Association headquarters building, a man stood up and said, "Player Kim Tae-yeon and Ms. Ricky, on behalf of the association, I thank you. We owe you a debt. But we have lost some valuable players due to this incident. We are still very disoriented and trying to recover. I hope the story you have brought us, for which you assembled us, is worth it." Gregor slammed the table angrily. "Yes, we don't have time to listen to your whining loser." Cody, who had been listening from across the table, grew angry. "Are you calling me a loser, Gregor?" He carefully lowered his voice. "No, Mr. Cody, I didn't mean it that way." He called Kim Tae-yeon's name. His face darkened and he spoke. "You will soon see for yourselves if this is worth it." Hearing this, the entire conference room was surprised and asked about the skill. The man couldn't believe his ears. "How could you?" Tae-yeon showed them all of Ricky's mana. "That's right, this is Ricky's skill, which allows the user to collect memories." He looked at them with resolute eyes. "With this, we will hear Ricky's final words together." Tae-yeon revealed that he had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky through Gluttony. One of them was the Heart of the Superior Race. The Heart of the Superior Race generates magic stones within the body, 30 mana. This skill generates magic stones, allowing free manipulation of mana flow, and most of Ricky's skills originated from this. Her obsession with distinguishing between humans and magic beasts was probably because she possessed the heart of a magic beast. The second skill was Gate. He used it to escape from Organ. S-grade Gate opens a door to designated coordinates, 100 mana. It can reach anywhere marked by coordinates crossing space. And the last skill was Memory. It activates memory magic, 300 mana. Thinking this far, he looked at the memory box in his hand. This skill allows one to see everything stored in memory. Thanks to this skill, Ricky could become an excellent investigator for the World Player Association. He frowned and said loudly, "Memory is Ricky's unique skill, and Kim Tae-yeon can use it." Tae-yeon looked directly at him and said clearly, "No one handles mana as skillfully as Ricky. Perhaps she found a way to transfer the skill to me." He thought to himself, "Sorry, Ricky, I can't reveal Gluttony. I'll borrow your name for a moment." His face darkened. Cody continued from the side, "What are you going to show us with the memory skill?" He immediately looked at the box and cast magic. The magic power emanating from his hand glowed, blinding everyone. Tae-yeon realized that what was stored in memory was the information she had collected when she infiltrated Organ's fortress. In her memory, the entire room was covered in dust, but Ricky could clearly see thousands of magic beast statues everywhere. The magic beast language was still in the research stage, so it took time to decipher. But the moment Ricky saw the murals, she instinctively felt that all those who sat in positions equal to Organ were archdukes. In front of Ricky's eyes, the first statue was the Beast King, Organ. The second statue was Queen Succubus Rosalia. The third was Yoon, Lord of the Bloodline. Right next to Yoon was Baf, Demon King. The fifth statue was Hazard, Dragon King, followed by Chuck Moongun, Emperor of the Abyss. And finally, what appeared was Lucifer, King of the Sky. Ricky read the ancient script carved on the stone tablets and learned that the 7 archdukes constantly fought over territory, gaining and losing it, maintaining a delicate balance and jointly ruling the Abyss. However, who exactly was the one sitting in the highest position? Still a blank space in the drawing. Before she could find out, she heard a voice echoing in her ear. "You've also come this far, that rotten chunk of meat." Organ had appeared next to her. He was startled awake, having seen Ricky's memory up to this point. The entire conference room trembled, reliving the past she had faced. The man said in disbelief, "Impossible. According to U.S. intelligence, only 3 archdukes have been confirmed so far, Organ, Igman and Lucifer. Their power was still a mystery, but thanks to the sacrifice of these players, we've clearly learned one fact. If even a single archduke passes through the gate, humanity will perish." Saying this, he gnashed his teeth worriedly. "And all the strength drained from his body," he continued. "But instead of 3, there are 7 archdukes, and on top of that, there might be a being that transcends them all." Tae-yeon withdrew his magic, but the voices of the people still echoed in the room. "My God," Min Jae-hong reported from the dungeon, "is it all over then?" "Your Majesty." Organ sat on the throne, radiating killing intent that stifled the surrounding air. "That's right," Min Jae-hong said with a bitter smile. "I still can't believe it. The great Archduke of the Abyss needs to rely on the power of these insignificant beings," Organ said loudly. "That was just a small accident. I could have revived even without your help. I just didn't want to wait too long. If you utter such nonsense one more time, I will turn you to ash." He spoke casually. "I will be more careful. May I ask why your Majesty is pursuing Kim Tae-yeon so hastily?" As soon as he fully recovered, Organ roared, "He is using a very special ability. That ability is granted only to a chosen one." "A chosen one? What do you mean?" "In the past, a one who reigned at the pinnacle of the Abyss, leading the archdukes to challenge the upper world. The king of the lower world. The king of the lower world." In his consciousness, a pure man appeared. Hearing this far, Min Jae-hong frowned and asked again, "The king of the lower world?" Organ cut him off. "But now everything has changed." Then he pointed at Min Jae-hong and commanded, "I give you a new order. We will go to Earth, my contractor." Shake that world and plunge it into chaos. Lure the key to the king of the lower world and offer it to me. He stood up from his throne excitedly and roared, I will seize that key and dominate the entire abyss. Then I will become the new overlord. Min Jae-hong listened and smiled bitterly. As you command, your majesty. Everything will be as your majesty wills. At the association, Tae-yun stopped and asked the chairman. Before the two of them was his resolute gaze. What will you do now? The chairman immediately replied. We must convene an emergency meeting immediately. Although I'm not sure if any feasible measures remain, he asked again, puzzled. Is the U.S. Player Association planning to deal with this alone? This is no longer just a problem for the U.S. Association. The future of humanity is at stake. This information must be shared with the whole world, he frowned. If we do that, humanity will fall into uncontrollable chaos, but it is also an opportunity for everyone to unite. Ricky didn't fight only for her country's interests. Please respect her dying wish, as he persuaded. The chairman had to reconsider. Finally, he decided, all right. After collecting and verifying everything, I will share this information through the World Player Association, Tae-yun continued. Through the memory skill, I saw a form of light hidden deep beneath this land in Ricky's memories, the chairman asked in surprise. You know that too, Mark said worriedly. Chairman Player Kim Tae-yun is now our most important strategic ally. That's right, the chairman finally decided. Player Kim Tae-yun, please come with us for a moment. The elevator was taking them deep underground. The chairman broke the silence and spoke. Player Kim Tae-yun, if you've studied history, you already know. Humanity has completely changed since the abyss was discovered, he spoke. That's right. After humanity awakened, they brought unique resources from the abyss that didn't exist on Earth. Since then, human civilization has made tremendous progress. Most people think so, but there are still secrets yet to be revealed. The chairman explained that awakening and the abyss did not appear simultaneously. Initially, the abyss was merely a terrifying place beyond human control. It only became a land of promise after the U.S. discovered a mysterious object beneath the Pacific Ocean. The moment they touched that object, humanity began to awaken. Tae-yun was dumbfounded by the sight before his eyes. This was a gigantic human figure appearing before him. Allow me to introduce, this is our salvation. The source of power that led humanity to an unknown evolution. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a god, but for various reasons we cannot reveal its name. His gaze was fixed on the body, and the moment he saw it, he immediately uttered a name. An unknown god. Then it's not the emperor? Tae-yun suddenly spoke. Are you saying the U.S. has hidden such a terrible thing until now? I will not change my opinion. Only one nation, and its most outstanding individuals, deserve to lead humanity's progress. Unfortunately, no matter how long the secret has been kept, we haven't achieved significant results since the first awakening. Even two former chairmen gained nothing from the unknown being. Even so, clues about the unknown being's secret are slowly being revealed. A powerful light erupted, making him look up in a daze. Something seemed to have moved. Suddenly his face contorted, and 3 red eyes opened simultaneously, emitting eerie killing intent. The body in the glass tube suddenly transformed, with numerous eyes opening on its face, staring out with glowing red eyes. The chairman suddenly shouted, "Unknown being!" Everyone who saw the glowing red eyes asked in confusion. It opened its eyes, he suddenly said worriedly. What on earth is happening? This has never happened before. He hastily turned and warned, quickly contact the research team, hurry. Tae-yun saw such a sight. It's not just that it opened its eyes. This, called the unknown being, is staring directly at me. Its eyes shine brightly, as if piercing through me, stripping my skin and bearing my soul, staring directly at me. Suddenly, a voice completely different from theirs was heard. Indeed, he is the one resurrected by the Emperor's power. Tae-yun was startled by the voice echoing in his ear. Did he just speak to me? Moreover, he not only knows about the Emperor but also about my resurrection. The voice echoed as if trying to break through the glass and come out. Shaking the ground, is it time to break these shackles now? Amidst such vibrations, the chairman announced that this facility was built with the most advanced technology in the U.S., but Mark said worriedly, something seems wrong. You must leave that place immediately. No, this is the first result we've obtained after decades of research. He turned his head and saw them whispering. Are those people unable to hear what the unknown being is saying? He wondered, puzzled. The gigantic body continued. Do you want to know the truth? Then activate your magic power. The king's power. He suddenly turned his head and looked at him, saying, I will stay here. Everyone froze, unable to believe what they had just heard. What? They shouted to stop him, but he dared to try. The chairman exclaimed in surprise, What are you doing? Mark was also not to be outdone. If you get trapped in there, even a sulfur monosulfide grade player like you will find it hard to survive. Player Kim Tae-yun, he turned his head and said in a firm voice without the slightest hesitation, I must confirm this truth. Mark continued to try to stop him. You're still being stubborn in this situation. Cody suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and persuaded, Marcus, take the chairman out. Kim Tae-yun seems to have a plan. They left, and Cody still looked at him with eyes of trust. The vibrations continued to pour down as if trying to destroy the entire structure here. He turned his gaze toward the unknown being. Then show me the truth you speak of, then he shouted loudly. Divine mana, and immediately, everything poured towards the unknown being. The voice continued to praise. You are truly brave, key to the king. He looked at him and continued. If you wish, I will answer your questions. He glared at him and said, I have a mountain of questions, but first I need to verify the source of your answers. Are you truly a god? The human concept of God in your mind is somewhat flawed, but here there is no word that accurately describes my essence, Tae-yun said calmly and firmly. A god raised by humanity, so you're not an omnipotent god, precisely. I am not entirely a god, I am merely a fragment of a god, because I haven't harmonized with anything yet. I cannot act on my own. I merely advance towards a single destination, he shot back. Towards what destination? Towards the main body, he said as if asserting himself. Looking at Tae-yun's mind became even more confused. Hearing that makes me even more confused. So a real god still exists, and meeting the unknown being is the way to reach that god? He answered clearly. Yes, the power awakened by humanity also originated there. And it was inevitable that I awakened after meeting the Emperor. His face was filled with shock at those words. He asked excitedly, so the Emperor's power is a god's power? Why did the Emperor reincarnate me? Where is he now? He looked at Tae-yun and gave a meaningful smile. Suddenly the space shifted and a riot erupted before his eyes. Thousands of dragons and monsters poured out of a dimensional gate, attacking the entire city. Is this Korea? He asked, puzzled. Seeing the boy running ahead, his face was flustered. What is this unease? From afar, a knight on horseback stood tall on a mountaintop. His appearance harmonized with the light, illuminating the entire sky. The unknown being said, Yes, what I am showing you is not your space, but where the Emperor's space once was. He looked back and saw a man running, then tripping and hitting his head on the ground. A giant monster rushed to attack him. The moment light shone above his head, the unknown being said, You saw it too. He clenched his hand and magic gathered in his palm, inadvertently spewing that massive magic forward. Tae-yun watched in surprise. Was that not the light that enveloped him? A boy born with fragments of a god scattered across dimensions. In a moment of crisis he awakened and moved his body instinctively. Tae-yun suddenly frowned, and when he opened his eyes another space appeared. I've seen this scene in a dream before. The god stood tall in the sky and sacred light burst forth, instantly striking down all archdukes. A divine aura enveloped his entire body, shining like a celestial incarnation. That hand moved slowly as if reaching out to Tae-yun. With a single gesture, all the archdukes and demons vanished. Seeing that sight, the unknown being continued, and then that boy quickly conquered the depths of the abyss. The god sat on a shining throne glowing like the sun and became the ruler of the 7 archdukes. Tae-yun's eyes were filled with shock as he stared ahead. What does being led by a god have to do with defeating archdukes? The unknown being replied. Precisely, ending the domain wars and becoming the emperor of the underworld is merely a stepping stone to advancing to the next stage. It's an inevitable event. It's a great war with the upper world, a war for the survival of the abyss. Only by winning the race war will the sole path to God be opened. So the emperor fought. Tens of thousands rushed to claim the throne, and the archdukes confronted the beings of the upper world. But the upper world is where beings closer to God reside than the underworld. The emperor ultimately couldn't overcome that gap. Even though he underwent countless reincarnations with his abilities, the outcome remained unchanged. The emperor's spirit gradually wore down over time. And then at some point he realized that he was not the right person and needed someone else to complete this mission in his stead. At this, Tae-yun recalled meeting him in the past. My key, the key with that meaning. The unknown being looked at him and emphasized again, you will end this recurring war. You will inherit the emperor's will and reach God's power. Tae-yun's eyes widened in shock and he repeated the words, the king's key has been resurrected, so that's it. But I still have a question. Why was the emperor God so shattered into pieces? And why did the emperor try to approach God? And why did he choose me of all people? He sent a gaze as if to delve deep and find out more. The unknown being glared at him and said, the answers to those questions are beyond my understanding. As for the rest, Tae-yun smiled and replied, you mean I have to find the answers myself? You didn't receive power from God but inherited the emperor's power. You are not bound by direction like us, so after reincarnation you can live the life you desire freely. From here, whether you continue to pursue truth and power is up to your will. What will you do? Next, everyone watched Tae-yun from above. At this moment, the chairman couldn't hide his anxiety. I should have stayed there too. If I had risked my life to get information from the unknown being, humanity might have progressed further. Mark cautiously asked, suspiciously, will player Kim Tae-yun be alright? She answered calmly, as far as I know he's not someone who foolishly does futile things. But before she could finish, Tae-yun appeared from the dimensional gate and returned. Player Kim Tae-yun, everyone called out to him, and he smiled and replied, we're here? Mark still seemed surprised. Ricky's dimensional gate. The chairman rushed over. Where did the unknown being go? And what about that body? He said quietly. The unknown being has vanished. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was deep in thought. The chairman grabbed his shoulder, flustered. Vanished? No, it would be more accurate to say I absorbed that main body and its power. Hearing that, they were even more surprised. What? Cody then broke the silence and said, Kim Tae-yun, I have always respected your will until now. But this time you've gone too far. Don't you think you need to explain yourself clearly? The more he spoke, the angrier he became at Tae-yun. His face showed no reaction to Cody's movement. His footsteps grew closer and closer, and the killing intent emanating from his body rose like thick smoke, surging directly towards him. He stood before him, sending a cold, unwavering gaze. Tae-yun stood before the people of the U.S. Player Association and called out to the man who seemed to be in charge there. Cody. Tae-yun approached Cody, speaking in a voice just loud enough for him to hear. When I confronted the unknown being, I heard a voice. I followed that instruction and attempted contact, and afterwards it was absorbed into me. Hearing that, he asked back, "Is that all? Did it not say anything else to the unknown being?" Tae-yun glanced at the person next to him and said, "I cannot tell you that now." Cody silently accepted his words, but the person next to him seemed unable to bear it. "Don't try to evade the question. Answer us right now. The unknown being is a valuable asset to America." He continued to take another step closer. "No matter how important an ally you are," before he could continue, Cody cut him off. "All right," his eyes gleamed, and he focused on Tae-yun. "Wait, one more thing. Kim Tae-yun, what do you plan to do now?" he replied. "From here I will begin to search for it. What I can truly find and what can change the current situation." Cody looked at him, then turned his back and left. "All right," Tae-yun turned his body. "I have conveyed Ricky's last wish. Now I will return to Korea." The U.S. Player Association chairman couldn't understand his decision. "Wait, Cody. What are you doing? You have to stop Tae-yun." Cody didn't look at him. "Chairman, don't you understand?" His complexion was poor and he was even sweating. "Kim Tae-yun has already surpassed me. There is probably no one left on Earth who can stop him." The U.S. Player Association chairman's face stiffened. "What? That's because he absorbed the unknown being's power," Cody tried to explain to him. "We've had many more opportunities to communicate with the unknown being than before, but no one has achieved what he did." He watched Tae-yun's back as he left. "I have to think differently. It wasn't Kim Tae-yun who absorbed the unknown being, but the unknown being who chose Kim Tae-yun." Cody recalled his demeanor. "So I thought it unwise for us to become enemies of the one chosen by God." As Tae-yun passed, all the U.S. Player Association members instinctively made way for him. "So we're no longer hunters but the hunted." Kim Tae-yun. Shortly after Tae-yun returned in a large hall, the World Player Association announced the deaths of 5 sulfur monosulfide grade players, including Ricky Harris. The images of the 7 archdukes appeared simultaneously, and they released information to the public about the 7 archdukes who rule the abyss. Many people mourned and grieved for the deceased. While the world commemorated the players who sacrificed themselves for humanity, it also trembled in fear of the archduke's power. Jin-hee sat behind his desk with Thailand and player Kim Tae-yun beside him. "I've heard the news. You must have gone through terrible things confronting the archdukes. Are you hurt anywhere?" Tae-yun replied. "No. I'm fine." He tried to comfort him. "Even if your body is fine, you must have been mentally shocked, but it's not your fault." Tae-yun replied ambiguously. "Yes." Jin-hee frowned, looking at Tae-yun as if he couldn't understand him. "I know it's a difficult time, so I don't want to rush you, but I heard from Guildmaster Yu Young that you plan to focus only on abyss-related issues. After confronting the archdukes, has your plan not changed?" He replied. "No." Tae-yun looked at Jin-hee seriously. "Rather, the abyss needs me more." As Thailand was about to say something, the chairman raised a hand to stop him. "All right." He looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Do you have something to tell me?" Thailand clenched both hands. "Actually, Chairman, you intended to keep it a secret if he kept saying he'd focus on the abyss, but I still think he deserves to know." He bowed his head. "You're truly strange." He looked at Tae-yun seriously. "While you've been busy recently, a mysterious disease has swept the world. It's a new disease that causes gray spots all over the body and is accompanied by a high fever. Have you heard of it?" As Thailand spoke, he was slightly surprised. "Those symptoms are the remnants of what plagued humanity for a long time, even after I defeated Venom in the Chinese dungeon. It's exactly like the gray disease in my past life." Tae-yun fell deep into thought. "But I defeated Venom back then. The disease should have been stopped, right? Why is it appearing again?" Thailand continued. "But according to investigations, this doesn't seem to be a natural disease." As he spoke, a laboratory appeared. "Experts here in Korea say this is artificial, and some experts say the Evil Guild is spreading it." When he mentioned the Evil Guild, Tae-yun was very surprised. "The Evil Guild?" A red-eyed man appeared in the laboratory. "The Evil Guild isn't incompetent, but they wouldn't have the ability to create the source of such a virus. It's likely that someone collaborated with that guild. We are investigating that as well." Thailand tried to persuade him to participate in the extermination of the Evil Guild. "The Evil Guild is a demon guild spread across the world, but its headquarters are in New Korea. The association is planning a large-scale extermination operation." And player Kim Tae-yun, before he could finish, Tae-yun cut him off. "Now that I think about it, I also have a question for you, Chairman." He looked at Jin-hee. "I met Min Jae-hong, the leader of the Evil Guild in Archduke Organ's castle. What kind of person is he?" Hearing that name, the 2 people in the room were startled. Thailand even shouted, "You met Min Jae-hong?" Tae-yun recalled his despicable and arrogant demeanor. "Yes, he gained the trust of Archduke Organ and became his subordinate, and he acted as if he knew you very well." Chairman Jin-hee bowed his head. "Now that scoundrel has even sided with demons. How far does he intend to fall?" Min Jae-hong. Thailand suggested from the side. Shall I explain, Chairman? He put a hand to his forehead and said, on the way, this is still tough. No, this is my burden. Jin-hee clenched his hand. I never intended to keep this a secret. I just didn't want to put more burden on your shoulders. But now that you know, I'll tell you everything. He delved into his memories. This happened about 20 years ago. Back then, I wasn't the chairman yet, just an awakened player. He and 2 teammates rushed to a spot. There was a withered tree there. One day, a dungeon opened in an area, and I immediately headed there. He was surprised by the sight before his eyes, but it was too late. The monsters had already vanished. Before his eyes were a recently awakened child and corpses. Monster corpses were scattered everywhere, and only a child recently awakened from the shock of losing their parents stood there. The boy with blood on his face looked at Jin-hee indifferently. It probably wasn't intentional. Just 7-year-old children managed to stop a B-grade dungeon by themselves. He approached the child. That child's ability hadn't been recovered yet. That's when I first met Min Jae-hong. I immediately saw the child's talent and the rage swirling deep within their heart. Jin-hee's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and self-reproach on his face. I felt responsible for this, because I didn't get there sooner to save the child's family. I felt like I had a duty to look after that child. I was at the training ground with Lee Hong, so I adopted and trained the child. Jin-hee rigorously trained Min Jae-hong to prevent him from straying down the wrong path due to his hatred for monsters, and I hoped that one day he would become a new hero for New Korea. Min Jae-hong was surrounded by everyone and received countless compliments. Min Jae-hong's talent exceeded my expectations. The child absorbed everything I taught without a single complaint, and before he became a high school student he reached the highest rank among New Korea's awakeners. He looked at Min Jae-hong's back, lost in thought, but now he only felt miserable. I think I pushed that child too hard. Tae-yeon looked at him and asked when everything went wrong. Jin-hee remained silent. Thailand interjected. Now we have numerous systems and technologies that allow us to enter the abyss and make progress. Min Jae-hong stood with his hands in his pockets, but it wasn't like that back then. Min Jae-hong had worked for the Abyss Association since he was a child. Behind him, countless people wanted to be with Min Jae-hong. Many players wanted to cooperate with Min Jae-hong, New Korea's rising star. But despite Min Jae-hong's powerful talent, accidents continued to occur in Min Jae-hong's raid team, always resulting in heavy casualties. Thailand said that as such incidents continued, the association eventually launched an investigation. And as a result, Min Jae-hong coldly glanced at the fallen bodies on the ground. They discovered the shocking truth that Min Jae-hong had intentionally led his comrades to their deaths. He turned to Thailand and asked why. Thailand said that Min Jae-hong, sitting in the interrogation room, had laughed maniacally and replied, "How can I defeat monsters if I have to care about the weak? If they survive, they'll be grateful to me for making them stronger." His attitude and statements appalled everyone in the room. The association judged Min Jae-hong's ideology to be very dangerous and feared public backlash. They tried to delete his data and remove him from the association. By the time Jin-hee arrived, it was too late. In response, Min Jae-hong killed all the players who came to apprehend him and escaped. He became a top-tier international criminal. He looked at Tae-yeon with a tired face. That damn Min Jae-hong completely went down the wrong path. He believed that tragedy made him stronger, so he tried to apply it to everyone. That's how he believed he could save the world. Jin-hee lowered his head in self-reproach. But I never looked into that child's heart. I just pushed him forward without seeing what he wanted and thought, that's my fault. Tae-yeon looked at him in silence. After a moment, Tae-yeon placed his hands on his knees. It can't be said that the chairman's influence was entirely absent. Chairman Thailand hastily interjected. Player Kim Tae-yeon. Tae-yeon stood up, looked at Jin-hee and smiled. If you saw him going down the wrong path, you should have set him straight. Isn't that a father's responsibility? He looked at Tae-yeon in surprise. I will catch Min Jae-hong and give you that opportunity. Jin-hee looked at him in disbelief. Tae-yeon smiled confidently. I also don't like the way that guy disregards the weak. I know the pain of being disregarded due to a lack of power. Thailand looked at Tae-yeon in surprise. So you'll also participate in this suppression plan? He replied, I will participate, but not immediately. Tae-yeon's gaze shifted elsewhere. There are things I need to take care of first. If these things are roaming around, it'll be really hard to fight. Tae-yeon glanced at the new status window. After talking with the unknown being, a new status window had appeared. It read, Time remaining until global war. Elsewhere under the night sky, a magnificent and opulent castle. Before him stood the succubus queen. Do you not see, contractor? It seems the time has finally come. Tae-yeon was surprised by her words. The succubus queen Rosalia frowned and looked at him. What's with that expression? Her wings were torn. Rosalia smiled and looked down at him. Do I look so pathetic in your eyes? Tae-yeon frowned, looking at her injuries. Was that because of me? She seemed even more severely injured than he was after his battle with Archduke Organ. Rosalia smiled. It's lucky enough to have escaped with such minor injuries after confronting an Archduke of the bloodline. He looked at the broken room and asked, Why is the castle in this state? She was slightly surprised. You mean that? Rosalia waved her hand. He came here before you confronted X-Gate. What a troublesome fellow, you don't need to worry. The Archdukes of the Abyss aren't friendly with each other. This is the price I have to pay for having such an excellent contractor, Tae-yeon declared. "Rosalia, I won't let them treat you like that ever again." She rested her chin on her hand. "What's with that tone again? It only makes me feel better to hear it." Tae-yun looked at Rosalia seriously. She was slightly surprised by his change. "Contractor, I sense something different about you. You're not the same as when we last met." Rosalia was surprised by Tae-yun's words. "I met a god and heard the truth about the king." He looked at the succubus queen on the throne. "Rosalia, a global war between races is approaching." Rosalia stirred slightly. "You met a god? How?" he explained. "A fragment of God exists in my world. I had a chance to meet him by coincidence and talk." "Rosalia, you said before that even if I learned about the king, I wouldn't be able to do anything right." He glanced at her through his hair. "Everything is different now." Rosalia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Tae-yun. She looked down at the red carpet on the floor. "Have you reached this level much faster than I expected? This isn't just a coincidence, it's probably fate. With the memory patients running rampant everywhere, everything is progressing faster than expected." She tilted her head and leaned back in her chair, saying, "If you heard the truth, you must have realized your fate, haven't you?" Tae-yun looked at Rosalia in silence. "Since you came to find me, it means you found the answer yourself, right?" She focused on the man before her. "You didn't receive power from God but inherited power from the king. You are not bound by direction like us, so after reincarnation you can live the life you desire freely." He recalled meeting the god, and Rosalia's words echoed in his ears. "From here, whether you continue to pursue truth and power is up to your will." "What will you do?" Tae-yun focused on the god before him. "At first I only acted because I wanted to be rewarded." He recalled the time when he was weak and disregarded. "I wanted to resolve my grievances and live a normal life. I hadn't realized it yet." The current him looked at his past self, who stood with head bowed before his parents. "This time I yearn to become stronger so I can truly grasp happiness in my own hands." Young Tae-yun laughed with his parents in the car, just like other families. He recalled the times he fought Rosalia, Aigun, and the Death Knight Lord. Fragments of memories swirling around a turquoise cube. The scene where he saw the statues of the 7 Archdukes of the Abyss. He remembered meeting the king again in the double dungeon. "But the more I learned about the deep secrets of the Abyss, the more convinced I became that there must be a profound reason why the king regressed me and gave me power." Tae-yun recalled what he had said. "I was truly impressed by your will and steadfastness," he muttered to himself. "Just because he was impressed by my will and steadfastness? No, that was the king's wish. He wished for someone to share the mission with him." With that will and steadfastness, the king covered his face with both hands in pain. "When I realized that, standing before the god, he couldn't even dare to look straight. Before the god, he clearly declared that he would walk the same path as the king and return to Rosalia's palace. This is also closely related to the fate of my world. To protect my world, he declared, I will end the coming war." Tae-yun's reflection appeared in Rosalia's eyes. "Rosalia, lend me your strength." Behind him, the king's shadow appeared. "I will lead you to the true pinnacle." She looked at Tae-yun excitedly. "Indeed, it's commendable to harbor such high aspirations. But you are merely the king's key, not yet the king. There's still a long way to go to reach the king's higher realm." A flash like red lightning appeared on one of his feet. A system notification rang in Tae-yun's mind. Skill grade has been upgraded to SS due to unknown power fluctuations. Immense energy began to explode. Tremendous power erupted from Tae-yun's body. Numerous glowing energy rings surrounded him. She was startled. Rosalia jumped up from her seat. "When on earth did you reach this level?" Tae-yun placed his hand on his chest. "When I swore to walk the same path as the king, a fragment of God merged with me. Do you not trust me now?" Rosalia laughed with delight. Rosalia looked at him. "When the king said he would hand over his power to someone else, I vehemently opposed it. I believed only the king deserved to inherit that path." A soft smile spread across her beautiful face, "but it seems I was wrong." Rosalia stood before Tae-yun. "This different feeling is really strange." She recalled when she was still a maid serving the king. Rosalia stared blankly at him. She sat at the head of the table. A succubus came with a bottle of wine and poured it. "From now on there will be no difference in rank between us. Contractor, I officially acknowledge you as an equal colleague." Tae-yun sat at the other end of the table. Rosalia told the maid to raise the wine glass and pour the wine. "All right, you mentioned a war between races, right? So what do you know?" He watched the wine being poured into the glass. "When the domain wars end and I become king, beings from the upper world will appear, right?" Rosalia asked. "Is that all?" He waved his hand. "Unfortunately, that god was not as kind as I expected." She glared at him with a displeased face, pouting her lips. "Did you deceive me?" Tae-yun happily drank his wine. "If I hadn't, how could I have received your support?" Rosalia was angry. "You cunning fox." She looked at the wine glass. "All right, I'll tell you what I know, but I don't know everything." Rosalia looked down. "When the domain wars end, a race war will erupt. The reason is that the power of the king of the underworld became too strong, almost reaching God, and that's something the celestials of the upper world never wanted, to be precise. The king of the upper world didn't want it. The sky outside the window was red." Tae-yun gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. "The king of the upper world? You mean there's a king in the upper world too?" Rosalia's eyes sharpened. "Precisely. The magic beast who once possessed a fragment of God. Like our king, he reached the upper world with that power and was the first to approach God." A gigantic dragon flew. Dragon King Ban, that was his identity. Taeyun was surprised. Ban, wasn't that the dragon who confronted the king in the king's memories? Taeyun placed his hand on the table. Isn't it foolish for those who possess fragments of God to fight to become God? She replied. No, he has already reached God, but he rejected the path led by the fragment and betrayed God. Now he's trying to usurp God's position. Ban and Rosalia fought against the celestial army. The king tried to stop it, to return everything to its original state. So the king of the upper world considered the king of the underworld a threat that had to be eliminated. He asked why the upper world hadn't started the war yet. Rosalia continued to explain, there's still some magic blocking them, a barrier they can't cross. They're waiting for the right time. I think that's also thanks to the king's preparations. So before that barrier collapsed, Taeyun rested his chin on his hand. I need to defeat all the archdukes. I need to build an army that can contend with the upper world. That's the true meaning of the domain wars, isn't it? She agreed. Now you understand why you have to confront the archdukes, right? She leaned back in her chair and said, then I'll explain the territories and forces of each archduke. After that, he asked, and she answered in turn. Rosalia analyzed the archdukes for Taeyun. She asked, now it's time to decide, contractor, where will you start? He thought seriously. Taeyun's eyes sharpened. Organ, of course. Held the heavily injured Mark. He's someone I hold a deep grudge against, and I must repay him no matter the cost. Archduke Organ sat in his chair. But if the battle deep within Organ drags on into a war of attrition, we'll be at a disadvantage, and other archdukes will surely use this opportunity to intervene. Just then, a succubus maid burst through the door. Rosalia looked at the scroll in her hand. What is it? The maid replied. It's an emergency. A letter has arrived from the Western Territory. She took the scroll and read its contents. Rosalia laughed. It seems the perfect stage has been set. Didn't you promise to lead me to the pinnacle? Taeyun stood up. Now it's time to prove that wasn't idle talk, contractor. Rosalia's Western Territory was also a disputed area with X-Gate. A dry desert filled with sand and only a few cacti appeared in his memory. A wounded monster was fighting a succubus warrior. The two fought fiercely. However, the female monster only stared at the sewn-up wound. Its claws broke the succubus warrior's sword and injured her. The wounded warrior fell, and the soldiers behind her worried. The sulfur monosulfide-grade succubus warrior Musulin was severely injured. Only her sewn lips moved. Is this all there is to you? It looked down at her with contempt. Even Rosalia's favored one is nothing special. It was the SSS-grade Bloodia. It laughed. Come to think of it, the residents here are so weak that they are called the weakest archduke. So this result is not surprising. Musulin was furious and tried to say, how dare you insult my queen? Bloodia's foot crushed her shoulder and it stepped heavily on Musulin. Shouldn't you defeat me first? The warriors ground their teeth and tried to charge. But in this abyss there is only one recognized rule. The weak must obey the strong, both you and your people. Bloodia sneered and laughed, saying, soon you will kneel before me and surrender. Before Bloodia and the Archduke of Blood whom I serve, it arrogantly declared. Listen well. From now on this barren desert will be X-Gate's territory. But another voice echoed, the weak obey the strong, not a bad rule. It looked back in surprise. A human? Taeyun walked with his hands in his pockets. Bloodia asked, who are you? He scoffed and said, I am the mercenary of the arrogant queen you just disdained. At this, according to Bloodia's words, the origins of the magic beasts gradually appeared. Most magic beasts born in the abyss lack intelligence, and a powerful and oppressive hand immediately crushed a magic beast squirming on the ground. A world where the weak are always devoured by the strong was revealed according to her words. They merely act on instinct, eating, sleeping, and destroying everything. But occasionally, among them are mutant individuals born with exceptional intelligence and strength. They are destined to lead hordes. Just as human society is divided by class, there are also class differences among magic beasts. Soon they will face other opponents. They also have different class differences. The abyss is where the strong devour the weak. I have always been the hunter, never the hunted. I defeated the strong one by one, and when there were no longer any worthy opponents for me, I met him. The greatest hunter who rules the abyss, the one called Archduke. All my brilliant achievements became useless. It was an overwhelming defeat. That's when I first realized that there was a being far superior to me in this world. X-Gate looked at her with interest and sneered. You know well, don't you, that between me and you, there's an insurmountable class difference. Yet you dare to challenge me? Having been defeated by him, she bowed her head before X-Gate's voice. The class of a magic beast is decided at birth. That is your limit. The only way to overcome that limit is to absorb power from a magic beast of a higher class than yourself. Then he extended his hand to her and offered, do you not wish to become my subordinate? Bloody's entire body trembled with shame, and she could never tolerate such an insult. But eventually, for survival, she took his hand and muttered inwardly, this is an insult. She was astonished when she gained the power X-Gate gave her, but the ecstasy from that humiliation was surprisingly bizarre. It's fine, with this power I can do anything I want. If I hide my sharp claws and continue to grow under him, someday I too can reach the position of Archduke. Bloodia rushed madly at Taeyun, thinking, but why? She swung her frenzied blades, lost in her hateful heart. Why must I, who harbors the ambition to overthrow an Archduke, kneel and beg at the feet of another Archduke's trivial subordinate with frenzied blades and a seemingly insane voice? But Taeyun easily evaded all attacks. Seeing that none of her attacks hit him, she was flustered. What is this? The moment she lost her concentration, Tae-yeon firmly grabbed Bloody's hand and she was surprised. His eyes burned red for a moment. Under his murderous gaze, Bloody was momentarily overwhelmed. How could she barely utter 2 words? Rosalia's shadow appeared behind his back and she cried out in surprise. Rosalia! Bloody shouted, her entire body unable to move. My body won't move. After a clean cut, Tae-yeon smiled contentedly. Don't you think I've won? His hand still tightly gripped the weapon as he arrogantly said, if the abyss is where the strong devour the weak, then you are now my prey. But I don't like eating magic beasts. Tae-yeon still smiled leisurely and said, it is unforgivable for you to arbitrarily invade others' territory and claim ownership. Then, he said in a cold voice, you are X-Gate's subordinate, aren't you? Then there's no need to talk to you. Call your master. As Tae-yeon said that, she scoffed contemptuously and declared no. The wound inflicted by his blade immediately healed, and she said, I am Bloody. She shouted in fury. A murderous aura erupted fiercely. I am not a subordinate but a great magic beast who conquers the abyss. Dia charged and attacked in a fit of rage. At her fierce attack, Tae-yeon quickly retreated, shouting. Gluttony, a beast flew through the air, swallowing Bloody whole. He stood beside her and said, come to think of it, devouring prey like this isn't a bad choice. 2 of Rosalia's subordinates saw this and immediately recognized him as the queen's contractor. Seeing Tae-yeon's appearance, one of them muttered inwardly. Even an SS grade once troubled him. It was truly an inexpressible feeling. Now, thanks to the God Fragment and Resonance, he easily defeated even an SSS grade. The system notification immediately rang out. Name: Kim Tae-yeon, age 20, grade SS, strength 306, stamina 308, speed 307, mana 455, mana 230, fatigue 70, remaining mana 225,445, unique skill. Gluttony SS can devour designated targets, mana cost 120, perfect hypnosis SS hypnotize designated targets, mana cost 100, bloodburst. SS maximum physical stats activation, mana cost 150, superior vision SS see through targets, mana cost 10, revelation sniping SS generate magic stones within body, mana cost 30, gate SS create a door to designated coordinates. Mana cost 100, memory SS activate memory magic, mana cost 300, apocalypse SS create infinite domain, mana cost 200, dragon's rage SS. Release enhanced mana aura, mana cost 100, beastification SS transform body into magic beast form, mana cost 200, demonic poison SS infuse fierce poison into mana, mana cost 200, summon Rosalia SS summon succubus queen Rosalia, mana cost 300, summon hazard SS summon dragon king hazard, mana cost 11,000, summon X gate SS summon bloodline king the 10th gate, mana cost 5,500, summon organ SS summon beast king organ, mana cost 8,000, summon Baff SS summon demon king Baff, mana cost 10,000, summon moon SS summon demonic sea king moongun, mana cost 9,000. General skill bloodburst SS's mana has been readjusted. Summon skill X gate SS's mana has been readjusted. Hearing the notifications, Tae-yeon paused at the word readjusted. He looked at the displayed text, lost in deep thought. Is it because the gluttony skill's grade increased, or because the monster Bloody was X-Gate's subordinate? For whatever reason, if he continued to use gluttony like this, Tae-yeon remained lost in thought, oblivious to the scene unfolding beside him. Then it might even be possible to eliminate the missing archdukes. One of Rosalia's subordinates shouted, contractor. Gluttony immediately shattered into countless black blood droplets, scattering like rain. As the blood droplets flowed, a hand appeared and a voice echoed. As expected, she was not your match. As the scattered blood droplets immediately merged into one, someone's shadow appeared. I wasn't particularly expecting it. From the start, X-Gate suddenly appeared. With a sinister smile he said, but just by summoning you it's a success. Seeing his sudden appearance, he smiled and welcomed him. What a coincidence. I was looking for you too. You've saved me the trouble. X-Gate appeared in the middle of the burning red sky and sneered. All right then, shall we celebrate this reunion? The Emperor's Key. At the International Player Association headquarters, a man's shadow was cast under the bright moonlight. Jin-hee was buttoning his shirt when he suddenly found a photo on his desk. Though faded and yellowed by time, the bright smiles of everyone at the association remained vivid in his memory. Jin-hee looked at the photo and reminisced. Everyone was so young, weren't they? Lately I've been thinking about the old days a lot. I guess I really am getting old. Suddenly, Thailand burst through the door and shouted, Chairman, you're still here? Seeing his urgency, he asked, I was just about to leave. What's wrong? He immediately replied, we just received news from the joint investigation team of the Player Association and the Night Watch Association. Unusual activity has been detected in the area presumed to be the Evil Guild's headquarters. They are awaiting the association's directive. As Thailand said that, Jin-hee hastily walked without hesitation. Immediately mobilize national-level players. I will go to the scene myself. Thailand hesitated for a moment, but seeing his hesitation he said, what's wrong? Worry was clearly visible on his face. Player Kim Tae-yeon hasn't returned yet. We can't reach him in the abyss. Will we be alright on our own? Jin-hee firmly said. Since when did the Korean Player Association rely solely on Kim Tae-yeon? As he said that, he bowed his head. I apologize. After speaking, Jin-hee turned and left, saying perhaps it's better for us to handle everything ourselves. Player Kim Tae-yun said he still has things to do. Kim Tae-yun has his own chosen path. Jin-hee's eyes were full of trust in him, and he said, at least this time I want to be a strong supporter for that child who is walking the right path. Hearing his firm words, Thailand suddenly recalled someone. After that, they immediately left. We just need to fulfill our responsibilities. Jin-hee's face became serious and his voice echoed. The day of the decisive battle has come. In the eyes of all the demons there, an imposing aura emanated from the two. X-Gate opened its mouth. It seems we were so focused on battle before that we never had a clear chance to introduce ourselves. He politely bowed his head. I am X-Gate, the great Archduke who rules this abyss and the Lord of the Bloodline. Tae-yun replied in a relaxed voice. I am Kim Tae-yun, Rosalia's contractor and the Emperor's Key. As he introduced himself, he scoffed and said, the title Emperor's Key is truly fitting. Amidst the astonished gazes of the demons there, he continued, in this situation, I want to make you an offer. Break your contract with Rosalia and come under me. Then I will give you the status of my new contractor. Then he made an outrageous proposal. Gain powers and forces that Rosalia could never give you and together with me conquer the abyss, and become the victor of the race war. Before X-Gate could finish, he interjected. I am not the one who will stand at the pinnacle of victory, Tae-yun clearly said with a confident, arrogant smile. It will undoubtedly be you, won't it? His sharp words cut off that arrogant smile. Rosalia had warned me before. If the Archdukes learn that I am the Emperor's Key, they will stop at nothing to claim me. All because of their desire to become the next emperor, Tae-yun said with a satisfied smile. Did you think I wouldn't know your obvious tricks? X-Gate's expression hardened as if he had been hit where it hurt. It would have been better if you didn't know. X-Gate looked at him with a cunning smile. If you don't willingly offer yourself, I'll have no choice but to take you by force. Your limbs won't be intact then, he continuously threatened. How strange. You don't trust me, yet you so easily believe that succubus, Tae-yun immediately retorted without hesitation. Because I am Rosalia's equal partner. As he said that, he scoffed. Partnership between an archduke and a human, how ridiculous. X-Gate arrogantly said. In the abyss, only the strong have the right to rule everything. Even the king of the underworld understood that truth. He made all archdukes kneel at his feet. Hearing that, he immediately retorted, I never said I wouldn't use my power. If you are sane, you should surrender. If you are stubborn, only force can make you realize. A confident smile appeared, and Tae-yun extended his hand in an offer. Then I will also make you an offer. X-Gate, come under me. Then I will give you a place in the coming race war. X-Gate thought the proposal was absurd and retorted, Kukuku, you've become arrogant now that you know you're the Emperor's Key, haven't you? X-Gate refused, saying just a mere child. Along with thousands of red blades falling from the sky, Tae-yun calmly looked up at the falling blades, and suddenly similar blades shot up from the ground. X-Gate was startled to see his own skill used against Tae-yun. Tae-yun said, you won't have a chance to open your mouth again, and pointed at his skill with a triumphant smile. I'll teach you some manners. Poof, the scattered blood droplets condensed. In an instant the blood droplets behind X-Gate transformed into blades. With a single flick of his hand the blades furiously flew at his command. An eerie whizzing sound echoed, and immediately blades flew from behind him. However, Tae-yun still calmly blocked the blades. His blades were instantly shattered with the same technique as X-Gate, and he shouted in anger as if insulted, how dare you use my authority so presumptuously? Immediately, a gigantic hand appeared with a bow and arrow, and X-Gate shouted, perhaps only by killing you can I cure your habit of stealing from others. In the face of his powerful attack, Tae-yun calculated inwardly. Although he appeared contemptuous, the Archduke's power was actually far superior to any SSS grade at this moment. Asking Rosalia for help would probably be the best option. Suddenly his feet faltered, and he paused in thought before immediately turning around and counterattacking. I want to test it. He confronted him without hesitation under the shadow of a gigantic blade as if the entire sky was collapsing. After absorbing a fragment of God, black wings suddenly unfurled from his back and he soared triumphantly. How far can I go against an Archduke? Tae-yun lightly swept his sword, startling X-Gate. In an instant, sharp claws appeared on his hand and rushed straight at X-Gate. With one sharp slash, he groaned in pain. The sword in his hand had somehow wounded him. Seeing his attacks blocked so easily, X-Gate spoke with difficulty. To use stolen authority to this extent? Commendable. Seeing him speak so sarcastically, Tae-yun retorted, it's too early to be surprised, as yours isn't the only authority I possess. Then with a sinister smile he shattered the sword and combined bloodburst and beastification. As the sword instantly shattered, he exclaimed in surprise, what? His face turned sinister and he prepared to attack him. Isn't that organs? He exclaimed in surprise at his unprecedented attack. Combining the authorities of multiple archdukes, he furiously swung a sharp blade straight at Tae-yun. Truly shameless and impudent, however, he easily blocked X-Gate's attack with a single light flick of his hand. His sword shattered. As the shattered sword fell before him, he thought inwardly with annoyance, to think that fellow who was hiding behind Rosalia's shadow just a while ago has reached this level. Rosalia's two subordinate demons could do nothing but watch. The long-haired demon who witnessed the scene before them said in disbelief, I can't believe it even with my own eyes. He's overpowering X-Gate. His eyes narrowed further. And is that guy really human? No. With the overwhelming power emanating from the battle, he shouted, this is like watching a battle between archdukes. Seeing X-Gate in a disadvantageous position, Tae-yun smiled with satisfaction and said loudly, "How does it feel for a child to be crushed by a monster?" Seeing himself insulted by a human, veins popped all over X-Gate's body. "Don't misunderstand, you damn bastard." Suddenly, X-Gate retreated and said triumphantly, "You still know nothing about my true authority. What you know is only a part of it." At X-Gate's command, countless red circles suddenly appeared, summoning swords. "But you're not worth my full power, I'll end it here." Suddenly his voice echoed, startling him. No, a powerful dragon's roar echoed behind him. Tae-yun shouted loudly, "Release a mana-enhanced killing aura." His eyes filled with murderous intent and he swung his hand. "The one who knows nothing here is." He aimed straight at X-Gate and shouted, "You!" Tae-yun's hand pierced his body cruelly and decisively. X-Gate was startled to see the blood-gushing snake. Tae-yun calmly said, "Demonic poison has been infused into the mana with extreme poison attributes." As soon as his hand pierced, thousands of blades instantly melted away. Seeing no movement from X-Gate, Tae-yun thought inwardly, "Did I do it?" X-Gate suddenly opened his mouth. "I admit it, you were far more exceptional than I expected. This is my failure." His body instantly turned into a mass of blood, still pierced by Tae-yun. And that's right, as Tae-yun realized he was in a mass of blood, his voice was heard. "To have to use my full power against a mere being like you is a shameful failure. I will repay this humiliation." As his voice echoed in his ears, he was startled and looked around. "What?" In the blood-red space, X-Gate shouted. "Blood World, open your eyes and see clearly. This is not a clumsy imitation or a shoddy trick. It is a profound technique that only the master of authority can use." He felt something was wrong and shouted loudly. Rosalia heard him calling, and X-Gate said, "If you can summon her, try. But do you have enough mana left for that?" Tae-yun's entire body was suddenly submerged in a red sea, and he was startled, feeling his mana draining from his blood-soaked body. It was then that he realized belatedly, "My mistake, I was too hasty to think he had such a trick." His voice continued to taunt. "Sink deeper into the sea of blood, a slow and painful death." He was choking and dying in the Red Sea. No, his hand went up as if seeking hope, but it gradually sank. His mind kept shouting. No, Tae-yun completely collapsed before X-Gate. He reached out his hand and teased him. "This will be troublesome and painful. Now let's see what the Emperor's key looks like." As soon as he touched him, he disappeared, startling him. X-Gate felt something was wrong and wondered, where did he disappear to? Something is strange about this place. Tae-yun's voice suddenly echoed from behind X-Gate. "It's natural to be mistaken as it looks quite similar, but this isn't your domain. This is deep within me." He was deeply surprised. "What you're saying sounds like you're referring to a completely different being." Tae-yun instantly put on a cunning and sinister smile, his eyes turning black, and a powerful pressure spread. "Welcome to my world, the Lord of the Bloodline." X-Gate asked curiously, "What is your world? Are you the incarnation of the King's Key?" Tae-yun replied sarcastically, "I don't even know what I am. Everyone who has come here has wondered about my true essence, but no one has found the answer. Do you think you'll be an exception?" At his taunting reply, he became furious. "Don't forget you're standing before an archduke. Why don't you just tell me the truth?" Seeing him so impatient, Tae-yun said with a sarcastic voice, "I don't know why you archdukes always pretend to be superior beings." Tae-yun shook once and countless blades appeared behind him. He said with a sarcastic smile, "Remember, there's always a higher mountain." In the midst of the Red Sea of blood, the two techniques were ready to clash fiercely. Tae-yun and X-Gate simultaneously activated their skills against each other. He shouted in annoyance, "You're no different from those outside." Suddenly he realized something. Tae-yun's blades suddenly transformed into sharp teeth biting into his skill. Wait a minute, he was startled to see the blades instantly shatter. Could it be Blood Sword? He watched his skill slowly being destroyed, dumbfounded. Seeing that, Tae-yun said, "Excellent." He tasted blood from his finger, satisfied. "I needed more mana and this is a perfect gift." At his words, he clenched his hand and shouted in fury, "How dare you insult the Lord of the Bloodline?" Immediately, more mana burst from his entire body, and he said loudly, "Then I shall punish you first and you shall reveal your true essence yourself." Tae-yun calmly replied, "How dare you try to make another's mind your territory? You're no different from that audacious fly earlier. But if you're an archduke, perhaps you can do that." In the face of the swirling waves, he calmly said, "Even so, this main body of mine has achieved one accomplishment." X-Gate didn't care and sent thousands of gigantic waves at him, but they had no effect on him. Tae-yun suddenly charged. It was to counter the enemy's force field with a similar force field. As soon as he saw X-Gate, Tae-yun immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Revelation!" What did he just shout? His face was hit squarely by a punch. With a single punch, he flew backward. Tae-yun smiled triumphantly. "Despite possessing excellent skills, you don't know how to utilize them properly. Were you planning to observe silently in the darkness? This Kim Tae-yun is truly foolish. Moreover, by depleting my mana, you've made me reveal myself like this, but on second thought, it's not so bad for me either." X-Gate snorted and turned to him. Seeing him fall so easily, he said provocatively, "Get up, you cowardly archduke. I'll show you what true combat is." Tae-yun's face turned ferocious and he clenched his fist. X-Gate had no time to dodge and was hit in the face. He shouted in fury, "You bastard!" However, his attack was easily evaded by him. Consecutive punches poured down on him like a storm, giving him no chance to defend. X-Gate merely ground his teeth helplessly and cursed, Damn it, without time to dodge, one of his hands suddenly grabbed the back of X-Gate's head and he slammed his face into his raised knee without hesitation. His body shot into the air like a shattered doll. He ground his teeth in pain and blood surged. He barely opened his eyes looking at him and opened his mouth. Where did he hide? Just now I couldn't see where he was standing. He muttered inwardly, damn it. In the blink of an eye, Tae-yeon appeared right before him in midair. Before he could react, before he could even grasp the situation, his foot firmly planted on X-Gate's head, crushing him into the water's surface. His face suddenly distorted, then slowly formed a bizarre smile. Perhaps you've never been beaten so miserably since becoming an archduke. X-Gate was silent in the red water, then suddenly launched a powerful technique that parted the waves at Tae-yeon. With just one finger and an arrogant smile, he easily blocked it. He must have been truly furious. Sharp whirlpools suddenly swept in, but he still swiftly swung his hand to block them. Tae-yeon was completely submerged in black foam, evading each attack one by one. Suddenly, Tae-yeon faltered as if he saw something, and his entire body lost balance, falling straight into the water. Tae-yeon turned his head and saw one of his legs was gone. That archduke shouted in fury, damn it, I will never forgive you. This time I will tear you to shreds and leave no trace. Seeing him holding a sealing sword, he recognized it as a sealing sword. This sword could seal the power of a thrown target within its blade. Are you thinking of absorbing the king's power with a sealing sword? Tae-yeon fell deep into thought. It would take a long time to reincarnate. Perhaps I've been too overconfident being inside Kim Tae-yeon's body, revealing a weakness. What do I do now? As soon as he thought this far, X-Gate charged without hesitation. He thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. Hey main body, you're not still sleeping, are you? Inflicting this much damage is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared, surprising X-Gate. My job is done. You're on your own. Tae-yeon suddenly appeared from behind and shouted loudly, this much is enough for me. Then he loudly shouted the Gluttony skill, and a gigantic vortex rose. The space slowly shattered at this moment after the attack. He gasped for breath and collapsed. X-Gate, having lost one arm, shouted in pain. Damn it, a great archduke like me being beaten by the king's soul like this. The territory began to shake violently, and the cracks grew larger and larger. Rosalia suddenly tore through space and appeared, calling Tae-yeon with a worried face. Contractor? Seeing her appear, he called out, Rosalia. She was surprised and asked him, are you all right? He still calmly replied, I'm alive. Rosalia then furiously turned to the archduke and shouted loudly, X-Gate. His face turned unpleasant. So you even dragged Rosalia into this? Then he said, I failed this time, but I will retreat. Someday the king's key will surely be mine, and retreated. Seeing him gradually disappear, Tae-yeon shouted in annoyance. Never, he asserted. The next one to be defeated will be you. As X-Gate left, Rosalia asked, phew. Fortunately, you're safe. If I had known X-Gate would appear in person, I would have appeared earlier. Tae-yeon barely replied. I didn't call you, don't blame yourself. He suddenly collapsed and smiled. How about it, Rosalia? Isn't this enough to officially declare war on the territories? Seeing him in disarray after the battle, Rosalia just smiled helplessly. Ah, she said, hugging him. This contractor is truly annoying. At this moment, Kong Hee-wook was attacking like crazy at the Hunter Association headquarters. This must be the evil guild's lair. Demons are swarming like ants, Han Soo-jin said hastily. We need to move quickly. They're trying to buy time for their leaders to escape. One car has already left. The chairman immediately spoke from behind. Guildmaster Yu Ah-young is already pursuing them. Assessing the situation, he continued. They'll probably need backup too, so we need to clear this place quickly and join them. She immediately replied clearly. Jin-hee charged fiercely like a hungry tiger, shouting, Stop, evil guild, he snarled. We are the new Korea Player Association. You are completely surrounded. Surrender now, a voice echoed from the darkness. Oh, his figure slowly emerged into the light. You still don't realize who's truly trapped. Jin-hee's face hardened and he said seriously, The vice chairman of the evil guild, the last of the three leaders, Sadu, has appeared, he shouted loudly. Jin-hee suddenly became vigilant. Then the one Ah-young is chasing. Was the shadow of that mysterious black car crossing the night sky, was it? At this moment the truck was blocked by association members. Ah-young calmly dismounted and said clearly, This is a much better result than expected. I didn't think I'd meet the chairman here. She immediately said, looking at the man in front of her. Chairman Lee Jong-soo, he sneered. So it was Chairman Yu Ah-young who had been monitoring us for so long, she retorted without hesitation. As expected, the one who collaborated with the evil guild was the Tessin group. Jong-soo said mockingly, It seems I made a slight mistake. Ah-young looked at him with contempt and said, I've been suspicious for a long time. How could the gray disease spread by the evil guild be the work of a few insignificant demons? I was certain there was a highly skilled mastermind behind it, and I was keeping an eye on how Tessin Pharmaceuticals developed the antidote at an astonishing speed and reaped the most benefits. Ah-young suddenly lowered her voice. It's a pity I couldn't investigate deeper due to insufficient evidence. But now that I've apprehended the chairman at the evil guild headquarters, no further evidence is needed. She continued to question him. First, as an investigator, I ask, why did you do this? Jong-soo replied calmly. I am just a businessman passionate about business. I simply thought utilizing the evil guild would bring more profit to the company. Furthermore, I was dissatisfied with the new Korea Player Association being monopolized by your four major organizations. Thinking his words were absurd, she said, It sounds like you're using tricks because you can't compete fairly. That's enough. You can provide the rest of your statement at the association. Before Ah Young could finish, Jiangsu suddenly interrupted. No, wait a minute, don't you think I was caught too easily? Mana erupted from his entire body, and he smiled sinisterly. I have no intention of being captured willingly. Ah Young was wary of Jiangsu. For someone who was once S-grade to display such power, his power was unexpectedly greatly amplified. Jiangsu immediately replied, I was only S-grade at one time. His eyes suddenly turned bestial, and he gave a sinister smile. I've already surpassed that level. Thanks to his beastification, Ah Young was astonished by his unexpected power. What is this? She was momentarily dazed. Is this the beastification experiment Ta Yun mentioned? If so, then not only the virus but other things leaked from there too. Jiangsu's face was filled with murderous intent, and he provoked, my ability is now close to national level, how will you deal with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his fist, aiming for her face. At this moment, at the evil guild headquarters, Kong Hee-wook and Sang Jin, enveloped in murderous intent, were charging. They flashed past him in an instant, leaving only faint afterimages because they were so fast. Kong Hee-wook seemed to realize something and opened his mouth. Hey, Park Sang Jin, he replied. It's as I thought. No matter how many experiments, the results don't change, he said, looking at Sa-du in front of him. That guy seems to feel no sensation even when hit. Hearing that, Han Yu and Shi Yang suddenly attacked him from behind. She shouted loudly, then let's switch to wide area attacks. Fierce and sharp attacks poured down on him. Shi Yang backed away and said loudly, did we get him? Han Yu, who was next to him, suddenly shouted, oh, wait a minute, Sa-du just turned into a shadow. He easily dodged the attack, he said, it's useless. Suddenly, black tentacles shot out from the darkness. I am Ah Young, chode everyone look this way. At this moment she felt the murderous aura enveloping Jin-hee beside her. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Jin-hee charged with wind-cutting speed and slammed his lightning-fast fist into the ground, but Sa-du easily dodged by turning into a shadow. Now do you understand why I haven't been caught in any pursuit? He appeared behind the screen and said triumphantly, because I was an uncatchable existence from the start. Kong Hee-wook's horns grew longer in anger. Damn it, this is a total game cheat. Shi Yang also looked uncomfortable. So annoying. Jin-hee looked at them and said calmly, don't panic too much. The chairman, judging the situation to be unfavorable, fell into thought. He keeps flaunting his power. If he truly can't be caught, why did he act like that earlier? Then he turned his head and suggested, I have something I want to test. Will everyone help me? In front of the 5 consecutive attacks, Sa-du said mockingly, those who claim to be New Korea's national-level forces really haven't learned anything. He laughed as if certain of victory. No matter how many tests, the result will be the same. I told you. They were successively surprised and captured by Sa-du's shadow. He said triumphantly, you're the ones who really fell into the trap, Shi Yang shouted in frustration. So annoying. He saw Jin-hee about to attack from behind and said irritably, this old man really wants to die. He immediately launched countless tentacles wildly at Jin-hee. But the second time won't be so easy. The chairman's eyes thought without wavering. He dodged my attack and released 2 captured players at the same time. This means the technique can't attack and defend simultaneously. He recalled the moment of the previous engagement and realized the problem was at the start of the attack, the very moment he exposed his weakness and launched an attack. I am Ah Young. At that moment, Ah Young launched a powerful hammer attack. An icy blade instantly spread across the entire battlefield. Seeing her appear, he was certain. Hold me tight, Sa-du, trapped in a block of ice, shouted in surprise. What? Not missing the opportunity, the chairman's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he used his ultimate move, New Korea martial arts second form, Samgyeong. With a single punch, the block of ice instantly shattered, and ice fragments scattered before her with the airflow. All that remained of the ice Sa-du was dropped in were broken pieces of ice. Shi Yang hastily asked Han Yu, did we get him for sure this time? He said urgently. Oh, wait a minute. There was a crack in Sa-du's mask. He opened his mouth. I can't believe you could analyze my abilities in such a short time. As the mask shattered, his face was revealed. Indeed, it's Jin-hee. A seasoned warrior. That guy's master is truly amazing, Jin-hee immediately shouted loudly. Where did Min Jae-hong go? Has he already escaped into the abyss? He replied calmly. Did you think I would willingly tell you? His lips curved mockingly. I know very well that I cannot contend with all of you simultaneously. My role in any case was merely to buy time and collect data. It's a shame to have to abandon this place now, but you will gain nothing here. Seeing Sa-du about to retreat, he called out to her. Ah Young, she replied. Yes, but he had already turned into a shadow and dodged the attack, not forgetting to mock. The age of demons will soon begin. Seeing him escape before his eyes, Kong Hee-wook shouted in anger. Damn it, he escaped again. Old man, chase him now. Jin-hee replied calmly. No, there's no need to chase that shadow anymore. Kong Hee-wook and Ah Young were surprised by that answer. What did you say? I am Ah Young tightened her grip on the hammer in her hand and cautiously asked, You're worried about our sisters, aren't you? Seeing Jin-hee's surprised expression, she said again, Don't worry too much. As you know, Chairman, my sister isn't someone who can be easily defeated. As she said that, he was relieved. Of course, I trust her completely. Jiangsu at this moment had already been thoroughly beaten. I can't believe it. My skill clearly reached national level, didn't it? He was astonished by Ah Young's perfect technique. I can't believe my skill was defeated by someone who is only S-grade. Ah Young laughed arrogantly and said, Who said I'm still S-grade? Do you think I sat idly by while everyone was striving to become national-level forces? Recalling her conversation with Ta Yun, Ah Young opened her mouth. I thought you called me out privately to confess your love, and it was just for training? He scratched his head and said awkwardly. Yoo Young was injured when she joined the new Korea Special Forces, so I should at least take care of her personally. Hearing that, she grumbled petulantly. So what? He said calmly. I'm very busy. I can't waste time on such futile matters. Tae Yun's face suddenly became serious. I plan to help all Special Forces members reach national level. That includes I am Ah Young. Do you want to be left behind by your younger sister? Yoo still said petulantly. It's unfair to bring that up, but honestly I don't want to lose to my sister. Hearing her answer, Tae Yun smiled brightly and suggested, then stick close to me. Chairman Ma Ji-seon and Chairman Won Miro have already reached national level, but Night Watch hasn't yet. Isn't that truly pathetic? After that, they trained with all their might, as she recalled. After that day, I started hellish training with Tae Yun every week. Ah Young looked at him like trash and thought inwardly, finally I also reached national level. I didn't know keeping this a secret would be so useful. She immediately pointed her spear at his neck and said, Do you have anything else to show me? The more she spoke, the deeper she pressed the spear into his body. If you do, bring it out quickly. Especially any evidence related to demons, Jang-soo called out to someone in fear. Show yourself now, or are you going to keep observing from outside? A shadow that had been watching them for a long time moved. He stretched and said in a leisurely voice, The chairman said he would handle this himself, but in the end someone else has to clean up. Chairman Lee Jong-soo, you should be grateful that I cooperated with you. He appeared as Ah Young was startled. If not for that, I would have already finished you. She stared blankly at the person. Min Jae-hong calmly approached and smiled brightly. Long time no see, you Ah Young, you still look healthy? Returning to the New Korea Player Association headquarters, a gigantic door emitting terrifying pressure glowed fiercely. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind the door. What, is New Korea already in the middle of the night? Tae Yun came out of the door with a blank face and said, Then is it already time for the changing of the guard? Did something happen? Going back in time a little when Tae Yun and X-Gate's battle had just ended in Rosalia's desolate desert territory. Tae Yun slowly opened his eyes. Before him was Rosalia's gentle appearance. Are you awake? In the unfamiliar and magnificent landscape, he asked curiously. Where is this? She immediately explained. Don't worry. This is my abode. You've been here once before. Do you remember? Rosalia's face suddenly became thoughtful, and she looked into the distance, saying, After your battle with X-Gate, both your magic power and stamina seemed depleted. I transferred magic power to you. And as for your stamina, you were in a coma for 2 whole days, so you should have recovered somewhat by now. Tae Yun was startled, thinking he misheard, and asked again. 2 days? That long? Nothing happened during that time, Rosalia replied calmly. Something did happen. The contractor's declaration of war seems to have taken effect. The territory war has begun, she continued to explain. The archdukes who had been hiding in their domains for hundreds of years have finally begun to move. Some have already gathered armies and started to mobilize. Her next words momentarily dazed him. And their first target is X-Gate. He said calmly, It's understandable. After the incident with the contractor, he became noticeably weaker. And in this abyss, only the strong survive. Even an archduke is no exception. Hearing that, Tae Yun asked, Then what about our side? Rosalia explained again. No enemy dared to approach. In the confrontation with X-Gate, I suffered almost no losses. On the contrary, it became clear throughout the abyss that the contractor is the Emperor's key. So no one is moving recklessly for now, but contractor, to be honest, while you were in a coma, I secretly peeked into your memories. Your battle with X-Gate was truly impressive. She recalled fragments of his memory, but wasn't there something that interfered during the battle? Tae Yun immediately confessed. Yes, I did receive help in the end. At this moment, he thought inwardly. It's as I thought. What I believed to be completely destroyed on that island actually hasn't disappeared yet. Then he opened his mouth. Rosalia, do you know anything about that? Her face was deeply thoughtful at this moment. I think that was the opponent's deliberate action to protect the contractor. However, she warned him not to trust such a dangerous being and to be careful not to create situations where he would have to rely on him. Hearing her words, he stated his own thoughts. To achieve that goal, I must become strong enough not to fall behind any archduke. Rosalia suddenly suggested, How about training with me in the deepest part of this place? I can help you. Sweat suddenly beaded on his forehead. Training with an archduke? That sounds interesting. Then he buttoned his shirt, stood up and prepared to leave. All right, but first I have to go back to Earth. Seeing him leave so early, she asked curiously, Did you miss anything there? Tae Yun turned to Rosalia and smiled confidently. Missed anything? Plenty. Because that's my home. Tae Yun quietly exited the door thinking, I came down to the abyss in a hurry, but I have to keep my promises. He looked around. The evil guild problem can't be overlooked either. Tae Yun suddenly stared at the door in front of him. Something strange. But the player association, which should be active both day and night, was unusually quiet. Could something have happened? At this moment, the warehouse site was already sealed off in front of reporters. Inside the warehouse, logged-out bodies lay scattered on the floor in front of this unbelievable sight. Kim Ah-yi struggled to call out, Unnie. Outside, the conflict between the press and the suppression team is intensifying. I'm sorry, but you can't go in now. Hey, what are you doing? Move aside, let me in. A voice suddenly came, and the 4 people immediately turned around. It's player Kim Tae Yun, they all exclaimed in unison. Kim Tae-yun slowly crossed the police line. In that situation, his voice was filled with worry and self-reproach. It seems I came too late. Could Jin-hee have? Jin-hee spoke directly without much preamble. Player Yu Ah-young has gone missing, he continued to explain. When we attacked the evil guild headquarters, she was pursuing the fleeing members. We handled the other side and immediately went to support her, but by the time we arrived, all traces were already gone. His voice sank deeper with self-reproach. I shouldn't have let player Yu Ah-young go to such a dangerous place alone. I'm not fit to be the association chairman. I was too complacent. I am Ah-young's voice became worried, but that's not true. Everyone trusted Unnie. That's why Kang Hee-wook agreed from the side. I am Ah-young is right. Old man Tae-yun suddenly cut them off. No, this is my fault. I prioritized bigger things and forgot truly important ones. This is my fault. After investigating for a long time, Tae-yun was lost in thought again. If I can't solve the abyss problem, Earth will be in danger soon. But if these people get hurt or die while I'm gone, what meaning would the things I tried to protect have? Recalling that painful moment, he vowed never to see such a tragedy again. Jin-hee suddenly spoke. Player Kim Tae-yun, but we can't always rely on player Kim Tae-yun. He immediately refused. What if you rely on me? Then he stood up and said in a clear voice, this power is meant to protect everyone and give everyone happiness. That's why I gained this power. It's not too late yet. The only reason they kidnapped player Yu Ah-young is because they think she still has value. Therefore, there's a very high chance she's alive. Tae-yun glanced at Thailand. How far has the pursuit progressed? He immediately provided information. The association is putting all its efforts into it. And we've contacted the police as well. The chairman's gaze remained fixed on him, lost in thought. Player Kim Tae-yun, looking at his eyes, it seems he's trying to bear too much. But I won't let him bear it all alone. Then he slightly bowed his head in gratitude. Still, thank you for saying that. At this moment, 7 people gathered in the warehouse late at night. Jin-hee's phone suddenly rang. The characters that appeared in his mind were familiar to him. Seeing those characters, he almost lost his mind. How do you know this number? Tae-yun was still staring at his phone. Jin-hee answered the phone and spoke. Hello? The unexpected voice from the other end of the line made the chairman freeze. Oh, still using the old number. Still healthy? Jin-hee shouted unpleasantly. Min Jae-hong, hearing that name. Everyone there froze. He sat leisurely and said nonchalantly. I never thought I'd call the chairman again at this moment. It's quite ironic, isn't it, chairman? Min Jae-hong laughed mockingly. By the way, that attack earlier was a bit surprising. I didn't know the new Korea Player Association still had that much capability. I thought you had been relegated to an auxiliary organization for Kim Tae-yun. The chairman couldn't hold back and shouted. Shut up, we have nothing more to say to each other. Where is Yu Ah-young? What have you done to her? He smiled cunningly and said, she's still alive. Seeing her ravaged body, he continued. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in troublesome matters, but just as I was about to kill her, something suddenly came to mind. Wasn't she once entangled in rumors with Kim Tae-yun? His face suddenly contorted into a cunning smile. Tell him this, if he wants to find Yu Ah-young, he should come alone to the Tartarus labyrinth in the deepest part of the abyss. The other end of the phone suddenly went silent. Jae-hong was surprised when Tae-yun's voice suddenly came. It's me. I'll go there alone, as you wish, but in return you must guarantee player Yu Ah-young's safety. If you can't, I will make you regret it, even if it kills you. Hearing him say that, his face twisted into a sinister smile. Oh, quite a threat. I might accidentally kill her before you even arrive. You'd better not be late. As soon as the call ended, a voice was heard. Kukuku, that's the guy contracted with the succubus queen, isn't he? At that moment, a man with a staff slowly walked over. Such prey will be much more interesting, won't it? Hearing him say that, Jae-hong immediately spoke. He's my prey. Kim, don't misunderstand. Kim understood and said, all right, I just wanted to see who was truly worth killing. I didn't want to be scolded by my master for letting the king's key be taken by someone else when I faced him. They didn't know that Ah-young was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. What are they up to? Her breathing gradually became heavier, but she kept thinking of him. It's really dangerous. Kim Tae-yun, you mustn't risk it here. As soon as the call ended, Tae-yun immediately acted without hesitation. Now that the situation is like this, please let me go alone. I know how anxious it is to wait, but please trust me. Then he looked at them with resolute eyes. I will bring player Yu Ah-young back safely. The sky was stained red as usual, the deepest part of the abyss, the Tartarus labyrinth. A violent explosion suddenly erupted and demons fell one after another at Tae-yun's feet. He remained calm, taking another step closer to Ah-young. Sadu, Jae-hong and Kim had been waiting for him for a long time. He praised him, saying, you arrived quickly, then mockingly called his name, Kim Tae-yun. Then Kim, who was leaning on his staff, immediately spoke. The Tartarus labyrinth. Immediately, the labyrinth appeared amidst a thick fog. His voice didn't stop. Among the countless abyssal prisons humanity has set foot in, this place is considered the most dangerous. Kim described the labyrinth's landscape, portraying the terror of its creatures. Its structure is a continuous maze leading deep underground, and even the weakest creatures on the highest floor must be at least S grade. Before anyone could reply, his mouth kept opening. Therefore, no one knows where its bottom is or what it contains. Entry is prohibited for players below sulfur monosulfide grade. The abyss within the abyss. After speaking, he leaned on his staff and approached, a slight threat in his voice. In fact, I, Kim Ahmet, have occupied this place for a long time. Kim immediately turned to the creature behind him and continued to expose. If we hadn't captured this dungeon's master alive, a riot would not have broken out. We all utilized this characteristic, Kim declared in a clear voice, as a very effective base until now. Suddenly, as if provoked, the gigantic creature behind him growled. Growl simultaneously. Attributes appeared in the system window. Tartarus, master of the Tartarus Labyrinth, SS grade. Jae-hong, standing below, looked at it and asked Kim with slight contempt, "Are you calling that demon the master of this dungeon?" Kim noticed his contempt but calmly explained, "Although it appears suppressed now, we had to put in countless efforts to capture it." Kim looked up at Tartarus and slightly curved his lips. "Because that creature is a servant of the Giant King." Jae-hong, standing next to him, asked curiously, "The Giant King, the one who lost his Archduke position to Organ?" He turned to Kim and said contemptuously, "I'm not interested in losers." As if he had discovered something, Jae-hong continued to press. "Then the reason you suggested this place wasn't to boast of your achievements?" Kim, seeing that he didn't understand the problem, looked at Jae-hong mockingly. "Did I just hear something strange? Kim Tae-yun will have to pass through countless traps, high-grade creatures and demons we've hidden on his way here." Kim's face suddenly became serious and his tongue greedily protruded. He continued, "By the time he arrives here, his body will already be covered in wounds. We just have to deal with the wounded prey." Jae-hong crossed his arms and said boredly, "How dull." Kim lost interest in his appearance. "Oh, Min Jae-hong, you may be stronger than me, but you lack experience. A true hunter must use all means to take down the prey in front of them." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong tremor echoed around them. Kim said softly, "It seems the target has arrived. I'll show it to you right away." Suddenly, his facial expression changed and his eyes were filled with doubt. Sa-do, standing next to him, also frowned in front of the great surprise. Jae-hong exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Kim Tae-yun." He looked up and said, "Quite a grand welcome ceremony, isn't it, then?" As he slowly placed his foot on the ground, the surroundings were completely filled with dense black magic power. What appeared was Tae-yun. Seeing him control magic power with his skill, Jae-hong exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a skill that covers the entire labyrinth with magic power?" He knelt mockingly and taunted, "This will make all your preparations useless." Numerous demons around them sniffed and approached. Kim, after observing everything, spoke, "This power is not something ordinary beings can handle." He held his staff with both hands and said with a slight contempt, "Truly self-destructive. Are you trying to exhaust your magic power before the battle even begins?" As soon as Kim finished speaking, a blue light gently approached his side. That light, faintly electrical, quickly wrapped around Kim's legs, exploiting his momentary opening. Kim looked at it with suspicious eyes. "What is this?" The moment he checked the cord wrapped around his leg, he said, "Is it absorbing my magic power?" At this, Kim thought of Tae-yun and his heart. The heart of the superior race, the ability to control the flow of magic power. Based on that, he imitated and created skills. He recalled a person suffering from depleted vitality. Magic absorption, Ricky's skill to deplete the enemy's magic energy. Then he recalled Tae-yun's appearance. If that's combined with Apocalypse, it would theoretically be an infinite wide area skill. He remembered when Tae-yun fought Ix-Moon. It's a skill that utilizes the idea gained from the battle with Ix-Moon. Seeing Kim continue to stand motionless, lost in thought, Jae-hong contemptuously urged him, "What's wrong, Kim? Are you just going to stand there and take it?" He heard that and tilted his head, sending a cold gaze. "It's definitely real." Immediately he exploded magic power around him while holding his staff. The magic power exploded, creating gentle waves. Kim continued to raise his hand and a yellow cosmic orb appeared, absorbing the surrounding energy. Jae-hong, standing next to him, also exploded magic power in his hand without backing down. His orb also absorbed numerous surrounding energies. But at this moment, unlike the relaxed appearance of the two, Sa-do was struggling, screaming in pain. Jae-hong, seeing that from the side, said, "Although the troublesome one has been eliminated." Another sound came again. Jae-hong clenched his hand and looked up. He continued, seeing the chaotic surroundings. "But that guy is heading straight for this place." An explosion suddenly occurred. Rocks flew everywhere and something brushed past his head. Jae-hong bowed his head with an unpleasant look. He continued looking at the man in front of him. "To track down the location where the skill was nullified and find the hiding spot, quite cunning." Tae-yun approached step by step with cold eyes and opened his mouth. "If you want to play hide-and-seek, you've picked the wrong opponent," Tae-yun said with a serious, slightly menacing tone. "Min Jae-hong, I didn't come here to play games with scum like you. Since I'm here, release player Yu Ah-young." Min Jae-hong, still showing no fear, rubbed his chin and said in an amused voice, "If you're going to say things like that." However, before he could finish, purple energy exploded around Kasim. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Enveloped in purple energy, Kasim said in a slightly irritated voice, "Young man, to lose face from our first meeting, rejecting my preparations, treating me as if I'm not worth a moment's consideration," he said with an angry expression, sharp and resolute, as if he wouldn't tolerate it. "Min Jae-hong, with all due respect, leave me some honor." Min Jae-hong, standing nearby, said displeased, "Isn't this different from what we agreed upon?" Kasim said in a reassuring voice, "Don't worry, I'll return the corpse intact." Seeing him about to do something foolish, Min Jae-hong immediately flared up. "Who told you to decide on your own?" Ignoring his question, Kasim raised his staff and power exploded, forcing Sa-do and Min Jae-hong to retreat far away. Min Jae-hong, seeing Kasim's skill, dodged once and then admired, "What a truly insane old man." After unleashing his power, Kasim smiled and introduced himself. "Is your name Kim Tae-yun?" right? My name is Kasim Akhmedov. Have you heard my name before? Tae-yeon said in a calm voice. It would be strange not to know that name. He then recalled the past when he had escaped from numerous terror incidents caused by Kasim, a mad criminal who, in collaboration with the demons, caused tens of thousands of casualties through random acts of terror. He recalled scenes where Kasim used his skills to constantly inflict terrible accidents on humanity. Not officially recognized or evaluated, given the horrific scale of the skills he used, Tae-yeon recalled Kasim laughing eerily, considered the first demon to reach sulfur monosulfide grade in the previous era. Tae-yeon's gaze suddenly darkened, and he frowned. That's why people called him the final demon. For such a person to be with Min Jae-hong. Seeing that Tae-yeon recognized him, Kasim said in an excited voice, "Oh, so you recognize me now? How delightful. I know quite a lot about you too. My subordinate at the Eastern Outpost once owed you a favor." Hearing this, Tae-yeon seemed to confirm, recalling the old man Narendra. "Organ was your subordinate. So are you cooperating with Min Jae-hong to seek revenge?" Kasim smiled and said in a calm voice, "That's impossible. Trivial emotions like revenge are not important to a demon like me. Whether on Earth or in the Abyss, your reputation has spread throughout the world." His eyes were bloodshot, and he admired. "Indeed, meeting you in person is completely different. The skill you just demonstrated had complex and extremely sophisticated mixed effects. I also have some knowledge in the field of skills." Before Tae-yeon could react, Kasim used his domain skill and asked him, "Don't you want to taste my skill?" Tae-yeon was startled by the magic circle under his feet, and the system notification immediately filled him with dread. Caught in a vortex of chaos resisting a strange force, resistance failed, a portion of the ability has infiltrated, and all stats are continuously decreasing. Kasim, seeing Tae-yeon becoming increasingly unstable, leaned on his staff and revealed, "My chaos skill specializes in weakening. It will persist until all stats reach 0. At that very moment the system continued to notify, "Strength is dropping, speed is slowing, stamina is deteriorating, mana is depleting." Kasim, seeing Tae-yeon still standing firm, pointed a suspicious finger. "Kukuku, what are you doing? Why aren't you counterattacking with that domain skill from earlier? Surely you're not already exhausted?" Tae-yeon glared at him, displeased. "You talk too much. I'm not in the mood to play with you. Get out of my way." Seeing this, Kasim sighed and provoked. "Surely you're not bothered by that child, are you? If so, you should fight me to the end even more, right? Only I know where that child is." And he muttered, recalling Ah Young writhing in pain. "I was a bit bored while you were coming, so I played a little to pass the time. I always wondered what would happen if Beelzebub's magic infiltrated an ordinary player's body." Kasim, recalling Ah Young's pained face, said in an amused voice, "Thanks to you, I know the result. As I expected, that child has gone mad with pain." At this moment, Ah Young was screaming as if in a frenzy. Kasim, with excited eyes, stuck out his tongue, provoking Tae-yeon. "Oh, that scream is truly beautiful. That sweet chant will surely please my master," he continued to ask, showing no fear even in the face of Tae-yeon's hateful gaze. "What's wrong? Even after coming all this way, do you still think this old man isn't worth playing with?" Tae-yeon, now filled with extreme rage, agreed in a calm voice. "All right." No sooner had he finished speaking than before Kasim could react, Tae-yeon furiously rushed forward and punched him in the face, making him spit blood. Kasim, bewildered by the punch, had a face full of question marks. To be precise, Tae-yeon's attack was so powerful that Kasim was sent flying out of the original barrier and shattered. Kasim, unable to resist after being hit, fell with a bloody mouth, and Min Jae-hong and Sa-do were startled. Tae-yeon slowly said, "I warned you." He walked out, arms crossed and a calm expression. "If player Yu Ah-young is not safe, I will make you regret it, even if it kills you," he threatened with cold eyes. "Stop pretending to be hurt. Get up, you useless bastard, then I'll fight you to the end as you wish." Min Jae-hong watched the situation blankly. After the earlier blow, Kasim staggered to his feet. He lowered his head and remained silent for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha, what tremendous spirit. I just provoked you a little, and you rushed at me as if to rip my throat out." Tae-yeon continued to listen to his words with a cold expression. The speed was too fast to dodge. Even though he was clearly limiting his power, Kasim looked up at the sky and admired. Truly frightening. He gritted his teeth and snarled like a monster. Tae-yeon, without any change in expression, retorted, "Who are you calling a monster? What exactly is your body made of?" The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. "So you're only interested in me now? You seemed quite uninterested earlier. All right, let's stop this childish skill showdown." As he spoke, he slowly loosened his hands. "Instead, how about we let the chosen ones compete with their abilities?" He placed his staff on the ground and solemnly introduced himself. "I am Kasim Akhmedov, servant of Archduke Beelzebub, the one who contracted with him." Kasim transformed into a winged monster with red eyes, and Tae-yeon asked, puzzled, "Beelzebub's contractor, wasn't that Jang Long?" Tae-yeon recalled a past scene. "The first time I felt Beelzebub's magic was after defeating Jang Long, who had transformed into venom." He laughed loudly. "How are you talking about the Chinese Association chairman? He was merely a spare, a discarded wretch who wasn't even qualified for an official contract. He probably doesn't even know that the true Demon King's contractor is me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kasim swung his gigantic hand at Tae-yeon. But even before he transformed into a demon, he was a man of strange tastes. "I enjoyed watching creatures writhe in pain and beg." He merely stared blankly at everything burning, the debris of collapsing buildings, the fading screams, the smell of blood, and all of it was truly horrifyingly beautiful. Kasim spread his arms, enjoying all of it. innate malice, and I was led by terrorist organizations for decades, some cursed. The wicked shall be judged by God, but he didn't care at all, some screamed, seeing us not stop. He glanced at the suffering person. But I had no fear at all, there is no God here. A demon, perhaps, might exist. His fellow organization members merely laughed coldly. What's wrong, are you dead? The one who destroyed our steadily growing organization was a blow that relentlessly struck his chest. Tied up all over, he kept coughing. Cough, cough, he said this far and admired. It wasn't God, but World Player Association. Kasim, battered and bruised, fell to the floor. He gritted his teeth in anger. Let me go, these lunatics, he bitterly thought. I thought it was all over. At this moment Kasim's eyes widened and he stared blankly ahead. At that moment what I was searching for deep in my heart was not God but a demon. Ah, has this thought plagued me for a long time? He shouted loudly. Demon? Simultaneously, someone was flying to attack him. Kasim clenched his fist and turned to look. A gigantic demon with yellow eyes and sharp teeth suddenly appeared behind his back. That was my first awakening. The skill I gained was Demon's Gate, which allowed me to summon demon races from the middle layer of the abyss. Thanks to that power I trampled the World Player Association and rose to the position of the greatest demon. However, throughout that time one question remained in my mind. He wondered what kind of being had responded to his summons then. Kasim explored through the Demon's Gate for decades, and by then his face was already old and ugly. With blood-red demonic eyes he said resolutely, "Oh, I've finally found the answer." Before Kasim stood a gigantic demon. With numerous eyes he exclaimed in surprise, "What, how dare a mere human find me like this?" Kasim's figure was clearly reflected in all his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Truly fascinating." He knelt, overwhelmed with emotion. Kasim bowed his head in reverence, saying, "I have searched my entire life. Please tell me your true name." He thought for a moment, unable to understand, then slowly introduced himself. "Beelzebub. I am Demon King Beelzebub." Kasim pleaded earnestly, "Your Majesty Beelzebub, I swear to be your loyal subordinate forever. I will spread demons throughout the human world according to your will." Beelzebub raised his eyes and looked at the small human before him, displeased. "I don't know what you're doing. Those who smell like me." Suddenly he changed his mind and extended a tentacle towards Kasim. "All right, I'll choose you as my contractor," he said joyfully. The Demon King not only acknowledged me but also bestowed a part of his authority directly upon me. As he spoke he swung his hand, attacking Tae-yun. Tae-yun quickly ducked to avoid it. Kasim charged, declaring, "From now on all my actions are to serve you." He crossed his arms over his chest to block the attack, but the force was so powerful that he was sent flying far away. His back hit the ground, causing a huge explosion. Kasim landed lightly, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha," Min Jae-hong, standing nearby, slowly said sarcastically. "In the end it was just an excuse." Kasim glanced at him and said, "If you naively trust a demon's words, you'll die." Suddenly, Min Jae-hong's eyes widened, and he called out Kasim's name. At this moment a fierce blaze swirled before the two. Tae-yun's figure was faintly visible amidst the fire. He shouted loudly, "Gluttony," and the flames transformed into a gigantic dragon, flying straight towards Kasim. He said triumphantly, "I don't know what kind of skill it is, but it'll be useless." The fire dragon quickly bit his hand and he was startled. Kasim, tightly held, shouted, "What? How dare you use gluttony while I'm in my demonized state?" Tae-yun replied without any change in expression, "I don't care who you got your power from or why. From now on my opponents are all the archdukes." He widened his eyes and asked, "Was that all the power you had just now?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his hand immediately clenched. The fire dragon also bit Kasim's arm even harder and he screamed in pain. Min Jae-hong, seeing his comrade being battered, couldn't hold back and rushed forward, cursing, "Truly foolish." He clenched his fist and attacked him from above. "The opponent knows nothing and is arrogantly boasting prematurely." Min Jae-hong shouted, "Kim Tae-yun is mine." He looked at him with cold eyes. "You're the same, you know nothing about me." No sooner had he finished speaking than he immediately created an ice barrier to protect himself. Min Jae-hong, unable to dodge in time, crashed into it, grimacing in pain. He calmly watched him fly far away, and simultaneously a yaksha appeared at his feet. He frowned, thinking, "This momentum is truly on another level. I can't move at all." Suddenly Tae-yun looked down at him with cold eyes and the yaksha was beaten. He screamed in pain, "Ah!" and after a moment he let him go. He snarled, burying his face in the ground. Tae-yun raised his hand and declared, "What I want to achieve is higher than even those archdukes." Before Min Jae-hong and Kasim's pain he said clearly, "Tell your masters, if they want to catch me, don't send subordinates like cowards to kidnap hostages, but come yourselves." His face was taut with tension and he challenged, "Tell them to come themselves." Before Tae-yun, Kasim stood up, hands on his hips, and his arm began to transform. He said in a repulsive voice, "How dare you try to rise higher than the archdukes?" Kasim covered half of his face with one hand and said contemptuously, "How presumptuous for a lowly being." The yaksha interjected, "No, he's just focused on being a subordinate to the archduke, so he's probably even worse than that." While he still stood blankly, Tae-yun said in a cold voice, "Listen to me." Before Kasim could collect himself, his fist flew furiously. He drew a clear line, stating that he and I were completely different beings. Without hesitation, Tae-yun punched Kasim in the face. He gaped, thinking for a moment. "Here again." My eyes couldn't even follow. Min Jae-hong had shed his human body thanks to Demon King Beelzebub's authority, but Kasim screamed as if driven completely mad by the surging furious power. Immediately after, Tae-yun violently stomped Kasim to the ground. With a crash, Kasim's back hit the ground and he groaned in pain. As he extended his hand forward, flames appeared. The flames quickly engulfed Kasim. Gluttony. He screamed helplessly. Half of Kasim's face was swallowed by flames and he felt despairing agony. His eyes glinted and he asked with a cold face, "Speak quickly, where is player you are young now?" Kasim stammered with dilated pupils. "Ah, Demon King Beelzebub." Min Jae-hong suddenly charged, attacking Tae-yun with his fist. He quickly blocked, then, grabbing his wrist, glanced at him with cold eyes and said, "Don't interfere. Didn't you see I was in the middle of talking?" Min Jae-hong still didn't retract his hand, smiled at him, and said in an arrogant voice, "How could I refuse something so entertaining?" As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked with all his might. The two were simultaneously thrown back and Tae-yun retreated, dodging successive attacks. Min Jae-hong gained even more confidence and fiercely threw punches, but Tae-yun narrowly dodged the attacks every time. Suddenly, Tae-yun counterattacked. A powerful kick landed squarely on Min Jae-hong's face, sending blood spurting from his mouth. Nevertheless, he didn't give up and charged wildly. Unleashing fierce punches in the face of the surging attacks, Tae-yun's expression remained unchanged. He clenched his burning fist and confronted him directly, taking on all that frantic power. Tae-yun puffed out his chest and dodged as the two fought fiercely. The yaksha who witnessed this horrific scene was utterly terrified. He stared fixedly at them, thinking, to think there would be such a vast difference. Even among contractors, from the start we had no chance to contend with him. Min Jae-hong's figure reflected in the yaksha's eyes. On the surface he still seemed to be holding on, but Min Jae-hong was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position, and the balance felt like it could break at any moment. As he thought this far, he felt uneasy. If things continue like this, not only will we fail to capture Kim Tae-yun, but we might all be wiped out. Suddenly he stood up, thinking, now there's no other option. I have to use my last resort. Returning to the battle, Tae-yun had already gained the upper hand. He pushed Min Jae-hong far away, dug his heels hard into the ground to regain his balance. He crossed his hands over his chest, but his voice was still arrogant. "This is truly the greatest battle, a true fight," he smiled triumphantly. "To think I don't fall even after such severe attacks. I must truly be strong," Tae-yun slowly retorted sarcastically. "It's simply because it hasn't hurt enough yet." He ignored the blood on his lips and continued to fight. "Then let's fight with all our might, Kim Tae-yun." Suddenly a black shadow appeared in his path. Tae-yun's eyes widened in surprise. Min Jae-hong was also surprised. The yaksha appeared and whispered to him. "Min Jae-hong, step back," he arrogantly shouted. "What are you talking about? I'm at my peak right now." The yaksha hastily persuaded him. "We didn't come here to have fun. Remember our original objective. We must capture Kim Tae-yun alive, or if not, kill him." He glanced at where Kasim had fallen and said, "Kasim has already escaped. Unfortunately, capturing him is impossible." Then he turned his gaze to the man next to him and with wide eyes proposed, "Let's destroy this dungeon along with Kim Tae-yun." Min Jae-hong gritted his teeth and snarled, "How dare you do something so useless?" Simultaneously, Tae-yun scoffed and punched the shadow. However, the moment he touched the shadow, everything vanished. While he stood, no one was visible, but a voice still echoed in his ear. "The destruction of this dungeon is not mere destruction. It is the separation of space itself." He raised his head and continued to listen. "Kim Tae-yun, no matter how strong you are or how excellent your skills, you will not be able to resist the laws of the abyss. While you search for Yu Ah-young, vanish along with this Tartarus dungeon." Only then did he realize this was why they hid player Yu Ah-young. Lost in thought, he looked up at the gigantic man before him. He was the master of the Tartarus dungeon. His body was bleeding, he thought worriedly. He looks like he's about to die from his injuries. There isn't much time, Tae-yun frowned, thinking, I need to find player Yu Ah-young and escape before that happens. Can I really do it? He clenched his fists, his face filled with determination. No, it's not a question of whether I can or not. I must do it. An unpleasant memory resurfaced. She had died in his arms. I swore I would never endure such pain again. He bowed his head and said, "Don't make me wait too long." He widened his eyes and murmured, "Wait for me, contractor of Rosalia." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt up with all his might. The scene shifted to a high-rise building. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. Everyone looked at each other with worried eyes. Kong Hee-wook, anxious, tore at his hair and snarled, "Damn it, it would have been better to just charge in and risk our lives. Waiting here like this is unbearable." Song Jin calmly persuaded him. "But in this state, we would only be a burden." She had been listening to everything from the side but could only remain silent. Suddenly, Thailand burst in and shouted, "Everyone," he gravely announced, "we just received news from the abyss. A dungeon break has been activated in the Tartarus labyrinth, the deepest part of the abyss," he said. It vanished. Jin Hee excitedly stood up. "Are you saying the dungeon has been cleared? Then where are player Kim Tae-yun and player Yu Ah-young now?" He bowed his head and sadly replied, "No one emerged from there." Upon hearing this, he slumped into his chair. Jin Hee was bewildered, momentarily wearing a look of disbelief. "Ah, that can't be." Kong Hee-wook gritted his teeth and murmured, "Player Kim Tae-yun." The others also exclaimed in surprise, "Player Yu Ah-young," at the same time in a mysterious castle. Rosalia frowned and asked in an unreadable voice, "What on earth has happened?" Contractor Tae-yun stared blankly at his hands, and his face was soon filled with joy. "I am truly glad to see you again, Rosalia."